In this session, we are going to walk through Power BI desktop application, how to install it and all. So to install Power BI desktop and to run it, you need a Windows operating system. So if your operating system is not Windows, I'm afraid you have to do parallel computing and create a Windows operating system first. And then on the top of that Windows operating system, you can install Power BI desktop. Okay. So now where will you find Power BI desktop to install? So you have to go to Windows Store, which is nothing but Microsoft Store, and then search for Power BI desktop. Okay, and this is the first one which you have to install. So upon opening it, you have to click download and install, and once it's installed, you can launch it. On my laptop, it's already installed, so I have directly opened it. And once you open it, this is what something you will find. Okay, so this is the page which you will see first. So the first page which you are looking at is actually called reports view. Okay, to the leftmost corner, you can find the three different views, which is report, data, and model. Okay, and you can see that report view is the selected view. Okay, so what will you do in this report view is once you get the data from any data source, okay, you'll create all the reports using the report view. Okay, and what exactly is fields here? Once you import data from a data source, okay, all your tables will get populated here with their columns. Okay, so that is what fields is used for. Okay, and then we have visualizations. What is visualization? So you can select in visualization, you will select how your visualization will look like. Okay, what kind of map will it look like? Okay, what kind of is it a map, is it a graph, is it a is it a bar chart, is it a pie chart, is it a hollow pie chart? Okay, so something like that. Okay, so all that you will decide using visualizations. Okay, and not only that, once you have created all your visualizations, you'll also edit the visualizations. Okay, all that will be done using visualizations. Now filters. So what exactly is filter? So filter is literally the filter. Okay, so you can apply the filter using this pane. You can apply the filter on a particular visualization, or you can apply a filter on the whole page, which is this page, or you can apply a filter on all the pages that are on the report. Okay, now before talking about before talking about filters, I should have told you about pages. Okay, so each report is made of a single page or multiple pages. So now we have only one page, but you can always click on this plus symbol and get more pages. Okay, you can double click and name the pages, rename the pages, and you can always choose to delete them as well by clicking on the small cross icon which is at the top of it on the rightmost corner of the page. Okay, so now let's go to data view. Okay, I have told you that in fields all your data tables will be populated. Okay, now what happens in data view is once all the data in the field section is populated, all the tables are being shown here. Okay, you just have to click on any table, and that table you will be able to see here as an Excel sheet. Okay, it's more of an Excel sheet. Okay, that table will be appearing here as an Excel sheet. Okay, it looks like an Excel sheet, but it's not exactly the Excel sheet, but something's very pretty much similar to Excel sheet. Okay, so now we'll discuss about our third and the last view, which is model view. Okay, now in this model view, you can see that he has given you a sample diagram kind of thing. And what will happen is this model view is used to create relationships between your tables. Okay, so what are tables you extract from your data source? Okay, you can define a relationship between them. Okay, that is what is this model view used for. Okay, and also uh, the properties pane here. Okay, if you can see the properties pane here. Okay, in this properties pane, okay, you can edit the table name, that particular data table name, etc., and that. Okay, and also this is used to change your storage mode, which I'll cover in further classes. But yeah, so to summarize, we have three views in Power BI desktop. The first view is called as report view, where you will be creating all your reports. The second view is called as data view, where you will be seeing all your data tables one after the other, one at a time. And the third view is called as model view, where you will be defining relationships between the tables that you have imported from various data sources. Okay, thank you. Now that we have understood how to install Power BI Desktop and what are the different views, we'll go to how to get data. Okay, so now if you can see on this menu tab, you have a home tab, right? Under the home tab, you can find get data menu item. Okay, and you can choose to click on this drop down thing and restrict yourself to the Power BI, I mean common data sources, or you can choose to click on the get data itself and open all the connectors which Power BI Desktop provides you. Okay, so what are these all are called as connectors. Okay, if you want to connect to an Excel sheet, you need an Excel connector. Likewise, if you want to connect to a text or CSV file, you need a text or CSV connector. So these are all the connectors that are supported by the Power BI at the moment. Okay, so this category is all category. So you'll see all the connectors which are there in Power BI, but you can always choose to click on a particular category like file and see what are the connectors inside it. Okay, so under file you have these connectors: Excel, text or CSV, XML, JSON, folder, PDF, SharePoint folder, and under database you have different connectors. Okay, and under Power Platform you have 4 connectors, and under Azure Cloud Service of Microsoft, under that also you have connectors, and online services and also other. So there are various sources where, I mean, there are various connectors to which you can connect and you can get your data from. Okay, so for in the current example, we are going to connect to a local Excel sheet, and for that I'll have to select Excel, which is already selected, and then I have to click on connect. And upon clicking on connect, it will open a sample dialog box, I mean your Windows dialog, and from where you have to select your uh, any Excel sheet. Okay, I'm selecting my first Excel sheet, which is Euro debt crisis, and I'm going to open it. And then there will be a there will be a pop-up called Navigator. Okay, this will show all the tables that are connected, that are there in that particular Excel sheet. Okay, you can select any one table. For now I'm selecting euro debt euro debt and in this euro debt you have to check mark it. Okay, and once you click on the check mark, there will be 3 options available for you. One is cancel, which will cancel the whole navigator thing, and the other thing is load and transform data. We'll go through transform data once in the further classes, but as of now I'll ask you to just load data. Okay, so now we are loading data from an Excel sheet that is there on my local machine. So the data is loaded into fields pane. I've told you that once you select a data source and choose to get the data tables from there, okay, you will be, your fields pane will be populated with the tables. Okay, so this is the only table which we got from the local machine, local Excel sheet. So now you can go to data view and see that this table has this data. Okay, and you can also see there are 46 rows of data. Okay, so this is pretty much similar to your Excel sheet, and what all can we do on this thing, on this view, we'll go through it later. Okay, and now let's get back to here. Now we have seen that how to connect data, uh, if how to get data from an Excel sheet which is on a local machine. We have seen it already. So now let's go through the next thing, which is how to get data from an Excel sheet which is stored on your cloud. Let's say OneDrive or something. In this example, I've taken OneDrive. Okay. Now I've already installed. I mean, I've already put a. I mean, I already uploaded a Excel sheet on, on my OneDrive, under Power BI demo folder. Okay, and once you have done this, okay, you just have to select this, right click this, and open in app. Okay, so once you open it, okay, you can click on open. Okay, so once you open it, this will open your Power BI. I mean, this will open your sheet, Excel sheet, which is on your OneDrive. Okay, now you can go to file. Okay, click on the info. Okay, select copy path. Okay, and now open a notepad, and on notepad paste your path. Okay, and in from this path, okay, you have to omit question mark web equals to 1 at the end of your query string. Okay, so you have to omit question mark web equals to 1. So I'm deleting it, and we can just copy this now. You can copy this now and then go back to your Power BI desktop. And now you have to click on get data. It might be drop down, or you can choose to, you know, look at all the connectors and then select what we are going to do now. Okay, so for this, we shouldn't select the Excel sheet because it's not on our local machine right now. It's in the cloud. So for this you have to select web. Okay, so select, click on web, and then this connector will be expecting the URL, and the URL is the URL which we have just got from our Excel copy path. Okay, and of course you have to remove question mark web is equals to 1 at the end of it. Okay, and then click on OK. Okay, and after clicking on OK, this will open the Excel sheet which is on my OneDrive account. Okay, but you can see that it's the same thing. I've just changed the table name here. Okay, here it is in the local sheet. I've named the sheet as, you know, Eurodet, and uh, whereas in on my Excel sheet, I mean Excel sheet which is stored on OneDrive, I've named it as Euro Debit Crisis from OneDrive. Okay, just to make the difference. Okay, then click on it, and it's the same story again. Just click on load. For now we'll go through transform in the further classes. So if I click on that, I got data from Euro Debit Crisis as well. So now if I click on data view, and if I choose to click on this one, okay, see, I got data from there as well, which has 51 rows, which doesn't have 46 rows. This sheet has 51 rows. Okay, so now this sheet has 46 rows. Okay, now that is how you connect to an Excel sheet, which is on local machine and also on OneDrive. So now that we have seen how to get data from a local Excel sheet and also an Excel sheet that is uploaded on OneDrive, we'll see how to get data from a local SQL server and also data from SQL Server that is hosted on a cloud service like Azure. Okay, so now before the class I have created a local database under my local server, which is Lalit PC, and loaded data into that database. Okay, so now how to connect to this SQL server? Okay, so for that, I can click on get data, and upon clicking on get data, all my connectors will show up. You can actually select SQL Server database here, or you can choose to go to database and click on SQL Server database here. Okay, and after that, you can click on connect. Okay, so once you're done, here you have to give your server name, and database name is optional. Okay, you can select from any database in that server. Okay, all you have to do is Lalit PC, and then there are two storage modes. One is import, one is direct query, which will go through it after some time. Uh, and also you have advanced options which we'll go through in further classes. So now write Lalit PC there and then click on OK. Okay. So now it will populate all the database tables, databases that are there in my local server, but as of now there is only one database in my local server. It has given me that database. Okay, and now there is under that database there is only one database data table. Okay, and now if I click on this check mark, I can load the data. Okay, and yes, this is how you connect to your local SQL server and get data from any database and any table which you want. But guys, as I've done this earlier, it hasn't shown you authentication which has to be done after once you choose the server. Okay, so I'll show you what exactly happens once the data is loaded. Okay, so I'm waiting for the data to load. Yeah, so we got the data. Okay, so what exactly happens is if you click on get data, okay, and if you click on SQL Server database, and if you click on connect, and if you give your local local server, and if you click on okay, then it will ask you for Windows, I mean it will ask you for authentication. Okay, like how are you going to log in this server? Okay, so in your SQL, how are you going to log in? Okay, with just your Windows authentication, right? So here also in Power BI, you'll be having in authentication, you'll be having 4 tabs, 4 to 5 tabs. Okay, in that you have to select Windows authentication and click on my current address, use my current ID and password. Okay, or if you choose to have a custom user name or custom password for your SQL server, you can do that as well in that authentication thing. Okay, so now let's try to connect to SQL Server which is hosted on a cloud service like Azure. So before the class I've already created a SQL Server on Azure, and also I've loaded a database. I've also created a database and I've also loaded data. So if I go in there and if I try to see what is there in my database, uh, let's just refresh it once. Okay. Oh, I'm unable to see it. Why? Maybe, okay, I'll directly click on, you can directly choose to click on your particular database here. Okay. I'm opening it in a particular tab and I'll see if 𝑑𝒐𝒂𝒏 is deleted. Yeah, guys, now it is working. So yeah, now I can see the database, right? Now in this database, if I want to see data, I'll go to query editor, and this is SQL Server authentication. Guys, whenever you create a SQL Server on Azure, you have to give a username and password to it. Okay, that password I'm giving it here, and I'm going to connect it. And after connecting, you can see the tables, views, and stored procedures in that particular database. Okay, and if I click on tables, I see only one table, which is European debt. So now I'll try to get data from European debt by writing query on my right hand side. Okay, so now I'll write select star from European. Yeah, I get this, so I'll select it, and now I'll select the whole query and run it. So this is the data which I want to load in my local Power BI desktop. So how will I load it? I have to go back to overview, and I don't want this to be saved. I have to go back to overview, and from overview I'll get my server name. So I'll just click, so that I'll copy this server name, and I'll go back here. I'll click on get data, and in get data again you'll be selecting SQL Server database, or you can choose to go to file database and click here SQL Server database. Okay, it's the same. Okay, so then click on connect. Now upon clicking on connect, here instead of your local server you'll be giving your server name which is on database. And again guys, I'm going on with import storage mode here, and I'm not giving any database name as we only have one database there. And also if you have multiple database, you can choose to leave this empty. This is optional. Okay, and uh, upon clicking on OK, guys, again there will be a Windows authentication. I mean, there will be a Power BI authentication. Okay, so when we went to query editor, okay, it has asked for our login and password of this particular server. So whenever you create on, and this type of authentication is SQL Server authentication. That is what we have chosen when we actually created this database on Azure. Okay, so what you have to do, as I've already connected to this earlier, it will not ask me again. If I click on OK, it will not ask me. It will not ask me for authentication. But for you guys, it will ask authentication. Okay. So what under that authentication, you have to select SQL Server authentication, give the login name which you have given to create your particular database server, and to give the password which you have used for your database server on Azure, and then click on connect. Okay, and upon clicking on connect, there will be a navigator bar which we know already, and under the navigator bar, if you open it, you'll see all your databases under this server. Okay, there is only one database for now, so you are only seeing one database. Okay, and under that one database you have a table, right? And this is a table which we want to load into our uh, Power BI desktop. So select it, check it, and then click on load. Okay, I've clicked on load, and it's loading the data from SQL Server that is actually hosted on Azure platform. Okay, so European Debt 2 is from Azure, whereas European Debt is from local SQL Server. Okay, so this is how you actually get data from SQL Server that is on your local machine, and also SQL Server that is hosted on a cloud platform, something like Azure. So whatever data source you choose to get data from into your Power BI, okay, whatever data source, let it be text files, let it be SQL Server, let it be Excel sheets, let it be NoSQL database, whatever it is, okay. At the end of the day, Power BI will make a data set with all the data which you have collected from various data sources. So all we know that, so what is data set now? Data set is something which is made of all the data tables which are there in your fields pane. Okay, all the data which you have loaded from your data sources will be converted to a thing called as data set, and this data set will be loaded when you publish your Power BI desktop reports. Okay, so now there are actually three ways, there are three ways in which you can load data from various data sources. Okay, you can actually choose in what way the data can be stored on your Power BI desktop application. Okay, and that is actually divided into three ways, and those three things are: first one, import; second one, direct query; third one, composite, mixed, or dual. Okay, so there are three ways. First one is import, second one is direct query, and the third one is composite, mixed, or dual. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, so now let's see exactly what each thing is. Okay, for this I'll be needing a paint application, so we'll go to paint application, and yeah, let's consider this thing as my data source. Okay, now let's consider this thing as my Power BI desktop application. Okay, so we'll go through mixed, we'll go through the first one, import first. Okay, so what exactly happens in import? You'll load data from the data source to your Power BI desktop, right? So what exactly happens is, a copy of schema, the whole table along with schema and data inside it, a copy is made, and that copy is stored on your Power BI desktop. Okay, so that copy will be stored on your Power BI desktop. So it's the whole data and schema from the data source. Okay, it will be copied and then it will be stored on your Power BI desktop. And you guys know that Power BI desktop is nothing but a Windows application, right? So that data will be stored on your hard drive. Okay, so once, but what happens after you publish the reports? Okay, when I told you that when you try to publish the report, a thing called data set is created, and this data set is a combination of all the data tables which you get from various data sources, not just this data source. Okay, and this data set, you'll will now not reside on your local machine. It will be residing in Microsoft data centers. Okay, so that is what is happening in import mode. Okay, what happens? Data from data source along with schema will get copied, and the whole thing will be imported into Power BI desktop. Okay, now what happens in direct query? So in direct query, what exactly happens is when you try to load data from a data source using direct query, using the storage mode as direct query, okay, what happens is the data will reside in the data source only. Okay, data will not be copied, only the schema will be copied to your Power BI desktop. Okay, only the schema will be getting copied to your Power BI desktop, and the data will reside in the data source only. Okay, so with this schema, every time when you try to get data, okay, there will be an SQL native SQL query that will be going back to your data source. Okay, and from there you will be getting the data back again to Power BI desktop or Power BI. After you publish it, it's the same again. You don't have the data with you. Okay, you just have the schema. Okay, you just have how those object is designed, how those database is designed. You just have the schema. Okay, so that schema you have it with you, and whenever you do anything with, whenever you want to do anything with the data, you have to go back to your data source. Now in direct query, as the data resides on the data source and not in your local machine, okay, you there are some limitations, like you can't write complex DAX queries and all. Okay, we'll go through what are complex, I mean, we'll go through what exactly is a DAX query in future, but for now just remember that you can't write complex DAX queries. And why can't we write complex DAX queries, that also we'll discuss in further classes. So now so now we'll revise again the both first two storage modes. The first storage mode is import, in which the whole data along with schema from your data source will be copied into your Power BI desktop. Now what happens in direct query? The data will reside in the data source only, but only the schema will be getting copied to your Power BI desktop. And whenever you want to do any operations on data, okay, there will be an SQL statement, there will be an SQL query from Power BI to that particular data source, and you will be getting data from that particular data source only. And also after you publish, okay, the data will reside in data source only and not in Power BI. Okay, so this is what happens in import and direct query. So what exactly is mixed, or a composite or a dual thing? Okay, so during a generation of reports, okay, there might be multiple sources where you want to get data from. Okay, so one source might be on a cloud server, and the other source might be uh, on your local machine, right? Your HR doesn't know maybe how to use SQL Server, so he has stored all the data in a simple Excel sheet. Okay, so he might just give you that Excel sheet and ask you to connect to that Excel sheet and generate reports. But as a data analyst, you have to take care how to, you know, manage all these data sources. So now we will see an example where we'll get data. I mean, we'll see what is import thing, we'll see what is direct query, and we'll also see what is uh, you know mixed mixed or composite. Okay, now I'll go back to my Power BI desktop, but before we start, I would like to discuss when would you choose import, when would you choose direct query, and when would you choose mixed. For mixed or composite data model, I mean data storage mode, I've already told you, you might want to get data from various sources or not just one data source. Okay, and few might be residing on server and few might be residing on something else, right? So that's where you will use mixed. Now when will you go for import? When your data is not very huge. Okay, let's say for the past, let's say you're working for a company which is like pretty much new, and your data is not for the, let's say, like not a legacy data, let's say not for the past 100 years or something. Okay, so at that time you will be choosing import. Okay, and with import there are, you know there is a limitation on data, like how much you can import and all, which we'll go through it later. Okay, so that is when you will choose import. Okay, with import you can do everything because the data will be residing on your local machine. Okay, so you can write all the complex DAX queries and all. So consider DAX queries as some formulas as of now. We'll go through it what they are exactly in the further classes. Okay, so now let's get back to direct query. When will you be choosing it? So when will you choose direct query? when when you are working for a company which has legacy of data, let's say for the past 50 years, or let's say for the past 25 years, or let's say for the past 100 years, okay, huge database, okay, huge storage, okay, for that case only you will be doing direct query. Okay, but I would recommend you to always do import. I mean, even if the data is very huge, get a part of it into some other server and get load that sample data and apply all your things whatever you want to see in your reports, and then choose direct query. Okay, directly don't go for direct query. Okay, and then the next thing, mixed. We'll see what exactly is mixed. Now let's say your data is, you have a legacy of data. Okay, your company wants to perform reports, your company wants to perform analytics and get reports on the data which it is storing for the past 25 years, 50 years, let's say. Okay, so you want to connect to it using your direct query, right? But there might be few other data as well, right? It's not the only data source is not I mean, that only database is not, might not be your only data source. There might be other data sources as well, and these data sources might have less data, right? So you don't want to do this what do you call, direct query on those less data databases, right? You want to do import. So this thing will be called as mixed or composite. Okay, in all our previous sessions we have been doing import query. Okay, we are directly importing, we are copying the schema and data, everything from the sources which we have been taken, we are copying it from that source to Power BI desktop. Now here we'll do direct query, how to connect it, and then we'll work on mixed query. Okay, so mixed storage mode. So we'll go to SQL Server. Okay, and we'll get the SQL Server from my uh, Azure SQL Server which I have created, server name, and I'll just paste it here. And now this time I'll choose direct query. Okay, and now click on OK. Okay, if I click on OK, now, but guys, as the data resides in, you know, the database itself, as the data source itself, okay, the data will not be getting here. Okay, even though you will be seeing the data here, okay, the data will not get here. You won't get the data here. Okay, you just get the schema, that's all. So I'm loading it, and as the data is stored on, you know, somewhere else, not on your local machine, okay, all the things that you want to do with direct query are slow. And now you can see that our storage mode is direct query. Okay, see, our storage mode is direct query, but I want to, you know, have something, I mean, I want to make it import, I mean, I want to make it mixed now. So there might be few data sources which I want to consider, okay, which are very less in data, and which are kind of lookup tables or something, and which are very less in data, and those cannot be direct queries, you know. I mean, I can directly import it when I always have a chance to import the data. Okay, so what will I do now? So this is now only direct query. No, so whatever is there, I mean, there is only one table now, but let's say there are, yeah, let's say in my server there are like, in my database there are like many tables. If I can, if I select all those tables and get those data from there, it's all direct query. Okay, so the data is not residing here, even though if you can see the data, it's not residing here. And what, and how can I prove you that the data is not residing here? See here, you will not be seeing data view anymore. Okay, there is only report view and model view, but there is no data view. That is why, that is why is there no data view? Because the data is not residing on your local machine only, it's somewhere else now. Okay, that is why there is no data view here. Okay, so now, as we have discussed earlier, we'll see what is mixed. Okay, mixed or composite. Okay, so now in composite or mixed storage mode, you might not want to get data from a single data source. Okay, you might have multiple data sources. Okay, so For that, what you have to do is to make the storage mode as mixed. Okay, you have to import something, and whenever you import an Excel, whenever you connect to an Excel sheet, it's always import, whether it be on OneDrive or whether it be on your local machine, it's always import. So what I'll do, I can choose to click here, click on Excel here, or I can simply click on this one. This is also Excel. Okay, now this opens my Windows pop-up, and I'll select my table. We'll go with a different table this time. So we'll select financial sample, which is actually given by Microsoft. So I'll open that, and as you're trying to load it, okay, as you're trying to load it, select this financial tables, and when you try to load it, okay, we're now loading it. Okay, now it will say that there is a potential risk of sending data from one place to other place. Why? Because, and do you still want to build it? Yes, I want to build it. So what exactly is happening? Do you, I mean, this, the Excel sheet which we have loaded is from our, is through import. Okay. What does that mean? I have a whole command on it. I want to, it's like a local thing, right? So I have the whole command on it, whereas I have a whole command on the data, whereas I don't have a whole command on European debt. So that is what this risk is. Okay, so you can choose to build, and you can choose to click, and then once your data gets loaded, you can now see that your storage mode is mixed. Okay, it got changed to mixed. Why? One is direct query and the other one is import. Okay, we have both, we are using both the things in the same application. Okay, in the same Power BI desktop application, we are using this both modes. This is what is called as mixed mode. Okay, now after importing this financials thing, you will also be able to see data view now. So if I go to data view, you will see that, okay, European debt table, you can't see the data inside it. Even though there is data view now, you can't see the data inside it. Why? This says that this table uses direct query and cannot be shown. Why? Because the data is not with me. The data is in the data source only. I just got the, what do you call it, the schema. I know how to use the data because I have the schema with me, but I don't know what exactly is the data inside it. Okay, that is why it's not getting showed here, displayed here. Okay, but if I click on financials, okay, see, it got loaded. Why? Because we have imported this one using import storage mode. Okay, and I have loaded a Excel sheet, right? And I have not selected whether it is imported or whether it is direct query or whether it is mixed for financials. Now how can I prove you that this Excel sheet is using import storage mode? See, you can see it here. If I hover my cursor over the table name, you can see that the name is financials and the storage mode is import. And the other way which you can confirm that this is imported, this is following import storage mode and this is following direct query, is going to model. Okay, and under there you can click on a particular table which is selected. This table is now selected, and now you can go to advanced options. Okay, and now here in under storage mode you have direct query. Okay, this is what I have selected for European debt. Okay, so now I can always go back to import. Okay, I can always go back to import. We'll talk about dual later when we are actually modeling data, but now you can always go back to import. Okay, but once you will go back, what exactly, once you go back to import, okay, there is no coming back to direct query or dual. Okay, I'm not changing it now, but yeah, I'm telling you that once if I select import and click on save, okay, I'll not be able to get back to direct query or dual mode. Okay, now financials. Okay, so in financials, this thing I've imported using Excel, right? Now if you click, if you see here, the storage mode is import, and if I click here, see, why are these two disabled? Because I've told you, once the data, once the storage mode is import, there is no way you can go back to direct query or dual. Okay, so once the data mode is import, there is no way you can go back to direct or dual mode. And one more difference between direct query and import is, import, you have data with you, right? So you have to keep on updating. If there is an updated data in the data source which you have got data from, okay, you have to update the data the same in your local machine as well, right? You have to update the same on your, I mean, if you publish Power BI surveys, if you publish the reports on Power BI surveys, okay, you have to update the same data in Power BI surveys in your data set as well, right? I mean, because the data is updated in your data source, and you have a copy of data, but you don't have the latest copy of your data. So you have to get the latest copy of your data, right? So in import, the tables which are you know uh, extracted using import storage mode have to be refreshed every now and then. Okay, we'll go through this refresh. Okay, what exactly happens this refresh and all, but you have to now you have to understand that. um the data which is loaded using import storage mode, okay, is not up to date. Okay, the data in database might be up to date, but not the data here which is on your local Power BI desktop or your Power BI service. Okay, that is what you have to understand. In whereas when you click on, I mean, when you get data using direct query, the data does not reside with you. Okay, the data resides with what? The data is in the data source itself. Okay, you don't get the data, so you don't have to bother about refreshing the data, because whenever you want to, I mean, whenever you want to see or perform anything on the data, okay, there is an SQL native SQL query sending from Power BI desktop to the data source, and you will get data from there. And because of this, direct query is slow. Okay, because of this, direct query is slow. Okay, and also you don't need to. I mean, you don't need to. The data is not getting copied into your local machine, so you don't need to be updated yourself with the latest data. The data, as soon as it gets updated in the server, it's updated for you as well, because you don't have data in the first place, right? So that's the difference. That's another difference between direct query and storage mode. So guys, there are three types of storage modes in which you can choose to store data in your Power BI, and one is direct query, second is import, and the third is mixed or composite. Okay. Okay, so today we'll see in our previous classes, demo sessions, we have seen how to get data from a SQL Server, which is which is actually hosted on a cloud service like Azure. Okay, so today we'll see how to change the data source itself. Okay, so it's like this. So you guys might not be working on, you guys might not be working on the live server directly, right? So first we might be trying to generate reports on development server or test server. Okay, with the test data which we have, with the development data which we have, we want to develop reports on with that test data, and not directly on the live server, right? So how to first connect to, that test server, and then how to change it. We already know how to connect to the test server and create reports. I mean, reports up to some extent, right? And then how to change it. Okay, that we are going to see it in today's class. Okay, so that first I'll have to connect to, SQL Server. So I'll click on SQL Server from Get Data drop down list, and here I have to give my dev server name, so which I'll get from my Azure source. So guys, if you can see it, I have created one server called Eurodet live server, and I've created another server called Eurodet dev server. Okay, and Eurodet live server is in South Central US. Okay, whereas Eurodet dev server is in UK South. Okay, so these two are in two different locations now. Okay, so I want to cover this as well. Okay, so these two are in two different locations. Okay, so first we'll connect to our dev server, development server. Okay, so in development server I have one database, right, which is Eurodev devdb. So I'll go to this one. Okay, from here I'll get my server name. So I'll copy it and then I'll go back to my Power BI. I'll paste it. And database is optional, and we, as of now, we have only one database there, so no point. And as of now, I'm sticking to import query. I mean, we have also seen what is import direct and composite, I mean mixed data model, I mean storage model. So as of now, I'm sticking to import. Okay. So now we are going to connect to this server. Okay. Power BI is loading data. Yeah. So I got my server name, and under which I have my DB, which is Euro det dev DB. Okay. Now I can click here. I can just see the data which is there inside that. I can just click on. I can just check this one and load the data directly, right? We're still not looking at transform data, which will be looking after maybe 20 minutes. But yeah, for now we are just loading the data. Okay. Yeah. So we got data into our Power BI desktop application. Okay. Now if I go to data view, and if I just look at the data, there are actually 46 rows. Okay. 46 rows, and this is the data from my development, right? Now what we are actually trying to do, we want to change this to live server, right? So we don't want to, I mean, let's say we have started working on development server. Let's create one report. Okay. A simple report. Okay. I'm just dragging and dropping it. We'll look into it more once we'll get to visualizations and all. But if you guys can see, okay, there is a total list of data. Okay, like total list of data. Okay, like Britain, 413, France 957, etc., 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 right? Now, so this data I'm getting it from my dev server, right? So let's say this is, let for now I've only created, let's say only one. For now I've only created, let's say, two visualizations. Okay, for the demo I'm creating only two visualizations. Okay, but tomorrow you might, I mean, you guys might work on this dev data and create a lot of visualizations on this one, right? I mean, on the test databases, right? So to change this, okay, so to change this, so if we change this, okay, now we don't want our reports to get affected, right? So we have to change it with our live server, and we don't want our reports to get affected because we don't want to do it again, right? No point doing it again, right? Let me, yeah, yeah. So how do we change it? So the first there are three ways how do you change it. I mean, there are three places. From three places you can change your data source. Okay. The first place is this one. Okay. Right above your here, there is a edit kind of thing on your table. You just have to click on this drop down thing and you can click on data source settings. Okay. That is the first place where you can change it. Now if not there, where you can go is the second place is you can click on file. Okay, you can click on options and settings. You can go to here data source settings. Okay, this also gives me the same pop-up. Okay, and there is another way. That way is directly clicking on this one. We in last time what we have done is we have, I mean, we have clicked this drop down and then we have selected this one. Okay, now what we are doing, we are directly clicking on this one. This will open a new editor called as Power Query Editor. Okay, so what happens with Power Query Editor and all we'll see in a while, but yeah. So if you open Power Query Editor, there also there is a thing called as data source settings. Okay, so here also you can click and change your source. Okay, but for now I don't want to do it using Power Query Editor. I mean, I want to do it using this drop down menu, change data source settings. Okay, so here I want to change my connection string. I mean, this is your database name, right? So we have to connect to our live database, so live server. Okay, live server, live database. Okay, so what we have to do, next thing which we have to do is we have to click on change source. Okay, this is how you have to change. Okay, and after clicking on change source, you know that this is not your server name, right? Your server name is totally different. So let's go and get our server name. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, this is my live database server, so let's get into here. And here you have server name, which is eurodet live server database.windows.net. Okay, copy this, and instead of this one we'll paste this one. Okay, and after that you also need to change database name here. Okay, because this database is not found in this server. Okay, and the database name here is eurodet live db. So instead of dev there is live. Okay. I'll click on live and then I'll click on OK. Okay, and now once this is done you can just click on close. Okay, and upon clicking close there will be a dialog appearing something like this: there are pending changes in your queries that haven't been applied. So you just have to click on apply changes. Okay, and upon clicking on apply changes you will get an error. Okay, and what is that error? The key didn't match any rows in the table. That is the error which you get. Okay, so what you have to do, how to solve this error now? You just close this error. Okay, and for now what you will do is you just have to click on this edit, I mean this thing, this edit table kind of thing, right? This will open up your Power Query editor. Okay, you just have to open that. Okay, and after opening that what will you see is you'll see something like this. Okay, you'll see an error. Okay, and you'll see something like you'll also have a button called edit settings. Okay, you just have to click on edit settings. Okay, and then click on the database which you actually want to get data from. Okay, then just select that table and click on OK. Okay, and this is also Excel kind of thing where you can see what what data is there in the live server. Okay, so there is only one row in live server. Okay, so we got the data, so we're kind of successful. Now just click on close and apply. Okay, so once I click on close and apply, I'm waiting for it to get applied. Yeah, now it's connected and we got the row as well. Now see, now even your reports are automatically changed. Okay, I mean right now I have only one row in that live server, but you might have different row with different data which is not test data but which is the actual data, right? So yeah, this is how you change your data source when you actually um, connect to a SQL server. Okay, but if you want to change source of Excel sheets, see whether Excel sheet is on a uh, on is from your local machine or whether it is from somewhere like OneDrive or anywhere, any cloud provider or somewhere. Uh, no matter what you do, the default storage mode of Excel or flat file systems will be import. Okay, so whenever even if we change here, you see that the data is getting changed. That means the whole data will be reading again. What will Power BI do? It will read the whole data again. Okay, so that is what is happening. That is what I want to tell you guys. At the end of the day, again the whole data will read. Okay, like for now we have only one row. What if there are like 500 rows in this table? Yes, all the 500 rows will be read again. Okay, so your live table might be one row or 500 rows. It depends on your this one, right? Your live data, right? So that's how things are. But yeah, guys, the only thing while changing data source which you have to remember is the schema, which that schema of your data table here and the schema of your data table here. Okay, schema of the data table which is in your test DB and the schema of the data table in your live DB, that should be same. Okay, if they both are not same then it's very hard. Okay, you'll get error. Okay, so that is how you change data source of a SQL server which is hosted in a cloud provider, something like Azure. Okay, so now, if you guys remember, okay, when we are through our demo sessions, what we have done is when our Excel sheet is actually uploaded onto a OneDrive, okay, and when we were actually trying to get data from there, what we have used is something called as web. Okay, and guys, this one is very very powerful. Okay, this web thing which we have used earlier is actually not limited to you know uh, a simple Excel sheet. Okay, this is very 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 powerful. Okay, how is it powerful? We'll see that now. I just want to go through some, let's say some cricket stats. Okay, cricket stats. Let's go to Wikipedia. Okay, or any other thing. It's up to you. Okay? Just click on this, and here I don't find any tables here, so not this one. So yeah, let's open all the. I mean, let's open few things. We'll find something which is good. Maybe we can use batting average now. No, this is also is not a big deal. Yes, we can use this one. Okay, so now what will I do? I can actually copy this one, go back to Power BI, okay, paste it, and click on OK, and get the tables which are being displayed on that particular thing. Okay, my bad, I have opened Visual Studio. Okay, so you can actually get data from this one. I mean, you can get data from this link. It's not restricted to only what do you call Excel. Okay, you can get data from anywhere you want. I mean, if it's on internet, you can get it. Okay, that's how web is. So not just this. I mean, for cricket stats, if you ask me, I mean, I'm much into cricket, so I'm talking about cricket here. So, but if you ask me in cricket stats, there is a thing called stats.espncricinfo.com. Okay, if you go in here, actually, you'll find a lot of stats here. So you can get any of those as well. It's not like limited. Okay, see, now I can just click and see how many teams have won, what is their thing and all. Okay, and even I can load them. Okay, it's not restricted. I can even load them. Okay, so I can use this data from internet. Okay, which is actually pretty cool. So yeah, I'm just loading that one table from that particular web. Let's load one more. Okay, so that it's not just restricted to this one. So let's just go to India. Okay, records by team. Let's just go to India or something. Okay, and from India, what I would like to next know is batting career of all test match batsmen. Okay, so let's just go back here. Just click here. Okay, so now I want this one. I want to use this one on my Power BI. Okay, maybe there is more data, but for now I just want to use this one. Okay, because I found it on internet and I find it very interesting. So I'll copy it. I'll go back to Power BI. Okay, see, this one is already loaded, the old one which we actually want. And then what I am now trying to do is I'll click on get data. I'll click on web. Okay, and then what will I do? I'll paste this new link and then click OK. Okay, it says it's actually connecting. It's on my other thing. So yeah, it got connected, and now I'll get the same table which I've seen there. Okay, so it's just that Power BI is intelligent enough to get data from any open source link which you find on internet and load data from there. Okay, see, you even got data from here. See, it's saying that there are four suggested tables, and these are the 3 HTML tables which I have found on that particular link. Okay, so see, yeah, so you can always select one and again load it. Okay, loading it now. So yeah, just minimize this one. We'll see this. Okay, so what we have done till now in our session is we have understood the importance of data source settings, which you can which you can change from 3 places. Okay, the first place is this one. Okay, and the second place is your file settings, data source settings, and whereas the third place is this one. In your Power Query editor, there is a thing called data source settings. If you click on that, even then you will be able to do it. Okay, so these are the 3 places where you can change your data source. Okay, you can totally change it, but always remember, whenever you change the data source, it should match with the current data table which is on your Power BI. Okay, and also the next part is, we have clicked on get data, and we have in our demo sessions we have only we saw that we use this to get data from an Excel sheet which is stored on OneDrive or something like that, right? But it's actually pretty more powerful than that. It's not just restricted to that. Okay, you can search internet for various statistics pages and all. You just have to copy the link and paste it here, and then click on OK and load the tables in that. Okay, so yeah. Okay, see, I also got my batting averages here. Okay, but yeah, maybe my columns and all are not properly, named and all, but yeah, it's okay. I mean, if I get the data, once I have the data with me, I can do whatever I want, right? So yeah, guys, in this session we will see how to create custom tables in Power BI Desktop. Now, why do you need custom tables in Power BI Desktop? So if ever you want a table, something to look up to, and something which should act as a master table to all the tables that are in Power BI Desktop, or maybe just a few tables in Power BI Desktop through which you will create your reports, then you can go for custom tables, creating custom tables. So to create custom tables, click on this icon on your menu bar. You'll be getting a pop-up called create table, and yeah, this is where you will create your custom table. So this is the column name. So let's say for now I just want to give column name as customer ID. Okay, and here I want to give column name as customer name. Okay, and ID I'll give 1, name I'll give DSS, ID I'll give 2, name I'll give Azure A2C. Okay, so DSS I'll give name 3, I'll give best .NET training. Okay, so you can just keep on adding columns as well. Like for example, you can click on the star symbol and get adding columns. Okay, you can just keep on adding columns in it. So instead of that, if you want to delete the existing column, you just have to select that particular column and press delete key on your keyboard. Okay, so this is the name of your table, so you can give some appropriate name. I'm going to give customer data, and I'm gonna load it. Remember guys, these are custom tables created by us, so the data and the schema will be residing on your Power BI Desktop, and once you publish this to Power BI service, then the data and the schema will be residing with Microsoft Data Center. Okay, within Microsoft Data Center. Okay, this is all about creating custom tables and all. Thank you. In this session, we are going to learn about transformations in Power BI. Okay, so if you head back to Home tab, okay, here you have all the basic transformations. Okay, so these are all the basic transformations in Power BI. But if you want to look at all the transformations that Power Query gives you, you have to head back to Transform tab, and in Transform tab, these are all the transformations that Power Query gives you. Power Query editor gives you. Okay, in this you have text column, number column, date and time column. Okay, so we'll go through these 3 transformations for now. Okay, so first let's just start with text column. Okay, so what exactly happens in text column? Okay, now let's just see what is split column. Okay, So how do we do split column now? So if you can see, player here has been given first name and last name in the same this one, okay, and we want to split his first name and last name, okay. So let's just click on split column and then split by delimiter, okay. And what is our delimiter here? It is space, okay. After MA you have space, after R you have space, after JJ you have space, okay. So we want to split it. But guys, do I want to split after every, after every occurrence of space? No. His name might be M.A. Agarwal space something else, right? It might continue, but we don't have it here, but his name might be long, right? So, and we don't want it here. So what exactly do we want to do here? So we want to split it only after the first space, so that we'll get his first name in one thing and we'll get his last name in one column, okay. So how do we do it? So to do that, you have to click on leftmost delimiter, okay. And if you want to do it, the complement of leftmost delimiter is rightmost delimiter, okay. Even that you can choose, because we have only two names here, we don't have any other names. But if we have any other names, that will be a problem. So I'm sticking to, if you have a name extended here, if there is a space after Agarwal and if there is name extended here, that will be a problem for rightmost delimiter. So that's why I'm clicking on leftmost delimiter and I'm clicking on OK. And once you have split the columns, okay, you can format it, okay. You can click on format, you can get them to uppercase, everything to uppercase. See, Kuldeep has now been uppercase. I'll redo the step again. See, Kuldeep is now in lowercase. I can make it to uppercase, okay. And I can go back and, trim and clean are used to, if there are any much spaces and all in your column, you can use trim and clean for that. You can add prefix. For example, I want to add IND. Let's say these are the players from Indian team. So let's just add IND. So if I want to add prefix IND hyphen, okay. See, we got IND, okay. So that is what is adding prefix, and adding suffix is adding at the end of the text, okay. So that is what about format columns, okay. But once you have created these columns, you might want to create new column, new table headers for that. And how do you do that? You can just select this, okay, and you can go here. I think you can change it here. No, if not, what you can do is you can just double click on this, okay, and you can change it, okay, player last name, okay, and you can double click here and then player first name, okay, something like that, okay. So this is what you can do. Now there is another thing called as extract, guys. So in extract, what I can do, I can extract a particular number of characters, okay. For example, if I click on length, okay, see, I got the length of each name, okay. Let's say 𝑎𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂, that is 7, right? So I'll get the length 7. So I'll get length as 7, 6, 6. So you can get all the length from this, and from extract you can extract only the first characters. And how many number of first characters do you want? Let's just stick to 2 for now, okay. So you get 2 first characters from the whole name. You can do that as well, okay. So you can extract text before delimiter, you can extract text after delimiter, okay. You can extract text between delimiters if you have spaces and all. You can extract range from this range to that range, okay. We'll click on range and we'll see. So what should be my starting index? I'll give my starting index as 1 and I'll give my number of characters as 2, okay. Let's see what will happen if I give my starting index as 1 and number of characters as 2, and I'll click on OK, okay. So guys, all the text will start with index 0. So if I give starting index as 1, what does that mean? It will consider it, from here it will start to extract text, okay. And after that I have given number of characters as 2, so I have got GA, A, SH, UM. We'll do it again, okay. I'll click on range. I'll give my starting index as 2 this time. So it should start from A, it should start from H, it should start from M, okay. And I'll extract 3, okay, and I'll click on OK. See, I got 3, okay. So that's how you do it. That is all about extract. Now what exactly is parse, okay. Okay, to understand parse, we'll do it at the end of the session. Okay, let's just go back to the other stuff. Okay, now guys, we have here number of matches, right? If I click on matches, you can see we can get statistics. Let's just head back to, let's just see what is this number transformations. Okay, so in number transformations, you have many transformations in it. Okay, so you can just click on statistics and get sum of the whole thing. Okay, so all matches here. Okay, so all the matches here together make up together, the sum of all these numbers is the statistics which you have seen. Okay, and the least here is 1, right? See, 1. So if I click on minimum, I'll get 1. Okay, so this is the statistics. Okay, so you can get like that 1, you can get minimum value, maximum value from matches, from numbers column. Okay, these are number transformations. Okay, and you can find the average of matches played by the whole team, you can find the standard deviation, you can find count, you can find count distant values as well. Okay, so these are all the statistics, guys, of that particular column. Okay, now you can go back to standard, and now you can say, let's say add. Okay, what does this do? Okay, here I have 11, right, and I want to increment the whole column with 5. Let's just say I'll increment it with 5. So every row here, okay, will get added by 5, will be increased by 5, guys. Okay, it's like adding 5 to all the numbers in the column. Okay, so that you can do. Okay, and similarly you can go to multiply, subtract. Okay, you can do modulus, you can do percentage of, you can do everything. Let's just do multiply now. Okay, we'll multiply it with 5. Okay, so if I multiply it with 5, see, 55, 11 into 5, 55. Okay, and similarly all the other columns have been changed. Okay, so that is number transformations, and you can actually use square root of things. Okay, you can get square root of 11, etc., etc. Okay, this is a scientific transformations. You can give power of square, so it will give you 11 into 11, which is 121. I'm redoing every step, guys, so don't get confused. Okay, so that I'll go back to my previous one and show you how things are happening. Okay, so you can power it, you can square root it, you can also give an exponent to it. Okay, so you can do whatever you want. This is like, you can give factorial, you can use logarithm to base 10. So you can use all these values as well. And if your reports are math intensive reports, then you can use sine, cos, trigonometric values as well. For example, if I give sine, it has given me sine 11 value, sine, whatever the value here is, it has given me the sine of that value. Okay, so you can round it. We don't have it in decimals, but if you have it in decimals, you can round up, round down. Okay, and you can also get information if it's even or odd. Let's just say is even. Okay, so all the even numbers are now being true, will give you as true, and all the odd numbers will be false. Okay, so that is what has happened. Okay, and you can also see the sign of it. So sign, if it is greater than 0, it will be 1, and if it is less than 0, it will be 0. Okay, or 2. Okay, so now we'll look at our next transformation, which is date transformation. Okay, but for date transformation, I have to see a table where I can get date transformations from. So looks like there is no table, so we'll just head back, we'll just click on close and apply, and we'll get a new table. Okay, we'll get data from new table where we have date. Okay, so I'm waiting for the query to apply, and once it is applied, we'll just click on get data and get table. Okay, so there are a few errors, guys. We'll go through it later in our next classes, but yeah, for now I'll just head back to my files, and here I have my Excel sheets. Okay, in Excel sheet I want to get financial sample, and in financial sample I have date column. I remember that I have date column in financial sample, so I'll click on financial and I'll check if I have date column or not. Okay, so where is my date column here? Yeah, see, I have a date column. Okay, now I'll load the data. Okay, I'll load the data, and I've loaded all the data. So see, I've got the data. So I'll head back to my transform data section, And in my transform data section, I'll go to financials table. Where is my financials table? It's at the end of the list here. Group, you call this as group actually. So yeah, and then I'll head to date. So from all these columns, I don't want all the columns, right? I want only date column. So we'll just work on date columns. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just click on choose columns. Okay, and from choose columns, I'll deselect select all, and then I'll click on what, where is date here? Yeah, I'll click on date, and we want only date from it. Okay, now we'll head back to transformations, and with date column selected, you can see everything is highlighted here. Okay, so if I go to date, okay, I can click on age. So what exactly this age gives? This age gives me the difference between number of days or minutes or hours between the current time minus the time which is there in that particular row. Okay, so what does that mean? From the current time, which is 2020 August 20 minus 1st January of 2014. So how many days are there, how many hours are there, that it will give you. Okay, but it has no time here, so it will only give you the dates. It will only give you the days. Okay, now that is what is this one. Okay, age. Now if I click on date only, what will that happen? It is already in date only format. If you have time and all in that, it will remove time, etc. and all, and it will give you only the date. Okay, so that is what is date only. Okay, now if I click on year and if I click on year, okay, see, I get only year. It's like extracting year from all the values. See, there are 2013 as well, 2013, 2014, 2013, 2014 and all. Okay, so I'm redoing that step again. So now we'll go back to age and we'll click on month. So how many days are there in that particular month? Let's just click on it. See, so days in that particular month. Okay, now if I head back to date, I'll see week. Okay, now how many, what week of the year it is. Okay, if I click on the year, it will give me the number. So 1st January of course is the first week of the year, right? So number of the week of with respect to the year, that it will give you. And if you click on week again, it will give you week of month as well. Okay, if I click on week of month, it will give me if that particular date is from 1st week of the month, 2nd week of the month, and so on. Okay, so that is how it is calculated. Now if I click on date back, and you can see earliest. So what does it return? Let's just read what does it say. Okay, it says that return the earliest date value in the currently selected column. So if I click on earliest, the earliest, so the oldest date, it will give you the oldest date. That is what it is telling you. It's like yeah, it's like statistics. Okay, it will give you the oldest date, and latest will give you the latest date. And now guys, I have forgot this one. Yeah, so in day, okay, you can click on day, name of day. Okay, it will give you that what is the name of that particular day. Okay, in that particular year, what is 1st of January. Okay, so I'll let you guys explore the remaining things as well. Now if you can see, you can explore through time as well. Okay, we don't have time here, but yeah, it's pretty much similar. Okay, it's nothing hard, and I'll let you guys explore it. Okay, now we have got error because of these two things, so I'll just delete it for now. Okay, I'll just delete it for now, and I'll just head back to this and I'll click on close and apply. Okay, and now this will apply all the changes. Guys, if you remember, we have not covered, we have one more thing, which is parse. In string transformations, in text transformations, we have not covered a thing called as parse, right? So what I'll do is I'll create a new table for that, and this is how you'll create a new table, and I'm going to name this table as JSON data. Okay, and what I'll do is yeah, objects. I'll just call this thing as objects. So let's say guys, you have JSON data something like this, for example name, okay, and you have John. Let's just say you have John and comma, and you have something like age, and you have, let's say 30. Okay, I'll head back to the other one, and if I can see it Yeah, it is properly formatted. So I'll create one more entry. So I'll put on name and then I'll click on something. Let's just go with Steven for now. And let's just say I have age. Guys, this is actually the JSON format. Okay, the data which we are entering it is actually JSON format. Okay, so we'll see what if you have a data something like this. So that is why I'm creating a new table here. Okay, so let's just see what will I do if I have a data like this. So it got loaded. So let's just head back to transform data. Okay, and in transform data, if I go to JSON data which we have recently created, I'll see if your column consists of something like this. Okay, how do you format it? You have to get it good, right? I mean, you have to get it right. You can't apply analytics on something like this. It's pretty hard. So just go back to transform, and there you will find parse. Okay, click on parse, and we know that this is in the format of JSON. If it is in the format of XML, you can change it, but it is in the format of JSON now. So let's just click on JSON. See, now that will give you, now it has converted the JSON data into a table, guys. That's why it is showing you like this. Okay, but you have to expand this table and see what all you want from that JSON object. Okay, so what all I want from JSON object, if I want to know that, I have to click on this icon at the top of the table. Okay, at the top of the column. So I'll click on this icon at the top of the column, and this icon will give me what all you want to expand. You want to expand name, expand it. If you want to expand age, expand it. If you don't want it, unselect it. But right now I'll keep it as selected, and I'll click on OK. See, now my column of objects is now converted into two things, which is name and other one is age. If you can see, it's like objects.name and objects.name, and you can objects.age. You can always double click on it and change it as name. You can always double click on it and change it as age. And guys, the most important step in Power BI is always get your data type right. Okay, we know that this data type name is actually text, so you can click here and change your data types from the all data types which I have given here. You can check text. We know that it is text, right? If it is date or something, we'll check it as date. But guys, age is always a number. It's not text or something, right? You can choose to have it as text, but maybe I want to get average of ages and all, right? So if I want to apply all that mathematical formulas on it, number kind of formulas on it, I have to convert this column to number. So what will I do? I'll click here and I'll convert it to a decimal number. What is decimal number? If I have points here, then decimal number makes sense, but I don't have any points and all. So what should I do? I'll convert it into whole number. Okay, see, it got converted into number. You can always look at the symbols here, like 1 2 3 represents number. Okay, if I click on decimal number, it will give me 1.2, so that is decimal number. So from here you can direct the data type of that particular column, or you can always, if you select a column in your transform tab, here you will be having, you will be detecting the data type here. Okay, so in transformation only, you will be in transform tab, in transformations only, you will be able to select it, and you can also change it. Okay, and if there is no data type here, let's just say we'll refresh all this. Reset. We have resetted all this. So if I have selected this, and now the data type is any, but if I click on detect data type, see, it has automatically changed its data type to text. Okay, so that is the advantage of it. And you can rename it from here as well, guys. Okay, so rename it, change the name. Okay, you can do that as well. Okay, and you can fill it. We'll go through the fill later, but yeah, you can replace the values in there. Okay, so yeah, these are all the transformations, guys. We have not covered table transformation and column transformation as of now, but just a bit of column transformations have been covered, I know, but we'll cover the other transformations as well. But we have covered the other transformations, which are text, number, and date. So this is all about transformations of text, number, and date. Thank you. In this session, we are going to learn about transpose, pivot, and unpivot. Okay, so if you can head back to transform tab, here you can find transpose, pivot and unpivot. Let's just go through transpose first. So what does transpose do? So transpose converts your rows to columns and converts your columns to rows. If there are columns, it will convert back to rows, and if there are rows, it will convert them to columns. Okay, so how does that happen? Let's just see. Let's just select employee ID now and click on transpose. See, now all the columns, all the rows have been divided into different columns now. Okay, we had 4 rows and 4 rows are now divided into 4 columns. But in this process, if you observe, we'll lose our headers. Okay, I'll undo it. See, we have headers here, but whereas if I transpose it again, we lose our column headers. Okay, you have to get your column headers back. And now what happens if I transpose it again? It will convert all these columns to rows again, right? See, it has converted all the columns to rows. Okay, so it is a pretty important step whenever you are trying to get data. Okay, it is very important step whenever you are actually preparing data. Okay, whenever you are trying to get your data right. So yeah, but see, even after you convert it back to how it was previously, how it was earlier, you are not able to see the column headers. Okay, because we have lost column headers in the previous step. So again, you will not be able to see the column headers. Okay, now I'll just undo these both steps, and now we'll understand what exactly is unpivot first. Okay, so what exactly does unpivot do? Let's just select employee name column. Okay, and then just let's just click on unpivot columns. Okay, I'll click on unpivot columns. So what did it do? Okay, it will convert your columns to rows, but it includes your table header as well. Okay, so it has included your table header. If you can see this is my table header, right? And if I unpivot columns now, see my table header, which is at my table, my column header, it will consider my column header as well. Okay, so my column header is now in each row, so it will consider your column header as well, and for each column header you have this value. That is what it is telling you. Okay, so unpivot is converting your columns to rows, but along with the consideration of column headers. Okay, now we'll see what is pivot. Okay, now I'll click on employee name and I'll click on pivot. Okay, now that we have selected employee name, it will ask me for what is my values column for this particular employee name. Okay, so it will ask you a values column. Okay, and what should be our values column now? So our values column is nothing but, we don't have any other column to select here. There is only one column here. Other than employee name, we have only one column here, which is employee ID. We don't have any other column to select from the table. So that's why it has automatically populated employee ID. Okay, but if there are more columns, you can select any other column. Okay, so with employee ID being selected, let's just click on OK and see what will happen. Okay, yeah, if you can see all the data, see now these employee names have become table headers now, column headers now. Yes, and this is their ID which we have given it. I'll just undo it and let's just redo it again. I'll click here and I'll pivot it. So if I pivot it from here, what is it doing? It will convert your rows to columns, but it will affect your column headers as well. Okay, unlike transpose, okay, pivot and unpivot, okay, they affect your table headers, column headers as well. Okay, so that is what is the important thing which you have to learn. Okay, and what does pivot do? Pivot will convert your rows to columns, whereas unpivot will convert your columns to rows. So this is all about transpose, pivot and unpivot. Thank you. Now that we have understood all the transformations of text, number and date, and we have also seen what is transpose and unpivot and pivot columns, right? And I think I have also taught you what is text, data type and rename. We'll go through the remaining things which are there in table and any column section. Okay, so in table, the first thing which is there is use first row as headers. What will this do? This will create your first row as headers. If I click here, one second guys, if I click here, see, it has created my first row as headers, but I don't want that to happen. My rows are very cool and proper for now. But if you head back to, let's say, batsman averages of Indian batsmen, okay, and if I click on promote, if I unselect that, I mean if I undo those promote headers thing, you will see that this is my first row and I want that first row as headers. So what you can do, you can just click on this, or you can head back to home tab and from here you can always click on this as well. Okay, both will give you the same thing. Okay, so but right now I'll just head back to transform tab and from here I'll click on first. Okay, so now let's just head back to gender table. Now in gender table we'll see what is group by. Okay, now let's just click on group by. Here it has two options, which is basic and advanced. Well, let's just concentrate on basic for now. So on basic, okay, I'll click on male. Oh sorry guys, first let's just remove this, undo it, so that we have gender and age, and then we'll click on group by. And then do you want to group it by gender or do you want to group it by age? Let's just group it by gender. And what do you want to do it? I want to group it by average age. So what should be my average age? So what should be my average age, guys? I'll click on average and I'll click on age. Okay, now if I click on OK, see, so average age of male is 50, whereas average age of female is 35. So why am I getting an average age of age as 90 here again? So what exactly has happened is this male 90 here is not properly formatted. Okay, so you can choose not to have 90 for now. We will remove those 90, and I mean there might be space after male or there might be space before male and all. So that's why you have got it. So you have to get the format right as well, guys. Okay, you can do it using text transformations. Okay, now what will I do? Or let's just do it, right? Okay, let's just do it. Okay, now I know that there is male here which is with a space after male or a space before male. We can see there is no space after male, I mean before male, so that we know that there is space after male. So I want to replace it. So how will I replace it? Now in any column tab we have replace values. Okay, just click on replace values and values to find. What is the value that I have to find? I have to find male with space. See, I have given space after male, and I have to replace it with male without space. See, I have not given any space here. Okay, I'll just click on OK. So now that their values are replaced, let's just apply group by again. Okay, so group by gender and average and average age. Okay, and now average age is age, right? I mean I can't apply average age on gender which is on text type, right? So yeah, so if I click on OK, see, now we have only two, instead of 3 rows we have only 2 rows, so they are grouped by age. Okay, that is what it is. Okay, now I can just go back. Now let's just head back to group by again and we'll see the advanced tab. In advanced tab again, how do you want to group it by? Okay, I want to group it by gender. But guys, always remember in advanced you can always add extra grouping as well. I mean you can do whatever you want. Okay, it's like giving you the extra options. Okay, group by gender, and you can add many number of aggregations as well. For example, we can click on max and age, and also max age, and we can find min age. We can group it by min age as well. So I'll just group it by min age, and I'll also add another aggregation which is average age. Okay, and which is average of age. And now if I click on OK, see, I'll get max age in male, and max age in male is 90, max age in female is 60, min age is in male is 50, min age in female is 20, and the average of it. Okay, so if I head back, see, max age of male is 90 and min age is 50, whereas max age of female is 60 and min age is 20. Okay, that is what we have got, right? So now this is reverse rows, guys. What will it do? it will reverse all your rows. Okay, last row will be first row, penultimate row will be second row, and so on. Okay, so if I reverse it, see, we got it reversed. That's all. And I can count the number of rows. How many rows do I have? 7. That is what it is giving me. Okay, so yeah, let's just head back to transform. And yeah, so guys, if there are any empty values, empty columns, let's just say we don't have male here. Okay, now what you can do is, let's say we have male here and here we don't have male. Okay, you can fill this column using this fill tab. Okay, fill down or fill up. Okay, if you click on fill down, okay, the down empty values will again be male. Okay, and if I click on fill up, all the up values will be female. Okay, and we have also covered replace values. So yeah, this is all about transformations that can be done on table and columns. Thank you. Now that we have seen all the transformations, we'll see how to add columns in this session. Okay, so to add columns, you have to go to add column tab. Okay, and in add column tab, if you can see, there are 3 sections. I mean, there are 3 sections here, and these 3 sections are nothing but from text, from number, and from date and time. Okay, so what are these? Okay, if you look at from text, see, I can format this text and I can create. If I click on lowercase, we have seen all this in transformations, right? Now if I click on lowercase, what will happen? All this will be converted to lowercase. What will it do if I do it in add column tab? Why have they given the same thing in add column tab? We'll see. So if I click on format and if I click on lowercase, see, now this, in all the transformations which we have seen earlier, okay, will now create a column in the tab. I mean, what will these transformations do now? They'll apply the transformations, but at the same time they'll create a new column. Okay, for example, I can click on extract. For example, I will click on gender again and click on extract, and I'll click on range. Okay, and now what will I do? Let's say my starting index is 2. So from where it will start? From M. Of in female it will start from M, and for male it will be L. Okay, 0 1 2 0 1 2. Okay, and then let's get number of characters as 2. See, it has created a new column for me. That is what add columns does. It will apply the transformation, but at the same time it will create a new column. So guys, you know from text transformations, you know number transformations, and you know date and time transformations as well. So I'm not worried about that at the moment. I don't want to go through them again. It will apply the transformation and add a new column again. So that is what you want to know. And but if you look at here, okay, we have other stuff. Okay, so now what exactly do I want to do is, let's just say I want to create a new column, custom column. Okay, and that custom column, what do I want to have in that custom column is, I want to have age, but I want these ages to divide by 5. Let's say I want to divide these ages by 5, and those values I want to have it in a new column. Then what will I do? I'll click on custom column. Okay, and in custom column, okay, this is the column name, guys. See, this says the new column name. So I'll just click on divide, and I'll just double click on age. It will give me some age. It will give me age in square brackets. Okay, and now I'll just use the divided by symbol and I'll write 5. Okay, and if there are errors, guys, you can see that token literal expected, and you'll see the errors like this. Okay, now click on, I'll click 5, and then I'll click OK. See, 30 by 5 is 6, 20 by 5 is 4, 60 by 5 is 12. So that is how this column is created. Okay, now I'll undo it. Okay, now what I want to do is, I want to give age group. I want to give a column as age group, and what in that age group column I want to write if a person is young or old. Let's say if a person age is less than 30 or equals to 30, we'll consider him as young, and if a person age is greater than him or her as young, and if the person age is greater than 30, we'll consider them as old. Okay, now how do we do that? Okay, and all this I want in a separate column. So how do we do that? Let's just head back to custom column. Okay, and in custom column, what do I want to name my custom column as? Is age group. Okay, and in age group I want to check if the age is less than 30 or not first, right? Less than or equals to 30. So what will I do? I'll write an if statement, simple if loop, if statement, yeah. And then what will I do? I'll click age, I'll write age is less than or equals to 30. Okay, then what do I want here? I'll write young. Okay, else old. That's all. Okay, this is a pretty simple if else statement, guys, but you can go with all the complex if else statements as well. Okay, it is a pretty simple if else statement, but you can go with complex if else statement as well. Now if I click on OK, okay, see, age group 30, if it is 30 young, if it is 20 young, if it is 30 young, see, and again greater than 30 is all old. Okay, that is what we wanted to achieve, right? Now let's say my knowledge on programming or my language on if statements and all is limited. What do I want to do? I'll just click on index column. I'll just remove that, and you can always click on duplicate column. It's pretty simple. That will duplicate the column. Okay, so yeah, but yeah, let's just head back. And where were we? Yeah, we want to create, if I'm 𝑣𝒂𝒕, let's say, writing if else statements. So what will I do? I can always click on custom conditional column here, and we are creating the same thing, guys, again. Okay, age group. Okay, and what do I want to check here? If my age is less than or equals to, there are various options here. We can choose less than or equals to and give the literal value, which is 30. Okay, and then what do you want to have in it? Young. And else you can add many if clauses as well, but we don't need it right now, so we'll just stick to simple if. And else you'll click it as old. See, 30 young, 20 young, 30 young, greater than 30 old, greater than 30 old, greater than 30 old, greater than 30 old, or equals to 30 is also young. So this is what we want to achieve, right? So guys, yeah, this is how you add columns in your Power Query editor. Thank you. Okay, so in Power BI you can merge two tables. Okay, you can merge two tables, but there are many kinds of joins between them. Okay, so merging two tables, what exactly is merging two tables? It's like combining two tables. Okay, so you can combine two tables in Power BI, but there are different types of joins which you have to understand. Okay, and to understand each join, I've created I have got all the Venn diagrams for each join, and we'll go through one after the other. Okay, so there are actually 6 types of joins, and the first join is left outer join. So what exactly happens in this left outer join is, guys, consider one circle as one table. Okay, this one circle is one table, and this circle is another table. Okay, so there are 2 tables now. Okay, so now what will happen in left outer join? The whole thing from table A, okay, and whatever is common in table A and table B, even that one will be considered. Only those will be considered. Okay, so what will be considered in left outer join? Everything in table A and whatever is common between table A and table B. This is the, this, if you can see my cursor, this is the common section, okay, between table A and table B. Okay, so that will be considered in left outer join. Okay, now we'll go to right outer join. Okay, so what happens in right outer join? Everything in table B is considered with the common values in table A and table B. Okay, everything in table B is considered and with the common values in table A and table B. Okay, that is right order join. It's just complement of left order join. Okay, you can even see the diagram. So now inner join. So what exactly is inner join? Whatever is common in between, whatever is common in between these two tables, that is what, only those values, those columns, only those rows are considered. Okay, that is what is called inner join. Okay, so what exactly happens in inner join? There is table A, there is table B, and from both the tables only the common rows will be considered. Okay, now let's go to full order join. So what exactly happens in full order join is everything, literally everything, it's kind of like, it's like union. Okay, so table A union table B, everything including the common part of it, everything. Okay, so that is what is full order join. Okay, now we'll go through what is left anti join. Okay, so what is left anti join is everything in table A. Okay, everything in table A, but we will not consider the values that will match with table B. Okay, whatever is common in table A, there might be few values which are common with table B. Okay, so we'll not consider those values also. Okay, we'll only consider values which are unique in table A. Okay, and which are not matching with any rows in table B. Okay, so similarly right anti join is something where something which is complementary to left anti join. Okay, we'll consider all the values in table B. Okay, but will not consider values that are common for both table A and table B. Okay, so we'll not consider table A also. Okay, we'll not consider values which are common for table A and table B. Okay, we'll only consider values which are unique in table B. Okay, that is what is right anti join. So these are all the types of joins that you can do using merge. Okay, so let's just see all this in action. Okay, I'll head back to Power BI. Okay, so before today's session I have created two tables called employee A and employee table B. Okay, so employee table A and employee table B, there are two tables now. So in employee table A, there are two columns called employee ID, where I have given 4 IDs which are 1 2 3 4, and there is one more column called employee name which has employee names in it. Okay, now if you can see in table B, I have employee ID again, which is 1 2 5 6, and I also have employee email, which is all the emails of the employee. Instead of names, I have here employee email. Now I want this employee email and this I want to combine these two tables. I don't want to look at my employee emails in a separate table. I want these two to be the same. Okay, then what will I do? Then what can I do is I can go to home tab. Okay, first I have to go to home tab, and in home tab towards your right corner you will be finding merge queries. Okay, so click on this merge queries. Okay, and now a dialog for merge will appear, and select a table and a matching columns to create a merged table. Okay, so guys, in table, so we have to create, we have to merge table A with something else, right? So I'm going to, and this drop down allows you to select tables. Okay, so with which I have to select, with what table I have to merge is table B. Okay, which is already created. And what is common between these two? Employee ID. So here I'll select employee ID, and here also I'll select employee ID. Okay, and now what will I do? Okay, first let's go through what is left outer join. Okay, what is left outer join according to the diagram? Everything in table A and only the common values in table A and table B. Okay, so let's just perform this and see what is happening. So everything in table A, so 1 2 3 4, everything will be in table A, and whatever are common in table A and table B. What are common in table A and table B? 1 and 2 IDs, right? So yeah, I've selected these common columns as well, and if I click on OK, now this will give me I mean, you have merged the tables, merging has been done successfully, but now what you have to do is you have to, I mean, the whole table has come here now. So you have to click on this thing and select only whatever you want. I mean, you want only email ID from there, right? Not the employee ID, because you already have the employee ID here. So now click OK. See, we have everything in table A. We got everything from table A, and only table B, I mean only whatever are common in table A and table B, only those values we got, and 3, 4 are not common in table A and table B, and then we got null. Okay, so this is what is left outer join. Okay, I'm going to undo this and we'll do right outer join in a different way. Okay, so now instead of clicking on merge queries, what I'll do is I'll click on this drop down and I'll click on merge queries as new. Okay, so it will open me a same kind of dialog. Now in this we know that we have to select table B, and we can select two common columns, and again I will select right outer join. Okay, so now what is right outer join? I don't even have to go back to the diagram, you can actually read it here. Okay, everything from second and matching from first. So whatever is matching whatever is matching in 1 and 2, what is matching in 1 and 2, what are columns are matching in 1 and 2 is, A and B is only 1 and 2, right? So if I click on OK, so now the first thing which you have to observe here is my merge is not created, my new merge has not disturbed the existing table. Why? Because I have selected merge queries as new. Okay, so what will this do? This will apply the merges, but at the same time it will give me a new table. Okay, so this is going to give me a new table. So now he's asking me whatever you want from table B. So whatever I want from table B is only employee ID. So I'm going to click OK. But guys, you can see now I got everything from table B. Okay, and I did not get employee ID because I did not select it, which is null. But you can always select it. You can always undo it and you can expand everything. See, I got employee ID from table B as well, and I don't need this now. Okay, I can delete this. Okay, see, these two are matching as well. So, but we have performed right outer join successfully, right? We got the data from table B and only common columns from table A, and not the columns that are not matching. There are two other columns in table A, which is 3 and 4. We did not get those columns. Okay, so that is what is right outer join. Okay, let's just go through other joins as well. So again I'll click on merge queries, again I'll click on table B, and we know that these two are the common columns, and selecting common columns. So what exactly is full outer join? It will join everything, right? So let's just see if it joins everything. Okay, and I'm unselecting employee ID. Let's see what will happen if I unselect employee ID. Okay, if I click on OK, see, I got the whole data. Okay, employee names for these two are missing. Why? Because in table B there is no employee names and all, and employee IDs for these two are missing. Why? Because I have not selected employee ID, right? So if I try to expand it again, okay, if I click on here and if I try to expand it again, see, I get 5, 6, but they are coming in a new column again. Okay, so we got the whole data from table B, we got the whole data from table A. So it's like table A union table B. Okay, so now let's just go through the next one very quickly. So I'll click on merge queries and I'll select employee table B, and here I'll select employee ID. Here also I'll select employee ID, and inner join. What does inner join mean? Only the matching tables only the matching IDs in both of them, right? So I'm gonna click on OK. Okay, so there are only 1 and 2. The matching IDs in both the tables are 1 and 2, so we got only 1 and 2. Okay, so unselect employee ID, we don't need it. and you can actually get this data as well, and you can always rename it. This we have covered it in previous class. So let's just go through the last two merges that are left. So yeah, table A is already there. Now we'll go to table B, and from table B we'll select left anti-rows. So what does this mean? Only rows that are there in the first table, okay? Only rows in first table. What does that mean? I mean rows only in first. What does that mean? Only unique rows in table A, okay? What are unique rows in table A? 3 and 4. So only 3 and 4 will come. Why? Because 1 and 2 they are in table B as well, okay? So you have to match these two, otherwise you will get an error here. See, okay, here also it is saying that it is matched. We'll go through it, we'll see what will happen after that. Okay, so let's just click OK, and see, you got only 3 and 4. You can always, but there is no email for them in those tables, right? So no point actually. So anyways, so the last merge query which we want to look at is right anti-join, right? So let's just select right anti and click on these two. So what will happen now? Only the values from table B will be showing up, and whatever is common from table A is omitted, and only the values in table B, okay, the unique values in table B, which are 5 and 6. So I click on OK. Oh, strange. Why? Because we are doing that in table A, not in table B. Now if I expand this, I get everything 5 and 6. See, you can always choose to delete these columns. Okay, so these are all different types of merges which you can do between two tables and all. Okay, so there are 6 merges, and I mean there are 6 types of joins when you actually choose to merge two tables, and those are these merges. Okay, so you have to pick whatever merge you want according to your situation, and then work on it. Okay, so now we'll see, now that we have seen what is merging two tables and all, now we'll see how do we add more rows. I mean, now that we have seen how to add, two tables, I mean get new columns using merge. Now we'll see how to expand this. I mean, let's say I have two tables. I mean, I have two different sales tables where Microsoft, Google and Apple are, one table. I mean sales of Microsoft, Google and Apple have in one table, and let's say I have another table in which I have sales of 𝑑𝒐𝒃 and some company A and company B. Okay, so how do I add these two tables? I mean, I want these rows. I mean, I know that the schema is same, everything is same, so I want to add this table to this table. Okay, now how do I do that? And for this we'll be using append queries. Okay, I'll click on append queries, and you can do 2 or more tables at once, but right now we are sticking to only 2 tables. Okay, and the table which we are going to append is sales 2, and then click OK. See, you got all your data here. Okay, but you got all your data in sales. But what if you want to create a new table using these 2 tables, or let's say 2 or many tables? Okay, then you'll click on append queries drop down list, and then you'll click on append queries as new. Okay, and what we'll do then is which one is primary table, we'll select that. I mean, let's select primary table as sales 2 and see what will happen. So yeah, I'm selecting sales as my secondary table, I mean the appending table. So if I click on OK, my primary table details will be, I mean all my first n rows will be from my primary table, and then we'll add rows to my secondary table. Okay, so all rows from my primary table are here, and then I'll add secondary rows. Okay, So this is all about appending queries. Okay. Okay. So if you right click on any particular table, okay, there are many different options that have been like given. Okay, so you can also open advanced editor using this option, which is this. Okay, so you can actually click on properties and just change the name of the table, and uh, have a description for that particular table and all. So now what I actually want to discuss is, if I right click on this, there are two options here. Okay, the first one is enable load, whereas the second one is include in report refresh. Okay, so guys, if I uncheck this, okay, if I uncheck this, okay, and if I click on close and apply, okay. Now once it is applied, okay, you can see that that particular table, which is batsman's average, is not being listed here anymore. Okay, we'll do it again. We'll go back to this one. Okay, and this time we'll load it. Okay, we'll choose not to load sales and sales 2. Okay, so we'll choose not to load sales and sales 2, but we know that we have made merge one and append one using sales and sales 2, right? No, we have done append one using sales 1 and sales 2, right? So we'll let this one be, I mean, we'll allow to load this one. Okay, but will not load these two. Okay, and I'll click on close and apply. Now you'll not see sales and sales 2. Okay, we have included this, so this is again getting loaded. Okay, the whole data will again load, right? Yeah, see, you don't have those, but you have append one here, guys, which is made of sales 1 and sales 2. Okay, so what you can do is, you can actually get data here, create new tables with using previous data, and create reports with that data. Okay, right, I'm including them back, and it doesn't matter even if I don't include, but I prefer to include. Now there are few things which, now the next option which I want to discuss is include in report refresh. So if I uncheck a particular, if I uncheck this one, okay, let's say if I uncheck include in report refresh, okay, see, it's unchecked, and if I click on close and apply, what will happen is, whenever there is, I mean, this sales table will not refresh again. I mean, whenever you refresh this, I mean, whenever a new column, new data is added to this particular tables, I mean, to in the data source, new columns or new rows are added, it will not display here because you have choose not to refresh this one. Okay, so that's why, I mean, but now you might have a doubt that when do I want to not to, I mean, refresh a particular table. Let's say you have a table from database, something like lookup table or something like a master table, where you want to, just look up some values in there, right? So it will be very pretty static, right? And you want to update it like very rarely, right? Not often, right? So at that particular point of time, you might not want to refresh that particular table every now and then. There is no point, right? So you want to refresh only the other tables, and you just want to look up to that table, right? So the data in that particular table might be static. Okay, so that's why you don't want to refresh. In this session, we are going to understand M language. Guys, whenever you get data from any data source, and whenever you apply all your transformations, what exactly happens underneath it? Okay, So how are these transformations applied? Okay, so whenever you apply any transformations on your data, okay, for example, we have got this data in our previous sessions and we have applied few transformations on it, right? So whenever I apply those transformations, okay, all those transformations get recorded in applied steps. Okay, so these applied steps are actually, how are they applied? We know that these transformations we have applied and these are they are recorded in applied steps. So how are they applied now? So what exactly happens is these transformations are applied in a form of the language called as M language. Okay, and if you want to see that language, you have to go to Home tab and click on Advanced Editor. Okay, and if you go to Advanced Editor, see, this is the code of M language where you can see all this data. Okay, so guys, if you can see, okay, let's just go through the structure of M language. Okay, so it starts with let and it ends with in and a step. So after let there will be a thing called source, and this source is actually the data source from which you are loading your data. Okay, so that is what this source means. Okay, and once that source is defined, okay, then all the steps which are applied in your applied steps, okay, you can see all the after source, you can see extracted table from HTML, change type, promoted headers, change type 1, split column by delimiter, change type 2. So all those steps you can see here as well. Okay, so each step will consist of a M language function, and with this function you will apply those steps. Okay, now what happens in each step? For example, let's just consider this one, promote headers. Okay, so in this promote headers has used a function called as table promote headers, table.promote headers from table, and what it has done, it has referenced the previous step. If you can see, change type is the previous step in this, I mean the last step before promote header, so it will reference the previous step. So every step will reference previous step. Okay, see, this step has referenced previous step, this step has referenced source. Okay, this step has referenced promoted headers. Okay, and after that you will write what you want to happen. Okay, for example, this is promote all scalars is equals to true, that we have done. Okay, let's just go so see, even for change type 2, okay, it has referenced previous step and it has applied something. Okay, so this is the structure of M language. Okay, now let's just try writing M language on our own. But before writing it, I would like to tell you that this is the last step that has been applied on your data table. Okay, see, this is the last step. Okay, change type 2 is the last step, so the last step has to be applied here. So let's just head to a simple table and see what exactly happens. Okay, I would like to go to, let's say, employee table A. Yeah, this one will do. Let's just convert this column. Let's just convert this column to text. Okay, so I'm clicking here and I'm going to convert it as text. Okay, so here I have text. Okay, and after creating text, after converting it to text, I'm waiting for the step to apply. So I think it got recorded here only. So we'll see like what exactly happened. So let's just head back to Advanced Editor and see, we got the source from somewhere, which is fine, but after that we got change type. Okay, so change type transform column types, we have reference source, so customer ID is now changed to text, and also customer name is also changed to text. It might be something else, so both the steps have been recorded in only one step. Okay, even this can happen. Now what we shall do is, okay, I want to convert, okay, all the customer names to lowercase. So let's just see how that is performed. So I'll write custom M code for that. I'll not directly do it from here. Okay, or let's just directly do it from here first. Yeah, let's just do it directly from here first. Okay, so I'll go to transform, and in my transform under text transformations, I'll be having format, and under format I can create it as, let's do it as uppercase. Okay, first let's just do it as uppercase. Okay, now if you can see that the step is applied here. Okay, the transformation step is applied here. I'll go back to Home tab and I'll click on advanced editor. And in advanced editor, if you can see uppercase text, this is applied, and you can see that table dot transform columns changed, text dot upper text. Okay, now let's just try to convert this back to lowercase, everything back to lowercase. Okay, we'll do it using our code. Instead of directly using the transform tab, we'll directly write the code in advanced editor. Okay, so how to do it? After everything we have, after each step there should be a comma, so comma, and we'll get back to the next line. We'll go to the next line, and then I'll give my step name. I'll name it as lowercase names. And what exactly is lowercase names? The same thing which is above, right? So transform table dot transform columns. Okay, and we can just click on, we can just we have to reference the previous step, right? So we'll reference the previous step, which is uppercase text. See, the IntelliSense is also working very good. So now what do I want? I want customer name to be converted to lowercase. So similarly, like this, what we can do, we can here give customer name, and then we can give comma, and text dot, what do I want? Lower, right? Comma, and then how do you want it? It's text, right? So we'll write text. That's all. And after, once you have written this, if there are no errors, it's fine. But guys, always remember, after in, it should be the last step that you are applying on your data table, right? So the last step which we are applying now is not uppercase text, it is lowercase names. So just select lowercase names, copy it and paste it here. Okay, so that's the last step which we have to write. Okay, so then we'll click on OK, and we'll see if they are converted to lowercase. Yes, see, they are converted to lowercase. So this is how M language is written, guys. Okay, so this is all about M language. There are benefits using M language, but it's not pretty much necessary to learn what exactly happens everything in M language as of now. But it's always important to know the structure of M language. Okay, so that maybe tomorrow, if you want something you want to do with M language, and which Power Query editor might not do, okay, then you might want to use M language, right? If Power Query editor might not do something, then you might want to use M language. So, but it's very rare. Okay, so don't worry about it. Don't worry much about M language, but it's always good to have knowledge on its structure, so that if you want to tomorrow, if Power Query editor doesn't do anything, okay, you can actually use M language and get things right. Okay, thank you. So guys, if you go to view pane here, okay, view tab of your this one, okay, there is a thing, here also you can open advanced editor and see what is there in that, any particular table and all. Okay, but apart from that, there is a thing called as query dependencies. Okay, so what exactly does it mean? Let's just open it and see what exactly happens here. Okay, now this is nothing but a pictorial, class diagram kind of thing, where you will see how one table is depending on other tables and all. Okay, so see, if I apply any query on this table, that will change this table as well. That is what it is saying. So the queries applied to this table are dependent. Okay, so the queries applied between the tables are dependent. That is what it is saying. For example, we have appended sales 1 and sales 2 and created, we have appended sales 2 to sales 1, and we have created a table called append. Okay, append 1. So whenever I apply a query on this table, it will reflect on the changes, will be getting reflected on this one as well. That is what he's saying. Okay, so you can actually choose to change the layout here by clicking here. You can choose top to bottom layout, bottom to top layout, whatever you want. Okay, bottom to top totally changes it. We have merged these two tables and created one merged table. Okay, And yeah, this is the data set where from which I'm getting loaded data here. Okay, that is what it is saying. See, it's the same. From web I have loaded data here. From web, not from web, from my D colon, from my D drive. From this path I have loaded financials table. That is what it is saying. So if I do any changes here, that will reflect here. That is what it's saying. If I do any changes here, that will reflect here. If I do any changes here, that will reflect here. That is what it is saying. This, I mean, these two tables are dependent. That is what it is saying. Okay. So if I do any changes here, the changes will be applied on this as well. Okay. And you can always choose to, change the layouts. Okay. You can drag and drop. I mean, you can zoom and zoom out. You can just go through it. Okay. You're not able to select this, but yeah, you'll just know like what all tables this particular table will depend on. So if I change this table, will it affect any other tables? Yes, which is something like that. Okay, so this is what is query dependencies. Okay, so now guys, there is a process called query folding. Okay, so what exactly happens in query folding is whenever you apply transformations or whenever you do any changes in your Power Query editor, okay, with this query folding, okay, it will track that particular I mean transformations or edits or whatever it is as native SQL queries. Okay, or it's not native, I mean a simple, it will track it as a simple SQL query or some native queries. Okay, native query is also pretty much similar to SQL queries and all. Okay, so now, so what happens with this is it will improve your performance. Okay, and guys, there are few limitations of this query folding and all. So what exactly happens with query folding is it's it is only applied to few, I mean, relational databases. Okay, so Azure SQL Server, what do you call it, SQL Server, SQL analysis server, if you get data from that. I mean, the data sources are limited for query folding. Okay, so on flat files, query folding is not possible. Okay, but on data which is but on data which you got from, let's say, SQL Server or any other relational database, query folding can be applied for those. Okay, so how do you know? For example, we have got this table from SQL Server. Okay, so let's say I will apply something. Let's say I'll apply a filter where I want to see only high risk and stable. I don't want to look at low risk and medium risk and all. I'll apply this. So the filter is applied pretty fast. So once the filter is applied, how do I know whether whether this particular step is query folded or not? So how do you know that is if you right click on any particular step. Okay, if you right click on any particular step, there is an option called view native query. Okay, so if you click on this view native query, okay, this is your native query. Okay, so on any particular step, okay, if there is native query, then you have, I mean, the query folding is applied. Okay, on any particular step, if there is native query, there is, I mean, the query folding is applied. Okay, so again, remember, query folding is applied to uh, you know uh, data sources where, I mean, it is limited. I mean, you can't uh, see query folding for data sources that are from, see here, you can't see it because it's a flat file, because I have created this, so it is considering it as a flat file. Okay, let's say financials. Okay, on financials also we have applied something, right? We have got day the other day, right? So if I right click on here, see, I can't see it. Why? It is from Excel sheet, which is a flat file again, right? I don't have it. Okay. But whereas if I go to European debt dev, which is from my SQL Server, I can see my native query and all. And guys, if you are not able to see, I mean, after you have applied a particular transformation or after you have applied something, okay, if you are not able to see view native query, okay, then maybe you want to revisit it. Or do you? I mean, what happens is at times this might not show up. So that means that something is wrong with your query. I mean, something is wrong with your transformation, or you might want to revisit the step again, or at times it might not be, I mean, it might not be active, it might be still disabled. Okay, but what will you do, I mean, to know if the query folding is applied or not? Okay, there are, I mean, there are few tools, data profiling tools and all, which I don't want to get into, but yeah, there are few data profiling tools. For example, Azure Data something, there is tool with which you can do that. I mean, which you can know if the query folding is applied for the particular step or not. And why do we actually want this query folding and all? Okay, so this query folding, I mean, what does this query folding mean? It will convert your transformation or edits on your data to native queries or simple SQL statements. Okay, so at the end of the day, if query folding is applied, you can actually, I mean, there will be an, I mean, the performance will be very good. That is what I'm trying to tell you now. Okay. So the performance will be very good at the end of the day with query folding. So you want to check if the query folding is applied or not. And one way to do it is right click on this, click on, I mean, you can see, I mean, you can go through view native query. If this button is enabled, then you have done that step right. But if this button is not enabled, you might want to revisit it, and at times it will not be I mean, it will not be, enabled even though the query folding is applied. And at that time you might want to go to some data, I mean, data profiling tools, and check if the query folding is applied or not. Okay. In this session, I am going to cover a few cool feature provided by Power BI called parameters. Parameters are actually a great way to generate user experience. So how does it happen? So what is the advantage of parameters and all, and how to create it? How does it enhance your user experience? We'll go through it. So first I would like to create a parameter for, let's say, country. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll click on manage parameters. You can click on manage parameters, or you can click on new parameters. It's up to you. Okay, if you click on new parameter, that will create a new parameter. Okay, or you can click on manage parameters and then click on new parameter as well. If you have already created any parameters, those will be listed here. Okay, so now I would like to call it as country. Okay, country parameter. Okay, let's just name it as country parameter. Okay, so all about countries. Let's just have a description for that, and type is text. We know that this one is text. And suggested values, I would like to have list of values here, and my list of values are, let's say, Canada. Okay, and let's say Germany. Okay, and I would like to look into France. That's all. I'm fine with these three values, and my default value I don't to have it as Canada, and my current value I would like to have it as, let's say, France. Okay, and if I click on OK, my parameter is generated, and this is my current value. Okay, if you click on manage parameters, again the same parameter will be opening, and if you click here, this will delete it. This will delete the current parameter. Okay, so you can also right click and delete it from here as well. But now if I go back here, now I should link this parameter to my table first. Okay, and how do I do that? Is I want to link it with country, right? So I just have to click here, and then you have text filters, and under text filters you just click on equals. Okay, and equals, this time it is not like ABC or any text value from here or something. Okay, you have to click on parameter. Okay, and by default you only have one parameter. If you have many parameters, all the parameters will be populated here, and yeah, we're good to go. So that's how you link a parameter that is being created to your current existing table, and then click on OK. Okay, now if you see, we got all values here as France. Why? Because we have managed, I mean we have given current value as France here when we are creating this parameter. Okay, here we have given the current value as France, so that's why we got all the values as France. Okay, so now the data is like filtered. Okay, so if it is only used for filtering, I'll use it for something else, right? See, there is no other thing as well here. Okay, there is only one thing which is showing as France. You can't, it's not as simple as filtering. So we'll just go through it, like what exactly happens with this. So now if I just click on close and apply, okay, I've got my parameter created. Okay, and now what I would like to do is I would like to pull in a, I like to create a chat. So let's just get our country. Okay, we have only one country at the moment, which is France, we know that, and I would like to change it to a bar graph, but at the same time I would like to have look into sales there. Okay, so in France we have like this many sales, but instead you can make it to a KPI card, and then this is the thing. So this is the sales in only one country. You can see it, right? See, sales in only one country, France. See, we got sales from only one country, which is France. Nice. Now what I'll do is, okay, now what I'll do is I'll just click on file, okay, and then click on export, and then I will click on this Power BI template. Okay, I mean I'm trying to generate a template. Okay, so what I would like to name this template as is country parameter template. It's not the name of your template, it's just a template description, so you can do whatever you want, you can write whatever you want. I'm good with this. So then I'll click on OK. Okay, now this will ask me to save it. Okay, so I want to save it on my desktop, so I'll head back to my desktop and I want to save it here. And note that you're not saving it as PBIX, it is getting saved as PBIT. So your general Power BI which files which you save, they save as PBIX, whereas this is PBIT. So what is the difference between PBIX and PBIT? This PBIT file actually keeps your report structure, okay, and contains only the schema of your data but does not have data inside it. Okay, so it's like kind of, you know, direct query kind of connection. Okay, so it doesn't have the data inside it, it just have the schema inside it. Okay, and schema will be directly contacting to data, okay, wherever the data is. Now I would like to store it as let's just say country, yeah, so country parameter, yeah, let's just sales data by country, sales data by country. Okay, as of now I've only created one thing, I mean one report. Tomorrow it might be, I mean there might be many number of reports. And now I'll head back to my file explorer and I'll go to my desktop, and under desktop I have sales data by country. Now let's just double click on it. Okay, so if I click it, I'm just waiting for it to give me the, I'm waiting for it to open. Okay, so yeah, we got it now. Now it's open, and once it is open, okay, see, you can select data from many places. I mean by default when we are creating when we have created the parameter, okay, we have given Canada as default value, okay, and we haven't given Germany or France as default value. That's why by default Canada is being selected. Okay, and this is the description which we have given. Now I'll just click on Germany and I'll click on load. Okay, now it will load data because it only has, I mean it doesn't load the data. What exactly happens is it is creating, I mean it is having all the schema of your data, right? It has to connect to the data which is there in, I mean which is located at some point, and that's why it is connecting to the data which is located at some point. And yeah, see, now you have Germany data. Okay, see, from Germany you got 2500 and, I mean 2000, not 2000, sorry, but yeah, something around 2. Okay, 23505. okay, my bad. Yeah, so that is the value which we got from Germany. Fine. Now you might ask me, I have selected Germany now, which is fine, it will reflect around all my I mean all my reports and all, fine, but how do I change it? Let's just create a KPI as well. Okay, where we'll just have not just KPI, we'll just have a table. Okay, and in a table what I would like to do is I would like to drag and drop in my country, and I would also drag and drop in my sales. Okay, so this is the value which we have in Germany. Now we have we have selected Germany now. Now how would I change it? How would I go back to France, or how would I go back to some other country? How would I do that? So for that you just have to click on transform data, and there you have edit parameters. Okay, just click on edit parameters, and if you click on edit parameters, you have Germany, Canada, France. Click on Canada and then click on OK. Okay, wait for it to apply changes, or you can just click on apply changes. Okay, now see, the data is not same now, the data is different, and at the same time you can apply parameters to, let's say, France. Okay, click on apply changes. See, the data is changing. Okay, something like that. But this parameters for a particular country is fine, but what you can do is, if you have a table of users who have bought all this, who have bought all the commodities or something from you, and you can generalize, you can create a report for everyone and then create a parameter for male or female, depending on the gender. Okay, so you can create a parameter depending on if they are male, then you can go through all the sales, like how is it happening and all, and if it is female, how is it happening, if the sales are high, which gender is investing more in my commodities and all, so something like that. So parameters are actually a great way to generate the user experience which we have seen right now, and at the same time you can also export your template to people where they can go through your reports just by filtering the data across the all pages. Okay, and also one more important thing which we have to consider is you can always change the, once you have selected it, you will get the report, but how do you again change it? How do you again select another parameter? You have to go to edit parameters and then click on the other country, then click on OK and click on apply changes. That's all. That's all. And this is all about parameters. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about data profiling, and let's just see that in action. Okay, so now first I would like to talk about something called as column profiling. Okay, and to get the statistics or overview on each column, there are few things which we have to enable, and for that you just have to go to view tab. Okay, and under view tab you have something called as column quality. Okay, in data preview you have something called as column quality, and now if I click on this, okay, see, in this thing it tells me that my valid is 100%, I don't have any errors and I don't have any empty. But guys, if I don't have this, even then there is a green line here, right? And if I just put my cursor on that green line, okay, I'll be able to see the column quality as well. Like there are 700 rows, so 700 valid, in all 700 there is data, and there are no errors and there are no empty column. That is what empty row, that is what it is saying me, okay, in this particular column. But if I just go to my profile data table, okay, and if I just hover on this, okay, now you can see that there are 10 rows, and in those 10 rows, 9 rows, which is 90% of the whole data, is valid, and one data is empty, which is this one. And if you have errors, it will also show you the errors. But instead of hovering and then seeing the data, okay, you can always click on this column quality and always choose to have always choose to have these values here. Okay, and now the next thing which I would like to talk about is column distribution. Okay, if I click on column distribution, okay, it will give me like how is the column distributed. Okay, see, there are 10 distinct values and all 10 are unique. Okay, there are 3 distinct values and nothing is unique. What is unique? There should be, that value should be only once. Okay, that is what that means. And what is distinct? if you have 1011 and if you have 1001 three times, okay, so those three values of 1001 is repeated three times, okay, but we have 1001, okay, that's what it means, okay, that's how it is distinct, okay, that is what it is telling us, okay. So, and if in the same manner, okay, we have 1002 and we have 1003 and we don't have any other values than these three, okay, and that's why we have got only three distinct values, okay. And is 1003 unique? Is it only in one row and it is not there in any other row? No, it is being duplicated in many other rows, and that's why we have 0 unique, okay. And I hope this gives you like how many distinct values are there in your column, and at the same time how many unique values are there in your column, okay. Now if you see this, see, now you also have empty 10%, which is 1, okay, it is giving you in percentage, but you can always hover on this and know how many values are there, okay. But hovering on this green thing is harder than hovering on this one, so it should be easy, okay. So now the next thing which I would like to know is column profile, okay. If I click on a column profile, okay, and select any column, okay, I get statistics on that column, guys, okay. So see, it says that there are 10 rows in this column, okay, no errors, no empty, distinct values 10, unique values 10, and it is giving you mean and average of dates. But at the same time, if I go here, okay, it is giving me that there are 10 rows, which is fine, and one is empty, 10 distinct values, 10 unique values, and also min value is 495, max value is this thing, and average is this thing, standard deviation is this thing, even number of events in this are 5 and number of odds are 4, and one is null, so it doesn't have consider it didn't consider that, okay. So something like that, okay. Now if I just go back to, let's say, financials, okay, and if I click on here, okay, now see, now this will give you, what is this one giving me? How many number of times Canada is repeated, okay, that is what it is giving me, okay. How many number of times Germany is repeated, how many number of times France is repeated, how many number of times Mexico is repeated, how many number of times America is repeated, United States of America, okay. So that is what it is giving me, okay. So this is all about column profiling, guys. Now there is one more thing which I would like to talk about, and that is under tools, okay, you have something called as diagnostic step, okay, diagnose step, and you have something called as diagnose step, okay. Now let's just click on this diagnose step, okay. This will give you, this will create a new group, and inside that new group you will get all the things of this one, what do you call it, all the things of financial table. We have selected financial table and then we have clicked on diagnose step, right? So what does this mean? We have only one step here, okay. See, change type. So what does this mean? Under finance, okay, under financials, okay, I have selected this particular step, okay, I have selected with this step being active, then I have clicked on diagnose step, okay. And what did it give me? It gave me how much time, all the analysis, how much time does that is, how much time, see, start time, end time, okay. So how much time does this step took, okay. I'm just heading back and offing my column profile now for the time being, okay. So now how much time, you'll get all the diagnostic steps, guys, okay. You get all the things, you are kind of profiling it now. So you'll get all the say execution duration, it will give you the percentage, and also it will give you the milliseconds, okay. So yeah, this is how you can do it on a particular step which is in a particular table. Now I would like to head back here, and what I would like to do is under my financials. Now what if I have like done multiple steps, like under processing we know that there are multiple steps which we can do, okay. If we keep on doing something, we know that there will be a steps applied to this, right? So what if I want to go through all the steps that have been there, okay? what if I want to go through all the steps that have been there? Let's just go through profile data because it has 4 steps. Okay, it is also got as something like promoted headers. Okay, or maybe let's just go through batting averages and let's just apply some more steps, so we'll see. Okay, I just want to click this and I want to click it. I want to split this by a delimiter. Okay, and space. Okay, so we have got 2 and I want to rename this as, let's just say this is first name and let's just say this is last name. Okay, which is fine. We have got first name and last name of players, which is fine. And now that we have populated a bit, we'll see how does diagnostic happen now. Okay, let's just go back to tools, and under tools I can just click on start diagnostics. Okay, and just wait for some time. Okay, and you don't have to do anything now, and after some time, okay, you just click on stop diagnostics. Okay, and again these diagnostics will be under the same thing. Okay, now you have something called as detailed, and in this detail it's not about only change type, you have everything now. See, renamed columns, everything. Okay, but we still did not get change type 2, change type 1. We should get everything, right? So let's just head over here and let's just, I'm holding shift to select those 3 and I'm just deleting them. Okay, which is fine. Now I'll head back to my batting averages and then, okay, I'll just click on start diagnostics. Okay, I'm waiting for some time so that I'll get my diagnostics done. Okay, I mean it has to do diagnostics on all the steps that have been applied here, right? So we'll wait for some time. It's not like we have to wait for some time. Once the diagnostic is done, there should be an identifier. I'm just waiting for that. Okay, so yeah, looks like there is no identifier. Let's just wait for 1 more minute and go through the various steps. Let's just click on all the steps here once, and once we are done, then let's click on this one, and under detailed diagnostics, okay, you have, see, you have all of them now. Okay, what I have done is I went through all the steps, guys. I have clicked on start diagnostics, okay, and I've selected my table and I've just selected all the steps here. Okay, now this will give me detailed reports, and if you can see, there are actually 3 tables that are being generated. One is detailed, one is aggregated, and one is partitions. Okay, so now if I have this details report, okay, and each and every step it is giving me how much time is it taking. See, how much time does it take and all. Okay, something like that. Okay, and you can also get different diagnostics and different useful information from the other aggregated and partitions tables as well. But if you choose to have only a few, if you choose to have only one table, then you can always go to diagnostic options here. Okay, and then okay, you just you can just remove these 2. If you want only partitions, you can remove these 2, something like that. Okay, now the next thing which I would like to cover here is if I go back to my batting averages test. Okay, if I go back there, okay, we have a column called HS, which is high score. Okay, now what I would like to do is I would like to click on this one, and then I would like to go here to transform, and I would like to change its data type to a whole number, and we'll get error at few places. And guys, if once you have error at few places, okay, nothing in that particular column is valid. Okay, you have to resolve the error and then only you will get that. Okay, and if I hover here, I know that now there are 8 errors. Fine. Now let's just say we don't know how to, we haven't considered this. Okay, we don't know how to do column profiling, and let's just say this is made of many number of rows and we don't know like this error, we don't know about this error now at the moment. Okay, we don't know that there are errors in this particular column. Let's just consider that. Okay, now what I'll do is, there is a thing called as, okay, and if you don't know this, you might not consider this. I mean, you might not, I mean, if you don't know even this red color mark indicates error and all, you might not consider this, and you might want to go to, I mean, you might want to continue with the next steps, right? So what do you want, I mean, so, but how do you want to, I mean, but you will not be able to get this. There will be error even if you click on close and apply. Okay, this will not get applied. But if you want to look into the proper detailing of the error, what you have to do is you just have to click on diagnostic options. Okay, and then you have to click on enable tracing. Okay, and then you just have to click on OK. Okay, and then just go back here to home tab and then click on close and apply. Okay, I'm waiting for the changes to get applied. We know that we can't apply it. Why? Because there were errors, we know that, but we don't want to see something like this. Okay, even if you go here, okay, even if you go here, that will give you your Power Query editor. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to load. Okay, we have loaded it. Yes, see, and it says that it has given you a new table, and under this it is telling you that, see, this is error, this is error, this is error, this is error, this is error. But what exactly is the error? Why did I got the error? Okay, if I click on this, okay, it says that 10 star, that is the error. We couldn't convert to number. Okay, this is one way to see the errors, but the other way around is, if I close this now, and I haven't done any changes, so I'll let it be. If I close that now, okay, and now if I go to my files, if I go to options, if I go to my options, okay, options and settings, options, and under that you'll be having something called as diagnostics. Okay, and under diagnostics, okay, we have enabled tracing. Okay, now after I have enabled trace strings, there is thing called as here open crash dump or traces folder. Okay, and if I just click on that, okay, I mean, there are few things here, okay, which are of 0 KB. I mean, it will create you a log file of 0 KB. Okay, I mean, this log file will record everything, guys. We use log files to record stuff, right? So this log file will record everything. Okay, that has happened on Power BI. Okay, now there are 4 log files created, and everything is of 0 KB. Why? Because these log files are still writing. I mean, the data is getting written to these log files. Okay, and they are still connected to our Power BI desktop instance. Okay, that's why you still, I mean, that's why you have 0 KB. Okay, but you can see those log files, okay, generating errors once you have closed them. Okay, and it's always recommended to pick the one which has highest KB, and for us the one which has highest KB is this one. Okay, and I would like to open it with my Visual Studio Code. You can choose whatever text editor you are comfortable with, but I am comfortable with Visual Studio Code, so I am opening Visual Studio Code. Okay, and once I have opened Visual Studio Code, okay, see, there is a warning here. Okay, and guys, all the errors, okay, if you want to read it properly, okay, you can go through something called as either warning, or you can actually go to something called as errors. But to go through this large file, okay, how do I go through the warnings and errors in this large file? Okay, I can actually, I mean, we know that our error has been at the end, so we can directly go to the end here. Okay, and there, okay, we have warning. Okay, we have 2 warnings. Okay, and you can copy these 2 warnings and then check if this is giving me the error. Okay, and if not that, what you can do is you can always search things, right? You can search warning. Okay, and yeah, you can go through all the warnings. There are 14 warnings, in total, and you can go through all the warnings, and any of that might have given you the error. Okay, but we know that the last step is the one which has given us the warning, so you might have to go through the last 2 or 3 warnings, and that will give you the errors. Okay, and all your errors might be recorded as warning, or either warning or errors. Okay, so just go through all the warnings and errors from your file and you'll be good to go. Okay, but once you have faced an error, we know that it is the least, I mean it is the recent error which we have, so it's always better to go through. I mean, I'll say that your error will be lying in, let's say, last 2 warnings or maybe last 3 warnings or something like that. Okay, and for now I'm just considering this warning. Okay, the warning which is there here. Okay, and I would like to go to notepad now and I'll paste it so I can see it. Okay, now you can see that there is an exception. Okay, and what is the exception which we have? System.io.end of stream exception. And if any one of you have been, I mean, into programming and all, you should know this exception, right? I mean, we are whatever you do, the all changes whatever you do in your Power Query editor, okay, they'll, I mean, a stream is created from there, and through that stream you'll get data into your Power BI desktop. Okay, and at the end of the stream you have an error. And what exactly is that error? We know that particular error is nothing but we haven't given the proper data type. Okay, that is what the error. But if you want to know why exactly that the error is caused and where exactly the error is caused, you can always go through something like this as well. Okay, you can open, I mean, you can enable tracing and you can go through that error and understand more about the errors as well. So this is all about data profiling, column profiling, diagnosing all the steps, how much time are they taking, and you might want to revisit a particular step if it takes more time than expected, and also enabling tracing and going through all the traces that have been generated. Okay, thank you. So now that we have seen how to clean data, how to process data, and now that I've covered a lot of things in processing data, we'll move further and we'll understand what is modeling data. Okay, so data modeling is actually a process of defining how your tables are related to each other. Okay, so it's not just a process of defining how your tables are related to each other. It's also a process where you create your calculated columns, calculated tables, and custom measures. So what are measures and all, we'll see after some time, but you know what tables and columns are, right? So now you'll be having a doubt like we were able to, I mean, create columns in processing data as well. We were able to create tables as well. So why do we need it here? Okay, so it's, at the end of the day, it all depends on what you're comfortable with. Okay, so let's say uh, I'm comfortable with M language. Okay, so I'll be using M language to create my columns and all. Okay, but let's say if I'm comfortable with DAX, here in the Power BI desktop, what we'll be using is called as DAX. Okay, let's say if I'm comfortable with DAX, which is nothing, which is an acronym of data analysis expressions. So uh, so whatever you're comfortable with, okay, so that you can choose, okay, for creating tables and for creating columns as of now. Okay, so so data modeling is all about defining how your tables are related to each other. So why do we want to, I mean, define relationships between tables in the first place? So why do I have to define relationships between table? How is it going to help me? That's our first question, right? So what exactly happens is, let's say I have table A and table B. Okay, if I define relationship between table A and table B, okay, and if I'm performing any actions on table A, let's say I'm having few reports from table A, okay, I can also access the data from table B. Okay, how? Let's consider table A as all person hobbies. Okay, we have all users hobbies and all. Okay, that we have it in table A. Okay, now we have made a reports using all the hobbies. Okay, one might, few might having, playing sports, few might having playing indoor sports, few might having watching series, binge watching and all, and few might having something else, right? So let's say we have created reports based on table called hobby table. Okay, where we have all the hobbies of users. Okay, now in this hobby table I don't have user age group or something like that. Okay, but let's say if I have, but there is a table called as user table in which I have user age group. Okay, so now I don't want to, I don't have to get age from user table to this table. Okay, to my hobbies table. Okay, I can directly apply filters or whatever I want on this hobby reports. Okay, with just, and all the filters will actually start working. Okay, and it's possible because we have relationships between tables. Okay, so that is why creating relationships between tables is very important. Okay, now in relational database, okay, you will be having a primary key and foreign key, right? So actually, if few of you might not know what is relational database and all, so I'll just go through it. So relational databases are nothing but databases to have data inside it. We'll store data inside it. At the end of the day, that's our goal. But what exactly happens is the data is stored in tables. Okay, and these tables are called as data tables. And in these tables, okay, and each table is made of columns and rows, and each row is one unique item, okay, in that particular data. Okay, so data table. So each row will be having a primary key, and this primary key will now be a foreign key to some other table. Okay, so that's how you create relations in relational database and all, right? So in Power BI, okay, whenever you get data, okay, relations, Power BI is intelligent enough to calculate relations between, to calculate relations between each other. Okay, to each table. Okay, it automatically creates uh, table, it automatically creates a relationship. Okay, i mean uh, Power BI is intelligent enough to create relationship between the tables whichever you get in from various data sources. Okay, but let's say you but in Power BI you can also define relationships between tables that are actually brought from different data sources. For example, if I get data from Excel and if I get data from SQL Server, okay, I can define relationship between those two tables as well. Okay, so that's the advantage of having, using Power BI for analytics. Okay, so you can define relationships between any tables in Power BI. Okay, whether what, no matter what the source is. Okay, you can get data from all the sources which we have already seen. So once you got the data from different sources, okay, you will be able to define relationship between those tables. Okay, now there are actually few tables, there are actually few types of tables, but before we jump into what are those types of tables and all, we'll get data from a data source. Okay, so that will be easy for us. Okay, so I'll click on get data, and I'm going to get data from Excel sheet, and this is my data which I want to load here. Okay, so I'm going to load the sales data. So in this sales data, I have 5 tables. Okay, and I want to load all the 5 tables. Okay, I just want to load all the 5 tables here. Okay, and I'm loading them. I'm not even going to transform the data because we have already seen what we can do using transform data and all. So I'm just loading all the 5 tables now. Okay, so uh, yeah. So after loading all these tables, I'll go back to my model view. Okay, and in my model view, you can see all the tables are being populated. Okay, there is a thing called table 1, table 2, which I've already created before the session. So I'm just going to delete this one, which I'll show you. I mean, it's just a relationship, okay? And if we go here, okay, if we go here, so this these are all the 5 tables which we got right now from the Excel sheet, okay? So in Power BI, there are types of tables, okay? So uh, tables which you look up to and get information from are called as lookup tables, okay? Or tables which you look up to. Let's say there is a common table called as users table. The example which we were talking about earlier, okay? Let's say there is a table called as users table, okay? And users might have hobbies, but we are not gathering user hobbies, right? We might be interested in you know getting, I mean, we might be a sales company or something, right? So but users hobbies matter for us because their hobbies are somehow related to our sales, okay? Maybe our commodities we might increase, depending on their hobbies we might increase our commodities, okay? We might increase our products on some in a particular genre and all. So what I'm actually about to tell you now is, if we have users table, okay, so the users table will be here, I mean, the users table will be our lookup table or facts table, okay? So user table is something which we'll look up to, but at the same time that user will have all the hobbies and all the, I mean, products which he is buying and all, right? So that will do it, I mean, that user will have, right? So we have to get the data from there, right? So in this context, we have 5 tables which are sales, products, customer, employee, and location. Okay. So guys, the other tables other than the lookup tables and fact tables, okay, uh, the other tables are called as dimension tables or data tables. Okay. So these tables will have all the data inside them, and these are the tables which you will be using for, creating your reports. Mostly these are the tables which you will be using for creating your reports. Okay. You can actually use the fact table itself for creating reports, but it depends on how you want to do it. Okay. So generally what we'll do is, we'll have fact table, which will be a lookup kind of table, and we'll build around all the data tables around it. I mean, we'll build all the data tables around it. So that's how we generally follow. But at the end of the day, it all depends on the schema which you actually want to, get into Power BI. I mean, it depends on your developers, right? I mean, database administrators and all, right? So now the next thing which I want to cover is table schema. Okay, I mean the how, I mean, if you can see these white lines here, these are the relationships between each tables. Okay, so these are the relationships between each tables. Okay, so if you can see this, okay, what exactly happens is, I mean, I want to talk about schema. I mean, how can you, I mean, create relationships and all. Okay, so in Power BI, okay, Microsoft actually, encourages you to have 2 types of schema. Okay, first schema is called a star schema, and the second schema is called a snowflake schema. Okay, so what are these schema and all? We'll go through it. Okay, so now first star schema. So what is star schema is, you'll have one table in between, I mean, at the center of your this one, and all the other tables will be related to this one table only. Okay, all the other tables, okay, whatever tables you have in your this one, I mean, in your Power BI, they all are related to your lookup table or your what do you call, fact table. And generally we'll be having our lookup or fact table here. Okay, so what is star schema? I'm repeating it again. You'll generally have one lookup table or fact table, and all the other tables, okay, which you have, they'll be attached to, I mean, they'll be related to your, say, I mean, fact or lookup table. Okay, so this schema is called as star schema. Okay, and the other schema which we want to talk about is snowflake schema. So what exactly happens in snowflake schema is, it's pretty much similar to star schema, but it's like hierarchical order. Like what happens is, you'll have one lookup or fact table which will be the like kind of master table. You can call it as master table as well. Okay, so one master table you'll be having it. Okay, and around this master table, okay, you will be having single relationships with other tables. Okay, just like this. Okay, But after this, okay, this single relation table, okay, this table can now get related to two or more tables. Okay, now this table or this table or this table or this table, we have four tables, right? Now the current one which you are looking at is actually star schema, but I'm actually explaining you what this one what do you call it, uh, snowflake schema. So in snowflake schema, what will happen? You'll be having one lookup table, or let's call it as one fact table or your master table. Name it whatever you want. Okay, and to that table, similar to star schema, you will be having one relational, I mean one relation to one table. Okay, but this table can further now hire, this table can have in a tree like structure. Okay, this table can now get related to two or more tables, I mean other tables. Okay, so or and also it goes for the other three tables as well. This table can get related to two or more tables now. Okay, this table can get related to two or more tables now. Okay, and this table can also get related to two or more tables now. Okay, so that is what is snowflake schema. So there are two schemas which are supported, I mean which are encouraged by Microsoft, which is star schema and snowflake schema, which you have to follow. So now you can have a doubt that why should I have to follow star schema or snowflake schema. Okay, all in all, at the end of the day, it's all about your performance, right? So using star schema and snowflake schema, there are I mean there have been an observation that your performance will be improved using star or snowflake schema. Okay, and that's why I mean people will ask you to follow those two schema. Okay, star or snowflake schema, right? So yeah, that's why we go with either star or snowflake schema, right? Now next. Yeah, now we'll go through. I mean, guys, if you can see, as soon as I got this data into Power BI, okay, as soon as I got these five tables into Power BI, okay, you can see that, I mean, these white lines I've told you, those are the relationships between table, okay. So how are they related and all, which we'll go through in some time, I mean, in few minutes. But uh, if you can see what exactly is happening here, Power BI has actually created these relations. Have I created these relations? No. Power BI itself has created these relations. And if you can also observe, Power BI has by default created you a schema, and that schema is star schema. Okay. So Power BI is very intelligent, guys, and at times it makes mistakes which you have to, I mean, get it right. Okay. And there is one mistake in this relationship which we'll go through once we talk about relations, maybe in 5 minutes. But first, we'll go through the properties of a table and properties of columns and all. Okay. So, yeah. So, you have to remember that Power BI is intelligent enough to create relationships once you get in data, okay, from any data source. Okay, so that's how Power BI is. Okay, and you can also ask me, this table, let's say I've got it from Excel, and this table I got it from what, SQL Server. So will it create relationships? Yes, it will create relationships. Okay, you don't worry about it, it will create relationships. So Power BI will, by default, it will give you the relationships. So you have to see if those relationships are right or wrong. Okay. So that's all it's about. You have to see if those relations are right or wrong. Okay. So yeah, guys, that's how it is. So now we'll go through table properties here. Okay. So let's say if I've selected one table here. Okay, it's not giving me any properties. Yeah, now. So let's say I've selected a table, and if you have selected it, you will get this yellow highlight color around it. And once you get it, you can go through the properties of it. Okay. So here, guys, you can see that uh, there is a thing called as, I mean, the table name is sales. Okay. And I would always suggest you to have description and synonyms for tables. Okay. So why is that? We'll go through it after some time. But for now, just have a description, proper description. Okay. So it's about sales. Okay, that's enough. I mean, description is all about it doesn't have any particular purpose, but description allows other developers. Let's say today I'm developing this, I mean, I'm making these reports. Okay, I'm doing all this. Tomorrow someone else might come, show up, and he might take my place, right? And when he takes my place, he should be able to understand like what's happening with this table, right? and that's why we'll be writing description and all here. Okay, so that's the only reason why we'll write description. Okay, and also maybe tomorrow you have like maybe hundreds of tables in this, which is uh, not exactly the case, but let's consider. Okay, then you don't want to make it cumbersome and don't understand what exactly what I mean which table does what and all, right? So maybe that's another reason why you might want to have description. Okay, and guys, you might always want to have synonyms. By default there is a synonym called sales, and these synonyms are pretty important in a feature called Q&A. Okay, this Q&A setup will go through, but right now you can add synonyms to any. I mean, you can add synonyms. Okay, so I mean these synonyms are used to get your Q&A right. Okay, so synonyms are pretty much important. So if you want to give synonyms and all, I mean how Q&A works and all, once if we go through that, you'll understand the importance of synonyms. Okay, so yeah. Now row label. So row label is again pretty useful for Q&A feature. Okay, we'll go through what is Q&A feature in some time, but what exactly is row label is row label actually allows you to define which column identifies your table. Okay, what exactly does that mean? I mean, which column is used to identify your whole table? I mean, which is that unique column and all? Okay, so that's your row label. And also, this row label is also useful for creating your Q&A. I mean, it's pretty much useful in Q&A feature. We'll go through what is Q&A feature in some time, which I'm telling you again. So, yeah, so for this, I'll like to have my row label as ID. Of course, my row label should be ID, right? I mean, sales ID, right? So if there is anything hidden or not, if I want to hidden this, if I want to hide this whole table, I can hide it. Okay, so this whole table will not show up in here. Okay, so that whole table will not be populated here. Okay, so if I want, I can hide it. That is what it is. And then there are advanced options which we have already went through while we are dealing our storage modes and all. There are three types of storage modes, and if it is from direct query or dual mode, then you can change it to import. But if when it is not import, I mean if it is import, you can't revert it back to direct query or dual mode. Okay, so these are all table properties, guys. Okay, so now if I go through properties, each property, okay, of a table, let's just consider I click on this one. Okay, let's say customer ID. No, I don't want to click on customer ID. Let's just go through quantity one. Okay, so for quantity also, okay, you can see that this is highlighted. Maybe you can actually click here as well. Yeah, you can click here and just go through the properties of a particular column as well. Okay, so now if you click it, it will be highlighted in gray color and you'll be having a border, yellow border as well. Okay, so again it has names. Okay, and description, it's up to you if you want to give it or not, but I'd suggest you to give it. But a table of this size doesn't need description and all, guys. So okay, so let's say if there is a table of like, let's say 15 or 16 columns, then you might want to have description. Okay, that's up to you. Okay, let's say there are two columns which are of like which does symmetrical things, but the values inside it are very much different, which does similar calculations, similar kind of data, but the values inside are used for different purposes. Then you might want to have a description for a particular column. Okay, so now synonyms. Again, I'm telling you, synonyms are pretty much used for a feature called as Q&A. Okay, so guys, you can actually choose to hide this particular column as well. Like if I hide this column alone, you can see that there is a symbol like I with cross line. Okay, so you can hide this column alone in this table. Okay, and if I go back to here and if I click on sales, okay, see, there is no column here, there is no quantity column in this. Okay, so that is what hide does, it hides your columns. Okay, so now if I go back, okay, there is another thing called as display folder. So what does this mean? Okay, so what exactly does this mean is I can create a folder and I can choose to I can choose to have this particular column in that particular folder. What does that mean? Let's say sales, or maybe let's say numeric value. Okay, I'll name it as numeric values. Okay, so if you can see now my quantity is inside numeric values folder, but this does not affect any, this does not affect your calculations and all in any way. Okay, it's just that you want your table to be clean, that's all. Okay, but it is nowhere related, it does not affect your numeric values in any way. Okay, and let's say there are some other values as well in this table. Okay, right, as of now there are no columns which are pretty numeric, except id, location id, they might be numeric. But okay, if you want, let's say these are our numeric values and you want all of them into one, under one display folder, then you can just drag and drop it. Okay, it's just your, for your convenience. Okay, you can just like whenever you open the sales data, you can see, you can have folders, and in those folders you can have different values. It's all about filtering. At the end of the day, it will be easy for you to uh, go through columns if you have many number of columns and all. So that's why these folders are important. That's where you can use these folders and all. Okay. Okay, so now what are we looking at? We are looking at ID. Let's just go back to quantity. Okay, so now if we go to quantity, okay, so it says that the data type of quantity is whole number. Okay, and you can change your data type as ever you want. Okay, and if you guys remember, we can do it using our Power Query editor as well, but you can always choose to do it from here as well. It's up to you. Okay, whatever you find convenient, do that. Okay, and format, in which format do you want? It can be whole number, and let's say if we have a price here. Okay, we might want to select currency. Okay, maybe we'll have decimal as data type, and format we might want to select it as currency. Okay, so which format do you want? Okay, we'll go through these formats and all, guys. There is a separate session for formats and all, so I'm just limiting it to here, but you can see that there is also a thing called as custom here. Okay, so you can always give your custom formats as well. Okay, so what is this percentage format? What is this thousand separators? We'll go through it. Okay, no hurry. So decimal places. Let's say if your table is in decimal. Okay, let's say if your data type is in decimal. What does that mean? That it has a point, and after the point you have number of digits, right? Number of places. Okay, and you can restrict those places here. Okay, let's say if you have values like in the first row, if you have values like, let's say 1.234 something, and in second row you have 1.567 or something like that. Okay, but you want to restrict them to two decimal places, you can do it. Okay? If you want to restrict them to maybe one decimal place, you can do it. Okay, you can also restrict them to zero decimal places, which you can do it. And reminding you guys again that we have a session called, we have a session on formatting, where we'll be formatting all the types, all the type of data, all the type of things. So nothing to worry about it right now. So if we go back, if we look at the last property, last pane, which is given in properties pane of advanced, which is given in properties pane of not advanced, sorry, which is given in properties pane of a particular column. Okay, or then that is called, that is advanced. And okay, advanced, you'll have it. If you want to sort, in this you'll have all the, what do you call, all the uh, advanced options, how you want to do it and all. For example, in quantities, if you want, if you want it as nullable or not, you can choose it. Okay, and summarize by, what does this mean? If I use the whole quantity, if I use the whole data in quantity somewhere, okay, should I get the sum of all the numbers that are in quantity column, or should I get average of all the numbers that are in quantity column, or should I get maximum of all the numbers in quantity column, or should I get minimum of all the numbers in quantity column, or should I get count of how many numbers are there in quantity column, or should I get distant count? What is distant count? Which are distant, right? For example, if let's say in first row I have count 1 and in second row also I have count 1. Okay, so count 1 is not distant now. Okay, so how many distant count, so how many distant numbers are there in that particular thing? Okay, so if I want to use this whole table as one at one place, okay, then what do you want from that table? Do you want, I mean, in your reports, what do you want? Do you want sum? Do you want maximum of it? Do you, or do you want none? So, or do you want any default value which you want? So that is how it is. I mean, we'll go through it again, but for now, it's just a gist, like what you can do it with that. Okay, and you can always categorize data as well, guys. So let's say you have a column for address and all. Okay, let's say you have a table for address. We have a table for location now. Okay, if we go back to location, we have city here. Okay, and in this city, I can categorize it. Okay, I can categorize it in cities. So what is the advantage of categorization and all that also we'll see. But for now, just, I mean, it's just like what all you can do in this pane and all. Okay, so you can categorize city and all. Okay, so how do you want to sort it? How do you want to sort this table? I mean, uh, this table can be sorted by city. It says that it is sorted by city by default. Okay, and you can, if you click on countries, and if you go to advanced, I think still it should be city. Oh, okay, we'll get back to this one later, guys, but yeah, uh okay, maybe how do you want to sort this column? Maybe that's how it is. I'll get back to you with this one. My knowledge is limited on this one. I'll get back to you on this one. But yeah, apart from that, I think I've covered everything till now. I mean, what are the properties you can give for a table, and what are the properties which you can give for a column? Okay, so for a particular column and all. Okay, so those things I have covered in this session, and yeah. Okay, so guys, let's consider, I mean, whenever you get data tables into your Power BI, okay, you can see that it has given you the default relationships between the tables. Okay, so if you can see, we have a table on sales, we have table on products, we have table on customer, we have table on employee, we have a table on location, right? So now what does it mean? Like, if this white line which is here, each white line, okay, that represents a relationship. Okay, so if you can see, all these four tables are related to a single table, sales, and this we have called as star schema. Okay, and this schema is called as star schema. The way how these relationships are maintained, it is called as star schema, which we have seen in our previous class. Okay, so now what exactly is happening here? Okay, it says that, see, there is a product ID here. Now it is related to the product ID which is there here. How do I know that? If I hover on this white line which is here, which is from products table to sales table, okay, if I hover on this white line, it says that there is a relationship between the product ID which is in product table and also the product ID which is in sales table. Okay, that is what it tells me. Okay, and if I hover on customer table, okay, it tells me that there is a relationship between customer ID and from customer table to customer ID in sales table. That is what it tells me. Okay, and if I hover on this particular thing, you can see that there is a relationship between employee ID from employee table and employee ID from sales table. Okay, so from till here everything is fine, but if you hover on this one, it tells me that there is a relationship between ID of location table and ID of sales table. Okay, but guys, you can clearly see that we have a thing called location ID in sales table. Okay, so this relationship is, which is given by Power BI, is actually not correct. We have to get it right. Okay, so how to get it right and all we'll see, but for now just understand that there is a thing called location ID, right? If product ID is related to product ID in products table, and if customer ID from sales table is related to customer ID from customer table, and if employee ID from sales table is related to employee ID of employee table. Okay, product ID, I mean location ID must be related to location ID, I mean ID of location table, right? But not ID should be related to ID of sales table. Okay, so that's the problem here. Okay, and we'll get it through, but before we get into that, we'll see what all types of yeah, we will just we'll just see how to, now that we know with, with this one we know that this particular relation is wrong, right? So we'll get it right. So how to get it right is, to get it right, first you have to delete the relationship which is given by Power BI, okay, by default. So for that, what you have to do is you just have to right click on a particular white line which you want to delete, and you can choose to delete. Then Power BI will pop up saying that, there will be a pop-up saying that, are you sure you want to delete this relationship? Yes, I want to delete it. Okay, I have deleted this relationship, which is well and good. Now, how do I relate between this product ID and this ID? This location ID and this ID. How do I create a relationship? Okay, the simplest and the easiest way to create relationships between any two tables is, okay, just click on this, whatever columns you want to relate. Okay, just if you want to relate location ID to ID of this location table, okay, what you have to do is, the easiest way which is possible on Power BI is just drag and drop this one on ID. Okay, simply drag and drop that one on ID. Okay, simple. What did I do? I'll show it to you again. I've done nothing. Okay, I've deleted it. Okay, and I've drag and drop this one on ID. Okay, so this will create a relationship, and we can actually create relationships for everything as well. Not just for that. Okay, if let's say there are no relationships, Power BI is intelligent enough, it has given you relationships, but it also makes mistakes, which I've seen, right? But let's say if we want to create, now there are no relationships, right? Now I want to create relationships and all. What will I do? I'll just click on product here. Okay, I'll click it here. Okay, see, so I got product, I got the relationship. If I hover on it, see, there is the relationship between these two, product ID and product ID. Okay, product ID of products is now related to product ID of sales. Okay, and now we'll go through this customer ID. Okay, if I drag and drop this customer ID here, okay, see, customer ID of customer is now related to customer ID of sales. So if I drag and drop employee ID here, employee ID of employee is related to employee ID of sales. Now if I drag and drop location ID on location ID, okay, now ID from location is now related to location ID of sales. So this is how you create, if Power BI doesn't give you, but Power BI is intelligent enough that it has given you all the relationships beforehand. Okay, so now if you can see, there are numbers and star marks everywhere, right? We have a white line and also a arrow mark, which we'll go through in some time. But before getting to know what exactly that arrow mark means, okay, we will see what are these numbers exactly, numbers and stars, what are these exactly, we'll see. Okay, actually whenever you create a relationship, okay, there is a thing called as cardinality. Okay, there is a thing called as cardinality. Okay, so what does this cardinality define? This cardinality defines the relationships between tables. Okay, how are they related? Okay, if my one entity in my table A is populated in many places in table B, then the relationship is one to many. Okay, so it's like this. Let's say I have one, in product ID I have one product ID. Okay, but the product ID here in this table is pretty unique and it is limited to this table, so there are no duplicate values. That is what I mean. Okay, so the product ID in products table is unique. Okay, but whereas in sales table, you can buy product, your friend can buy the same product, I can buy the same product, right? I can't restrict them, right? So one can buy multiple products. So the same product ID might be duplicated in this tables, right? So what exactly this 1 2 star means is, for each one product ID here, there might be multiple product IDs in this table. Okay, so that's how the relationship is defined here. Okay, so this relationship is called as one to many relationship. Okay, so for each product ID from this table, okay, there are multiple product IDs in sales table, and this type of relationship is called as one to many relationship. Okay, and guys, there are two other relationships, which is many to one, which is complementary of this one. Okay, and if you look at the opposite of this, that is many to one. Okay, there might be many product IDs in sales table, but you will be having only one product ID in the sales, I mean in the product table. Okay, so this is many to one and one to many relationship. Okay, now there are two more relationships which we want to talk about, and they are one to one and many to many. Okay, so what exactly does one to one mean? Okay, so one to one, I'd like to explain it with an example. So let's just get two tables for one to one. I mean, for one to one, I've already created a table for many to many, so we'll create a table for one to one. Okay, so I'll call it as table 1 to 1 A. Okay, and here I'll be having data for, let's say, states. Simple, we'll keep it simple. Okay, Telangana, and let's say Andhra Pradesh, and let's say Karnataka. I don't want to be biased, so I'm going to take North Indian states as well. So Maharashtra and Gujarat, Rajasthan. Okay, so we have 6 columns here. I mean, we have 6 data here, right? So this consists of all the data, let's say, of population. Okay, and I would like to give it as, let's say, 2C. I mean, I'm just giving a random figures, guys. C defines crores here. Okay, let's just give a, I'm just being very random here. Okay, so I know it might be pretty high compared to what I'm writing, but yeah, it's okay. So let's say these are the population details of this table, which is table 1 to 1 A. Let's call it as A. Simple. Okay, now let's create another table. Okay. Okay, so our table is created, which is well and good. So now we'll create another table, which will name it as something similar, and we'll call it as table 1 to 1 B. Okay, and in this also we'll have a column for states. Okay, and we'll have Telangana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, I don't know if I have given space here or not, but let's just stick to Rajasthan, which would be simple. Okay, okay, so we have 3 states here, and okay, let's just not consider any other column. Okay, we are comfortable with 3 states. Okay, so if you want to delete it, okay, it says that the column is not valid, so just, it is not even allowing me to click on delete. So yeah, so let's just fill something here first. Okay, and go back and then select the whole column and then click on delete. Okay, so now I don't want this row as well. But guys, in real life scenario, you might be having many columns as well. I'm just taking an example. Okay, so table 1 to 1 B and table 1 to 1 A, there are 2 types, I mean there are 2 tables here. Okay, so in table 1 to 1 A, what are the things in table 1 to 1 A? States with population, which is absolutely fine, and table 1 to 1 B, we have just states, which is also fine. Okay, so now if we go back to this one, and we'll see if our tables are related or not. Okay, okay, so guys, these are the 2 tables. Oh god, Okay, yeah, I have my mouse as well here. So yeah, so see, these are the two tables which we have created just now. Okay, and Power BI is intelligent enough that it has created a relationship between them which is one to one. You can see, right, here there is one and here also there is one. But again guys, there are like what do you call it, I mean, there are arrow marks here, there are arrow marks here, there are arrow marks here, there are arrow marks here. Okay, we'll go through the arrow marks in some time, but I want you to concentrate only on the relationships as of now. Okay, so for one-to-one relationship, what exactly does that mean is this states column should be unique in the first place. Okay, so every item in this, I mean, all the data in this should be unique. So no duplicated items and all. And so does the same should be happen in another table as well. And if that's the case, okay, so for there are no repeated values and there are no repeated values here, then you can go with one-to-one relationship between those two tables. Okay, so what does one-to-one relationship exactly means? Again, let's go through it again. What does it means is for each value in this states table, there will be value in this states column as well. Okay, of table B. Okay, so what does one-to-one means is for each value of states table in table A, states column in table A, there will be a value for states B as well. If there is no value, then ignore it. But as long as there is a value in state A, it will be unique, and that value should be, there will be only one value in state B. It will not be, I mean, duplicated. Like let's say Telangana or Andhra Pradesh. Okay, they are not duplicated. Okay, there is only one column, there is only one value. Okay, at both places. So that is what is one-to-one relationship is. Okay, so now what exactly has happened to my Power BI desktop? Okay, no, I am not able to. Okay, I know what has happened. Okay guys, instead of zooming it here, you can actually zoom it here. I didn't know, even I got to know it right now. Okay, so maybe you can select a table and zoom it, and then you can adjust it again, and then again you can zoom it. Okay, that's how you zoom it. So yeah, so if we go back to, for us to understand many-to-many relationship, I have created two tables called as table 1, which has multiple states now. See, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra. Okay, and if I again go to table 2, there is Telangana, Karnataka. Okay, so it's duplicate values and all. Okay, and if I go back to Power BI, once I have created those tables. Okay, see, you can see that there is no more 1 and 1 here. Instead of 1 and 1, there is star mark. So what exactly does that star mark means is it's many to many. Okay, so for many, I mean, so one Telangana here, there might be not only one Telangana, there might be many Telanganas in this state. Okay, I mean in this column, and they are related to all the Telanganas which are related in this column. Okay, but guys, whenever you want to, I mean, whenever you want to create, I mean, whenever you want to, you know, map this, whenever you want to make reports on this, okay, many to many relationships are always pretty much cumbersome and very confusing. Okay, so why? Because there might be many values here which are related to many values in this table, and vice versa, right? There will be many values here which are related to many values here. So what does that mean? Which row should it consider and all? So there will be, I mean it's pretty much hard to get things like that. So to overcome this thing, what we can do is, there is an approach which we can do is, we can just delete this relationship which is given by Microsoft, which is many to many. Okay, and we know that many to many is pretty much cumbersome and it's very confusing. Okay, if you know the Venn diagram which you have learned in your mathematics, many to many is like, you know, let's say one entity here will have many lines like this from here. Okay, and actually we can search for a Venn diagram, right? Let's search for a Venn diagram for many to many. Okay, many to many relationship Venn diagram. I don't know if we have it in Venn diagram or not, but we should have it in use case diagram if I'm not wrong. Use case diagram, yeah. So yeah, see, this will be a good example for that. See, this customer here or this bank server here or account holder here has, see, many, I mean in this case this is pretty much what is expected, okay? But in Power BI, I mean if something like this is there, it's very hard, right? I mean this column is, I mean this row is related to many rows in a particular table. That makes things very complex, right? So I mean to get reports right, it will make things complex. Here it looks very cool, okay? So what we can do to overcome this situation is, you can create a table, lookup table called states, okay? You can create a lookup table called states, and in that you'll be having a column called states, okay? And in this column, okay, you can have various, I mean you can have all the names and all which are there in that particular table. From both the tables you can have all the details. So let's say Telangana. For now I'm just considering only two values, which are Telangana and Karnataka, okay? Karnataka, okay? So this lookup table, okay, can now stand in between these two tables, okay? So what will I do? I'll go look for my lookup table now. Okay, see, my lookup table is now here, which I don't want it to happen. What will I do is I'll just drag my lookup table from here to this side, okay? So I'll get it here, and what will I do? From here I'll map to here, okay? And this will be one to many, and from here I'll map to here, okay? And this will be one to many as well, okay? So this is another approach how you want to map many to many relationships, because it is always hard to get reports on many to many relationships. I know we haven't went through, I mean what exactly happens if we have many to many relationships. I mean what exactly is the problem in reports and all, right? We haven't went through it till now, I know. We'll go through it again in example, okay? We'll go through it with reports example and see what will be the problem if there is a many to many relationship, and how will this intermediate table will solve our problem, okay? So these are all the relationships between tables and all. But guys, we have not discussed about this arrow marks, okay? So what exactly these arrow marks mean and all, we haven't discussed till now, okay? So that we'll look at in our next class, okay? So today we are going to learn about a very powerful feature provided by Power BI called as Q&A feature, okay? We have been talking a lot about this feature in the previous classes. Now we'll see what exactly is that feature and all. So to enable that feature, I mean to access that feature, you have to go to Insert tab on your Power BI desktop and then click on Q&A, okay? Now this will give you a dialog, okay, where you can text box, okay, where you can ask your question. See, it also says that ask a question about your data, okay? And this question can be in your general English language, okay? So you can ask question, and you can also choose to select from the suggestions, okay? You can also click on show all suggestions and click anything, okay? So for example, if let's say I want to know the average quantity per product by product name, okay? So what will I do? I'll type in what is the average quantity by quantity spelling is wrong, quantity by product name, okay? So yeah, here. Now this is not there here. So if I click here, see, now it says that the average of each quantity, I mean the average of quantity of each product, like how many has been sold, that is been given here. Okay, so yeah, so this is a simple feature given by Power BI. It's not very simple actually, it's a very useful and very powerful feature actually. So you can actually go through total quantity as well. Okay, so if you just click on total quantity, you'll get 35k. What does that mean? In my sales table I have a thing called quantity, and my quantity, if I sum up, it will be 35k. That is what it means. So how do we verify it? Let's just, we'll put this aside and we'll have we'll see the summation of sales. Okay, so now I have got sales here, right? See, you can see if I hover it, you can see that 35k, 35,377, right? But if I want to look at it in the same way like this, I'll change it like this. Okay, see, I have just selected another visualization, okay, with which I have got the number. Okay, we are just checking it if it's right or wrong. Okay, so if this thing is right, the other thing should also be right. So you can also say that low price product name. Okay, if I have given this, it tells me that what are the low prices, what are the low prices of product names and all. But you can see that it is being extended. It has given me ascending order of prices till everything. This is the last price which we have on our products list, so it has given us everything. Okay, so if I create cheap, something like that, okay, cheap products, okay, see, then also I get data. And if I write something like cheap product names, okay, then also I get data. Okay, you can always, there is a small icon here, guys. Okay, you can always choose to click on this icon and convert that particular Q&A as a visual. Okay, so once this is converted to visual, you can again change it. Okay, it's not like you have to stick to that forever. Okay, you always have the flexibility to change it. Okay, so yeah, you always have the flexibility to change it. Why is it not working is, okay, it's on the legend and it should be instead on access. Okay, see, you can always change it, but this doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you like how things work and all. Okay, so yeah, you can always choose to go back to table as well. Okay, now let's just explore more about Q&A. Okay, now I'll go back to insert, I'll click on Q&A, which is very good. I'll drag and drop, I'll drag it over here, and now I want to look into the costliest products. Okay, now if I click on costly products, costly product name. Okay, if I do something, I get product name, but I don't get the costly products. I don't get the values of it. So if you notice it, we have a thing like, we have this one with red scribble, red line, right? So what does that mean is, Power BI doesn't know what is costly in the first place. Okay, so it's telling us that I don't know what is costly. With your data, with the data which you have given me, I don't know what is costly. So define what is costly to me. Teach me what is costly in the first place. Okay, so then what you should do is you should click on this button. You should click on that particular word, and then it will give you that we are not sure what you mean. Try another term, or add this one. Okay, define costly. Okay, then click on this define costly. Blue color thing is there, right? Then just click on this define costly thing. Okay, now that will open a new thing which is Q&A setup. Okay, so in this you can always go through get started and field synonyms as well. So these are the synonyms. So how is actually this Q&A able to read your fields, right? We got a few data till now, we were able to see it. So how is it actually happening? We have added synonyms, right, yesterday. So those synonyms are actually for each table. Okay, so for each table all the synonyms are being listed here. Okay, so those synonyms, according to those synonyms, this Q&A will populate. I mean, this Q&A will give you the results. Okay, and the result which it is showing, it purely depends on itself, guys. Okay, it's not like you can ask it, come on, give me a bar graph or something like that. I don't know if we can do that. We'll go through it. Okay, let's go through it as well. Okay, so now if I go to review questions and all, we have to sign in for this. We'll go through it, what exactly is it later, but for now we'll go through teach Q&A. Okay, teach Q&A we had costly now, but right now we don't have costly now. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll type in the same thing again. So costly product name. Okay, now it tells me that costly is not, I don't know what is costly. So select to submit to define costly. So if you want to teach it, you have to click on submit to define what is costly here. Okay, or you can always choose to click here and define costly. Okay, but guys, how do I open this teach Q&A session? Okay, there should be some way, right? How should I open this teach Q&A session, right? And how will I open it is from here. Okay, there is a gear like icon right here. So if I click here, this will pop up. Okay, and then I can go to teach session, and as the current thing is costly product name, it has populated here. And now what will I do? What are costly that I have to teach it? Okay, so products, so it has already detected that we are going through the table called products. Okay, so now what we have to, what exactly is costly according to you? What is costly? Teach me. That is what Q&A is asking. Okay, so what we should do is, I consider costly as products which have price higher than 5. Let's say higher than 5. Okay, greater than 5. That is what it means. Okay, so yeah, so according to me, products that have price which is greater than 5 are costly. Okay, so I'm going to save it. Okay, so once I save it, it's still getting saved. So we have saved it already. So yeah, once I save it, oh man, is it saved or? Yeah, I think it's saved, so we can close it. We'll close it, and once we close it, yeah, you'll see you still don't get this one, right? So let's just type in it again. Let's just type it again. Costly product name. Okay, it says that these are the products which have highest cost and all. Okay, now if we go back to this one, okay, and if we change this to don't summarize. Okay, yeah, these are the costly things, but we need price as well, right? It's not like we need only this one. Okay, so instead of product name, give products. Now even products also, it's not working, guys. See, so it's fine. It's AI at the end of the day. Okay, you have to teach it like how to do it and all. Okay, so if you click on costly products, it is giving you right data. You can check, right? See, if I click, let's go back. Let's just go back here. Let's just go back here. Okay, I have sorted out this with respect to descending order of price. So if you can see Arizona green tea is 7.99, but yeah, see, nut hazelnut whole, and then we have Chinese lemon pork, but nut hazelnut whole is not been populated in this. It should be coming at the second position, right? So it's not been populated properly. So we'll go through it again. We'll go through if it is saved or not. Yes, guys, it is saved. I'm just going to remove these things for now. Let's just remove all this. So this I have done it earlier, but see, costly product is costly if price is high, which is fine, but product is costly if price is greater than 5. So it is actually, the definition has been correct. So, but we are not getting it with respect to price. Okay, So maybe the things which are under it are all under price only. We'll see how, we'll see. Okay, we'll just put this one here, and we'll put, I mean, I have created a I mean, I've got all the names for now, and I'm going to get prices as well and see if it is, everything is greater than 5 or not. Okay, so yeah, if you can see, everything here is greater than 5. See, so it has been correctly defined. So what we have done is absolutely right. Okay, so this is how you teach your Q&A, guys. Okay, so what do you have to do is you just have to go to insert, click on Q&A, and you can do whatever you want. I mean, you can ask what is the yeah, average is already done, and you can ask, I mean, you can ask it whatever you want, like what is the, let's say we can have costliest product. See, now that we have defined costly, it is giving us the costliest product as well. Okay, so see, I haven't even finished it, but it has given me. Okay, so now cheapest. See, the cheapest is 1.89. That is what it says, and there are two things like that. See, 1.89, there are two things, beef and roe flying fish. Okay, so this is a pretty powerful feature, guys, provided by Power BI. Okay, and how is it actually getting calculated? If you go to the, I mean, setup here, you will see that all your tables have been listed with their synonyms. Okay, and you can choose if you want that table in the, I mean, if you want to include that table in Q&A or not. Okay, and also you can always, I mean, review questions, will go through it once we get to Power BI service, but for now let's just skip that one. But yeah, you can also go through, you can also, I mean, if there is a red line and if Power BI doesn't understand a particular term or something, you can always define that term. Okay, so in Teach Q&A session, you can always define that term, which we have done it already, and we have done it for costly. So according to us, what is costly? Which is greater than 5. You can always delete it and create one more again. Okay, it's up to you. So again, now what is this suggest questions? Okay, help people explore your data by adding suggested questions. So guys, you know your data, right? So you can create your suggested questions. So for example, what are the, I mean, CHEAP cheapest products? Okay, so if I click this, okay, I don't get this properly. So but if I use what is the, okay, I get something like this. I still get something like this. Okay, it's all AI, guys. Okay, so it's unpredictable at times, but it's useful for you to go through I mean, quick insights. If you want to ask your questions, if you want to ask your data questions, and if you want to know what exactly is it, you can go through it. Okay, and you can always add it here. Okay, so it is your suggested question now. So what exactly happens with suggested question, we'll see now. Okay, so what, I mean, it should be R. What are the costliest products? Okay, so for me, this is the thing which is being shown. Okay, so yeah, and if you can save it actually, and once you have saved it, just click on that cross button. Yeah, now what you can do is, see, now if I click on what, I mean, I don't even have to write it. See, I have it in my suggested questions. Okay, so that is what a suggested is. Okay, I can click here and I can know what are my costliest products. These are my costliest products. According to me, costly are greater than 5. Okay, I have done it with a very simple example, but you can use it for, I mean, you can use it for complex stuff as well. Okay, but just, I mean, but you have to be careful, guys, because this is AI which is generating all the reports for you. Okay, so it's a bit unpredictable. It's very powerful, it's very useful, but at the end of the day it's unpredictable. Okay, so you have to be careful, and you have to see if that's what exactly you're trying to get. Okay, whatever it gives you, you have to check again if that is what you're actually trying to get. Okay, and how is it actually how is it actually reading your data? How is the AI actually know? How does the AI actually know your data? So it knows because of the synonyms which we have added yesterday. Okay, and you can go through them here. But where are those synonyms? In previous class we have seen that we have added synonyms for table. Okay, we have added synonyms for each and every column. Okay, even if you don't add it, there will be a synonym automatically created. Okay, so that is what Q&A is. It's a powerful AI feature given by Power BI Desktop, and you can have it, you can give this to your clients as well. Okay, so you can directly give this to your clients as well, and let them ask questions. Okay, so you just have to collect few questions from them and see if the questions which they are asking are listed here, and see if the questions which they are asking are properly, the output for those particular questions is proper or not. Okay, so yeah, so this is all about a very powerful feature called Q&A, for which we have been adding synonyms yesterday, but we don't know why we were doing that. So yeah, this is all about Q&A. Okay. So yeah, now we'll talk about filter directions. Okay, so guys, yesterday we have seen that there are filters, right? There are filters from, there are relationships between tables and all. We have seen those, right? But now what we'll do is we'll click on a particular thing and we'll click on properties. Okay, so if you go through properties here, it's saying that, you can understand this. Okay, it is, this is what it is telling you is the product ID of sales table is related to product ID of products table in many to one cardinality with a cross filter direction called as single. Okay, so there are actually two types of cross filter direction, guys. Okay, there are actually two types of cross filter directions. Okay, one is single and the other one is both. Okay, if you want to know like what are all the cardinalities that are available, there are 4 cardinalities which we have spoke about in the previous class. Okay, so which you can see it here. Okay, so and these are the two filter directions that are available in Power BI. And what does these filter directions mean? Okay, so first of all, this is the filter direction, guys. Okay, so arrow mark. Okay, this arrow mark is towards sales now, and it is headed towards sales. Okay, and the arrow mark ending is towards product. Okay, so what does this mean is products will be able to filter sales, but sales will not be able to filter products. Okay, that is what it is telling you. Okay, so now again we have it on location as well. Okay, on location, what do we have? Okay, we have a arrow mark something like this. Okay, so what does this mean is location table, this table will be able to filter sales data, but sales data will not be able to filter location. Okay, that is what it is telling you. Okay, so guys, there are actually, this cross filter direction is related to your cardinality. Okay, so how is this related to your cardinality is, for example, whenever there is many to one or one to many, okay, you should always consider having single cross filter direction. Okay, and why is that? Let's understand that with a notepad or something. Okay, so let's say we have location here. Okay, let's say we have location here. Okay, we have a table called location. Okay, and we have a table called sales. Okay, now in location, how are they both related, guys? In the first place, they are related in one to many relation, right? So what does that mean? For each location there might be multiple sales. So what does that exactly mean? In one location there might be multiple sales happening. Okay, so we have one location ID here, okay, which is termed as ID in the table. Okay, but whereas in sales table we have one more location. Okay, I mean in sales table the location ID is given as location ID, which we have seen it yesterday. Okay, so what does this exactly mean? These two are related with one-to-many relationship. Okay, so what does it exactly mean now? For each location there might be multiple sales happening, right? So that is why there is a star mark here and then there is one here, okay, which we have discussed yesterday. Okay, so now what exactly is happening, and why should, now I am telling you location table should be able to, I mean will be able to filter sales table. That's what I have told you. Okay, and how is that possible? That is possible because we have given the cross filter direction as single. Okay, and why, and I am saying that we should always consider having single cross filter direction whenever the relationship between two tables is one to many. And why is that? That is what we are trying to understand now. Okay, guys, this data will filter this data. That is what I am telling you, right? If it is single, this data will filter this data. Okay, and with single we have got a arrow mark like this. Okay, so arrow mark which it is pointing to is the table which gets filtered, and the arrow mark which from where it is, I mean the arrow end mark, okay, that table will be filtering the other table. Okay, so now what does that mean now? And I have told you that we should have only single. So why exactly single? Now we'll see. Okay, guys, there might be like location has multiple IDs, right? And looks like we have, and looks like this is our primary key kind of thing. Okay, so there might be, and this is unique, right? So there might be only, I mean one data with a particular value. So the values are unique here. Okay, and now sales might have, I mean there might be sales on the same location ID. Okay, there might be multiple sales on the same location ID. There might be multiple sales on the same location ID, and which might be 1, which might be 2, which might be 3, and so on. Okay, let's just consider there are 6 and we have, okay, sales for 1, 2 and 3. Okay, okay, now let's consider this is the case for now. Okay, now guys, if you can see what I have told you, like this table will be able to filter this table and this table will not be able to filter this table, and we have to always consider single direction. Okay, and why is that? Because in sales table there might be value, I mean there might not be full values which are there in ID table, I mean location table. Okay, sales table might have values of location ID, fine, but it might not have all the values that are there in location table. Okay, if sales table does not have all the values of location table of column this ID, okay, how will this be able to filter this data, right? It won't be able to filter this, right? So what I'm actually speaking, I'm going to repeat it again. Let's go through it from the start. Okay, two tables are related with one-to-many relationship. Okay, so whenever two tables are related with one-to-many relationship, what I'm actually trying to teach you is there will be, I mean we know that, now we know that there are filters. I mean there is a thing called as filter. So what is the use of this cross filter direction? Okay, specifying that filter direction, we will say if this table will filter this table or this table will apply filters on this table. Okay, so but now what I am telling you is if two tables are related with one-to-many cardinality, okay, I am telling you that the cross filter should be always single. I mean it's better to have always single. It's proposed, I mean it's recommended. Okay, it's recommended to have always single. And why is that? Because in table 1 with where you find IDs, okay, there might be all unique IDs. Okay, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's consider there are only 6 IDs in location for now. Okay, in table 2, okay, location ID, on location ID, on single location there might be multiple sales. So let's consider there are 4 1s, there are 4 2s, and there are 3 3s. Okay, but I am telling you, okay, filter, I mean I am telling you, you should apply single filter so that location will be able to filter sales data and sales should not be able to filter location data. Okay, and why should that happen? Because there might be data, I mean there is no data, I mean there is no extra data in this, right? If only this sales table contains all the values of this one, maybe you might want to consider about having both cardinality filter as both, where sales will be able to filter location and location will also be able to filter sales. But right now we might not have, I mean we might not have 4, 5, 6 data with 4, 5, 6. I mean there might not be sales with location ID 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if there is no data, how will this filter this, right? It's impossible, right? So that's why you should always consider having single cross filter between tables that are related with one to many cardinality. Okay, but it doesn't mean that you should compulsory have only single filter. Okay, you can have both as well, but it's always recommended to have single filter. Okay, so that's about cardinality and cross filter directions between tables that are related in one to many direction. Okay, now we'll see what happens with cardinality between tables that are related with, I mean we'll see what happens with cross filter between tables that are related with one to one cardinality. Okay, now yesterday if you have seen it, okay, we have created a one to one relationship yesterday, right? This is our dummy example. Okay, and now if you can see by looking at it, you can say that, see, here it is 1, so here it is 1. So what does that mean? For each state in table B, there will be a state in table A. Okay, now if I go on properties, now what is happening here? So here what happens is there will be data here, I mean it will locate it like this, guys. Okay, what exactly happens here is there are, I mean let's say there are three values here, like Telangana, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka. Okay, so is there, I mean this Rajasthan is not there here and this Karnataka is not there here, so it will not consider these two. But for the remaining two values, okay, if I apply one versus, I mean one-on-one relationship, is it valid? Yes. For one Telangana, we have only one Telangana here. For one Karnataka, we have one Karnataka here. Okay, we don't have Andhra Pradesh here and we don't have Rajasthan here. Okay, so first of all, the cardinality is fine. Okay, but between tables that are related with one-to-one cardinality, okay, the cross filter direction should be both and it cannot be single. Okay, see, I can't even change it. This filter you selected isn't valid for this relationship. Why? Because table knows that for each value here, there will be one value here as well. Okay, that is how we have related these two tables, right? So if so, it tells us that table 1 can also apply filters on table B, table A can apply filters on table B, whereas table B can also apply filters on table A, vice versa. Okay, and why is that possible? Because for every value here in states table, we have value as well, and that is how we have created our cardinality. Okay, that is how we have created our relationship. Okay, so that is what this one says. Okay, now let's go back to our many to many relationship. Okay guys, for the time being I'm going to delete this relationship here. Okay, and I'm also going to delete this relationship. Okay, now if we apply relationships between these two tables, we know that it will be many to many and it's very good, right? But if we click on OK, okay, now you should tell me, if, what should I apply? Should I apply single table 2 filters table 1, or should I apply single table 1 filters table 2, or should I apply both? What should I do? So there are actually 3 options, guys. Okay, and those 3 options are, it's like again one to many. If you can see it, it's again like one to many. Okay, these two are one to many. Okay, so see, in table 1 I'll consider single value, but again remember guys, table 1 might not have a single Telangana. Table 1 will have multiple Telangana. Okay, It's not like unique values here. Okay, one to many, consider that, I mean, if you want to go to this single, it is showing me here that you can use table 1 which filters table 2. Okay, you can use table 2 which filters table 1. Okay, but always remember that what is actually being told here might not work properly. Why? Because in table 1, is there only one Telangana? No, there are multiple Telanganas, right? And in table 2, I mean, if table 1 wants to filter table 2, okay, there are multiple Telanganas in table 2, which is well and good. But in table 1, are there only one Telangana? No. So filter, I mean, this, I mean, many to many relationship is pretty complex, guys. Okay, and this is why to overcome all these complexities, we prefer using, will not go to many. Instead, we'll create a lookup table and we'll join this lookup table as an intermediate table between many to many relationship tables. Okay, and that's why we that's why we will create a table in between. Okay, that is the reason, precise reason why we'll create a lookup table. Okay, because this is very cumbersome. Okay, and even if you apply both, it doesn't, it is very cumbersome and it's very confusing, right? I mean, at the end of the day, data analytics means to get proper output of your data should be able to tell you the story, right? So if you don't understand your data properly, how will you tell the story with your data, right? And this is very confusing at the end of the day, and you don't want yourself to get confused and you don't want your end users to get confused, right? So what we can come up with is, we can actually delete this relationship which is here, and what we can do, we can apply one to many on a lookup table, and all the filters that which we want to apply, that will apply it with this lookup table now. Okay, and lookup table necessarily, need not to be this, guys. Okay, if let's say these are the tables which are there here, okay, my lookup table can be anything. The intermediate table can be anything. The intermediate table here can be actually location. Okay, location as state, right? So the intermediate table can be location instead of these two. Instead of this states table which we have created in the previous class, it can be location from this schema, and that will make this schema as what I've been telling you yesterday, snowflake schema. Okay, so this is all about cardinality and what exactly is cross filter means. Okay, so what exactly does cross filter mean, and cardinality between tables and all. Okay, now that it is again many to one, it has by default selected single, which is recommended. Okay, you don't want to go to both. Okay, so because it gives you complexity. Okay, it gives you errors. In the future we'll see how, like, what type of errors it will give us and all. Okay, but for now you understand that whenever the cardinality is many to one or one to many, it's single. Okay, whenever the cardinality is one to one, okay, then we go for both. We don't have a choice. We can't use single. Okay, one table cannot filter other. Okay, the other table can also filter the first table. Okay, so that is the cross filter direction of cardinality, which has one to one. Okay, and now the last one, which is many to many. Many to many, you have three options. Okay, from table 1 you can do table 1 filters table 2, table 2 filters table 1, or you can choose both. But at the end of the day, many to many will be very cumbersome and very confusing. So that's why what we'll do is, we'll create an intermediate table or a lookup table. Okay, and that table will be standing in between these two tables now. Okay, now let's say if this table has unique state values, okay, I can do one to many relationship, right? So I'll do one to many relationship and I'll filter these two tables now based on this table. Okay, and that will give me a clear picture what is happening in my data. Okay, so that's all about cardinality. That's all about cardinality and also cross filter direction, guys. Okay. So now that we have seen what is cardinality and what is cross filter direction and all, and how those influence your filtering tables and all. So we'll see the next topic which I would like to talk about is hierarchy. Okay, as if you have noticed it or not, whenever we have got data, okay, whatever the data source is, okay, if you go through the date column, okay, there is a arrow mark here, okay, and if you open it, there will be a thing called as date hierarchy, okay, and if you still open it, you can see that year, quarter, month, day, okay, these four have been placed in a hierarchy order, okay. So what benefit this will give you? What is the benefit of having this in hierarchy? Okay, first we have to know that, so that we'll understand the benefits of hierarchy in the first place. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create a dummy chart for you, dummy visualization for you, so that you'll understand the importance of hierarchy. Okay, let's say I have created a chart for quantities by year. Okay, what does that mean? So how many quantities of products have been sold per year? Okay, in 2017 we have 1390, and in 2018 we have sold 4613, and so on. Okay, and you can always say that 2019 has been our, the business has been very high for us. Okay, so that's what you can say from this bar chart. Okay, so now if you can see here, there are few arrow marks here. Okay, so let's not consider these three things right now. We'll go through these three things. Okay, what are those? We'll see now. Okay, if I click on this arrow mark, okay, there will be a you can see that the icon got changed. Okay, if I click on this arrow mark, first I'll not click on this arrow mark, and if I click on anything, okay, it just highlights that. Okay, it just highlights that. Okay, but whereas if I click on a particular arrow mark, okay, and if I choose to go into something, okay, see, now 2018 is divided into 4 quarters, guys. Okay, if I hover on anything, see, date quarter 2018 quarter 1, date quarter 2018 quarter 2, you can see it on the black thing which has been hover. Okay, that is actually the legend. Okay, so see, you can still see it. And in 2018 our business has been very good in quarter 3 and also good in quarter 4. There is only one quantity we have been sold less, and we were able to sell less, but yeah, in quarter 2 and quarter 1 the business has been relatively less. Okay, but I can further drill down into this. Okay, this is what is called as drill down. Okay, the way how I am getting into data. Let's say earlier I have been looking at all the years. Now if I click on an year, I'll get into the data and see all the quarters. Okay, and if we click on any particular quarter now, okay, it will give me the whole months in that quarter. Okay, so that quarter 3 is made of July, August and September. That is what it is telling me. Okay, and in July, August and September, okay, in quarter 3 there are 3 months. In 3 months, okay, I was able to sell most in August. Okay, so if I click on August, okay, it will give me dates, guys. Now, okay, it will tell me on this day this many number of products you have sold, this many number of products. Okay, you have sold this many number of products on 2nd of August 2018. You have sold this many number of products on 3rd of August 2018. You have sold this many number of products, which is quantity, you can see 37, right? So yeah, on 4th of August 2018. So yeah, you can drill down to data. You can drill down data with the help of this hierarchy. Okay, and all this is happening because of hierarchy, guys. Okay, all this is happening because of hierarchy. If you can see, the first thing which we saw is year. Okay, the second thing which we have seen is quarter, the third thing which we have seen is month, and the fourth thing which we have seen is day. Okay, and day is the last thing, and we can't drill down any further than this because this is the last thing. You have reached the what do you call it, you have reached the end of your data. Okay, and you have, that's the granularity of your data. Day is the last part of your data. Okay, so you have reached the end of the drill down. Okay, and how do you get back to year now that I have seen days? Fine, I want to go into some other year. How do you get back? So that you can do it using drill up. Okay, there is an up arrow here, right? That you can do it using drill up. Okay, this is how we drill up, guys. Okay, now everything has been back to normal. Okay, now this, we know about this one, right? I mean, I can go into 2019 now, and I can see that my quarter 3 and quarter 4 have been very good. I want to see why my quarter 1 did not perform well. So I'll go to my quarter 1 and see which month did not perform well, which is January. So what exactly happened in January? Were there any, what happened? I mean, were we not able to produce products properly, or what exactly? What is the reason? That will go through it. That will go through it and will give it to our business. Okay, that way will improve our business. But at the end of the day, how do you want to drill up is by clicking this one. Okay, so now this one is active. Okay, to make it inactive, I have to click on it again. Okay, now there is a thing called as, now if you hover on this one, there is a thing called as there is a go to the next level hierarchy. This is also tells you to drill down. Okay, but let's say we'll click on this one for now. Okay, this by default takes you to hierarchy, guys. Okay, by default takes you to next level hierarchy. Okay, you don't have to click here. Okay, you don't have to activate this and go inside this. Okay, if you want to go to next level hierarchy, you can click here. But the difference is here quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 are calculated over all years, guys, not just 1 year. Okay, so if you choose to click this, what is happening? This quarter 1 is belonging to all the years that have been there here. Okay, 2017, 2018, 2019 and 2020. Okay, so if I click on this quarter 1 belongs to every year. What happened in 2018, what happened in 2020, and if I drill down more, okay, I get all the months, and these months belongs to all the years again. Okay, not just a specific month, not just a specific year. Okay, these months belongs to all the years. And if you can see, I think all in all January is the one which is the most of all. Okay, right now everything is in same color, so we are unable to tell it, but we'll see how to change colors according to the values. Okay, that we'll see it later when we get to visualizations. The data which has the highest value should be with a different color, and the data with the lowest value should be of a different color. Okay, and now if I drill down from here, what will happen? Okay, this is giving you date, but it is summarizing it. 31, few months might have 31, few months might not have 31, right? So the months which have 31 have this much quantity sold on that particular day, and the months which have 29, this much quantity have been sold on that day. I'm not referring to February, guys. So here, okay, so yeah, so that's how you drill down using this one. Okay, so and all of this is possible using hierarchies. Okay, and now we have the last one here. We'll go through this one, expand all down one level in the hierarchy. What does this one do? Okay, now if I click on here, you will see that, see, 2017. Okay, I think it's still big. Okay, yeah, in 2017 we were able to sell goods in, our products in quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. In 2018 we were able to do business in 4 quarters. In 2019 we were able to do business in 4 quarters. Okay, so it is more detailed. Okay, and if I drill down more from here, what will it give? It will give me in 2017 quarter 2 there is a month called May. In 2017 quarter 2 there is a month called June, and what did you do? How was your business on quarter 2 and all. In 2017 there is a month called, in quarter 3 there is a month called July, and how did you do? And in 2018 also we'll be having quarter 3, in that also we'll be having July. Okay, so it's like more detailed and all. And if you click more, see, now it will give you guys like every day on the year. Okay, like literally every day. Okay, that's why I can see, you can see this one, right? I'm able to drag it from here to this end. Okay, that's the whole range of data which we have. Okay, so yeah, so all this is possible only because we have this drill down. So now let's put this one aside. Okay, we have this hierarchy so that all this drill down is possible and we were able to understand data in a precise way, right? Which is very well and good. Now, Power BI will create a hierarchy for date columns. Wherever there are date columns, Power BI will create a hierarchy and give it to you. Okay, that's very good. Now, what if you want to create your own hierarchy? What do you want to do? Okay, you want to create your own hierarchy. Okay, and how do you want to do it? Let's say I want to create my own hierarchy, and I want to create my hierarchy with product and price. Okay, so what do I want to do is what I have to do is to create a hierarchy, I have to drag and drop this price over product. Okay, and now what will that give me? It has created a hierarchy. See guys, we don't have this one earlier, but now it has created a hierarchy in which we have product and price. So what exactly does this mean? The first level of the data will be product and the second level of the data will be price. So I can drill down through product and see what is the prices of those products. Okay, so now I want to look at this products. Okay, and there are only few things which allow you the drill down. So for example, I'm using this one for now, and let's take profit margin on the values. Okay, so guys, these are all the products which we have. Okay, so actually it's from this end to that end. Okay, it's a pretty huge graph. Okay, see, it's from this end to that end. We have a lot of products, and the profit margin is something, it has given the count of profit margin. Okay, whenever you drag and drop something to a bar graph, okay, by default, if it is a whole number or something, it will consider the count. Okay, and if you want to change it, you can just click on this arrow mark here and click on okay, it is not actually allowing me to click on no summary. Okay, bye. Okay guys, let it be like this. It doesn't matter for now, but yeah, so we have these columns, right? We have this all the products here, right? Now if I can enable drill down here as well. See, you have this drill down. So if I click on this drill down here and if I click on any particular product, okay, it will give me the sales. So if I go back now, okay, and if I go into any other product, okay, there is a price for that product. So what does this mean? There are many products and for each product there will be only one price, right? So my drill down order which I have taken is wrong in the first place. Okay, the hierarchy order which I have taken is not proper, right? Why? Because each product have a separate price, but each price might have more than one product. Okay, so at this time what I have to do, I have to get my price top and product at the bottom. So what will I do? I'll just drag and drop my price to the top. Okay, that's all. And if I drag and drop that one, this visualization which you are looking at is now distorted. How? If you can look at axis, we have product hierarchy has been changed. It's changed, so it's not taking the new hierarchy. So what you have to do, you have to remove it and then put it back here again. Now guys, it's now what all you are looking at is actually the price. Okay, so what all you are looking at is actually the price. You can go through, the price is on x axis. Okay, you can go through the price. See, if I hover it here, my price here is 3.99, whereas my price near 8 is 7.99, whereas my price on 7 is 6.99. okay, let's say I'll click on drill down. Okay, and I'll click on a particular price. Okay, see, now this is the correct order, right? We should keep the data as minimum as possible unless and until the user wants to drill down. Okay, first we should keep our report clean. Okay, so the hierarchy order matters. Okay, so we'll keep our report clean, and when he chooses to drill down, he'll click here or he'll go through this one and he'll see what are the different products available and all. Okay, so here all the products are given. Okay, that is what it is saying. Now we have only two levels of hierarchy here, not like date. So all the products have been shown up there. Okay, so see, So it says that with price of 3.99 there are this many products, guys. How many? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. And what is the product price here? 3.99. Let's just go back and see if there are 9 products on 3.99. Where is this? 3 is here, right? So this should be 3.99, right? This is 3.39, this is 3.49, 79, 3.89, and you can see 3.99 has count of profit margin has 9. Why? Instead of that count of profit margin, we can change the name of it. We can put it as count of products. Okay, instead of profit margin, okay, we can get ID here. Simply we can get ID as well. Nothing will change. Okay, in 3.99 we have count of product ID. What does that mean? There are 9 products. That is what it is telling me. Okay, and I can always change it. Okay, I can change it to number of products. And how did I do it? I just double clicked on a particular variable, on a particular value here, and you can rename it. Okay, you can also rename this as well, guys. It's up to you. Okay, okay, yeah, I think you can't rename the hierarchy. So yeah, you can't rename the hierarchy. So whenever you want to whenever you want to build the hierarchy, get the names right. Okay, or else things, it doesn't make sense with bad names and all. Okay, so now we have 9 products with 3.89. Let's just go inside and see if we have 9 products. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, so we have 9 products. So it is giving us the right data. So whenever you want to create, I have done a hierarchy with a simple 2-level hierarchy. Okay, but tomorrow you might have a hierarchy which is more than 2 levels. Okay, which is like many number of levels and all. Okay, so this is all about hierarchy, creating hierarchy. And also Power BI gives you the hierarchy for columns like date. Okay, for date it by default creates the hierarchy. Okay, and the hierarchy order is in this order: year, quarter, month, day. Okay, this is all about hierarchies, guys. Thank you. In previous session, we have seen how cross filters affect your filtering and all. We have seen the theory, so now we'll see that in action. Okay, for this I want to consider 2 tables, which are sales and location. Okay, so if we go back to our relationships, you can see this is my sales table and this is my location table. Okay, and now it's the relationship between them as 1 to many, and I've told you that the location table will be able to filter sales table and sales table will not be able to filter location table. So we'll see that. So today we'll see this in action. Okay, so let's get back to report view. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is, from sales table I'm going to grab location ID. Okay, okay, and let's just have it as, I'm going to have that in a slicer. Okay, sales table we have location ID. Okay, or let's just say we are interested in something like count. Okay, so what I'll do is, okay, I'll create a new measure. Yeah, so I'll create a new measure, and on that I'll be putting location. Okay, and yeah, you can see that the count of location ID is 12. Okay, is it 12k or, yeah, okay, so we have the count of location ID something. Okay, now we have at the same time we also have a slicer for location ID. Okay, so it says 16 here, it says 12 here. Okay, anyways, now what we'll do now is, from, did I pick wrong? This is from count. Yeah, and whereas this, if I click on drop down, yeah, something is fishy. Okay, Okay guys, so maybe there are 12 records in it, but only location ID are 16. Only 16 location IDs are there. Okay, so yeah, so that is what it is telling me. Okay, so both this we have got from what? Both of them we have got from sales table. You can see if I click on any of thing, you can see that sales table is checked here. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll get city from location. Okay, so I'll do the same thing again. So I'll get city now. So by default it is considering map, so I'll filter it. Okay, let's say we have filter now. Okay, so we have city filter from location table, and also I want to know how many cities do we have. Okay, then what should I do? I'll take this one, I'll take a card, and I'm going to place cities on it, and it's not the first city, but I want count of cities, which are 35. Okay, so according to us, what exactly should happen? Filter from location table. I mean, location table should be able to filter sales table, whereas sales table should not be able to filter location table. Okay, so now let's go back. Instead of location ID, we can actually take ID from here, which will be good, right? Instead of location ID, we can take ID, which is 72 M. Okay, so guys, now let's just see if I apply few filters. I mean, this thing is called a slicer, guys. Okay, first of all, the thing which I'm using here, these two things are called as slicers. Okay, so you can find that over here. Okay, in your visualizations pane. So what are these slicers are used for is, these slicers are used for filtering your data. To apply filters, we'll use this slicers. Okay, now we'll see upon this location how many how many values are there. I mean, how many sales have been done around the locations. We'll just randomly pick few locations. See, it says blank because there are no data in those locations, guys. Okay, in Atlanta there is no data, so that's why it is showing me blank. Okay, so see, if I keep on clicking them, okay, I can see the change of data here, and also I can see the change of data here. But what you have to understand here is, my city, this which I have populated, is from actually location table. Okay, you can see it here. Okay, but whereas this one which I have it here is actually from sales table. Okay, so my location table is able to filter my sales table. Okay, see, my location table is able to filter sales table. Okay, but now we'll do the opposite. Okay, I just want to remove everything. Okay, then we are good with this one. We'll just go back to this filter. Okay, now we have location ID in this here. Okay, so if I click on any location ID, the count of cities should also change, right? Let's just try. See, if I apply location ID here, which is taken from sales table, and even though we have location ID in location table, which is as ID, okay, if I click here, I mean, the data is not getting changed here. Why? Because I've told you, right, this table can filter this table, whereas this table can't filter this table. Okay, so the filters which you apply from this table cannot filter data in this table. Okay, and the filters which you create from this table can filter data in this table. Okay, that is what one-to-many relation, that is how single is, right? So this can filter this, whereas this table can't filter this. Okay, now whereas if we look back into this one, now that you know what is filter exactly, now one-to-one is pretty simple, right? I mean, if I create filters using one table, data in one table, it will filter the data in other table. Okay, and one-to-many, again many-to-many, will be having a will be having a staging table or a lookup table in between, which will stand in between with unique values of the relationship data point which you have. Okay, so that's the significance of cross filters, guys. What you have seen right now is actually the significance of cross filters. Okay, if I open it again, see, it is single direction, one to many, and one is in location, and whereas many is in sales. So if I create filters using location, I'll be able to filter the data of sales, but if I create filters using sales, I'll not be able to filter the data of locations. That is how it is. Okay, so yeah, so that's how filters are done. So Power BI DAX. So DAX is actually a library of functions and operators, okay, with which you will be able to create formulas and expressions in Power BI. Okay, so what is the use of this formulas, what is the use of these expressions and all, we'll see in a while when we are doing DAX. But basically DAX is actually a library of functions and operators. Okay, and the acronym for DAX is data analysis expressions. Okay, so now that we are talking about DAX, I assume that we all know what is M language. Okay, so let's get started. So with DAX you can actually do three things. Okay, one is creating columns, two is creating tables, and third one is creating your measures. Okay, so we'll go through what exactly are they are. Okay, so now first let's just see what exactly is creating columns with using DAX. Okay, so before the session I've got data loaded into my Power BI. Okay, so I've loaded it using Excel. So let's just go to my data view, and if I click on my sales table, okay, I have a lot of sales here. Okay, so first I would like to create column. Okay, so how do you create column in Power BI desktop now? So if I select a table here, okay, under table tools there will be a new menu opened here which is called as table tools, and under that table you will be having four things here. Okay, and in these four things there is a thing called as new column. Okay, and if you just click on this new column you will be able to create new column. Okay, but using DAX. Okay, and I would like to name this column as price. Okay, now I want to use a function called related. We'll go through it. We'll go through what exactly is it in a while, but let's just stay with me for the time being. Okay, so price, I want to get it from product price. Okay, so I got the price as well. So what does this related thing do? Okay, this related function is used to get data from related tables. Okay, for example we have sales table. Okay, and this related function, what will this do is it will fetch data to me from tables that are related to this sales table. Okay, and now if I go to my relations table, if I go to my models view, okay, there you can see that, see, my price is related to, my products is related to my sales. How is it related? Using product ID. Okay, now that these two tables are related, okay, I can get data from this table to this table using a function called as related. Okay, but if you are very new to DAX, the syntax is you'll write the name of the column here, and then you'll write equals to, and then you'll have your function. Here we have written related, but it can be anything. Okay, it can be any function. Okay, so the related function we have written it here. Okay, and we have got data from products table. Okay, which is price. Cool. Now I would like to make a table using DAX. Okay, so how should we do it? Okay, now let's just click on this sales again, and I would like to click on new table this time. Okay, I would like to click on new tables this time, and I would like to name this as sales replica. Okay, I'm just calling it sales replica. So we'll get sales data here, but we'll see, we'll get data of from sales whose price is greater than, let's say, 4 or something. Okay, now how should I do it? Okay, now for this there is a function called as filter. Okay, and filter will ask you a table. So let's just give in our table, which is sales table, and what expression do you want to have now? So there is a thing called as price, which is sales price, okay, is greater than, let's say, greater than or equals to 4. Okay, and now if I click on OK, if I press enter, you can see that my price here, nothing is less than 4. Okay, see, even 4.29 is not less than 4, right? So either it's equals to 4 or it's greater than 4. Okay, so now this is how you create a table in Power BI using DAX. Okay, so I know that, at the moment filter doesn't make sense, and at the moment even related is a bit of rusty and all. We'll go through it, but just stick with me. I'm just giving you like what all you can do with Power BI before we move on further. Okay, now let's just go back to our sales table. Okay, and I would like to calculate the revenue. Okay, so how do you calculate revenue in the first place? It's all about it's all about getting, generating price. How much quantity did I make business on? That's what is revenue, right? So for example, if I sell 2 products of some X price, okay, what will be my revenue? 2 into X, right? So what should we do here? We should multiply this one with this one and get the revenue, right? Now let's say I want to have revenue in a new column. Okay, now how will I do that? Okay, so let's just click on this sales table back again, and let's just click on new column, and with this new column, okay, I'm going to rename, and this is the column name, guys. Okay, see, before not write, if I haven't written any DAX here, and before writing any function or any DAX code here, okay, it says that the column, the column name is column here, and you can also see it here. Okay, so I want to replace the column name as revenue, and what I would like to do is, there is a function called as SUMX. Okay, so I would like to do that function. We'll go through what is SUMX in a while, but just stick with me for now. Okay, so we have a function called SUMX, which is cool, and now let's just have the quantity. Okay, no, first you have to pass in the table, so let's just pass the table, and then the expression. So the expression here, we know it. What is it? Quantity into price, right? So let's just get quantity into price. Okay, so you can see the intelligence working as well in Power BI, which is another cool feature. Now if I click on okay, so I've got the revenue now. Okay, this is what the total revenue is. Okay, we have got the total revenue. Okay, that is what is happening here. Okay, so fine, right? We have got the total revenue now, but let's just say we don't want to do this. We just want to have a simple DAX. Let's just write a simple DAX. Okay, we just want, here it's 1, right? So 1 into 3.39, it should be 3.39. Okay, instead of having total revenue, I want to do something like 3.39 here. Then what should I do? Okay, then simply remove all this function. Okay, simply remove that function and then click on OK. Okay, see, now you got it. Now let's just unselect 1 and then click on OK and see if 2 is calculated properly or not. Yes, 2 into 6.99 is 13.98. So we have got it. Now earlier we have got sum of the whole revenue, right? We have got the sum of the everything. Now how do I get that sum? I don't want it in a physical column, but I want to use sum. How will I do that? Now for that, what you have to do is you have to create a measure. Okay, so now first I'll go through like how to create a measure and all, then we'll talk what exactly is a measure. Okay, so I click on sales table. You can right click and choose new measure here, or you can always click here as well. Okay, new measure. Okay, so then just click on new measure, which is cool. But what do we want here? We want to calculate total sales. Okay, and what exactly do we want here with total sales? We want to, we are calculating the total revenue here, right? So for that there is a function called sum, and inside sum you just have to pass the column name, and that column name, whatever the data inside whatever the data is present inside that column name, you will get the summation of that data. Okay, so now if I go back and if I click on sales, and where is my revenue here? Yeah, I got my revenue, right? That is what I wanted to do, right? So I got my revenue, and this is my measure. Okay, now if I just drag and drop in that, and if I just change it to a card, I'll see that my revenue is 139.71k. So what exactly does this total sales do, guys? What exactly is this thing doing? Let's just head back to our data. Okay, now what is this one? This is measure. Okay, so we have created a measure and we got some data as well. Fine. So if you look at it, we don't have a physical column or something here for this total sales. Okay, we don't have it. Okay, so the biggest advantage of using DAX measures is you'll not be having physical data points for measures. Okay, your data is calculated virtually. Okay, there is no way where your data is being, where you can interact with your data physically. Okay, see, there is no column here saying total sales. Okay, so you can't have it. Okay, so that is what measures, that's the advantage of using measures. Okay, but guys, we right now in this particular measures we have used sum, and we have got sales of revenue and all, right? Now what if I don't even want to have this revenue here? Okay, at the end of the day it's all about optimizing your data and getting the performance on your reports, right? So what if I don't want to have a revenue column here? Now that we are talking about data, physical data and all, and performance and all, yeah, measures will improve your performance because there is no physical data present in your table. That's cool, right? Now what if I want to calculate measure without using this revenue column? What should I do? For that there is another function called, I'll just edit this method, this thing only. Okay, for that there is another function which is called as SUMX. We have already seen it, but let's do it again. Okay, now what does this SUMX do is it will give us, first it will ask us to enter the table, which we have entered it, and now it will ask us to enter an expression, and our expression we know it already, which is quantity into price. Okay, so now if I click on OK, if I press enter, I get the same data. I get the same thing, but what we have done, we haven't used this column at all now. Okay, we haven't used this column at all. Now I can go ahead and I can directly delete this column if I want. Okay, so we don't know if we want revenue or not. We are not sure right now, but I can delete it right now. Why? Because with the requirement which I have done right now, with the chat which I have produced right now, okay, there is no need for this extra column. Okay, but you might want to use it in the future, but I'm just letting it be. But yeah, if there is a case something like this, always remember that measures will always give you better performance over your calculated columns or tables. Okay, now for those of you who are actually familiar with Power BI already, okay, there is a thing called as M language. Okay, and these calculated columns and calculated tables, the sales table which we have done, can be done through M language as well. So what's the whole point of having DAX now? Okay, so the whole point of having DAX is, firstly, M language is very complicated. Okay, so it's always better to have something which is easy. So, and it's not that, I mean, once you are used to M language is also very easy, but again, if you ask me, I prefer DAX. So, I mean, you can ask me, what should I prefer? Is it M language or is it DAX? What should I use? And that depends on you. I mean, that totally depends on you. Like if you are comfortable using M language, you use M language. If you are comfortable using DAX, use DAX. If you ask me, I am comfortable with DAX, and I have seen there are people who are really comfortable with DAX than M language. Okay, so so use DAX. I mean, yeah, it depends on you. Like if you want to use DAX, use DAX. If you want to use M language, use M language. Okay, but both have limitations and advantages as well. That happens everywhere. So now let's just see. I mean, for people who doesn't know what is M language, I am just going to show you what is M language. So if I click on transform data, a new query will be popped up, and this is called as Power Query Editor. A new editor will be popped up, and here if I click on advanced editor, okay, this is M language, guys. Okay, this is M language. Okay, and also using M language you can create columns as well. How do you do it? Is you just go here and here click on add column, and then you can click on custom column. Okay, and you can name it whatever you want, and you can write the same if statements and all here as well. Like if you can write if, or you can write revenue as sales, I mean quantity right here. So quantity into, where is my quantity? Yeah, as we have created price there, we don't get price here, but yeah, you can always get price here as well, and you can do it. Okay, I mean, I want you to know that I don't want to cover M language again, but yeah, so there is a thing called M language as well, which looks something like this. Okay, which looks something like this. Okay, you can use whatever you want, it's up to you. Okay, now we don't have any changes in this, so I'm just closing it. So yeah, so basically, to summarize what we have talked till now, Power BI DAX is a library of functions and operators which can be combined together to build formulas and expressions in your Power BI. Okay, now what is the advantage of Power BI is, I mean, there are things which, I mean, whenever you are doing data analysis, okay, you will need to do a lot of math, right? And Power BI DAX will give you all that. Okay, so it's all about calculations and formulas at the end of the day. So now in DAX there are three things you can do with using DAX, and they are first one, creating tables, which we have done. We'll go through how did we do it in a while, but yeah, we were able to create a new table. If you see, the whole columns here are quite similar. I mean, the same columns will be here as well. Okay, so that is what this one is doing. I mean, creating tables. Okay, now you can create your columns as well, new columns. We have created two new columns, which is price and revenue. Those are our two new columns. Okay, and we can create measures as well. Measures will improve your performance because there is no physical data point for them, whereas the data is virtually, I mean, the thing, it's like virtually calculated and it will give you the output. Okay, so this is all the basics about DAX. Thank you. So now that we have understood what exactly is DAX, okay, we'll go to the basics of it. Okay, so for that I would like, I mean, yeah, I'll do it in the same page. It's okay. So yeah, guys, I want to cover few functions. Okay, I mean, I want to cover one function which is called count. Okay, and with this function you should be able to use the other, you should be able to use the other functions comfortably as well. Okay, so now to demonstrate this function, okay, I've created a table before the session, and that table is called as sample table. Okay, let's just go into it and see what exactly is there in that table. Okay, and if I click on sample table here, and this is my data in it. Okay, there are 3 columns in it, which is column 1 is like, I have few numbers in it and also text, which is fine. And in column 2 I have logical values in the form of true and false. And now in column 3, this column, if you see, I have created this column using if clause. Okay, for now just understand that if in column 1 there is no data, okay, I am inserting blank here, and if in column 1 there is data, okay, I am getting the same data into column 3. Okay, we'll go through what is if statement in a while, but I want you to understand that if there is no data in column 1, I am inserting blank here, and if there is data in column 1, 2, 3, if there is data in column 1, okay, like let's say 1, 2, 3 or something like that, I am getting the same data populated into column 3. Okay, that is what I am doing now. Yeah, so consider blank as something like null. If you are a programmer, consider blank as something like a null. Okay, now if I go back to my report view, I would like to see these 3 columns first. So let's just, I want to see them here as well. So to see them here, to get a summary of those 3 columns, I can always drag and drop them to the data fields in the filter pane here. Okay, I just want to increase its size so that it will be easy. And now if you can see this filter pane here, you can see that there are 2 empty values in my column 1. Okay, that is what it is telling me. There are 2 empty values in your column 1. Okay, and there are 2 ones in your column 1. Okay, there are 2 twos in your column 1, and there is only 1 3, and 1 text 1 and 1 text 2. That is what it is saying. And similarly column 2, I have 1 blank and I have 4 false and 1 true. That is what it is saying. Okay, and in column 3 I have 2 blanks. This is the custom column which we have created using if statement. We'll go through it in a while, but yeah, I have 2 blanks here, and I have 1, 2, 3. It's the same again like column 1, but instead of empty spaces we have blanks here. Okay, now let's just go through count, what exactly this function does and all. Okay, count will give you the number of elements in a particular row or in a table. Okay, so let's just go through the various versions of count so that you will be comfortable to use the other functions as well, other basic functions as well. Okay, so now I'll just click on this one, and this is my data. Right now, guys, it is always recommended to have all your measures in a separate table rather than having them in your table which you have created. Okay, for example, previously we have done a measure called as, we have created a measure called as total sales. Right now, this thing doesn't reside in this table now. Right, it belongs to this table, but there is no physical data point where you can actually look into this. So it's always better to have measures, all the measures from different tables into one particular table. And for this I would like to create a table first. So let's just create a table. So what will I do is, I'll go back to, sorry, not my files, yeah, I'll go back to my home, and under home I have a thing called enter data. Okay, now I'll click on this enter data, and I'll name this table as measures table. Okay, and I'm just going to load it. I'm not interested in any columns and all right now, so I'm just loading it as it is. Okay, so this is my measures table, right? So I want to create my new measure here, but before creating my new measure here, we already have a measure created in table called sales, right? So how do I get this one into measures table first? Okay, all you have to do is you have to click on this, and once you have clicked on this, there is a thing called as home table here. Okay, and under this drop down you can always change the home table. Okay, if you have changed that home table, you will get that into your new table. Okay, this is our new table. Okay, and this column is the column which is generated when we have created this table. It's an empty column, just ignore it. Okay, now I want to talk about count, right? So let's create our new measure in the measures table which we have created. So now I'll click on new measure. Guys, it's always up to you. I mean, you can click here and then click on new measure. Okay, or you can right click this one and click on new measure. Okay, so I have selected new measure, and in this I would like to know my count. Okay, let's just say count, and now it is asking me inside that the first parameter inside that which you have to pass is a column name. So it is asking me give me a column name so that I'll count you the number of elements and give it back to you. Okay, fine. So I told you that we'll be working on sample table to understand the example. So let's just go through sample table column 1 count. Okay, sorry. So yeah, that's all. So I've got my measure created. And the measure name is measure now. Let's just rename it as count examples. Okay, so I have got the measure name now renamed as count examples. Now let's just drag and drop in here, drop that here, and see what exactly. I'll change it to card, and now it gives me that there are 9. I mean, it gives me the number 9. So what does it mean? Let's just go back to this one and we'll see. I mean, let's just count them. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So guys, it has given us the 9. Okay, so I mean, it has comfortably counted all the rows in our particular column. Fine, that is what we expect it to do. Fine. Now let's just go back here and let's just replace it with column 3. Okay, let's just replace it with column 3, and I'm going to click tick here. You can always click the tick mark as well, but you can see that now if I replace here column 3, I get the value as 7 here, not 9. Why is that happening? Because guys, count will count the data. It will also count the empty data, but it will not count the data which is blank. Okay, now if you remember, if we go back to the table, okay, how did I create this column? If there is no data in column 1, I have replaced that with a blank, right? So it will ignore blank. Okay, that is what count will do. Okay, it will ignore blank, whereas it will give you the other 7 numbers. Okay, we have got 9 earlier, so if we remove those 2 blanks, we'll get 7. Fine. So that is what count will do on column 3, column with blanks. Okay, now let's just head back and try using column 2 now. Okay, let's just choose column 2. I mean, I have to click on enter here. We'll get an error. Why did we get an error? We'll see it in a while, but before that I want to talk about other count functions. Okay, so we'll see this in a while. Okay, just give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes we'll see why did we got error here. Okay, now let's just remove this column 2 from here and let's just head back to column 1, where we'll get 9. Okay, we'll see why we are getting error in column 2. Okay, but for now let's just go through the other count functions. Before we see the error, let's just go through the other count functions. Okay, so now what I would like to do is, there is a function called as count rows. Okay, so let's just see what exactly does count rows do. Okay, there is a thing called, sorry, not count blank, but instead I want to do count rows. Okay, and count rows you have to pass table name and you don't have to give the column name. That is what it is saying. Okay, whenever you start a function, it will actually give you the parameters list inside it. Okay, and according to that you have to pass your parameters. Okay, and it is also saying that, I mean, if you see that there is an error there, and it is also telling me that what exactly is the error. If you can read it, error is top here, right? I mean, it is saying that the parameter is not the correct type, so you have to pass the correct type. If it is expecting table, you are supposed to pass in a table. Okay, and if it is expecting a column, you are supposed to pass in a column. Now that it is expecting a table, I have to pass in a table and I have to remove my column. So let's just remove the column, and yeah, now we are good. We don't have that red scribbly line down here, which is very good. We just pass the table. Now what does this count rows do? Let's just see. We got 9, we'll get 9, no point. I mean, we are not passing in any column here explicitly. We are giving the whole table and we are asking how many rows are there in that table. So we got all the rows there. Okay, so that's what count rows will do. Okay, and now I want to look into something called as count blank. Okay, before count rows, I mean I've by mistake clicked count blank, right? So let's just go through this as well. Okay, but what does count blank do? It is asking me to, I mean it is expecting a column name now, and we have passed a table instead, and we shouldn't pass a table, instead we have to pass column name. So let's just pass column 1. Okay, and let's just click on OK, I mean enter. And guys, if you see, there are 2 empty places in our table, right? So we have got, I mean in this column there are 2 empty places, right? And that's why we have got 2, which is fine. Okay, but they are not blanks, but still they are considered as, I mean Power BI is considering it as blanks, not exact precisely Power BI. To be precise, it's count blank function which is considering it as blank. Okay, so now if I click enter here, I get 1 in count 2 in column 2, which is this one. Fine. Now if I go to this, and let's say I have entered column 3, and if I click on enter, I get 2 as well. Why? Because I got 2 rows here, I mean 2 rows which have no data and blanks. Okay, so that is what is count blank. Okay, now let's just see the next function which I want to talk about is distinct count. Okay, so let's just go through distinct count. Okay, so in this distinct count, what will this distinct count do? We'll see. Okay, first let's just go through column 3 only. Okay, so it has given me 6. What does that mean? Let's just head back to our filter view here, and filter pane, I would like to call it as pane, but yeah, let's just head back here and see what exactly is happening in this. Okay, so in column 3, guys, if you see, there are 2 blanks. Okay, this makes, I mean this one is a unique value. I mean even if there are 2 blanks, there is one particular type of data which is repeated multiple number of times, so the distinct value will be 1, right? So like that, we have got 1 blank. I mean it can be any number of times, but we have got 1 blank present in the table. Okay, that's how you get 1 blank here. So 1 at the similarly you will get 1, I mean there may be any number of times 1 present in the table, but if there is 1, it will consider that okay, we have 1 in the table, so it will consider it as 1. Okay, so similarly for 2, there can be any number of 2's in the table, but it will consider only 1 value out of it. I mean that's what distinct is. Okay, how many number of distinct values are there in the table? Okay, so now if you count all this, you'll get 6. See, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So there might be any number of blanks in the table, but I'll consider only 1 blank. That is what distinct count will do. Okay, there might be any number of 1's in the table, but I'll consider only 1. Okay, so that is how I get count of distinct, I mean that is how this distinct count will operate, and I'll get the count as 6 here. Okay, now the next function which I would like to talk about is distinct count no blank. Now what does this mean? Let's just click here. Okay, we have got 5. Why? Because we are ignoring blank now. Okay, that is what distinct count no blank does. Now if I put column 1 here, will it also give me 5? I mean now that column 1 and column 3 are same except for the values blank which are there in column 3, so will it give us 5 or 6? Let's just see. Okay, we have got 6. Why? Because distinct count no blank is not considering this value, I mean the empty values, as blank, whereas some other function which we have seen earlier, okay, is considering this value as no blank. Okay, so yeah, so these are all the various versions of count, but before we end it, we have seen that we have got an error when we have used count, right? Simple count, and if we use it on table 2, okay, and if I just click enter here, we have got an error here. So why did we get that error? Okay, let's just go through it. So guys, if you go back to the table, in column 2 you have logical values, okay, in the form of false and true. Okay, But what exactly is the error here is count will not count columns that have logical values. Okay, so to get the count to work around this, okay, and to get it right, okay, what you have to use is there is a function called as count a. Okay, instead of count there is a function called as count a. Okay, and now if I click on enter, okay, I get 8. Why am I getting 8? Because this one is ignoring this blank here. Okay, so that is what count a is doing. Okay, so yeah, but before we end it, there are other two functions which I would like to talk about, and they are count x and count ax. Okay, there are two other functions which I would like to talk about, which are count x and count ax. Okay, but before we see that, I would like to talk about if statement. Okay, I would like to talk about if statement so that we can understand what exactly is happening in this. Okay, so that we'll know like what should we do. Okay, so if we head back to our column 3, if we head back to our data view, here there is a thing called as column 3. Okay, and in this column 3 we have written a if statement. Okay, so what does this if statement does is, first it will ask you to pass an expression. Okay, now the expression can be anything. Okay, I can write, if these all are like numeric values, I can do like column 1, if the value is between this range or that range, I'll do something like that. If it is greater than that, I can do that. Okay, something like that. So what happens here is, first you will pass an expression, guys. Okay, in an if statement you will pass an expression. Okay, and if this expression is true, then the first thing which you pass here, that will happen. Okay, if this expression is true, then the first one which you have passed here, that will happen in column 3. Okay, but if this expression is false, okay, let's consider this expression is false, then what will happen? The else part will happen. Okay, so I'll go through it again. Okay, we have an if statement, and how does an if statement work? How does it work? It works in such a way that first you'll pass in an expression, and with this expression, okay, you will, if this expression is true, okay, it will evaluate in the basis of logical values. Okay, like true or false, whatever expression you pass in, it will evaluate in the true or false values. Okay, so if this expression is true, okay, this should happen. If this expression is false, this should happen. Okay, that is what if statement will do. Okay, now that this expression is true in first two places, we have got blank in first two places here. Okay, but if I want to replace that blank with, let's say, a letter something like A, okay, I can do that as well. Okay, see, I got A instead of blank, I got A. Okay, I can replace it with 1 as well. Okay, but it is not considering it because of some data type issues. Let's not go into that right now, but yeah, you have to do something like this. Okay, now you'll get it. Okay, so yeah, the column 3 has text here. Okay, you have to get the data type right before you want to pass data like 1 and all, because that comes under numbers. Okay, that is what it is telling you. Okay, that was the error, but anyhow, so I think you have understood if statement now. So first you will pass in the expression, and if the expression is right, then you will get this value, and if the expression is wrong, if the expression is false, then you'll get this value, which is cool. So I want to use my blank only. I don't want to use something else right now. So let's just change it back to blank. Okay, so now let's just go back to our report view and try using count x. Okay, so now that we have seen count rows, count blank, distant count no blank, okay, and also count A, we'll see what is count x now. Okay, so let's just replace it with count x. Okay, so now this count x is expecting 2 parameters. Okay, instead of 1 parameter, guys, you can see it here, right? Instead of 1 parameter, it is expecting us to give us 2 parameters. Okay, so we'll pass in 2 parameters here. Okay, the first parameter which I want is table, which is fine. The second parameter which I want to pass here is an expression. Okay, so let's just pass in an expression. Okay, now for this I would like to count the values from column 1 whose column 1 and column 3 both are text. Okay, so I would like to calculate values from column 1 or column 3 whose length, okay, whose length is greater than 1 or something like that. And for that, what I have to do is I have to pass in a function called as length. Okay, this is called len. Okay, this will return you length. So what exactly does this one do is, if I take a notepad to explain you what exactly does length do is, for example, let's say we have something like 𝑑𝒐𝒂𝒂. Okay, and if I pass in this length function, if I pass this value to this length function, okay, now what will happen is the output will be the number of characters present in this particular string. Okay, so what is my output? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so you will get 10. Okay, that's how it will work. Okay, so if you use length, it will give you the number of characters in that particular string. Okay, that is what length will do. Okay, now if I go back here, if I use length here directly, okay, and I have to pass a text, I can pass text or I can pass a column which has text. It will go through each and every row. Okay, it will do that for us backend. Okay, so let's just pass in column 3. Okay, and greater than, let's say 1. Instead of 1, if it is greater than 1, we'll show that value. We'll show the count of it here. Okay, so now if I click on OK, I'll get an error. Why? Even though you write length here, there are blank values in here, and that's why you get an error. So to work around this, I want to get the count of text inside this column whose length is greater than 1. What does that mean? I should ignore 1, 2, I should ignore 1, 1, 2, 2, 3 as well, because their count, their length is 1. They have only one character in that particular string. Even though they look like numbers, it's actually stored something like this. Okay, it's actually stored something like this, not like this. Okay, it is not stored something like this, guys. Okay, it is stored something like this. Okay, so okay, that's the difference. Okay, so now if we have only something like 1 here, the length of it is only 1. If we have something like, let's say 2-digit number, let's say 12 or something, then the length of it will be 2. Okay, now I want to consider, I want to count the number of items in this particular column whose length is greater than 1. So I'm omitting all this ones, and length of the characters that are length of the string text inside this column whose length is 1. I just want to apply count on this one. That is what we are doing. And to apply and to achieve something like this, we'll be using countx, which is fine. We got it. But if we use countx with the simple length function, okay, we'll get an error because there are 2 blank values here. Okay, and to work around this, we have to do something. And what should we do for that? It will work in a normal case scenario, guys. Okay, this will work in normal case scenario. But if you have blank values or empty rows inside that, it will give you an error. Okay, so to work around this, you have to use if statement for this particular thing. Okay, so I have to put all of this into an if statement. And how will I do that? I just have to write if statement. Okay, and I want to check if there is a blank or something. Okay, so let's just say I want to check my column 3. Okay, and if my column 3 is equals to blank, okay, this will give me if it is blank or not. Okay, if it is blank, I want to replace it with something. And what do I want to replace it with? Now I'm looking at some, I'm not bothered with, I'm not bothered with text which has, which has a length of 1. So I can pass any text which has a length of 1, right? So I'll pass any text which has length of 1. It can be a, it can be something, it can be any character, but not a text which has length of 2. We know that, right? So I'll pass something which is, let's say L. Okay, this is L, guys, not 1. L or 1, anything. Okay, at the end of the day, it's a text which has length of 1. Okay, So to work around this is what I have to do. Okay, I have to wrap around my expression. I have to wrap my expression now inside a if statement. Why? Because this simple thing will give me an error because there are blanks in my column. But to work around this and get my data, I mean to get the output, what I have to do is I have to use something like this. I mean if there is a blank, I have to replace it with something that makes sense, right? I mean I'm considering only text which has greater than 1, so I'm doing something like this. Okay, now if I click enter here, okay, oh, I still get blank. And why is that? Why is that? Is let's just replace this one with 0 and see why do we get blank. Okay, now we got it, but if I replace something like text, it is not working. Why? We'll go through it in a bit, but we'll just go back here and see that if there are only 2 strings which has length greater than 1. Okay, see, there are 2 strings which has length greater than 1. Now guys, whenever I replace some value here, okay, whenever I give some value here, okay, what exactly will happen is, okay, an expression, whenever you give an expression, whenever you use an expression in something like Power BI, okay, what will this do is, okay, this one will actually create a column. Okay, see, if you want to know the length of, let's say, all this thing, okay, there will be a column created here, okay, and that column will be output of it. Okay, but all this will be done virtually, so you will not be able to see the column. So but if I want to see a column, what should I do? I just have to click on new column, and I can see that there is a thing called length, and I can always pass in my column 3, and again we'll get an error if I'm not wrong. Oh, we did not get an error. It has actually given us the exact thing. It has omitted it by default, but when you are using it in length, I mean whenever you are using it in an expression, you are getting an error, but instead we did not get an error. Fine. But what exactly will happen when I use it in an expression is, even if I write a measure which is virtual data, okay, the data will get calculated virtually. Okay, even if I write a measure, what exactly will happen is it will do something like this. Okay, in backend it will create a column like this, and then it will give me the output from there. Okay, now in this, which one is greater than 1? This is greater than 1 and this is greater than 1, right? So that's why we got an output, right? But what exactly did we do earlier is we have passed a text string which is A or something like that. So this column which you are creating here will not have a text string. Instead it will have a zeros, ones, twos, something like that. Okay, so that is what is happening, right? So let's just put 2 here and see, still will get 2. Why? It is just a replacement value, but it is we are doing our calculation on this only, we are not doing it here. Okay, it's a replacement value, and this value will be considering somewhere, but it will still not count the value because that value doesn't, we are calculating only from this column or not from this column. Okay, something like that. Okay, so Power BI is intelligent enough to know the difference. Okay, that is what you have to understand at the end of the day. Okay, so I am just deleting this column, and the way you delete it is just, you can see it here, right? You can click here and then click on delete. Okay, so we are deleting that column because we don't need it now that we have understood what exactly has happened. Okay, so now what exactly does context do? It will ask you for a table first, and then once you have passed in a table, then you have to pass in an expression. Okay, we can pass a simple expression, something like this, which is pretty cool, nothing wrong with that. But as of now we have blank values in our table. Okay, what will it do? It will give an error because length can't be used when there are blank values in an expression, whereas it can be used when you are directly creating a column or something like that. Okay, now to work around this and to get it right, what you have to do is you have to wrap it around using an if statement. Okay, and to wrap it around using an if statement, you will just use an if clause, and inside that if clause, the first one is what is your expression. Okay, now if it is blank, we are getting an error with blank, right? So we have equated this to blank, okay, and if it is equals to blank, we are replacing it with some text, some value, okay, some number, okay. It can be 0, it can be 2, or whatever it is, okay. In this context it can be anything, okay, but it should be a number, okay. And if I do that, then I'll get the output of it properly. So that is what we have done, okay. Now similarly we have a thing called count AX, okay. We have count X, similarly we have count AX. So now that you know count and count X, the difference between those two, you should be able to understand the difference between count A and count AX, okay. I'm not going through count AX now, but I'll leave it up to you. But yeah, it's as simple as, it's similar to the count A function, okay. So yeah, so count X, so the functions which we have seen today are count, count rows, count blank, distant count no blank, count A, count X, count AX, okay. I'm leaving count AX to you for you to explore it, okay. So yeah, so even in count AX it will ask you for an expression, okay. This is what an expression is. And if you remember, we have created this one using SUMX, okay. This thing we have created using SUMX, right? And where is that one? Total sales, right? So SUMX. Even what will SUMX do? Instead of giving you the count, it will give you the summation, right? It will give you the summation, but a summation with an expression, okay. So what exactly will happen? You have passed sales data here, okay. So here let's just go back to our sales table, and I have passed my sales data here, okay, and table I have passed sales table, and in this table let's just go to let's just look into this. Oh yeah, I'm not able to do it, okay. So yeah, we have sales table here, and with the sales table, what do we have? We have quantity and price. So what is it happening is, first it will do the multiplication from each row, okay. It will do the multiplication from each row. It will iterate through every row, okay. It will iterate through every row, and once you get the expression calculated virtually, not like this, okay, this is something which we have done, okay. Once you calculate it virtually, okay, this thing, okay, not this one, guys, yeah, this one only, sorry, yeah. So this thing will calculate for each row, like how did we do for revenue, it will get calculated like that. And once you have got the whole data, and once you have got the whole calculations done, then it will apply summation on it. So how it will happen is, this into this it will store somewhere, 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 okay. All this will be getting stored somewhere, and then at the end of everything you will get the summation of all the product values, okay. So similarly you have average X, okay, min X, max X, okay. So now that you have understood how count X will work on, how count X has worked with different examples, you should be able to use the other basic functions as well, which is average X, average, sum, count, min, max, and there are many functions as well like this in the same versions, and you should be comfortable using the other versions as well. Like you should be able to use X version with it, AX version with it if it is available, okay, A version with it, okay. So I will leave that up to you guys to explore the remaining functions. But what we have covered in this session today is, we have taken a simple function which is count, and we have seen different versions of it inside it using count, and we have also understood how an if statement is worked, and we have also understood if we get any error, how to work around it, okay, that we have done. So yeah, thank you. Okay, now we'll see how exactly we'll work with an if clause in Power BI desktop using tags, okay. So if you see, we are now back at our sales table, which is cool. Now let's say there are this many number of revenues generated in sales table, okay, ranging from 1.89 to 119.85, okay. So those are all the revenues that are being generated in our sales table, okay. Now if I just go to my last row, which is somewhere here, I should get something. Oh, the data is actually jumbled, but you can see 119.85 here. Okay, so yeah. So now what I would like to do is I want to have another column where I would have a range. For example, if my revenue falls in 1.89 to let's say 9, okay, I would consider it as low revenue. Let's say less than 10, I'll consider it as low revenue. Okay, but if it is greater than 10 to let's say 50, I'll consider it as moderate revenue. Whereas if it is greater than 50, okay, I'll consider it as high revenue. And I want all this filtering done in a new column. Okay, I want to do this. Okay, now how will I do it? To work around this, I'll create a new column with DAX using if statement. So I can always click here, and there is a thing called column tools as well when you click on a separate column. Okay, and with that also you can create a new column clicking here. Okay, let's just click here. Okay, now what should I call it? Okay, let's just call it as revenue group. Okay, let's just call it as revenue group. Okay, and now this revenue group, in this revenue group, I would like to have if it falls under low, or if it falls under high, or if it's a moderate value. Okay, now if you have it, let's just have it on them. Okay, so if the revenue is below 10, okay, we'll consider it as low revenue. Okay, and if the revenue is above 10, yeah, if the revenue is above 10 and below 50, we'll consider it as moderate. Okay, if the revenue is above 50, okay, even if it is 50, we'll consider it as this only. Even if it is 10, we'll consider it as low only. Okay, I'm just telling you. So if it is above 50, okay, what will I do is I'll name it as high. Okay, so the revenue group column is created empty now. So let's just work around it. So guys, to make things simpler, I'll have to write a lot of if statements now, and for that to happen, I can't work around it with just simple, with just the space which I have right now here, right? So I have to get more space. I want to get more space where I write my function and all. Where I'll write my formulas and all. So how should I do it is, there is a drop down thing here, right? So you just have to click on this drop down thing and it will expand it like this. Okay, and it's pretty cool, right? So it will give you a wide range of things. It's not just applied for this, you can do it for the other stuff as well. For example, you can just go back to your measures table, and in total sales you can also increase that. For now our formula is this much, so we haven't done much. Okay, but tomorrow it might be a lot, like what we are about to do right now. So okay, so now I'll go back to my sales table, I'll click on my revenue group, and I'll click on this. Okay, now let's just go through if statement. Okay, now I'll just write an if statement, if clause, and first it has to be an expression. But guys, let's say I want to write my if clause from next line. Okay, what should I do? To get to the next line, you shouldn't use enter. Okay, whenever you use enter, Power BI considers it as it considers it as you have done writing your formula. Okay, so it will just start calculating your formula and you're still not done with your formula, but you'll start seeing errors and all, because it will consider that you have done writing with your formula whenever you press enter key on your keyboard. Okay, so to work around this, what you have to do is, if you want something to get into next line, you have to press command if you are using Mac, and if you are using a keyboard which is of Mac. Technically speaking, Power BI is not available on Mac, but yeah, so you have to press Control and then click on enter, then press enter. Okay, sorry, my enter did not work properly. Oh my god, it's not even working. Why? Maybe shift, not sure. Yeah, sorry guys, it's not control, it's shift. Okay, my bad. So yeah, so now we have to see if our revenue falls below 10 or not. Okay, so let's just see how to do it. Okay, so what we'll do for this is we'll just get the reference of our revenue column, which is revenue. Okay, you can do, guys, you can get a reference of a column in two ways. Okay, one is sales, and then you can click revenue. Okay, you can do something like this, or you can directly get something like this. You can do something like this as well, because it is directly in this table only. Okay, so if it is less than or equals to 10, what do we want? What do we want? We want to name it as low. So I will name it as low. Fine. But if not that, what should happen? There are two other cases, guys, right? If it is below 10, we'll consider it as low. But if not that, we have two other cases to consider here, which is above 10 and above 50. I mean, which falls between this range and which is above 50, right? Now, how should I work around this? If not this, again, I can use, you have seen me using if statement in such a way that if not this value, I'll get some other value, right? But you can also write nested if. What does that mean? Inside this if, okay, if this condition doesn't satisfy you, okay, you can write another if statement, okay, and to write you can just continue writing another if statement inside this, okay, revenue. Okay, I mean, guys, I have forgot a comma here, that's why it is giving me error. So yeah, revenue. And now what do I want? If it lies between 10 and 50, right? And how would you check it? If revenue is greater than 10 and okay, it should be falling between both, right? So, and if revenue is less than 50, okay, sorry guys, you don't need an if again, sorry, my bad. Yeah, so it should fall between 10 and at the same time it should be below 50 as well, right? That's why I have used and here. I mean, we want both to be true. So it's not just below 50, if it is even equals to 50, we'll consider it as moderate. So I'll just give comma and then I'll write moderate. Now we are left out with another condition, which is this one. If it is above 50, what will you do? For that, again, you have to consider an if statement. But guys, you can consider an if statement or you can choose to ignore it. But we know that the ranges of our data is between what? Between something around 1, I guess. Yeah, 1 to 190, I guess, right? I mean, we have saw it, right? So we know that there is no data which is minus, or we know that there is no data which is, I mean, if it is greater than 50, even 1000 is greater than 50, right? So instead of writing another if statement, what you can do here is you can directly use the else clause here, which is high. Okay, and that's all. This is how you write an if statement. If I'm not wrong, I should get my data populated with low, high, and all, right? If it is greater than, it should be moderate, right? So let's just go back to revenue and click on select all. I mean, we'll just see if we got our if statement right or not. So I'll just click on 10.17, I'm just clicking on variable, on randomly checking values which are under 50, guys. Okay, so to see if it has worked or not. Okay, so this is greater than 50, sorry. Yeah, so let's just click on OK, see, and everything will be moderate. Okay, everything will be moderate now. Now, likewise, if you apply filtering for, let's say, okay, I'm not going to select all, and let's say you have applied for values that are greater than 50 and click on OK. See, all values are greater than 50 and we have got high. So what did we do here? I mean, how did we achieve it? We have written an if statement, and inside that if statement we have checked if the revenue is less than 10, we will get low. Okay, and if the revenue is greater than 10, okay, and if not this, okay, if not this, I can use another if as well. Inside the same place, inside the same if, I can use another if. But where should you use it? In else. Instead of using else, you can use another if statement. Okay, this is the nested if. Okay, and in this, what did I do? I did nothing but if it lies between 50 or 100, in that range, I'll get moderate. And if not these two, then I'll get high. That is what I have written. Okay, but if there is negative values and all, maybe then I should change this. I have to write another if statement here and check if it is greater than 50, then high, and then I have to give comma, and if there are any values which are maybe consider less than 1 or maybe less negative, I mean we have done less than 10 here, but what if we have considered greater than 5, and so yeah, and revenue less than or equals to 10. What if we have done this? Okay, what if our thing is this, and let's just select all, and even 1 we are getting it as high. Why? Because it is not satisfying these two conditions, so that's why we have got high. Okay, I mean if it doesn't satisfy these two conditions, we'll get high. Okay, so even if it is -1 or something, we'll get high. So to work around this, what you have to do is you have to create another if statement, and that statement will look something like this. Okay, again you have to write an if statement. Okay, so revenue again greater than 50. If it is greater than 50, okay, then only I'll use high. Okay, or if not, I mean I can even ignore it, it's not a big deal. If not that, then what should I do? Then I'll use something like not considered. Okay, and you can always press enter, and now you will see that the values which are less than 5 are not considered. Okay, something like this. So you just have to play around with it to get a hold on it. It's just a nested if using Power BI DAX. Okay, and you can also work around it. You can do the same thing using 𝑚language as well. I find it easy, I mean I find things like this easy using 𝑚language, so I prefer doing these things on 𝑚language. But yeah, you can also do it using DAX. That's what I want to tell you. But guys, instead, if this thing is pretty complicated, I mean if this thing looks complicated to you, there is another thing called as switch. Okay, and you can also use that as well. If you want, you can use that as well. Okay, it will be a bit easy compared to what we have done right now. I mean I know this is very complex, and also switch will enhance your performance. I mean compared to nested if, switch will enhance your performance. Okay, so there is another way to work around it. Okay, so which is using switch, which will be easy as well. Okay, now that we have seen how to create a column using if clause, and also we have seen how to do things using nested if and all, right? So now we'll try to create the same column using switch. But before we try to create the same column using switch, I would like to talk about, let's just create a column with basic switch function, so that we can then create something like this using switch. Okay, now I would like to click on new column, and what I would like to do is we have a date here, right? And I would like to just get the date, just get the month name in this column. Okay, that is what I would like to do. So I would like to name the column as month name switch, and we know that there will be a lot of code, so let's just click on this. Okay, and now I would like to write switch, my switch case, and from this what I would like to do is first I would like to get the month number, not directly the month name, but I would like to get month number. So how do I get the month number? To get month number, there is a function in time functions which we'll look into it later, but for now let's just stay with me. And the function which will give you the number of month, let's say if it's January, it will give you 1. If it is February, it will give you 2. If it is March, it will give you 3, and so on. And if it is December, it will give you 12. Okay, and to get something like that from a date column, what you have to use is you have to use a function called month. Okay, and now it is asking me to pass in a column which has date, and also it is saying that returns a number from 1 to 12 representing a month. That is what I have been telling you. And now I would like to pass in my column which is date. Okay, now this will give me my date, which is fine. I mean, this will give me my month number. Now once you get your month number, the next thing which you might want to do is if this value false, let's say I'll write 1 comma January. Okay, now what does this mean is if the value from this thing, I mean this function will convert the date into numbers from 1 to 12, right? Now if this function, okay, gives me 1, then fill in my column with January. That is what I have written. Okay, now we can keep on writing like this. I mean, I'm just doing it with January for now. So wherever there is no January, it will give error because we haven't considered else part of it. Okay, but let's just head back and try to understand it. Okay, now if it is 2, I want February. Okay, and if it is 3, I want March. Okay, and if it is 4, okay, I want April. Okay, and if it is 5, I want May. Oh no, I mean, the problem with this is I'm trying to get everything in the next line, and in between, if you forget to press shift, then there will be error, guys. Okay, and I mean, it will automatically finish the function. It will consider whenever you click on press enter, it considers that you have done writing your DAX code. Okay, so be careful with that. Okay, anyhow, it will show you the error here, and also there will be errors in your column, but still. Okay, so whenever you see that, just see that you come back and finish your DAX code. Okay, so June. Now I have written this for 6 months, right? So let's just continue. So July. And the 8th month which we have is August, right? Again I have pressed enter. Okay, this will be a problem, guys. Okay, now, but never mind, you can always, I mean, you are on the same thing, so you can keep on writing. So August, and then comes September, and the 10th month which we have is October, and after that we have, okay, November, and after that we have December. Okay, and if there is nothing, I would like to call it as not considered, or number value is not valid. Okay, month number, let's call it as month number instead. Okay, so let's call it as month number is not valid, and if I press enter now this will give me my switch statement. See, if I close it, you can see that, see, from this date we have got September, from this date we have got October, we have got all the months now. Okay, now this I have done using switch case. So let's just dissect it again. So what exactly happens is, if the value here falls here, you'll get January. If the value here falls here, you'll get February, and if the value here falls here, you'll get June, and so forth. Okay, it's something like that. Okay, so the reason why I have took a simple example first is, if you go to the if statement here, okay, we have a lot of, we have a range, we have something like range. Okay, so to get range, we have to, if it is only single value, something like this, how do you get range? What will you pass in here? Okay, so to work around it, there is a thing which we can do, and that's what we are going to learn right now. Okay, now I'll just click on new column. Okay, and yeah, let's open it up so that we'll have a good view of our where we are writing a code. So let's just call it revenue group with switch. Okay, and this will give me switch. First I will have to, we want to do it with switch instead of if. So we're trying to get this column guys with switch now. Okay, now to work around ranges, okay, the expression which you have to pass in is a function actually called true. Okay, so pass in a function which is actually called true. Okay, and after this you can pass in your revenue column. So revenue, if it is greater than 5 and my revenue, okay, and my revenue which is less than or equals to 10, then consider it as low. Okay, then consider it as low, and I can keep on going now. Now what will I do? Revenue, if my revenue is greater than 10 and if my revenue, okay, is less than or equals to 50, then I'll write it as moderate. Okay, I'll put a comma here and let's just go to next line. And if my revenue, okay, if my revenue is greater than 50, now what do we want? We want it to rate it as high. But if not all this, okay, if not all this, what if it falls less than 5? What will you do then? Okay, then we'll name it as not considered. That is what we have done using if clause, right? If function or if clause. So this is how my switch statement is written. So if you have something like ranges and all, to work around it, you'll be having a thing, you'll be passing an expression as true function which will return true. So what does that mean? If this true value is here, okay, this thing which you have written here at the end of the day will be evaluated to true, right? So if this value is true, then I'll consider as low. If this value is true, then I'll consider as moderate. If my true value falls here, then I'll consider as high. It's the same thing, something like that. So if my true value falls here in this expression, instead of just value, you can pass in something like logical expression like this, okay, then I'll consider low. So that is why we have done a simple example of switch as well before, okay, so that we'll understand that this value, if it falls here, we'll get this. If this value, if it falls here, we'll get this. If this value, if it falls here, we'll get this, okay, something like that. Okay, now I'll just click on enter, and there you have the same data which you have here is now repeated. It's now replicated here. Now what do I have to choose? Do I have to choose if or do I have to choose switch? Always choose switch, okay, because switch will give you performance. There is an enhancement in the performance using switch, whereas there is, using if, there might be degradation in the performance. Okay, so why? Because if it will, the revenue, it will check everywhere, guys. In if statement, it will check here. If it is less than or equals to 10, then I'll low. If it is greater than 10 or less than 50, then moderate. If it is greater than 50, then high. So if my thing falls in 50, these two things are calculated, okay? But whereas in switch, these two statements are also considered. If my thing is greater than 50, these two statements are also considered. First it will read this statement, it is false, then it will go to this statement, this is false, then it will go to this statement. Okay, this is true, then it will happen, okay? But here in switch, okay, if my value is greater than 50, it will not go here, it will not go here, it will directly go here because my true value falls here, okay? So it will directly go here and it will give me high, okay? And that is how switch will improve your performance over if. Thank you. Okay, so the next functions which I want to cover is filter functions. Okay, so in this session we'll be covering two basic and most used filter functions, which are calculate and filter, and in the further sessions we'll be seeing the other filter functions. Okay, so now let's just head back to our, we can write it here as well, not a big deal. So yeah, let's just right click on it, and let's just create a new measure to understand calculate function. Okay, so calculate function, I'm naming it as calculate function as well. Okay, so what does this calculate function give you? So in this calculate function, the first thing which it is asking you is expression, guys. Okay, the first thing which it is asking you is expression. And now in this expression you can use the already created measure as well. Okay, so an expression inside a DAX function, inside a measure, you can use another measure. That is the powerful, that's why DAX is very powerful. Okay, so I would like to use the total revenue without column, which we have created earlier. And now then you can give as many filters as possible. Okay, there is no limit. Okay, so you can give as many filters as possible. So now I want to calculate revenue for, let's just calculate on what shall we do? Let's just calculate on location. Okay, let's just calculate on location. Okay, so yeah, let's just see. Let's just head back to this one. We'll just calculate it on location. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll write related. Okay, I want my related table, right? I want to use my location name instead. Okay, so where is my related table? It is in location. Okay, so in location I have city, state, etc. Let's use state. Let's use Georgia or Utah. It is very small to type, so let's use Utah. Okay, so what I'll do, location, state. Okay, related location. Oh, okay, so the related table itself is okay. So let's just not use related. Maybe related is not a filter function, that's why it is not getting populated there properly. So let's just use normal location table. Okay, we can directly use location table as well. Okay, so location is equals to, what do I want? Utah. Okay, if I'm not wrong, this is the spelling of it, right? So I'll click on OK. Okay, so I'll just press enter, and now this calculate function has been created. Now let's just head back to our reports view, and what we'll do right now is we'll have all our states. We have created it on state, right? Yeah, we'll have all our states, and yeah, we'll have all our this one, total revenue. Okay, so now what should I do? Is not visible, right? So I'll go here, and not this one, so not this one, style, not this one, grid, not this one, font color. So yeah, I'll increase the text size so it will be visible for you. Okay, I'll just increase the text size. Okay, I've increased it. Let's just put it to 35. Okay, let's just fix it to 35. Okay, now let's just close this one. Let's just close this one. Yeah, so let's just expand it. So okay, so if you guys can see it, location table will be able to filter measures that are created on sales table. We know that, right? So location table, which has states, has filtered this table. Okay, so it has filtered it, right? So now what we'll do is, so this is the total amount which we have been seeing since past few sessions. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll drag and drop in our new calculate function as well, which we have created. Okay, so where is my calculate function now? See, now okay, it is actually giving me value of Utah. Yeah, see, Utah is 4768.46, but it is giving me Utah. See, so this is how you use calculate function, guys. Okay, so the way you use calculate function is, we'll just look at it again. So you'll write calculate, and you'll pass an expression, and that expression can be a measure as well. Okay, You don't have to, it's not necessary that I have to write an expression again. Okay, instead of this expression I could have wrote something like sales of what, I mean, why am I not able to write it? Yeah, so again I have to write calculate, I guess. No, okay, we'll get back to that later, like how do you do that, but as of now we'll just head to total revenue by column. We are good with this one at the moment. Okay, so instead of writing an expression here, you can write something like a measure. Okay, you can also write a measure which has, of course a measure is made up of an expression, right? So you can write a measure. So after writing a measure, you have to give filter. Okay, so with this filter we were able to create 𝒂𝒓. Okay, we got only the value of 𝒂𝒓. See, 484768.46. okay, but if I click at the top and if I go back here, see, it is populated everywhere, so it's fine, we got it, right? Now everything is very good till here. Now we'll see how, now we'll see the significance of filter function. Okay, so what exactly happens if I use filter function? Okay, so now I'll head back to calculate, my previous calculate thing, and instead of writing simply like this, I'll write a function here called filter. Okay, so I'll be using filter, and in this filter function it is asking you to again filter it using a table. First parameter inside it is a table, so I'll pass my location table, and what is my filter expression is nothing but location state is equals to, double quotes, my bad, so 𝒂𝒓. Okay, and just press enter. Okay, now if you can see, okay, the whole values from here are gone. Okay, there is only value in a column 𝒂𝒓. Okay, there is only a value in column 𝒂𝒓. So what exactly has happened earlier and what has happened now is, without this filter function, okay, it is not able to apply the filter. Okay, it has taken the expression literally, but it hasn't applied the filter. Okay, whereas using filter function, okay, we were able to actually, filter the state. We were able to apply the exact filter, and this is actually the exact, this is actually the legitimate way how you want to do it. Okay, so writing simply, location state is equals to 𝒂𝒓 doesn't make sense, because your data might be populated along other values as well, and the filter from somewhere else is not able to filter it properly. Okay, so to get it right, what you have to use is a function called as filter. Okay, now both calculate and filter both come under filtering functions. Okay, they both come under filtering functions. Okay, so yeah, using both of them you can do this one. Okay, you can create, you can create these columns like this. Okay, and you can apply other filters as well, guys. It's not like you can apply only one filter. Okay, you can apply other filters as well, like for example filter, I can keep on going like this. For example, now I want to apply it on sales, fine, which is fine. And now what I would like to apply is sales, let's just say quantity. Okay, quantity is greater than, let's just say 4. Okay, but it hasn't applied here. Why is that? Okay, it got applied only on this one, but it did not change any of this one. Why? Because guys, this measure has nothing to do with this measure. Okay, this is a separate measure, and whereas this is a separate measure. Okay, see, is there a filter applied in this measure? The values has to be changed, right? If this value is small now, this value also should be small, right? So if you want to change it, you have to go back to your revenue, total revenue without revenue column. You have to go back there, and there you might want to change that measure again, so that you can apply filter on that particular measure. Okay, but whereas this measure, which is calculated function, okay, calculate function, we have applied multiple filters on it. First filter is 𝒂𝒓, so we got value populated only for 𝒂𝒓, whereas the second measure, which is the second filter, which is sales, whereas sales quantity is greater than 4. So it is calculating, revenue for values which are sales quantity only greater than 4. And you can keep on adding it, okay? It's not like that. Again, I can keep on adding it. I can put comma, again I can go to filter, and again I can start adding new filter, okay? Again I can add something or the other, okay? So it goes on and on. It's up to you how many filters you want to add. It depends on your requirement, okay? So this is all about the basic filters, guys, okay? Calculate and filter, okay? The basic filters, okay? Calculate, filter, but these are actually the most used filters as well. It's not like the very basic thing, but at the same time they are like very important, and it's like very easy to understand, but at the same time it's very, you know, most used filters, okay, which are calculate and filter, okay? There are other filters as well which we'll go through in the upcoming classes, but right now I just want to go through something else as well. Now that we have created columns using measure, right? But if I go back here and if I select my sales table, okay, see, I can create a new table as well, right? So yesterday when I was creating a new table, what did I do? I just clicked on creating a new table, and in this, let's just call it as sales table with quantity, with high quantity. Let's just call it as high quantity, okay? And here also I can just apply filter, okay? And I'll apply from which table I want to apply this filter, and from where what is my filter expression now? So what is my filter expression? Sales quantity greater than 4 or 5, whatever it is, okay? And if I click on OK, this will give me the whole table, okay? So if you can see it, sales replica, which we have done yesterday, I haven't, my bad, I should have directly went through this one, but yeah, it's okay. Now that we have created a new one, okay? Now it will have all the columns which are there in sales table, okay? Even sales replica has all the columns that are there in sales table, okay? So, but what exactly has happened here, okay? We are seeing quantity of items that are greater than 5, which is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, okay? So we have filtered it. But are you restricted to use only one filter? No. You can use multiple filters as well, okay? So how do you do that? Let's just see if we can do it using calculate table, okay? So now in this calculate, instead of using calculate, there is a function called as calculate table, which is used to create tables, okay? Now I want to go through sales, but instead I want to apply multiple filters, guys, this time, okay? I don't want to apply single filter, okay? If I want to apply multiple filters and fetch a new table, then I would go to calculate table instead of using filter, okay? Filter function, I will use a function called calculate table. Now what will I do? Filter, and what will I do here now? So let's just apply the same filter now, which is our filter again sales table, and sales quantity is greater than, let's just consider it as 4 now, okay? But is that all? No, I can keep on going, okay? I can always put comma here, and I can again add filters, okay? Now I'll apply on sales again. Now what shall we do? We'll also see if price is greater than, let's say 3, or price is greater than 5, okay? Let's just say price is also greater than 5, okay? So what we'll do, sales price is greater than 5, okay? That's all. Quantity greater than 4, you will not be able to see something that is less than 5, okay? See, are you able to see anything? No. So our first filter is applied, well and good. So our next filter is price. So if I click on price, see, am I able to see something which is less than 5? No. So that's all. So all the filters have been applied now. So we have covered 3 functions today, which are calculate, filter, and calculate table. You'll use all 3 are filter functions, okay, and mostly widely used functions, okay. Now the difference between calculate is something which is like a superset filter, okay, which will calculate your tables, okay, and your expression. And in calculate table, the first thing should be the first parameter should be a table and followed by filters, and which is used to create tables with multiple filters. and you can also choose to create a table with a single filter, okay, using simple filter function, okay, if there is only one filter, okay. But it is always, it is always recommended to use calculate table, because tomorrow you might want to use something else and you don't want to write again all this, okay. Instead you just want to write the new filter, okay. Now the next thing which we have seen is calculate, okay. In calculate, the first expression will be, the first thing will be an expression, the first parameter will be an expression, and the other parameters which you want are actually filters, okay. But instead of directly writing expression there as a filter, I would recommend you to always use filter function. Why? Because there might be inconsistencies in the data, okay. So that is why I always use filter function. And what exactly is filter function now? In filter function, the first property, the first parameter which you pass in is what? It's a table, and from that particular table only you have to apply filter. So that is what filter function does, okay. Yeah. In this session, I'm going to cover few more filter functions, and the first filter function which I'm interested in is called as all. But before that, I have created a table here with states and total revenue, how total revenue is distributed over multiple states, okay. So let's just click here and create a new measure, okay. Now I'm going to call it as total revenue all, okay. So what is the purpose of using this all function, okay. Now what is the expression which I want to calculate is total revenue, and now the filter which I'm applying is all, okay. Now in this all, what I would like to do is I would like to apply location state, okay. I would like to apply something called as location state, okay. That is my all filter. Now if I just click on OK, if I just press enter, my measure is created, which is total revenue all. I'll just drag and drop this one here, and if you see now, see, this is not filtered at all. See, this is not at all filtered. See, I get the total values here, okay. So what exactly does all do is, if we go back to our measure and if we look into that, okay, all means that apply all the filters on the data, okay, except the thing which I have written inside here, okay. Except this, apply all the filters on the data, okay. Now how do I justify that? For that, what I'll do is, okay, I'll just drag and drop in my city here, okay. I'll just drag and drop in my city here, and let's just organize it with respect to the states, so that, yeah, see, Georgia has 2 states and it has 2 cities. Florida has been repeated 2 times because it has 2 cities, right? So see, now the distribution between them is same, okay. But if I remove city here, okay, I'll get this, because why? Because this data will not be filtered with state. That is what we have written, okay. So filter this data with everything except this one, okay. That is what we are saying, okay. Now what we shall do right now is we'll remove this state here, okay. We'll just remove the state from there, and I'll just drag and drop in my city, okay. Now if I drag and drop in my city, see, everywhere it is, total revenue, whatever is total revenue, you get the same thing for here as well, see. So what does all do? All is like, let's just look into the formula once again, okay. I would like to do something like this, but yeah, see, so what does all do? It will apply filters for everything except whatever you have given inside here, okay. And this can be multiple, you can keep on adding more, okay. It's up to you, okay. For example, now if I can add city as well, okay, and it's up to me. And now if I press enter, see, I got again the whole value because it's not getting filtered with city as well. Okay, so that is what all does. Okay, now with that being said, okay, I would like to remove my city and I would like to get back my state. Okay, now the next filter which I would like to talk about, the next filter function which I would like to talk about is all selected. So let's just go ahead and create a measure for that, and let's just call the measure as all selected as well. That's fine. And calculate, and where is my total revenue, and instead of all I'm going to write all selected. So what does this all selected do? We'll see. Okay, we'll just apply all selected for now, and yeah, okay. So if I just drag and drop in this one, okay, see, I mean it is pretty much similar to all, but what exactly is happening? Let's just apply city as well here. I mean, I've just applied city. I'm going to drag it, make it big. I mean, yeah, so that you can see. Yeah, see, even after applying cities, my total revenue all is now, you know, filtered, but whereas my all selected is not filtered. Why? Because all selected will, I mean, all selected will not apply filters from inside. Okay, it will apply filters from outside. What do I mean? So all selected, okay, will not apply filters from here. Okay, for example, this one, I mean, it will not apply filters from the same row. Okay, whereas it will apply only external filters. What do I mean? Now I'm just going ahead, no, let's just change it back to this one. I'm just going ahead and creating a slicer, and on which I would like to have my states. Okay, and if I select, let's just say Florida. Okay, and if I select Florida, see, my all selected value, I've got it. See, something like Florida. See, I mean, the total value of this one is 20,000 something, and my all selected value is also 20,000. Okay, I mean, there are many states, there are many cities where you don't have, I mean, revenue at all at the moment, but you can see that I mean, my all selected, it doesn't work with the filters that been applied inside that particular visual, whereas it will apply the filters that are applied by the external filters. Okay, so that is all about all selected. Okay, now the next thing which I would like to talk about is all except, and for that let's just reduce it and make it a drop down and keep it here. Yeah, we can keep it here. Okay, so now let's just create a new measure, and for this measure I'm going to name it as all except. Okay, and let's just do the same thing. So total revenue comma all except. Okay, all except. Okay, now let's just try. Let's just put location. Okay, you have to give table name first. That is what it is asking you, if you can see, and after that it is asking you the column name from that particular table. So I've given the column name and I've closed it, and that's all. Nice. So now let's just drag and drop in or all except. Okay, now before we do that, I'd like to look into all except after this one. Okay, now I don't think I need this anymore, so let's just make it big. Okay, so guys, this is my total revenue and this is my all except. Okay, this is all and this is all selected. Okay, now we are talking about all except. Okay, now what exactly is happening here? I mean, we'll see. First I'll just select all except. Okay, what I've written is location state. Okay, now if you can see, for this city we don't have any total revenue here, and we also don't have any revenue here, but whereas we have revenue here which is for the whole state. Okay, so if it's Arizona, you get 15,346.23, and if it's Arizona again, you get 15,346.23 again. Okay, something like that. Now What we shall do right now is, if I apply something like Arizona here, okay, see, all except still works, all also still works, okay, all selected works, but I just wanted to tell you that all selected works only if this thing is clicked. But all except, even though you don't have any data, even though you don't have any revenue generated for that particular city, it is not filtering it over the city, it is filtering it over the state. So if I go back to my measure and if I see it, okay, so except only apply this one, okay, only this filter. So what does this mean is, it is like complementary of all, okay, all. What does all mean? Apply all the filters in the table, but don't filter my data with the thing which I have mentioned inside the parenthesis. That is what all means, okay. But all except is complementary of that. What does that mean? Don't apply anything except whatever I apply here, whatever I ask you to apply here, okay. But if you can change it to city, okay, and if I click on OK, see, now you don't get, even if Arizona has 15,346, you don't get it. Did you get it? Yeah. So even if Arizona, Phoenix doesn't have data, so you don't get it. Why? Because it's not filtering with respect to state now, it's filtering with respect to cities, something like that, okay. So this is all about all selected, all except, and the next thing which I would like to talk about is remove filters. Let's just see what exactly is that, okay. For that, I'll just go in and create a measure called remove filters, okay. And what I would like to do is, I would like to just calculate something, and then what I would like to do is, let's just apply our total revenue, comma, and remove filters, okay. Now inside remove filters, there is a, you can apply, you can give few data as well, but apart from that, let's just do it without any parameters at the moment, and let's just here, so that I'll get this one here, see. So remove filters, actually, the name says it all, it removes the filter, okay, fine. Now if I select any particular Florida, Georgia, let's say Iowa, something like that, okay, why do I get 22,000 for all selected, guys? Okay, 22,000 is the total of all the selected values, okay. So that's what all selected means, okay. So only the external filters will apply, and that too only the selected filters, okay, remember that. Now apart from that, if you look at this remove filters, filters are, data filtering here is not only applied with the things which are there on the table, but also the external filters are not applying on this, okay. So that is what remove filters does, okay. Now let's just go back, okay. Let's just go back here, okay, and let's just, now what does this say? Clears filters from specified tables or columns. That is what it says, right? So instead of okay, but before doing this, let's just create a filter, let's just create a slicer. Slicers are used to create filters, okay. We'll look into that more in action, but right now just stick with me. So let's just have product name here, okay. Let's just have, one second. So yeah, actually the product is getting into that, yeah. So let's just have product name here, okay. So I have all the products, and if I click on them, see, it's 98 here first. If I don't click on it, it's this much, okay. So we are getting data filtered from external, okay. Now if I click here, is my data here changing? No. Why? Remove filters by default removes all the filters, okay. So let's just go back to my remove filters, okay, and now if you see, the parameters are table name or column name. So directly I'll apply the column name, which is product, and I'll click on OK. See, I mean, I get 15,000 here because of the state now. But if I click on, let's say, bar mix, beans, beef, okay, so all these three I'm getting data. How am I getting data for these three, guys? So in Arizona, bar mix, beans and beef are, I mean, made a revenue of this much, okay, made a revenue of this much, which is cool, okay. Now what does all selected means? Bar mix, lemon and beans, beef, total together are this much, okay, across all the states and cities, okay, this much, that is what it says, okay. But if you look at remove filters, see, it is still showing you 15,346.23, okay. Now let's just remove this, okay. Now what is this 15,346.23? It's this one, okay. So now data is filtered across the state, okay, with respect to state, the data is filtered, okay. Let's just make it simple. I mean, I'll just remove the city from here for now, okay. So yeah, so all, I mean, what is this doing now? Remove filters, it is getting filtered with respect to state, okay. But if you see, I mean, it is getting filtered with respect to state, but if you see, if I apply all this, okay, then also it is getting filtered with respect to state only, but not the external filters, okay. But guys, remember, now remove filters is like working with this external filter, right? Now what if we select values from here? See, I mean, it's already been created. I mean, it's already been done. I mean, it's already been filtered with this state, so it doesn't make sense. So what we shall do is, okay, let's just go ahead and delete this one, okay. Now that we have understood total all and all, I mean all selected, I'll remove all of them, all except also I'll remove, so that we'll have a clear idea on remove filters. So remember guys, in remove filters we have only written product, okay. Now what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create a slicer, okay, and this time let's just have a customer name, okay. And if I click on customer name, see, I mean, my data is getting filtered here and my data is getting filtered here as well. So what does remove filters is exactly doing? So remove filters, if I go back to my formula, okay, so remove filters removes, I mean, if you don't have any parameter inside it, okay, it removes filters from everything, okay. I mean, no filters, external filters, no internal filters, nothing, okay. But if you specify any particular parameter, okay, it removes filter of only that particular parameter, and it can be one, the parameter can be 1, 2 and so on, okay. So it only removes filters from that particular parameter, whereas it will act the same for all the other filters, okay. I mean, the data is filtered with everything except what I have mentioned here, okay, something like that. So this is all about all selected, all except and remove filters. Thank you. In this session, we are going to see time intelligence functions. So under time intelligence functions, there are a lot of functions under time intelligence, okay. But I'll be covering the most widely used time intelligence functions, and I guarantee you that you'll be comfortable to use the other functions which come under time intelligence once we are done with this session. So let's just get started. But before we start about time intelligence functions, okay, I have created a table called date table, okay, and this date table has dates from the least, I mean the first occurring sales date to the latest sales date, and I've done a lot of formatting for all the columns and all. So if we go here, see, this is my table. Okay, now we'll see how we have created this and all. I mean, you'll understand it once we'll go through formatting and all, but just understand that I have created a table using the new table option here, and I've got the range from the dates from the minimum, the earliest date from sales table to the maximum date, to the latest date from the sales table. Okay, so now let's just go back. Okay, and before, yeah, now what I would like to do is, I would like to see our revenue based on dates. Okay, so first I would like to see that. So to do that, I'll just drag and drop in my revenue, which is fine, and let's just switch it back to this. And I just don't want to see it over year, quarter and month. I would like to change it to only dates. Okay, and to do that, you just have to click this drop down menu and select date. Okay, now you have got date, but it is not, I mean, let's just increase the size of it. So let's just have 15 so that it will be visible, but the data is not getting filtered. Why? I have created a date table, but I have not linked the relationship. See, I mean, I have to relate it with the date here, right? And that's when this will be able to filter this one, right? So I'll just drag and drop in here. It will create one-to-many relationship by default, and we are following star schema. So let's just go back here and see. Now the revenue is being filtered over dates, which is cool. Now what I would like to do is, now I like to create a new measure, and for this measure I'll name it as date add, and we'll go with calculate, and I want to calculate total revenue comma, and I would like to do date add function. So what does this function do? First, it is asking me to give me the dates. Okay, what does that mean? Give me the column which has dates. That is what it is telling you, and for that you have to go to date table and dates. Okay, now number of intervals. So what does that mean? Let's just put 2 for now, and you can choose the number of intervals like day, month, quarter and year. For now, let's just go with day, and let's just click on OK, I mean enter. Okay, now we have created it, and let's just drag and drop that and see. Okay, now guys, this thing says, I mean, date add function says that we have 51.39. I mean, our total revenue on this day is 51.39, whereas it is only 7.89. But if you observe, on 3rd May we have 51.39. Okay, and on 4th May we have 6.98, and see 6.98, and on 5th May we have 49.08, and here we have 49.08. Okay, and on 6th May we have 96.13, and here we have 96.13. So what does this do? This will give you, this is actually moving your revenue to 2 days after 2 days. Okay, so that is what it is doing. Okay, but you can also choose to do something like -1. Okay, and if I put -1, what is this doing now? It is giving me my previous date. So on 2nd of May, I'm getting the revenue which I got on 1st of May. Okay, and on 3rd of May, I'm getting the revenue which I got on 2nd of May, which is nothing. Okay, and that's why I got nothing here. Okay, and on 4th of May, I'm getting the revenue which I got on 3rd of May. Okay, so see, 51 is now here. Now 6 is now here. Now 49 is on 5th of May here, and 49 is on here. And now this, you can do it with months, you can do it with years, it's up to you. Now if I just put it to 1, and if I put it on, let's say, month. Okay, now if I click on OK, okay, now on 2nd of May I got 51.57. now where will I find this value? We know that. Let's just go to next month. See, 2nd of June I got 51.57, 3rd of June I got 18.13, and 4th of June I know that I'll get 7.98 now. Okay, so if I go to 4th of June, see, I got 7.98. So something like this, and you can do it with years and quarters as well. So this is what date add function will do. Okay, now the next function which I'm interested in is actually called year to date. Okay, so let's just create a measure for that as well. Okay, and I'm just going to call it as, let's just call it as YTD. Okay, so we'll use our calculate function, and our expression should be total revenue, and we'll just write our year to see dates year to date. Okay, that is what we have to use. Okay, so let's just use that. Okay, and under that it is asking you to give me the dates again. So where are our dates column now? So you can directly give the sales as well, but I would like to prefer to my dates table. So date table date. Okay, comma. Now it is asking me what should be the end of the year. Okay, and I mean, let's just not give anything there. And okay, I mean, you can choose to give anything or you can choose to have null. Okay, now if I just put this one here, okay, and for some purpose, okay, now I would like to change this. Okay, now that we have understood with date add, I'll just remove that. And for the purpose here, what I'd like to do is I'd like to change it back to date hierarchy, and I'd like to remove quarter, month, day. Okay, so that I'll only look at years. Okay, now we have got years, which is fine, but okay, let's just get back to date hierarchy. It's okay. Now guys, if you can see, okay, if you can see YTD, what is this doing? 7.98 here also we got 7.98, which we don't have anything here, but here we have 51.39, but whereas here we have 59.37. and how did that happen? Let's just open our calculator. Okay, and under our calculator, okay, let's just add 7.98 plus 51.39, and what did we get here? 59.37. okay, so let's see, 59.37, and here we got 66.35. and how did we get 66.35? 59.37 plus 6.98. okay, so again plus 6.98 equals to 66.35. so guys, this will continue till the end of the year, so till 2017, so till December 31st 2017, this will keep on adding your values. Okay, it is like summation of all the revenues made in that particular year, so the whole revenue. Okay, see, till 31st, let's just make it like this, so that, yeah, so till 31st December, okay, we have 5,490, but on 1st January 2018 we have 11 here, and we also have 11 here, so it resets after 1 year. Okay, now on a contrary, we have something like similar to this, and that is months to date. So let's just see what exactly will happen in months to date. Okay, so now I'll call it as MTD equals to calculate, and under this my expression will be total revenue, and I'd like to do dates, I mean, yeah, date, month to date. Okay, now it is asking me for dates, so let's just give the dates column. Okay, which is this one. Okay, now if I press enter, I've created my this one, and see, now see, it is also calculating, I mean, it is also making a summation of all the revenues. So if you pick something, you can say that these two are summations of all the revenues that have been generated over like past 6 days or 7 days, depending on your starting date. Okay, so now what is the difference between YTD and MTD? Okay, what is the difference between year to date and months to date? So if I go to the end of the month, okay, so months to date, see, months to date resets after 1 month. See, after here till here we got 804.05. Here also we got 804.05. Okay, after that year to date continues. Okay, it is continuing the summation, but whereas months to date is getting reset. Okay, so months to date is pretty much similar to years to date, and it's just that it operates like it does the summation for 1 month. Okay, and similarly you have quarters to date, which like calculates the, does the same thing as year to date and month to date, but it does it for each quarter. So after each quarter, the cycle will be resetted. Okay, so The next function which I would like to talk about is total YTD. We have a function which is called as total YTD. So let's just click on new measure, okay, and let's just try total YTD is equals to, and you can directly use this function total YTD, okay, and it is asking you for an expression, and my expression is this, and my dates column is dates, date table and date, comma, and it is asking you for filter and all, but let's not have the filter, and let's just have that. And guys, for us to understand, I'm just removing months to date for now, and let's just drag and drop in total YTD. Okay, now this is my total YTD. So if you look at this two, okay, they are same along every way, okay, they are same in all the rows, okay, they're literally same in all the rows, okay. Now if I go back to, let's say, something like 8th October, see here, they both are same, they both are same here, they both are same here, they both are same here, okay. Now see, if I go back to, let's say, yeah, this one, so see here also they both are same. So what is the difference between total YTD and something like YTD? Okay, this is our YTD for which we had to use calculate, and this is our total YTD for which we had to use something like this. So let's just see, let's just go to our YTD and apply a filter there. We know how to apply filters, so let's just click on comma, and our filter should be, let's just say, location. So location, comma, location state is equals to, I'll write Florida, okay, something like that, and cool. Now my YTD has been, there is a filter applied on my YTD. It says that only on Florida, okay. Now let's just go back to our total YTD and do the same thing. You can apply a filter here as well. See, it is asking you for filter, okay. So filter, and what is the table name is location, and location state is equals to Florida, and let's just click on enter, okay. Now if you see, again they both are same, okay, all the values between them are again same, along all the rows they are same. So let's just head back to our December and see 671.37, 671.37. so this is the money generated, this is the revenue generated in Florida in 2017. That is what it is saying. So still it is, still both functions are doing the same thing. But if you ask me, I would prefer for the dates YTD rather than total YTD, and why we'll see now. So if I go back here, okay, if I go back to my YTD, okay, and if I want to apply one more filter to this, I can do that. And how can I do that? I can apply filter, okay, and this time let's just do on products, and let's just say price is greater than 3, something like that, okay. Now you can see that my filter is applied. How do I know that my filter is applied? Because the values here and the values here are different now, so that is why. So that's how I've got that, my filter is changed, okay. But guys, if let's just copy this so that I want to apply it there as well. Now if I copy it here, and if I go back to my total YTD, and if I place comma, and if I write this here, okay, and see, I'm not able to apply filter. Why? Because total YTD takes in only one filter, and then it will ask you for last day of the year, okay. You can change the last day, year end date, okay, that is what it is saying, something like that, okay. But total YTD has a restriction over filters, guys, okay. So you can apply only one filter using total YTD, but whereas using YTD, okay, you can apply any number of filters. Let's just go back to YTD and see, you can apply any number of filters, and this can go on. Why? Because we are using calculate, and under calculate we are using first YTD, okay, dates YTD, okay. So this is the best approach, okay. Why? Because today maybe you might have only one filter, but tomorrow you might want to apply more number of filters, okay. And that's why I would recommend you guys to follow using calculate and dates YTD, okay. Now with that being said, okay, there is one last, before talking about the last function which I would like to talk, first I would like to tell you that Similarly, I mean, we have discussed about total YTD, right? Similarly, we have total MTD, total QTD, and total MTD will stand for total months to date, and total QTD will stand for total quarters to date. Whereas here we have seen dates YTD, and also we have seen dates MTD, and in the same fashion we have dates QTD, which is quarters to date. Okay, so now I would like to talk about the last function, which I would like to which I think is pretty much used, and that is dates between. So for that, let's just go ahead and create a new measure. So for this, I'll call it as dates between. Okay, and what I'd like to do is let's just go here and let's just write calculate, and our expression should be total revenue, and now I'm going to use dates between. Okay, now it is asking you for dates as usual. Let's just pass in our dates table dates column and the start date and end date. So what shall we do? Let's just take the minimum of dates table, okay, which should be fine. Okay, and end date, what should we give our end date as? Okay, what should we give our end date as? Okay, so let's just give our end date as, let's just say 6th of November 2017. So how should I do that? I just have to write 6 November 2017, something like that, and we are good to go. Let's just click on OK, and let's just drag and drop our dates between. Okay, now guys, if you see our dates between, okay, now what is this one doing? I mean, it is giving you the dates between. See, I mean, this thing I have mentioned it wrong, guys, so let's just change the format. So let's just call it as 6th, something like this. Okay, so guys, if you see this, okay, just look at it once. So you don't have anything after 6th of November, okay, but if you look at here, from 5th of November you have all the values. Okay, so let's just open our calculator once. Okay, and in our calculator, let's just type in 24.24 plus 32.21, okay, which gives her 56.45. So it is also doing the summation, but there is a difference. What exactly is that difference? I mean, it just does the summation for the values that are between the values that are specified in your table. So to make this simple, let's just do one thing. Okay, let's just have this one here, and let's just have max here. Okay, so that it should do the summation till the end. Okay, now let's just do it. Okay, now I mean, I haven't given this one as a wrong, guys. I just got confused with the function for a minute, I'm sorry. So you can do something like this. I mean, November 2017. Okay, so till 6th of November this will be empty. Okay, till 6th of November 2017 this will be empty, but after that it's like again summation. See, so till 6th of November it is empty, and from 7th of November, see, 25, we got 25 here and we got 25 here. So 25 plus 46.93, we get 72.87. so it is again doing the summation. So let's just open our calculator and type in the values, which is 25.94 plus 46.93, and which is 72.87, and again if you add 16.47, see, 89.34. okay, so that is what dates between do, guys. And max, instead of max, okay, you can actually give something else as well. But if you go down to the bottom, okay, if you go down to the last value, okay, it doesn't reset after the years. Okay, it will have the sum, I mean, it will keep on doing the summation until you reach the end date. Okay, that is what this one does. Okay, so we have covered few very important functions in time intelligence, and they are dates add, dates between, dates mtd, dates ytd, and you can do dates qtd, and also the difference between total ytd, total mtd, or dates ytd, and what is the advantage of using dates ytd over total ytd. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about variables and operators. So first, let's just understand what exactly are variables. Okay, and for that, I would like to create a new measure. Okay, and for this measure, I'd like to write it as variables example. And okay, and yeah, to get to the next line, you have to hold shift and then click on enter. Okay, then only you'll be able to go to the next line. Now, with that being said, what exactly are variables? Okay, so let's just write var, and let's just say total revenue, okay, is equals to, okay, sum x of, what is the table? Let's just say sales, and I would like to, I'm calculating the revenue, guys, here. Okay, so what do I want to do now? I would like to do something called as sales price into sales quantity. Okay, I've directly written, I've directly created the variable, but now I'll tell you like the structure of it. Okay, so guys, you create a variable using keyword called var. Okay, and then followed by a name for that particular variable, and then the formula, what do you want to store in that particular variable. Okay, and once you have done creating all the variables, you then will write return, and after return, whatever you write, that will be your DAX measure. Okay, now what I would like to write is, I would like to write total revenue that is being generated here. See, the color of it is also green. Okay, kind of green, cyan plus green kind of mix. Okay, and what I would like to do is, I would like to add let's just say 5. Okay, not 5, but maybe let's just say 10. Okay, I'd like to add a value called 10 to that, and I'd like to click enter. And now what we shall do is, we shall get our total revenue here. Okay, I'm going to place it over a KPI chart, and let's just get back to here, and here I would like to change it, data label, instead of auto I would like to put it as none, so that I'll get the whole value. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is, I would like to drag and drop in my variable example as well. Okay, and now I'd like to change it to this one, and then we'll go back to our category, now data label, and then under that display units, you just make it as none. Now guys, what is the difference between this one and this one? If you look carefully, what is the difference between this one and this one? Here we have 707, and here we have 717, which is 10, which is plus 10 to this value, right? Now let us go back to our variables. Okay, so what exactly is happening here? This is doing the same thing, but I can do a lot of stuff as well. For example, instead of doing this, I can do something like divided by 5. Okay, and this will give me divided by 5. See, now to prove that, let's just open calculator, and let's just have 139,707.73 divided by 5, which is 27941.546, and you have 6 years, so it is like rounded to 55. It is limited. They have limited it to 2 digits after decimal. Okay, something like that. But guys, are variables, is this all which I'll be able to do with variables? No, variables are pretty strong. Okay, they are really very strong. For example, if I click on variables here, okay, I can keep on adding more variables here. Like for example, var number 5. I mean, I'm just having number 5 here at the moment, okay, and not this, but instead of here you can write as number 5. And if you have a complex formula tomorrow, okay, and each calculation in that complex formula, okay, have a particular DAX, so instead of writing something like this by a complex, not just simplify, but a complex calculation there as well, okay, instead of doing that, what you can do is you can store each formula, okay, each complex thing into one variable, and then write your whole formula at the bottom, okay, something like that. And if I close this, I still get the same value, but I can actually change it to 2, okay, and I can change it to 2, and instead of adding, we can do multiplication, okay. Now let's just press on enter, or just use this click symbol, and yeah, this is 2 times of this. So this is what is variables, okay. Now I would like to talk about operators that are used in DAX, okay. Guys, in our previous example we have used few operators, okay. We have used plus, we have used divided by, which is slash, and also we have used multiplication, which is asterisk, okay, at the end. And yeah, I have also created a new sample table with all the numbers to demonstrate this, and if I go to my sample table, it is this, but you can always add a new column, okay, and this new column can be of, again, can be of numbers into 2, okay. See, so I get all the values from 2, and it can be by 2, okay. So this does division, okay. It can be minus 2. Now it will give me all the negative values, okay. You can have minus 10, so that you will see all the negative values here. 1 minus 10 is minus 9, so something like that, okay. And now you can also do exponential, okay. Let's just take 2 for simplicity, and see, 2 power 2 is 4, 3 power 2 is 9, 4 power 2 is 16, and 5 power 2 is 25, okay. So something like that, and you can change it as exponential 2, something like that, or maybe power 2, okay, or maybe you can call it as power 2, okay. So these are the few operators which we have seen, and now let's just move on to the other operators. But I mean, to move on to other operators, okay, whenever you double, this is called Q&A, and whenever you double click on your report, it will directly give you a Q&A, okay. I've by mistake double clicked it, and that's why it has created a Q&A. Now if we go back to, let's just say, year to date, okay. Now here what do we have, guys? Something called as state is equals to Florida, right? Now you can do your regular programming stuff, like you can do I mean, you can add in something like double and write location state is equals to something like, I mean, I'm very bad with names, so let's just go back to our page 2, or maybe page 1, so that we'll see Arizona, okay, Arizona. But guys, this one will not work. Why? It means that your state should fall both, I mean at the same time your total revenue should fall in Florida and Arizona, which is totally impossible, and that is what and double and means, okay. So instead of double and, you can use something called as this one, which is or. What does this mean is, now I get only the values in my MTD, YTD, I'll get values only if I mean, I'll get revenue only if it falls in states Florida or Arizona, okay. So it's like either Florida or Arizona. If the state is Florida or Arizona, I'll take it. And also I have applied one more filter, which is product price is greater than 3. Let's just delete that filter for now, we don't need it. So yeah, so if it is Florida or Arizona, then only I'll be showing up my then only I'll be calculating revenue, or else I'll not be calculating revenue, okay. And that's why here you got on 3rd May you have 51.39, but see, you don't have data here. I mean, why? Because Florida and Arizona hasn't made any data, or they have made 7.98, the same 7.98 again, but they haven't made it. Okay, so this is about logical operators, guys. You have this one, you have double and also you can do something like I mean, if you don't want it from Florida, you can write something like this, Florida. Okay, no, this is used in general programming. I'm sorry, that's not what you have to do. Instead, you have to use this two angular brackets. Okay, that is what is not equals to. So now what does this mean? So when the state is not equals to Florida, that time only I'll be calculating my data. Now here you have the summation 59.37, which we didn't had earlier. Why? Because I mean, it's not from Florida, and that's why we have got the summation. We are able to do the summation here. Okay, now so when it's not from Florida, at that time only I'm considering the revenue. That for that you will use not equals to. But if you find this one difficult, there is one way to work around this, and for that you just have to write, equals to and place not in front of it. And you have to wrap around a not in front of it. This one and thing with angular brackets, both the same. Okay, now what I'm interested in is you have this comparison operators and all, you have this arithmetic operators and all, and we have also seen logical operators. Okay, what are these comparison operators, guys? If you remember, we have applied a filter. Let's just do this one. Okay, see this one. This is our comparison operators: greater than, less than, okay, equals to, double equals to. Okay, greater than, instead of equals to you can write double equals to, or I guess you can write equals to as well. Okay, you can write greater than or equals to, or you can write less than or equals to, but you can write not equals to. This is not equals to, or you can choose to write something like equals to at the start, and then you can put not. You can wrap around it with not. Okay, those are all the comparison operators. Now the next one operator which I'm interested in is in. Okay, so guys, I'm fine with this one, whatever I have with me right now, which is location state equals to Florida or Arizona, then only I'll consider my revenue, which is fine. But what if I want to do it for other states? Two more states, like let's just say those two more states to be California and Colorado. Will I be keep on writing something like this? One more this symbol and then write location state equals to California, and one more this symbol and then write location state equals to Colorado. No, that's not how you should do it. So to work around that, what you have to do is there is an operator called in. Okay, so instead of this equals to, you'll write in and you'll open your curly braces. Okay, and in this curly braces you'll put all your values with separated with commas. Okay, so let's just get our Arizona as well. I'm just moving that in here, and we don't need this. Okay, so let's just delete it. Okay, and what else do we want? We want our California. Okay, and also we want our Colorado. Let's just check if my spellings are right or not. So let's just go back to this one. Okay, so California and Colorado, yeah, we got our spellings right, and that's it. So this is in operator, guys. So in operator you'll use it when you want to have your, when you want to apply something, or when you want to check something from the set of values, then you'll use in value. Okay, instead of writing this equals to Florida, that or logical or symbol, and then writing equals to Arizona or equals to California, you can do something like this. It will save the number of keystrokes. So yeah, this is all about variables and operators. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about formatting numbers. So to do this, I would like to create a new column, And there are actually two types of formatting given by Microsoft, and one is predefined formatting and the other one is custom formatting. Let's just go through predefined formatting for now. So okay, and for this I have to use my function format, and I would like to have my values here, and the value, just put in the column which has all the values, and the column which I have all the values is numbers, and the format which I would like to apply first is general number. Okay, and now if I click on OK, I'll get the same values because the format, it is already formatted as general number, so you get the same values. Okay, now if I put in currency here, sorry, there is nothing called, yeah, this one, currency. Okay, so there is a dollar appended to front of everything, and you can see that everything is you got every value to up to 2 places of decimals. Okay, which is cool. Now the next thing which I would like to talk about is true or false, and if I apply that, I'll get true whenever my value is not equals to 0, and I'll get false whenever my value is equals to 0. We don't have any zeros here, and that's why we did not get any false. Okay, so now the next thing which I would like to do is percent. Okay, so if I click on percent, okay, now these values will be getting converted into percentage with a percent symbol appended as well, which is nice. Now the next thing which I would like to talk about is scientific. Okay, so if I click on scientific, you will get the scientific values, and if you want to use them, you can use them. Okay, so these are all the predefined formatting that is given by Microsoft. Now let's just go ahead and create another column, and which we'll use for custom formatting. Okay, and for custom formatting, guys, we have something called as hash for placeholder. Okay, we have something called as hash for placeholder. Okay, and if I just put in hash, see, I'll get everything, without dot, without decimal, I'll get all the numbers. So that is what is hash. Okay, but apart from hash, I also have, if I want the digits after like decimal, what I have to do is I just have to put in a dot here, and decimal dot, of course, and then place again one more hash. Okay, you get the data, but the interesting part which you have to observe here is it will do the automatic rounding of it. For example, you have 1.273 here, and you're taking only the first two values, and see, you got 1.3 here. Why? It has automatically rounded it because 7 is greater than or equals to 5, so you got 1.3, and in the second one you got 2.32, and the 2 at the ending is not something which is greater than or equals to 5, so you have got 3 as it is. And similarly you have, it has automatically rounded the other values. Okay, now guys, instead of hash, there might be few values. We don't have any value which doesn't have any, which is not a decimal here, but what if we have decimals here, and if you want to get those values? Okay, let's just go here, okay, and insert a value which doesn't have any decimal. Okay, so let's just go to our sample numbers, and let's just click on source, and under source let's just apply something called 6, which doesn't have any decimal, and we're good with 6, and let's just click on close and apply, which is fine. Now let's just go to our this tab and see, you got 6 dot, but it doesn't make sense, right? So to work around this, what you can do is you can put a 0 in front of it. Okay, so you can also use zeros, so that, see, you get 0, but at the same time you have to understand that if you don't have any digit after decimal, there will be 0, but if you have digits after decimal, there won't be any 0, but instead you'll get the same digits. For example, 5.88, you got it as 5.88. okay, something like that. But you can choose to do something like this. See, if I don't have 0 here, and if I apply hash only, see, I get 6 point what? 6 point what? It doesn't make sense, right? So if you put 0 here, okay, if there is no digit, I'll get 0, and if there is a digit, I'll get the rounded value of it. Like 5.88 will be 5.9, 5.75 will be 5.8, 3.55 will be 3.6, something like that. Okay, now guys, there are something called as thousand separators and all, and for that you have to use comma, but we don't have any thousands here, so let's just head back to our transform data tab and apply and insert new data, which is thousands. Let's just click on change type. I don't want that to apply now, and let's just say we have 6666 or maybe 6789, and let's just set 10. Okay, and I'll just click on OK, which is fine, and then we'll click on close and apply. Cool, right? Yeah, now that row is inserted and we have got this value as well, like 0, but there is something which I was talking about, and that is comma. So if I put comma like this, see, it will separate. There is a thing called 1000 separators. Okay, so it will separate the values, but all you have to do is before this you just have to write this, comma, hash and comma. Okay, so something like that. Okay, so that is what is 1000 separators. Now there is one more thing, guys. If I just remove this and if I just put a percentile here, and if I do that, see, it is giving me into 100. Okay, see, everything is into 100 and also a percentile appended to that. Okay, but what you can do with this, you can work around, like if you want the same number, maybe you can divide it by 100 again. But why is it not getting divided by 100? Why do we get error here? Because if you see, if you look into that, if you see, there is a percentile up, there is a character called percentile appended to our text. For example, this one, not for example, but yeah, this one, right? So this is appended. So if it is something by a number by number, I'll get a number, right? But if it is number plus something like this symbol divided by a number, what? That will give an error, right? So that is what has happened. Okay, so the next thing which I would like to do is what I'd like to do is, okay, let's just get back to our previous thing. Okay, and now let's just go back inside. Let's just go back to our transform data tab, and let's just append few negative values as well and see what we can do with them. Okay, so -5, -10, and that's all. We good with that, and let's just click on OK, close and apply. 2 rows will be appended to the table. And now what I'd like to do is, okay, I'd like to put a semicolon after my hash. Okay, and I would like to do something like this. I'm writing my hash in my parenthesis. Okay, now if I do that, okay, see, the negative values here are inside a parenthesis. You can do something like this as well. For example, you can write negative values. Okay, something like that. See, so this is negative value. Okay, and you can also put something like positive value. Okay, something like that. Okay, but this is not working as expected. But what you have to understand here is, this formatting. Okay, once you have this this semicolon, okay, it is a separator between positive and negative values. That is what is happening. Okay, now apart from all this, okay, you can always append a text. For example, you can directly write something, but you will not, you got it, because all the text here doesn't have any other values. But if you write something like D, yeah, you also get it. But what if you want to write hash only? What if you want to append hash to this particular thing, what will you do then? All you have to do is something like // and then hash. Okay, now you will apply hash. Okay, I mean, if you write something like hash, okay, it will not work because you don't have anything. But what if you want to have something like this? If you have something like this, and if you keep on appending hash, you can't append a hash at the end of it. So what do you have to do? You have to apply // and then you'll get the hash. Okay, something like that. You can also append 0 here, and if you want to keep it to only 1 digit. Okay, so these are all different types of formatting that can be done on numbers. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about time formatting, and for that I have created a time table already. So let's just look at the time formatting. Okay, and for that I'll add a new column, and I'll just say time is equals to, okay, of course you'll write format and then the value, which is time here, and then the format. If I just put 1h here, oh yeah, it says that we have already have this time, so let's just write formatted time. Okay, so see, I'll get only the hours, but I mean 7 is displayed as just simple 7, but if you want that to be, I mean 2 digits, you just have to put 2h there. Okay, and what if you want minutes now? Let's just put minutes. Okay, what if you want hours now, I mean seconds now? With n you'll put minutes. Okay, and if there is only something like 7/6, like I mean minutes, I'm considering minutes to be 6, 7 single digit. Okay, then also if you want something like double digit, you have to use 2 n's. Okay, and then we have ss for seconds. Okay, and cool, but instead of this you can also have something like hyphens here. Okay, you can have something like this. Okay, I mean that's separators, it's up to you. Okay, you can have whatever you want. Okay, you can have something like a dollar symbol between them. Okay, so sorry, yeah, see, it's up to you. Okay, but let's just stick to our colon, which everyone follows. Now if you want AM or PM, how will you do? You just have to put AM/PM, that's all. Okay, you just have to put AM/PM and you'll get AM or PM. Okay, and you'll also notice that your 22 hours format is now converted to 10 format, I mean 12 hours format. Okay, so that is what you have to understand. Okay, now with this being said, there are few other things as well. Okay, let's just go through the other things. Okay, I mean the predefined stuff which is given by, I mean you can also add a text here at the end. You can add, yeah, you can add something like called as, yeah, but if you want it to be proper, you have to add backward slashes. Okay, see, yeah, because YEAH, all of them, H has hours, and similarly Y has something to do with dates. Okay, we'll see it, but yeah, and E and A also have something. Okay, so now with this being said, there are few predefined formats, and we'll just see those predefined formats. For example, we have something called as long time, and if I click on long time, see, I get everything. Again, it is converted by default. And now what I'd like to do is medium time. Okay, and I won't get seconds. Okay, and there is one more predefined format which is called as short time, and this will give you the same time here without AM and PM, the 24 hours format without seconds. Okay, so these are all the things which you can use in your This is all about formatting time. So this is how you format your time in your Power BI desktop. Thank you. In this session, we are going to cover date formatting. And to do date formatting, I need a table with dates. I have already created a date table earlier, but it has a lot of data inside that. But I only want this column from there. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create a new table, and I'll name this table as sample dates. Okay. And there's a function called distinct, with which I'll get only the distinct value from the specified column. And the column which I want to specify is from a table called date, and the of course the column name is date. So we also get time here, and I'm not interested in time, so I'll change the data type to date. Okay, that also you can do. Okay, now first I would like to talk about the predefined formatting, which is given by Microsoft. Okay, so you have to use format for that, and then the value is date. Okay, so which you can write something like this as well. So date, okay, comma, and then I would like to format it as, okay, something called as general date. Okay, and if I close it and apply it, okay, see, so the general format 5/1/2017, 5/2/2017. I mean, what does that mean? 5th month, 2nd date, 2017, something like that. Okay, so that is the general format. Okay, then you have something called as long date, and if I click on long date, you get what is the day, you get this one, and you get the month name, you get the day, on what day that particular date fall on, and you also get the year. Okay, and apart from that, we have something called as medium date, which is something like this: date dash May dash 17. It's not 2017, instead it's 17, something like that. But see, I mean, the other things you'll not get it as July, June, something like that. I mean, 3 letters of your month. That is what medium date is. Okay, now something called short date. We'll see something called short date. Okay, so this is pretty much similar to what we have in general date. Okay, now the next thing, I mean, the difference between general date and short date is general date will consider time, whereas short date will omit time. Okay, something like that. That's the difference. We don't have time here, so you feel both are same, but they are not. Okay, now let's just go to our custom formatting. Okay, custom formatting of dates. Okay, now for custom formatting, let's just use D first. Okay, D, I get 0, 1, I get 1, so I get date like this. Okay, but what if I want 2 digits? Even if it's 1, I want 0, 1. What should I do? I should apply another D, similar to what we have done in our previous session for time, hours. Okay, and now apart from this, what you can do is you can get month, like something like this. Okay, see, you got month. I mean, I have used 2 M's because I don't want any single digits. Okay, something like that. But if I don't use that, see, you get single digits and it doesn't really look good. So let's use 2 M's, and then you can use for years, you can use something like YY. That will give you 2 digits of the year, but if you want the whole year, then you can write 4 Y's. Okay, but guys, instead of using dashes, you can use slashes as well. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you how you want to format it. Okay, so something like that. Okay, cool. Now what I would like to talk about is we have something called as W. Okay, and with W, what will happen is this will display the day of a week as a number. I mean, if it is Monday, starting with Sunday will be 1, and again Saturday will be 7. Okay, so if this is Monday, if this thing falls on Monday, okay, here you will get 2. Okay, and this thing falls on Sunday, 7th May 2017 falls on Sunday, and that's why you have got 1. Okay, that is what this one will do. Okay, W. Now we have something called as 2Ws. Okay. Now this will display the number of week in a year. What does that mean? This date, let's say we have 1 to 54 or 55 number of weeks in a year. Okay. So 54, yeah, my bad. So yeah, 54 weeks in a year. So if we have 1 to 54 weeks in a year, okay, this date falls into which number of week? Does it fall under 18th week? Does it fall under 19th week? Does it come under 20th week? Something like that. Okay. So apart from these two, you have one more thing as well, and which is Q. Okay, which will give you quarter. So it will tell you this particular date will fall into which quarter of the year. Is it the first quarter, or is it the second quarter, or is it the third quarter, or is it the fourth quarter? Okay, something like that. You have 4 quarters in a year. Okay, something like that. So this is all about custom and predefined formatting of dates. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about rounding numbers. Okay, and for that, I would like to create a new column. And I've already created a table called sample numbers, and I'm going to create a new column. Okay, so I'll try to name it as rounded numbers, and the function which I would like to use is round, and of course the number which you want is value which you want is this values, and then the number of digits you want to round it for. Let's just put 0 for the first time, and if you put zeros, see, you will get everything. And see, 5.88 is converted to 6. I mean, it has rounded up, and 4.7 is converted to 5. 3.5 is converted to 4, and 2.3 is converted to 2. What does that mean? I mean, it is following the general rounding. How does it happen? Like, if it is greater than 5 or equals to 5, you will append 1, right? I mean, you'll add 1 more. So that's how it is. You can round it to 1 value, okay, but rounding up or rounding down depends on the 5. Okay, you don't have the control over it. Okay, so you can round it to 2. Okay, so 2 digits. Again, rounding up and rounding down, you don't have control over it. Okay, but you can put something like -1. Okay, and which will round a particular thing to the nearest to 10. What does that mean? 1 point nearest to 10th value. What does that mean? 1.273 is nearer to 0 rather than 10. So that's why it has rounded to 0. Whereas 5.8 is nearest to 10, and that is what it is called. I mean, that is why we got as 10. Again, here also it is looking at that 5 value. 5 or greater than 5, you get 10. Anything less than 5, you get 0. Something like that. Okay. So see, 5 also you get 10 here. I mean, -10, but yeah, -5, of course -10, and -10, of course -10, something like that. Okay, so even if it's 5, you get 10. Okay, but if it is less than 5, you get 0, something like that. Okay, and you can put -2 and round it to hundreds. We don't have any hundreds here, and that is why nothing has been rounded to hundreds. Okay, but if there is something like 66 or something, you'll get 100. Let's just try it. We'll go back to transform data, and we'll just append a new value there, and let's just go to sample numbers. Okay, and what shall we do is, let's just click here and append something called as something like 66. Okay, and let's just click on OK, and then click close and apply. And once we have got the new row added, go back to our data view and see 100. Okay, because this is 55, which is greater than 50, so that's why you got something like as 100. But guys, whenever you want to round it, let's just go back to 2 digits, and whenever you want to round it, if it is rounding up or rounding down, you don't have the control over it, and Power BI is doing that for you. So to work around this, what you have to do is, there is a thing called as round down. Okay, and with this round down, every time it will round down only. Okay, even if you have 5 here, see, even if you have 6 here, it is not given you 6, but it has given you 5 only. Okay, that is what will happen. And for 4.758, you have something called as 4.75. Okay, so it will always round down, and then you have something called as round up to get always round up. Okay, so it will always round up, okay, complementary of round down. And then you have something called as mround, okay. This will round it according to multiples, okay. So but you have to do something like this, okay. So this will round it according to multiples, but the problem with mround is it will not work around negative values. So let's just go ahead and remove the negative values from our table. So we'll go to sample numbers, and under our sample numbers we'll click on this, okay. And I'll like to delete this one, I would like to delete this one, and then I'll click on this, okay. Let's just open this one back, and let's just click on close and apply, okay. Now I'm just applying all the changes, okay. I'm applying all the changes, and I'll go to this one and see I've got my round apply, okay. So now it will be rounded to this multiple, okay, 0.5. so even 1.2 is rounded to the nearest 5, okay, something like that. And mround acts similar to round, where you don't have the control over rounding up or rounding down. So to work around this, you have something called as floor, okay, which is similar to mround, but it will always round down, okay, similar to mround with round down, okay. And to round up, you have something called as ceil, which is ceiling, which is similar to mround, again rounding up, okay. So this is all about rounding your numbers. Thank you. Now that we have understood formatting, we'll see how did I create a date table, okay. We have used this date table and learned time intelligence functions, right? So we'll see how did I create it, okay. So the first thing which I have written here is add columns, okay. This will add a number of columns. This will add columns for your table, okay. Now in that, the first function which I've used is calendar. This will give you the range of dates from the specified range from min to max. From this date to this date. So that is what it will do, okay. And in that, I've used minx, and I've got the minimum date from my sales date, and using maxx, I have got maximum date from my sales table, okay. Sales table date column, okay. That is what I have done. So what will calendar do at the end of the day? It will give me a column which is populated from dates, which is populated with dates from the minimum value of sales date to the maximum value of sales date, okay. That is what this will do. And then we have something called as date as integer, which I'm formatting the date with just y, okay. And then I'm formatting year, then I'm formatting month. So you can just go through it, but all I've done is formatting. But guys, then we have something called as ampersandile here. So what does that mean? I've written quarter, and with Q, you know that we'll get the quarter, okay. And with ampersandile, okay, with ampersandile, you'll append this Q to the quarter number, okay. This is actually the quarter. This will give you the quarter number, whether it falls in quarter 1, quarter 2, or quarter 3, okay. And to that, you are appending this one, okay. Instead of using backward slash and all, you can do something like this, okay. If you want to append something in front of it, for example, here if I want to append something like date, okay, something like that, you can do this, okay. Now see, look at this one, guys, okay. See, let's just call it as day, because it's actually a day. Oh, my bad. Okay, see. So whenever you are using Power BI, it is always recommended to create a date table. It's not just date table, but if you have any generic lookup tables in your project, you're most welcome to create that, because you'll be having only one date table, okay. Let's just, yeah, so see, so I have only one date table now, and I have dates in my sales data, sales table. Then I've done this, okay. But what if I have dates in other tables as well, okay? how do I relate all of them and how do I filter all of them? So it's always better to have something like a dates table. Okay, so create something like a dates table and then give the relationship between that table to all the other date tables. That will help you. Okay, so not just the date table, but if you have something that is generic along all your across all your tables in your project, create that table as well. So this is how you create date table and work with it. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about quick measures. So quick measures are actually a UI kind of thing. I mean, Microsoft has given you a UI. So with the help of this user interface, okay, you can create your measures yourself. I mean, you don't have to write any DAX. Microsoft will take care of everything in the backend. Okay, but you just have to select what type of measure you want and what exactly are you planning to do. Okay, something like that. There are advantages and disadvantages of quick measures. Okay, I would say you can't, I mean, if you are planning to use quick measures without knowing DAX, you're in a trouble. Okay, so you should definitely know DAX so that you can utilize quick measures to the full extent. Okay, so in this, to create a quick measure, you just have to click on quick measure here. Okay, and then you can select what kind of measure you want, and I just want to create a measure on filtered value. Okay, and what do I want to filter? Okay, I can filter anything. I mean, I can filter from my sales table, I can get my customer ID and all. But if you directly get into, I mean, if you directly put in a column, you have to apply aggregation of it. Okay, but if you apply something like measure, okay, you don't have to apply any aggregation to it. And moreover, in this particular example, I want to apply, I mean, I want to create a measure for my total revenue only. Okay, so now I would like to I mean, now it will ask you on what basis you want to filter it. Okay, so what basis do I want to filter it is on location. Okay, so location state. Okay, and I would like to select values which are A, B, C and Florida. Okay, I've selected the states that are starting with A, C and F. Okay, so now if I click on OK, it will create me a quick measure, and that quick measure, okay, we just have to see where is it placed now. So if I just, this is my quick measure. Now let's just go through the measure which Microsoft has created for us. Okay, now if you see, okay, see, Microsoft have given you this measure already. So let's just drag and drop in that measure. Okay, I mean, let's just drag and drop in that measure. Okay, and also let's just drag and drop in our total revenue, and also let's just look into it with states. Okay, now let's just convert this into a table, and that table values will have it, let's say 15. Okay, now we'll just expand this and now see. So you get total revenue for only values that are, I mean, see, it doesn't work properly. Why doesn't it work properly? Let's just go back to our measure. Okay, and see. Okay, this we have done when we are actually doing filters. Okay, so to work around this, what you have to do, I mean, everything is the same. You also know what is in here, but what do you want to do? I mean, how do you get values according to the current row context? So for that, we know that we have to apply filter and we have to give our location table, and then that's all. We are good to go. Now if I close this, see, A, C and F, see the values you have got. So it's always good to use quick measures to get some inspiration of like from how Microsoft is, you know, writing things. Okay, but it's always good to know DAX so that you can work around things, right? You have to work around them, right? I mean, you can't get the same value, same 59,000 in every row here, right? You wanted to filter it, right? And to filter it, we know that we have to use something called as filter function, right? So this is the advantage of knowing DAX. Okay, so this is the advantage of knowing DAX. So always remember, quick measures are very handy, but in the same time, it's always good to know DAX. It's always better to have knowledge on DAX. Thank you. Now that we have understood how exactly we can create quick measures, in this session we'll see how to work around with measures that come under time intelligence functions. Okay, so to do that, let's just select quick measures, and under that time intelligence, and I want to do year to date. Okay, and now year to date, what is my base value? My base value is always total revenue. Okay, which is fine. And where is my date? This is my date. I'll take date from my date table, of course, and then I'll click on OK. Now this will create me a new measure. Okay, total year to date. That is the measure which has been created. Okay. Oh, it's not that. So where exactly is the measure? Yeah, this is the measure, total revenue YTD. Okay, that is a measure which is being created with quick measure. Okay, now what will I do is I'll just delete this one. I'll just remove this one. Okay, for now. And what will I do is, this is my total revenue YTD, right? If I get this one here, okay, and if I get my date hierarchy, where is my date hierarchy? It is in my date table, right? So if I get my date hierarchy as well there, okay, and if I change it to this one, okay, we have got this one. We have already done this one. You can also get your total revenue, this one here. Okay, and is this performing fine? First let's just increase the font size. Okay, and then see, is this performing fine? So see, total revenue is 7.98, 7.98, 51.39, 51.39 plus 7.98, 59.37, and it should reset before next year, right? So let's just, yeah, so it should reset before next year, right? So see, on the last date it is resetting, okay, which is fine. But this is not the way how we wanted to see things, right? We don't like this one, or maybe we want to change the hierarchy of it. So let's just go here, and if I change my hierarchy, okay, I'll get an error. It can't display the values. And why? If I click on see details, I'll see something. I'll see something like, see, your custom measures or time intelligence quick measures can be only grouped or filtered by Power BI provided date hierarchy or primary date column. We don't want hierarchy here. So as we know a bit of DAX now, we can work around it. So what shall we do? We go back to the formula which is being created by Microsoft, and I don't want this filtered, and also I don't want something like if. Okay, so what should I do? I'll just remove all this. Okay, I'll remove all this, and I also don't want this dot date. Okay, and if you look at it properly, this is what we have done for total YTD. Okay, this is what we have done. Okay, and by default it is giving us total YTD. And now that you know how to work around it, you also know how to use calculate, dates YTD. If you want to apply more number of filters and all, then yeah, you can do that as well. So this is the advantage. This is one of the advantages of knowing DAX, having command on DAX. Okay, so again, it's always good to use quick measure, but at the same time, you can't solely depend on quick measure. Okay, you should have knowledge on DAX. Thank you. In our previous session, we have seen how to create quick measures, and mostly we have been inclined to the disadvantages of quick measures and the advantages of knowing DAX. Now we'll do the complementary of it. We'll do the complement of it. What we'll do is we'll understand the importance of quick measures. Okay, so now I'll just click on quick measures, and what I'd like to do is I'll just click on star rating. So this star rating is pretty much similar to your movie ratings, which is from 0 to 5 stars. Okay, if it is a good movie, you'll get 5 stars. If it is a bad movie, you'll get 0 stars, something like that. Okay, so and what should I want to apply this star rating to? I want to apply this to my total rating, and my lowest rating I would like to give it as 50. If it is 50 or less than 50, I'll get 0. Not that if it is 50 or not, but if it is around the range 50, it might be something around 100, it might be something around definitely less than 50 you'll get 0. But if your value is, if the distributions are not in a proper way, maybe you'll get few values which are greater than 50 as with 0 stars as well. Okay, and I want my highest rating for stars for the revenue which is greater than, which is equal to or greater than 500. Okay, so now I'll just click on OK, and that will create me my quick measure. See, this is my quick measure, which is cool. I'll just drag and drop this one here, and I'll change it to a table first, and see, you got this 5 stars, which is nice. Now I also want to change it, change the font size before we continue. So I'd like to change it to 15, and after that I would like to apply my total revenue, which is fine. And after applying my total revenue, this is definitely greater than 500, so that's why we got 5 here. But if I go into my favorite table, which is location, and apply my states here, okay, see, this is less than 50, and that's why you got 0 stars. But all this is greater than 500, and that's why you got 5 stars. Can you even imagine to pull off something like this with the basic knowledge of DAX what you have at the moment? Not even close to possible, right? So here we are not able to see 1, 2, 3, 4 and all. So let's just, maybe this is not a good example, so let's just remove state and apply customer names in it. Okay, so with customer names, see, you get 3, 1, 3, you get all different stars, and now you know that which customer is actually paying you high. Okay, now you know that who's your most valuable customer. Okay, you can take care of it. Okay, something like that. But can you imagine to do something like this with the knowledge on with your current knowledge on DAX? I guess not. So quick measures are pretty, they have their own advantages as well. This is one of the advantage which quick measures will give you. This is a very complex DAX which Microsoft has given you. Okay, so let's just head in and try to understand what exactly are they doing. So let's just go inside that, and yep, so this is the quick measure which they have created for us. So max number of stars is 5, which is fine, that is what we have given, and min rated value is 50, that is what we have given. Max rated value is 500, that is what we have given, and base value is total revenue, that is what we have given. So the top 4 variables which they have used here are the things which we have provided them. Now they are calculating something called as normalized base value. So what exactly is normalization in maths is, guys, let's just say I have my revenue, okay, and it ranges from, let's say, 50 to 500. Example, don't consider the total revenue here, I'm just trying to make things simple. Okay, so we have something from 50 to 500. Okay, so I have a column in my table with values ranging from 50 to 500, nothing less than 50 and nothing greater than 500. Okay, now what does normalization do is, okay, it will give the less value, they will place the whole, this whole ranges on a scale of 0 to 1. Okay, so what exactly does that mean? For 50 they'll be having 0, okay, and for 500 they'll give the value as 1. Okay, but something that is 51 or something, 55 or something, they might have it like 0.1 or maybe 0.01. Okay, so it's like it's like having all the values in your column on a range. Okay, and this range depends. I mean, you can do it from 1 to 10, you can do it from 1 to 5, you can do it from 0 to 10, it depends. Okay, but usually in mathematics we'll do it from 0 to 1. Okay, now with that being said, okay, you get from this, you get 0 or 1 for your total revenue. Okay, so that is what will happen. I mean, see, they have used base value here. Okay, so they're using total revenue. Okay, and this is the formula for normalization in Power BI. Okay, and so all your revenue will be ranging from 0 to 1. So what exactly are they doing after that? They have taken a variable called star rating. Okay, and in that star rating they are putting some value which is being rounded already. So what are they rounding? They are multiplying normalized base value to the max number of stars, and then they are rounding it to the 0 decimal places. So what exactly are they doing? Let's just open our calculator and let's just see what are they doing. For example, if you get your if you get your normalized base value of 0.6, you will multiply it with 5, which is 3, and you don't have to do any rounding of this one. You'll take 3 as it is. But if you get your value of 0.5, you have if you multiply it with 5, which is our max number of stars here, you'll get 2.5. And what are we are not interested in 2.5 stars at the moment, so that's why we are rounding it off to 0 digits, and we know that if we have 5 here, we'll get 3. Okay, that is what we have seen in formatting. So but there might be cases where you might have something like 0.23, and that you might want to multiply with 5, where you'll get 1.15, and we know that rounding of this will give me only 1 star. Okay, so with normalization, we are placing our total revenue with filters or without filters. We are placing it on a scale of 0 to 1, and with that 0 to 1, and with that value which ranges between 0 to 1, we are multiplying it with total number of stars, and then we are rounding it off to 0 place of decimal. Cool. Till here everything is fine. Now here all the variables, after this there are no variables, and that's why he has put this return statement here, which we already know. And then we have an if statement. So let's just dissect this if statement. So what exactly is happening in this if statement is, okay, now what exactly is happening in this if statement is, he is checking if the base value is not blank, then only do this. And if the base value is blank, he's not doing anything at the moment, but he's checking if the base value is not blank. And what exactly is the base value according to us? The base value is nothing but our total revenue. So he's checking if the base value is blank or not blank. Okay, that is what he's doing. So he's checking if it is not blank, then only do this. And if it is blank, he doesn't know what to do. And that's why, maybe you want to add something to it, but Microsoft hasn't given you that. Okay, so if the base value is blank, okay, if the base value is not blank, my bad, sorry, then what you have to do, then there is a function called rept. Okay, now what does this rept function do? Okay, what does this function does is, okay, guys, if I write rept, and if I give my first, here parameter, if I give my first parameter as, let's say, alphabet A, okay, and if I give the integer as my, the second parameter which you have to pass is an integer, of course, so a number. Okay, so if I give it as, let's say, 3, okay, so it will print 3 times A. Okay, if I give 4, it will print 4 times A, something like that. Okay, now with that being said, okay, in my rept, okay, I'm printing unichar 9733. So what exactly is unichar 9733? It's the star which is totally filled, not the hollow star. Okay, halo star, it's like this star. Okay, which is totally filled with the black color inside. Okay, solid star. Okay, that star we are printing how many times? Star rating times. Okay, and what is star rating times? It might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, anything. Okay, so that many times we are printing our filled star. and we know what is this and symbol. What will that do? That will append it. So what are we appending it to? We are appending it to a star which is hollow, okay, which is not filled now, okay, this blank star, okay, hollow star, which doesn't have black color inside it, okay. So that we are printing again using rept, okay. And how many times are we printing it? Okay, simple, we are taking max number of stars minus star rating, so that we'll get this one. I mean, if you have 2 stars, empty star, if you have 2-star rating, the empty star should be what? How many number of empty stars do you want? 3, right? And how did you do that? Total number of stars minus the star rating which you have. So that is what he has done here, okay. So can you imagine writing this being new to DAX? Absolutely not, right? So I mean, just look at it, really impossible, right? But if you have knowledge on DAX, okay, you'll be able to understand this. This is a bit complex, I know, but you should be able to understand this. And during our variable session, I have told you that we use variables for, I mean, variables are very, very important and we'll use them a lot, right? And this is the example for that variables as well. See, he has used a lot of variables. Why? So that he can use something like this. He can do something like this and he can do something like this. See, a big formula here, a big thing here, okay. So this is the advantage of knowing quick measures. So there are things in quick measures where you can look into and take them as your inspiration and learn much deeper DAX, okay. So there are advantages and disadvantages to quick measures, but there are few measures which are very, very complicated, which you can't even imagine to pull it off, and as someone who is new to DAX. So I would recommend you to use all the quick measures that are there and just go through them and see if you can change them and play around with it, okay. So quick measures are both advantage and disadvantage at the same time, but no matter what they are, they'll teach you, I mean, they'll help you to get a good command over DAX. So this is all about quick measures. Thank you. So now that we have seen modeling the data and processing the data, the first 2 steps of data analytics, now we are moving on to our third step, which is visualizing the data, okay. The step where you start telling the story, you start building the story with your data, okay. So let's see how do you do that, okay. So to start with, I mean, how do you tell stories with your data? Using the graphs, right? In model the data, most of the time we have been using, when we are learning DAX, most of the time we have used matrix or table, because so that we'll get to know the values, I mean, we'll get to know if the values are properly calculated or not, right? So that is what we have done when we were learning DAX and all, okay. So before this session, have set up few things, and in that, if you go back, we have the same tables which we got from which we had for which we had for DAX, learning DAX and all, modeling the data section, and now I've created a custom date table as well, which you know how to do it right now. So I'm just going to link it with here, okay. So yeah, I've created all the relationships, and this schema is called star schema, which we have already learned. And I have my one custom measure, which is revenue, total revenue, which is sum x of the sales quantity and sales price, okay. So now if I go back, in visualizing data there are many steps, okay. So the first step is actually choosing reports, okay. once you have created I mean choosing chats. So once you have created your measures and all, once you have everything with you, okay, then the next step which you actually want to choose is getting a proper visualization. Okay, so today we'll see what are the different types of visualizations we have in Power BI. Okay, the default visualizations which Power BI has given us. Okay, we'll go through them first. Okay, so to start with, I would like to talk about this thing card. Okay, so if I get my total revenue, if I just drag and drop here, by default it will create you a stacked column chart, yeah, clustered column chart, yeah, okay, but you can always choose the other one and get to know this. Okay, but is that all? No, you can actually, I mean, there are few things which you can do on this thing, and they are like you can go in here, okay, and then you can off the category label, which will off this total revenue thing. Okay, so something like, there are many things which will go through one after the other, but as of now just stay with me. Okay, so first I would like to talk about chats which give you kind of KPI and all. Okay, so you can always choose to click on this one, which is 𝒂𝒔, which is fine. I mean, we'll go through it again, like how exactly does 𝒂𝒔 works and all. Okay, but for now what I would like to talk about is this one, KPI. There is a thing called as KPI, but it doesn't work with single thing. Okay, so let's just get in something. What should we get? Let's just get all the products. Okay, let's just get all the products in there. Okay, you can actually drag and drop something here, or you can actually put it on the trend axis. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, so what is target goals and all, we'll see after some time, but yeah, okay, you got all the products in here. But now that you have got KPI and all, you can always choose to click on stacked column chart or something like that, and you can see a lot of, I mean, you can always change it. It's not like you have only one chart with you. Okay, so yeah, so the first chart which I would like to talk about is KPI. Okay, so you also have KPI, you also have card. Okay, something like that. Next we would like to talk about is stacked bar chart. Okay, I mean all the bar charts, but yeah, first let's go through stacked bar chart. Okay, in this stacked bar chart you'll be having different revenues calculated for each item, each product. Okay, so this product has given you this much. Okay, this product has given you this much revenue. Okay, this product has given you this much revenue, and by default it is in descending order. Okay, see, the highest will always stay at the top and the lowest will always stay at the bottom. Okay, it's something like that. Okay, now there is another chart which is stacked column chart. It's the same thing to the first one, which is stacked bar chart, but now it is like vertical lines. Okay, the data is arranged in vertical rows. Okay, that is what happens in stacked bar chart. Now we have something called clustered bar chart, which is fine, but yeah, guys, you can also have legends in here, you can also have tooltips in here. We'll see what is tooltips, but for now let's just enter something in legends. Okay, so I would like to enter what shall we enter? Let's enter customer. Okay, customer name. So we are entering customer name, but yeah, we have the data, but it's not properly being shown. Okay, but let's just reverse the order. Okay, on axis we'll have name, whereas on legend we'll have product. Oh god, actually names, there are a lot of names. So what shall we do? So let's just go back to location and get legend on cities, because cities should be low. No, okay, so what exactly happens here is for each item there will be bars. Okay, and these bars now will be all the cities. Okay, if you can see I mean, in different colors. I know this is very small thing, but yeah, that's how this chart is. Okay, let's say you have small amount of this one, then you'll be able to do it. Okay, but instead of city, we can always get state as well, and this will make sense. See, all the colors for each thing. If there are revenue in that particular statement, it's like granularity. I mean, you're granularing your data into the next level. So that is what you're doing. And now this one is the same thing in opposite lines. Okay, so that is what this one is. Okay, now after all this, we'll go through the next one, which is 100% stacked bar chart. What does this mean? Let's see. So if you see, okay, a graph is created between the products which you have mentioned and the total revenue. On x-axis it's total revenue, and on y-axis it's products. Okay, but now now it is divided with the legend which you have given here. Okay, so it's like, see, nut, hazelnut. Okay, it's different on each state. I mean, the revenue it is giving you for each state. Okay, and that's the beauty of it. See, for Arizona it's something, and for California it's something, and for what is this, Colorado it's something. I mean, it's giving you something, right? I mean, and now with all these colors, you can see which state has more value and which state has less value in a particular product, right? For example, if I just randomly go through, I see that pink has very high revenue. So what is that product? Tablecloth, pink. Where is it? Florida. So I'll start exporting more tablecloths. I'll start manufacturing more tablecloths now. Okay, I'll start selling more tablecloths in Florida now. Okay, so that is how this one is useful. Okay, now let's just remove this and see what will happen. Everything will be considered to 100%, guys. Okay, so this chart without a legend is kind of useless. Okay, because everything they'll consider it to 100% only. So with legend you get more granularity on it. Like you can have city, you can have state, you can have zip, you can have state, yeah, you can have customer name, anything. Okay, it depends. And now let's just get back and let's just have our city back in here, I mean state back in here, and let's just click on our next one, which is 100% stacked column chart. It is complementary of this one. Okay, so complementary of 100% stacked bar chart. So it's like, now the data is like this. Okay, like on x-axis you have this one now, what, all the products. On y-axis you have revenue, and it's always whatever, no matter what the value is, it is considered as 100%. And I mean, if it's 9,000, if it's 7,000, whatever it is considered as 100%. And the divisions of the data is done with the help of the legend which you have in that particular chart. Okay, so that is what this one does. Okay, so these are all bar charts, different types of bar charts which you have. And now let's just minimize. I mean, let's just have it in a minimum way. Let's just shrink it. Yeah, now let's just see what are the different maps we have. Okay, so for that I'll just drag and drop in my state first. Okay, and yeah, see, even if with me just dragging in state, okay, I got, as our whole data is from United States. Okay, see, I got all the locations on state mapped already. Okay, which is cool, right? Now what will I do is I'll just get my total revenue in here and also drag and drop it here. Okay, now if I drag and drop it here, guys, if you don't know like where you should put that thing, okay, where you should put your data field, okay, you can always drag and drop it directly on the map as well. I mean, directly on your chart as well. And Power BI is intelligent enough that it will take care of it. Okay, so that's how things happen with Power BI. Okay, now but if you see, after I've dragged and dropped in here, you can see that it has actually occupied a thing called size. Okay, so and you can see that the size of each and everything is different, right? I mean, this circle looks very big, this circle looks very big, whereas this circle looks very small, and this also looks very small, and this looks medium, below medium, maybe probably exactly half or something. So how are these sizes of circles done? So they are dependent on the, I mean, the total revenue value now. Okay, so if your total revenue for that particular state is high, the circle is high. So the size of the circle is directly proportional to the total revenue value. Okay, so that is what is happening with this chat. Okay, but you also have various types. I mean, you also have other type of chat which is, I mean, chat which is filled map. Okay, this doesn't make sense at the moment because everything looks filled and we are like unable to tell which one has the highest value and which one has the lowest value. We'll go through it. I mean, we'll get through it, how to differentiate between the highest values and lowest value on a map like this. I mean, if you need something like this, okay. But for now, this is a very good chat, right? See, a very good chat where you get all the states and all. Okay, now with this being said, I want to talk about the other charts now, which is area charts. Okay, so before we, I mean, yeah, let's just talk about area charts. Okay, so this is pie chart. Okay, under area charts there will be a pie chart. I mean, pie chart, stacked pie chart, not stacked, I think it's hollow, yeah, donut chart, and also this tree map chart all falls under area charts. Okay, so how do I get here? I mean, what should I do here? Let's just do the same thing. Okay, let's just have state, drag and drop state in here. Okay, which is fine, but it's a two-dimensional chart, so it asks you for, I mean, it asks you for the data. Okay, now again, I can directly drag and drop it here, or I can place it in values. Okay, I'm just drag and dropping it here. Okay, now if you see, this is my revenue which is being generated over multiple states. Okay, now guys, pie charts and bar charts are the most used charts. Okay, and why is that? Because they give you, I mean, people are pretty much used to it. Okay, they are very easy to read, and they'll give you the things. I mean, they'll give you, I mean, it's not that the other ones will not give you the exact details. The other ones are useful as well, but it's just that this people are pretty much used to pie charts and bar graphs. Okay, so the bar graphs and this pie charts are most used graphs in Power BI. Okay, so now it's just, I mean, my revenue is now like total. What is my total revenue, guys? It's like, I mean, if I convert it into a card, I know that my total revenue is this much, right? So what will happen if I convert it into a pie chart? What will happen is my total revenue here, okay, is split into all the states now. For example, if I click on Florida here, okay, see, only Florida is highlighted over all the charts. But if you just hover it here, you can see that Florida has 20,720 something, right? And it's the same thing here. See, 20,720 of the whole, and Florida makes up 14.83% of the whole revenue. I mean, across all the states, Florida alone is giving you 14.83%. Okay, so that is what Florida is doing here. Okay, and to get back, just click on any, I mean, empty space on any of the graph, I mean, any of the chart, you'll be able to get back to it. Okay, now if I want to perform the same thing, I mean, I want to perform the same thing, but I want to apply another chart to it. So what will I do? The easiest thing which you can do is select that particular chart, okay, and then press on Ctrl C and again press on Ctrl V. Okay, you will be populated with the graph, new graph with the same story again. Okay, the same things. Now if you want to change this, you can change it. Like for example, if I want to create a halo chart, okay, donut chart. So donut chart is nothing but a pie chart, but without the it's kind of hollow in between, in the center. Okay, that is what it is. Now, but I have taken a copy of it, not to create this one, but to create this one. so that I'll have, I mean, it's always good to have something like this at the start. Okay, now this will make, I'm just arranging it so that it will give me somewhat, it will be somewhat good. Okay, so yeah, trying to arrange things. Okay, but guys, if you just go on this chart, okay, now that I have states in it, it's fine. Let's just remove states and let's just pull in data. Let's just drill down it with cities. Okay, even with cities, it's okay. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there is a very small kind of pink line here, and it's like, it says that it's some 𝑦𝒓𝒐𝒏𝒏𝒆𝒓 something. Okay, but there is another pink line here. Okay, Santa something. There is another pink line here, which is West Virginia, I guess. This one. I'm waiting for it to populate. Yeah, hunting and something. Okay, so but guys, with pie chart there is a problem, and the problem is, see, you'll not be able to see your data. See, it's like not visible, right? At times the data might get very, very thin, and so does here. Okay, so to work around this, you can use some other graph which will give you the same thing, and that is tree map. Okay, even if you make it hollow, okay, you might not, if there are many more cities, you might not know like where exactly is that, that small line, you might not be able to find it. Okay, so to work around it, there is a thing called as tree map. You can always click on tree map and see how things are going there. Okay, and in tree map, okay, if you can see, I have data arranged in an area here, and you can see that I can also click on my smallest part, and I'll know like what city is giving me the smallest revenue. Okay, and also I can know like which city is giving me the highest revenue. Okay, and if you see, whenever I click on something, the data is changing across all the places. Okay, if I select this Santa Barbara, okay, the data is changing across all the places, and that's what makes Power BI interactive. That's why they call all the chats on Power BI as interactive. Okay, so the visuals are very interactive. Click at one place and everything will get changed accordingly. Okay, so if I select this one, okay, my total revenue is now changed. Why? My total revenue is now filtered such that I get only Santa Barbara revenue. Okay, that is what it is doing. Okay, now if I click on Houston or maybe Port Washington, okay, see, I get this much. Okay, so yeah, and the next thing which I would want to talk about is line charts. Okay, let's just go and see line charts as well. Okay, and for that, what I would like to do is, I would like to have this one at the bottom, and I would like to drag and drop this one to the top. Okay, and let's just, it's all dragging and dropping. You don't have to write some code or something for that. It's all about drag and drop at the end of the day. Okay, let's just have our line chart which I was talking about. Let's just have it here. Okay, so let's just click on this one. Okay, this will give me a chart. By default it is giving me here because there is place, but yeah, you can have it here as well, and you can actually extend this till here so that it will populate the whole place. And now if I want a line chart here, what do I want to have my line chart on is always, again, it's always the total revenue again. So I'll have my total revenue in my values field, which is cool, but now I have to give another access to it, right? So one axis is total revenue, fine. So the other axis which I want is, let's say, date. Okay, so we let's just literally, this is the column which we have created, this is the table which we have created in our previous class. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize it, and yeah, you can have weekday, you can have week number, anything is fine. For now, let's just consider week number. Okay, let's just consider week number in there. Okay, Now see, so this is line graph, guys. Okay, so on week 1 my total revenue is this much, on week 2 my total revenue is this much, on week 3 my total revenue is this much, on week 4 my total revenue is this much. And instead of having week number, you can always drag and drop your date hierarchy, the total hierarchy in here. Okay, and as I've told you, now it gives you around across multiple this one, right? I mean, it gives you around multiple years. But guys, whenever you are working on something like this, okay, and you want to fit that graph, let's say, into a small area or something like this, but you're not able to properly look into the graph, okay, and you want to look at it in such a way that it shouldn't disturb the other graphs, I mean, it shouldn't disturb the other charts, and at the same time you want to work on it. So what will you do at this kind of time? Okay, to work around this, there is a thing called as focus mode here. Okay, I mean, for every chat out here, for every chat you'll be having a thing called focus mode. Okay, so on this focus mode, okay, if you just click on it okay, yeah, if you just click on it, okay, see, you can just look at that particular chat and visualize data. Okay, and from here now you can decide, you can just keep on you can drill down as well, I mean, which I've told you, like in 2000, if you click on 2017, it will give you what happened in 2017 April, what happened in 2017 July. First it will give you the quarters, right? We have quarters here, I mean hierarchy. Now if you click on any particular hierarchy, all the months in that particular quarter will be showed to you. And if you click on any particular month, you will get two dates with dates. Okay, so what happened on August 1st 2017? My revenue is 14.24, which is fine, but my revenue went very down on 10th August 10th, which I got like 3.89, but after that we have a growth in our revenue. See, on 11th August we have like 36, wow, and on 12th August we have 30, which I don't really mind because there is a very huge percentage gap between my 10th and 11th, so I'm fine. And again on 13th I have 56, and again on 14th I have 19, maybe I'll be concerned with it, and again on 15th I have 30th, okay, 30, which is fine. Maybe we didn't get 56, but 30 is okay. But again there is decline, and again so on. Okay, so this is how you can read data. Okay, so I'm just clicking black so that we'll go back to the report. Okay, so these are all the different kinds of, you know, chats which you can use using Power BI. Okay, but at the same time it's important for you to know which chat do you want to use for a particular thing. Okay, even that is important. For example, I mean, this one I have taken it for, I mean, for teaching you what is tagged, what is clustered, yeah, what is what is tagged column chat. Okay, but this doesn't make sense. Why? Because there are very thin lines in here, and it's pretty hard to read data from those thin lines, right? So what will I do? Maybe I'll move it, maybe I'll consider having this. Okay, or maybe I'll consider having not even this, I mean, I'll consider having this but without legend. Okay, I mean, I'll not have legend in the first place. Okay, so that will give me something like this. Okay, maybe this is good. Okay, so it all depends. I mean, so to choose the correct graph, to choose the correct chart is also a very important step. Okay, and I mean, it depends. If your client asks you that, okay, I want data of states with on a let's say on a table, then give it to him on a table. You don't have a choice, something like this. Okay, but if not, if he leaves the choice to you, you will always stick around. I mean, it's always better to stick around something like a map, right, which will make things beautiful, right? So this is all about, I mean, this is all about the various reports, various chats which you can choose from in the given list of chats of Power BI, and also what chat you have to choose at what particular time also matters. Okay, so So it's always like, I mean, the decision to pick a chat is also very important. Okay. Thank you. Now that we have seen what are the different types of charts or graphs that are available in Power BI, and also what chat to choose from, we will see how to format each and every chart. Okay. Now if I click on this one, okay, now if I head back, I mean, if I go in here, which is format option in visualizations, okay, the second one is format options and visualizations. Okay, here the first one is general. Okay, now if I click on general, I can choose to have my X position as 100. Okay, so I can drag my chart around, or I can give my positions here as well. It's up to me. Okay, and at the same time, the width and height also I can change it from here, or I can drag it back. See, it's 318 again. Okay, I can also choose my height from here, or I can just drag it back. See, 175. So that is what the general tab does for you. And now there is a thing called data label, and in data label, let's just go to data font family, and let's just change change the font family. See, this is the one that is data label. I mean, that is there for us. Okay, see, I can do whatever I want. Let's just stick to Comic Sans for now. So if I choose to switch off category, okay, see, total revenue is now getting switched off. I mean, it's getting hidden. I can't even see it. If I switch it on back, see, I have it now. Okay, now the next one which I want to talk about is word wrap. If this one is on, if the total revenue, let's say it is like total revenue something 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 blah 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 blah, instead of coming dots like this, it will be like coming into the next line, and it will populate the next line. Okay, that is what it will do if it is word wrap is on. Okay, now let's just see what is title. If I click on, I mean, if I switch on title, and let's just enter it as revenue with a capital R, and there is a E missing there, and yeah, so see, there is a revenue here now. Now that I have this one, I don't want this one anymore. I mean, I don't want my category label anymore. Okay, so now I have something like title, and with this title can also be, there will be a word wrap. Okay, and let's just see what exactly happens with word wrap. Okay, okay, see, now instead of coming here, it has got 3 lines, and then we have got dots. Okay, that is what word wrap will do. Okay, I'm removing everything, and I'm going to have total revenue itself. Okay, now you can choose to align it over places. Like for example, I would like to have it at the center, but you might like to want to have it at the right or the left. It's up to you. And you can change the text size as well, and you can change the text family as well. Okay, it's up to you. Now let's just have it there. Now if the background is already on, if the background is off, what will happen? Nothing, because we have been seeing the plain background till now. So let's just say we'll switch off in the background now, and let's just consider having this color as the background color. See, you can see that there is a color change, and if I now increase the transparency, the color will get lighter. That means the alpha value, we are playing around with the alpha value. Okay, so that's how it is, and you can leave it to 50%, which looks okay to me, not bad. So now lock aspect is something that it will the proportions of your chat will still stick to the same. That is what lock aspect does. Okay, play around with it. It's not really something to be. And border, if you switch on in it, you'll get a border around your tile. See, something like that. There is a border around it. Okay, now let's just hit back there, and there is a thing called shadow. If I click on shadow, there is a shadow around it, but the purpose of having shadow around a tile is it looks like as if this one is highlighted. Okay, so that is what the whole purpose of having shadow. Like for example, if from right to left or from left to right is the x-axis, and from top to bottom on your screen is y-axis. Okay, now if you go inside your screen, that will be z-axis. Go inside or go outside of the screen, that will be z-axis, right? So this one is towards you in z-axis, so you'll get effects like that. Play around with it, it's really cool. And there is one more thing, which is tooltip, and this tooltip will understand it better in other graphs, so let's just not talk about that here. But there is a thing called visual headers. Okay, I'm not going to talk about all of it right now, but if you just switch off this, what will happen is there is a thing, I mean, for every tile which you have on Power BI, there are few headers, right? I mean, these things are called visual headers. Okay, this one, this one, this one, and also as we have data hierarchy here, we have drill downs here. Okay, now see, there is no visual, I mean, yeah, 3 visual headers here, no, 3 visual headers here, but yeah, no date, no hierarchy, and also yeah, there are 3 visual headers here as well. Okay, so yeah, so you get visual headers for each and every graph out there. Okay, so what will happen is, if I mean the graph which I have already chosen, okay, the graph which I have chosen, if I create a new graph or chart, okay, I'll get the visual header on. Okay, so that's how it is. So I'll by default get these visual headers. Okay, so if I switch it off, even then I'll be able to see visual headers here. Okay, it's not that my visual headers will not be able, I mean, it's not that I'll not be able to see my visual headers here. Okay, I'll still be able to see my visual headers. Okay, but what will happen if I switch it off for a particular map? Let's say this chart. Okay, if we have switched it off. Okay, but whereas for this chart, it's still on and you can see it, but for this chart it's off, but you can see it in your Power BI desktop. And after I publish it, okay, Power BI will actually on your dashboard, what will happen is, if you have it on, there also people will be able to interact with these. Okay, and you can see now, if I go around all my tiles, okay, these things tend to be cumbersome. I mean, they come in between, and at times they try to come in between and make things tough for us. Okay, so if you don't want something like that to happen, you can actually turn this off. I mean, you can go to Format tab, turn your visual header off, and publish it. But if you off it here, will you not be able to see it here? You will be able to see it here, but after you publish it, and once you got this tile pinned on your dashboard, then you will not be able to see it. I mean, then the users who are interacting with this particular thing, for this particular tile, they'll not have visual headers. Okay, and you can choose not to have visual headers for this one as well. Okay, so it's up to you. Now, if I go back here, okay, there is, I mean, we have went through the drill down and all in the previous class, but what I would like to talk right now is, yeah, let's just go through what all we have here. Okay, now there is a, I mean, the x-axis here is turned on, so let's just off it. Okay, you can see that there are no labels or something like that along my x-axis now. See, yeah, see, I can toggle it. You can go inside it and play around with that. But yeah, but there is no y-axis there. So if I switch it on, see, I got my y-axis values as well. Now if I hover it, there is a thing called position, and if I choose to have it right, I can have it right as well. Okay, it's up to me. So yeah, so there is my secondary line. We'll talk about this secondary line after some time, but yeah, if there is a secondary line in your graph, then what, I mean, secondary y-axis, then what do you want to have it? For example, let's just switch it on, and let's just go back here, and there is no secondary value here, right? So for the secondary value, let's just drop in our states. Okay, so it's just saying the count of states, but instead of count of states, what shall we have? Let's have quantity. Okay, so for this quantity, this is our secondary y. Okay, see, both of them fall under, I mean, both of them are forming the same line, so things fall different. Okay, but the secondary y-axis can be on the right side. You can choose to have your secondary y-axis on the left side if you want, and do whatever you want. Okay, I'm removing it for now. And the next thing which I would like to talk about is data colors. So data colors, you can change whatever color you want. See, I've changed it to red, which is cool. And now there is a thing called shape. So with this shape, if in this shape, the the interesting feature which I find is stroke width. If I change it to 15, see, it has got small. But if I change it to 5, it has got big. Why? Because 15 is not sufficient in this map, in this style. So that's why it has got the most minimum stroke width. But whereas 5 is minimum, 5 can fit here, so that's why we got 5. Okay, so you can change this as well. Okay, so play around with it. Okay, now you can have line style as solid, you can have line style as dotted. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, so now there is a thing called plot area, and for this plot area, let's just upload an image for that. For example, let's just upload this image. Okay, now if I upload this image and if I go to focus mode, you can see that image here. Okay, that is what this plot area will do. And you can choose to increase the transparency. If you increase the transparency, the lighter the image is. Okay, and you can also choose to make it fill so that it will occupy the whole graph. Okay, let's just go back. And yeah, let's just have it there. It's not a big deal. So now there is a thing called title. If I switch it off, see, total revenue by year, the title is not there now. Okay, now there is a thing called background. Now to do this background, let's just remove this from plot area. I have removed that, and now you'll be able to understanding the background. It's the similar thing which we had here actually, but yeah, you can increase its transparency and make it something like this. Okay, so yeah, cool. And you can also choose to have border, you can choose to have shadow, you can choose to have tooltip. Now what exactly is tooltip? For example, if I hover over something, you can see that there is a black color thing which says 2019 and total revenue 80,118, right? If I toggle it off and if I go back here, and even if I click here, my data around the things gets changed, but I'm not able to see those black color thing in which I have my data there. Okay, for example, if I switch it off, switch it on again, and if I hover it here, see, I get a black color thing saying 2019 total revenue, and you have it over everywhere. You have it for 2018, okay, you have it for 2017, okay, and so on. Okay, now visual address is something which we have already seen. Now for this one, now even for this one, it's guys, formatting at the end of the day depends on the type of chat you have, but almost every chat has the same formatting things. Okay, the same options, and for almost everything has the same formatting options. Okay, just go through it and play around with it, you'll be fine. But what I'm interested right now is this graph. Okay, in our previous class we were talking that we have to always choose the right graph, right? And this chart doesn't make sense because there are, see, if you see, there is a cyan here which is like very low, a very thin line, right? Now how do I get over it? How do I do it? How can I do it? Play around with different charts, guys. Like play around with this one. Let's just see this one. Does it make sense? No, even then there are small lines here, so lines which I am not able to see it. So let's just go to area chart. Even this doesn't make sense, but there is a thing called line chart, and I think this is probably good, because if I click on anywhere and if I just hover on that point, see, I can directly choose to have that one thing alone, and if I hover on anywhere, my tooltip will give me everything. Like in Arizona, what is the revenue made by this Chinese lemon pork? Okay, something like that. Okay, so, and also you can also again change those data colors if you want, and you can do whatever you want. Go through it. Okay, for this one there are like many data colors. Okay, and these data colors are all given to your states. You can always choose to have different data colors for each state. It's up to you. Okay, so if I head back to here, there is a thing called, I mean, these are all the bubbles and all which we have for each state, which is cool. And if you select one, all the other ones are interactive as well. I mean, that's why they call it Power BI chat graphs or chats or tiles. Visualizations are very pretty interactive. It will give you user interaction. Okay. Now that if I selected Florida and Florida is purple here, I get only Florida. See, I get data from only Florida. And also my whole revenue as well, it's now only in Florida. Okay. In Florida 2019, around all the what do you call it, around all the, across all the items which I have, products which I have, I got the revenue about 12,707. Okay. And my whole total revenue is 20,000, and only my 2019 is like 12,707. So what exactly happened in my 2019? I would like to dissect it a bit more. Okay. So things like that. Okay. But what I'm interested in right now is there is a thing in under maps which is filled map. Okay. And if I go to filled map, see, everything is in same color here and it doesn't really make sense. So if I can go to data colors, okay, now the lowest color should have the lightest value and the highest revenue should have the darkest values. I can do something like that. And to do something like that, I have to go to data colors, and in data colors there is a thing called FX. Beside default color there is a thing called FX. Okay, let's just click on it, and if I click on it, I'll get a pop-up for default colors. And now this shouldn't be on count of state, right? Instead it should be on our revenue, right? So let's just change it to revenue first, which is in my custom measures, total revenue. And the lowest value should be, this light green, very, very light, this one. And the highest value should be something, okay, which is dark blue, light blue, dark blue. And the ranges are from here to here. You can also choose to enter the values if you want, but it's up to you. Okay, so yeah, so let's just click on OK, and see, that will apply the colors here. So depending on the color, I can say that my revenue is less on that particular state. Okay, something like that. Now I can always go back, and there is a thing called diverging, and let's just click on diverging. And this diverging, I can have whatever I want. See, I can have custom middle value. Okay, I can have custom lowest value. Okay, something like that. So instead of middle value, I'll just stick to have middle value for now, or let's just make everything custom. Okay, if it is below 500 or 500, it will be this, and if it is 1000, it will be this, and if it is 1500 or greater than 1500, it will be this. Okay, and the diverging color can be anything. It can be something like light gray as well. It's up to you. Something like gray as well, which makes sense here. Let's see, but there is no diverging color here, but yeah, you're still able to play around with custom values and all. So guys, this is all about this is all about formatting your maps or formatting your different types of tiles and visualizations, and play around much with it so that things will get easier for you. And it's really not that hard. Okay, you just have to select one and start playing around with the options which you have inside the formatting tab. So that's all for today. Thank you. In this session, we are going to cover something called, how do you configure your report page? Okay, so instead of changing the formatting and configurations of your each visualization, you can change the configuration of your report page. This page itself, you can change it. And how do you want to do it? That is what we are going to cover now. So now you can see that I haven't selected any visualization. I know there are a lot of visualizations here. There are 5 visualizations which have occupied the whole space, but I haven't selected any visualization. And how do I know that? if I select any visualization, okay, I'll get filters on this visual. Okay, I'll get filters on particular visualize. So how do you actually click where you don't, click at a place where you don't want to select any visualization? Okay, just click above this line so that you'll select the page instead of selecting visualization. Okay, it's as simple as going to page 3 and just clicking on the empty space here. Okay, so something like that. But if your page is filled with data, then no. Okay, and how did I get QA here? I got QA, right? We know, we have covered what is QA. And how did I get it? If I just double click on it, I'll get my QA. Okay, that's a shortcut. Okay, so I'll just head back to page 1 and yeah, I'll just select it. And or instead of that, if you have selected something, if you click on it, okay, even this is not getting your page selected. So just click on a place where there is no report. Okay, so now if I click here, okay, I can go through something called as format. Okay, and inside the format I'll be having page information, page size, page background. So let's just go through all the formatting stuff which we have here. Okay, now for thing it says page 1. Okay, now for page 1 you can instead give it some other page. For example, let's just say revenue report. Okay, you can call it revenue report. Okay, you can change the name of the page here, and at the same time, okay, you can double click here, okay, and change it back to page 1. Okay, you can do something like that. Okay, you have both options, you can do whatever you want, it's up to you. Now there is a thing called tooltip which will go in some time, which will go through in some time, but there is a thing called Q&A. So if I on this Q&A, what will this happen? It is asking me that to enhance my Q&A. Okay, so that is why it has given me the Q&A option here. Okay, so if let's say there is a name, we have been writing synonyms and all, right? So you can have a synonym for a particular page as well, so that if in Q&A if I ask any question, this page will load up directly, something like that. Okay, so I'll switch it off for now. And then we have something like page size. Okay, so in page size you can choose from wide range of varieties which you have, like 4:3, and there is a thing called letter which is fine, and there is a thing called tooltip which is also fine, there is a thing called custom. Okay, now what exactly is this custom? Let's just head back to 16:9 and let's just click on custom. So you can now custom, you can select your own size, like let's say you can have whatever you want. Okay, let's just call it 1400. Okay, and height you can have 800. Okay, now see, I've got more space now, and instead of making this one cumbersome, I can now increase this one. Okay, that's what I can do, right? Let's just do it. So I'll just select this visualization. I'll drag this over here. I'll select it. I'll reduce this. This is fine. Now I'll select this one and I'll drag it to the bottom. Okay, and place it something like this. And after everything is done, you can do something like this. This will give you the space to change it and all. Okay, now there is a thing called page background, guys. So what does this mean? Let's just go let's just go back and let's just add our favorite background. Okay, now I can't see anything. Why? Because the image fit is normal, but if I click on fill, then also I can't see anything. Why? Because the whole space is filled by something or the other visual, something or the other visual. Okay, so let's just click here, and if I reduce it, even if I reduce it, I'm not able to see it. Okay, so let's just go through it. Let's just see what exactly has happened. Let's just click here. Let's just go back, and we have page background, we have a download.png, and we have transparency is 100%. Guys, that's the problem. So transparency is set as 100%. By default, the transparency is set as 100%. Higher the transparent value, it's like playing around with your alpha value of that image. Okay, so that is why we don't have space there. Okay, so be careful, you'll be having transparent image and all, but at the same time, if I open it, I'm just trying to get my things back to normal. Yeah, see, now we can see the image. Okay, it's not because of the size of the charts which you have on the image, on the page, but it's all about the transparency that has been automatically set by an image. Okay, and instead of this, you can always choose to have a color. For example, let's go with bright red, and you can choose the transparency as well. Okay, and instead of choosing bright red, something which makes sense would be this color. Okay, see, you can choose, you can play around with the transparency. Okay, so, or maybe this kind of gray. Okay, something like that. It's all about page transparency, page background and all. Now page alignment. Now what does this mean? Let's just play around with it. Let's just click on middle and see what will happen. Now see, there is a place now. There's a place given here, and you can't drag before this line. See, I can't drag it to the top. I can't drag it to the top anymore. So that is what page alignment is. Okay, so it is useful if you are writing simple DAX and all. One-liner DAX. Okay, and you can always use top as well, from where you can't drag in your measure. You can't drag in the bottom ones after this red line, if you can see. Okay, that is what happened when we actually clicked on middle. Okay, so you can choose to have whatever you want. Okay, next. Now there is a thing called wallpaper. Wallpaper is pretty much similar to the background. So what we'll do is, let's just go back and let's just not have any background for now, and let's just see what exactly happens if I click and just have a red color. Okay, now wallpaper is actually covering my whole thing. So with background, what exactly is happening is, okay, if you observe the difference with background, what exactly is happening is it is only restricted to the page size. Okay, whereas with wallpaper, it is also covering this area where we can't have any visuals and all. Okay, I'll just apply a yellow color here, and let's just head back and let's just click on background and apply red color. Okay, see, I have red color here, but I don't have red color here. Why? Because my background is restricted to this size, this place, whereas my wallpaper is around the whole page. Okay, so that is what it is happening. And likewise, you can have an image as well. I'll like you guys to go through it, but the transparency here is not 100 by default, thank God. So now there is filter pane. Now what exactly is this filter pane? Let's just say I've applied Arial black here. Okay, so if I click on Arial black, see, it is changing my filter pane. Okay, so that is what it is, changing my things on filter pane. But the default is 𝑫𝒂𝒂 UI, but you can, if you don't like this text, you can change it. You can, you can increase the size of it. See, now the header size is increased. You can increase the text title size here. So you can do whatever you want with that filter pane. Okay, now at the same time, there is something called as filter cuts, and yeah, this is done when I think you are actually applying a filter on a particular page and all. Okay, so something like that. So if you, let's just click on Arial black and let's just go to products. not products, but rather sales. Let's just go back to sales, and if we drag and drop in that here, okay, see, now this filter card we have with Arial black, and you can choose to have a border color as red. Okay, see, the border color is red, and just play around with it. Okay, so the default colors are white and 𝑠QL UI. Okay, you can always go at the bottom and click on revert to default. Okay, something like that. And to remove this filter, there is a cross button here. You can just remove it. And if you have multiple filters, there is a thing called as collapse. You can just collapse it. And there is something called as lock, so that it just stays there. Okay, unless and until you click on cross. I mean, you can't do anything on that filter if you have locked it. So the previous filter has been applied, but you can't do any changes for the time being. Okay, I mean, you can ensure that you're working on the right filter by using lock and all. Okay, so that is all about page customizing your page, configuring how to configure your page and all. Okay, you can have a beautiful background for your page, or you can have a beautiful color that suits it. Okay, so it's all up to you. How do you want to have your page? You can have it in that way. Okay, in the options which have been provided here. Okay, but yes, whenever you don't like something, there is, I mean, if you have applied something for the filter pane, and if you don't like it, okay, and if you want to work it from the scratch again, okay, you can always click on revert to default. And this option, you have it for everything. Okay, for everything. Okay, so that's all about configuring the report page and how to apply formatting on a page that you are working on. Thank you. So in this session, we are going to learn about filtering. Okay, so there is a pane called filtering here. Okay, so if I just minimize visualization, if I open it, there is a pane called filtering. Okay, and whenever you create a visualization, or whenever you create a tile by yourself, okay, okay, all the fields that are there in that particular tile or visualization are already populated in this filtering. Okay, now what does this filtering mean? So I mean, if you can see, I can expand this. Okay, and there are actually 3 types of filtering, which is basic, top-end, and advanced. Okay, now I'm just going to click on basic, and on the basic filtering, what you can do is, okay, I can just click on select all, and then I can remove few. Okay, see, I'm removing few, and if I head back here, okay, now you can see that there is no, I mean, let's just see, there is no circle in California now, but if I click here, there is a circle in California now. Okay, so you can choose to remove it, and this is all about basic filtering, guys. Okay, so the thing which we have done is actually basic filtering now. Okay, now you can always remove it like that. Now let's just talk about the other filterings, which is advanced, and yeah, let's just head back here only, and we'll talk about advanced, and then we'll see how to apply filtering on revenue and all. Okay, so if I click on advanced filtering, okay, now I have few items saying that contains. Okay, so what does that mean? Contains. Okay, okay, so we have something called contains. Okay, let's just say I'll put C here. Okay, and if I click on apply, okay, so only the states with C are populated in this now. See, Colorado, it has C, and California, it has C. Okay, now, and also you can start with contains again, and you can again do A. Okay, and apply filter. Okay, and or actually it should be or. If I want to get more, it should be or, right? I mean, guys, if you switch back to this, and if I apply the filter back, what is happening here? It is actually and. So what does that mean? Both this should be satisfied. Both this conditions should be satisfied. So what is it saying? So my state name should contain C and should also contain A, and I have only two states which have C, which with C, right? And both of them has A. Colorado has A after R and California has A after C. That is what it is happening. But it should contain either A or C, then I have more things, okay, something like that. And instead of just contains, you can also start with, you can also click starts with, okay. So this will give you the states that only starts with C and A. See, Arizona, California, Colorado. And instead of that, you can put doesn't start with, okay. But it is giving me Arizona, Colorado and California as well. Why? Because California doesn't start with C, which is true, but it is satisfying this function, okay. That's why it is not applying that filter, okay. And at this kind of point, you might want to choose and then apply filter. Okay, now I don't have states that starts with C or A, and then I can have data here, okay, without C and A, all the states without C and A, okay. So this is advanced filtering, guys. Now the next filter which I want to talk about is top N. So what will this top N do? It will show you the top N items, okay. But if you apply it on what? What should I apply it on? Okay, that matters, right? So it is asking you a data field here. So what will we do is we'll drag and drop our measure here, okay. So, and we have our measure in our custom measures table, and we'll drag and drop that here, and we'll show top 5 items, and I'll click on OK. Okay, see, these are the top 5 items. That is what it is saying me, okay. But guys, you can see that Arizona value is like very small now. Why? Because the sizes are applied along with the filters, okay. So if you click 10 here, Arizona value will be a little big now, okay. So the size of the circle here is applied along with the filter. It's applied after the filter. That is what I mean, okay. So yeah, so this is how you apply filter, guys. But you can always choose to erase it, so that there won't be any filters there, and that's all. So this is how you apply filters. Now let's just see, there is another thing called as total revenue, okay, which we have in this particular thing, right? So what exactly do we have there? And in total field, we don't have basic, etc., etc., and all, because it's all about values, numbers, right? So you only have things like is less than or equals to, is greater than or equals to, and what is equals to, okay. So is not like, what does is not equals to, is not blank, is blank, you can get whatever you want, okay. So let's say we want to have greater than only 500, and if I click on apply, okay, see, I have my revenue only greater than 500. So on every bubble, on every circle which I have here, I'll be having my revenue greater than 500, no matter what. Even the smallest circle which we have, Georgia, I have 1900, and Utah I have 4000, and California I have 8000, and Arizona I have 15,000, okay. So this has 19,000, Texas, and Florida 20,000, okay. So you can apply filters like this, okay. But guys, the filters which we have applied till now, you can do it with various things. For example, if I choose this one, here also you have filters, okay. You can apply date time filters and all. And if I choose this thing, okay, if I choose this one, okay, here also you can apply filters. You can apply like, I want to see only this state, I want to see only that state, something like that, okay. And if I click on this one, here also you can apply filters like that. And where do I get these values by default? I get them from my visualizations, okay. I get those values from my visualizations, okay. So all the values which I have on my visualizations, they'll be populated in my filters. Okay, so the filters which you have seen right now, I mean there are actually three types of filters, guys. Okay, the filters which you have seen right now are actually filters on that particular visual. Okay, so we have been applying filters on this particular visual only. Okay, we have done with state, we have done with revenue and all, and you can add extra filters as well. Okay, you can add extra data fields here and add extra filters as well. Like for example, you can get in city, okay, and you can select all, and then okay, see now one circle has gone. If I click on Houston, see I got a circle here, and if I remove it, the size of the circle is changing. Okay, why? Because Houston has greater revenue, and that is why it is applying. Okay, you can apply more filters as well. It's not like you cannot apply, you are restricted to apply filters that are only there on that particular visual. No, you can drag and drop in new filters and also apply filtering on that particular visual using that new filters, new data fields. Okay, now I'm just removing this filter. Okay, now guys, whatever we have done till now is actually applying filter on only that particular visual. Okay, so whatever I have done, I have actually applied filter on this particular visual. Okay, now there are actually two more things which are filters on this page and filters on all pages. Okay, so let's just drag and drop in our total revenue here. Okay, let's just drag and drop in our total revenue here, which is, I'm unable to drag and drop in here. Why? Yes, 1 second. Yeah, so now I should be able to drag and drop here. No? Okay, maybe you can't drag and drop your custom visuals, custom measures, even I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean the filters on a particular page or a filter on all pages, I don't think you can drag and drop in your custom visual, custom measure. Why is that? Because the custom measure which you have the custom measure, you might use it here, but you might not use it in some other place, some other page, right? And that is why it is not allowing me to use this custom measure. Okay, so instead of that, we can do something else. What we can do? We can add cities, everything, but what I am interested in is actually adding quantity. Okay, see now quantity is added. Why? Because this is from sales table, and you might have this at many places. Okay, you might have it at many places, but whereas custom visual, there is no guarantee that custom measure, there is no guarantee that you'll use the same measure around all the graphs, all the charts. Okay, that is why it is not allowing me to add it. Okay, so filters on this page, guys, we are applying filters on this particular page. Okay, now instead of doing advanced filtering and all, I'll just stick to the basic filtering, which is very bad. So let's just click on advanced filtering. Okay, so if it is greater than, okay, or if it is greater than or equals to, okay, 5, that is what I want to do. So I'm just calculating the revenue of sales where the quantity is actually greater than or equals to 5. So it should apply for not only this, but for all of the charts which we have on this particular page. I mean, that's what it says, right? Filters on this page. So I just click on apply filter, and see the values are changed. See, the values are changed. The total revenue now is like 46.50k, and it has been changed over the whole page. Okay, and how do you know it? I mean, how do you know it? Let's just click on erase, and let's just see on 2019 we have a revenue of 80,118.03, right? And now if I head back here, and if I click on greater than or equals to, and if I write 5 here, and if I click on apply filter, okay, now if I go back here, see, it's 26,000 now. Okay, so everything is changed. Okay, so that is what filters on a particular page will do. So these will apply filters only on this page. It will not apply filters on the next page. If I go to my next page, it's something similar which we have in the first page. Okay, see, it's still the 139.71k here. Okay, and even in 2019 we have like 80,118. Okay, so we still have the values here. Okay, But if you want the filter to apply around all the pages and all, okay, then what will you do? Okay, you just have to, I can't drag and drop it maybe after this. Yeah, it is only asking, expecting me to add data fields here, so it's okay. We'll just, but guys, you can apply any number of filters. It's not just limited to one filter. You can apply any number of filters. Okay. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm applying the same quantity filter, but this time what I'm doing is I'm trying to do greater than or equals to, and I'm giving 5. And at the same time, I'm actually applying it on all the pages at once. Okay, I'm not sticking to a single page. Instead, I'm trying to apply it over all the pages. Okay. Now, if I click, if I apply this filter, I've got this filter applied. We have got it. I mean, we have seen the same thing when we have done on this page using filter on this particular page, which is fine. But now, if I go to page 2, will I get 46.50 there as well? Let's just see. See, we have got 46.50 there as well. And if I go to page 3, okay, and here also if I get my total revenue, okay, and if I hover on it, see, I get 46k, 46,497.88. And to make it more precise, I can always change my visualization to a KPI kind of visualization, which is 46.50k, and we have it around everywhere. Okay, we have it around everywhere. We get 46.50k around everywhere. Okay, so that is how you apply filters, guys. And it's not just restricted to this quantity. You can, I mean, just one filter, you can apply more filters as well. For example, yeah, you can apply, let's just apply date. Okay, so I'll drag and drop in my date column here from my date table which I have created, and from this I would like to have relative date. Okay, and what is this relative date? It is like in the last. Okay, so you can choose days, months, years, whatever you want, and I'm going to choose years, and I'm just going to click give to here. Okay, and that should I include today or not? That is what it is asking me, and okay, include today, no issues. And then if I click on apply, now that I have applied only last 2 years, I have 2018 and 2019, but I don't have 2017 now. And also there is a change in this one, the total revenue which has been generated. Okay, 2017 is omitted, guys. Okay, that is what we have done now. Okay, so something like that. Okay, but yeah, so what we have learned now is you can't just, I mean, it's not like you can just restrict to one filter on a single page or on multiple pages or on a single what do you call, visualization. It's not like you can, I mean, you are restricted to only one filter, but it's like you can apply any number of filters on all the pages or on a single page or on a single visualization. Okay, there you can apply many number of filters. Okay, so that's all about filters. Thank you. In this session, we are going to see how to import new visuals into Power BI Desktop. And for that, you can use Microsoft Store. I mean, you just have to click on this three-dotted symbol and then click on more visuals. But that will ask you to sign in. So you first have to sign in with Power BI account. And once you sign in, okay, I'm waiting for it to get signed in. Yeah, now I'm signed in. Now once you're signed in, okay, it has directly opened it, but if you just click on this get more chats, that's the same thing which you get. And the chat, I mean, you can choose to get any chats. Okay, and similar to your get data connectors, okay, the chats have all the categories here, so you can get time chats, you can get Power BI certified chats. Power BI certified usually have tick mark beside the name. You can get maps, you can get KPIs, you can get infographics, you can get gorgeous. Okay, it's up to you. But what I'm interested right now is word cloud. So I'll just click on add. Okay. So it says that it has been added and all your new visuals are, I mean, they'll be added below here. After a line, they'll be added below here. Okay. Now, if I just click on this visual, okay, I got something like this, and I would like to put in all my states on that. Okay, and if I put in all my states, okay, see, my data is something like this. And if I just click on California, it is kind of, I mean, you can use something like this for filtering. Okay. I mean, it's kind of cool filter, right? I mean, with all the data which has been, randomly placed, I think this makes a cool filter. Okay. Let's just copy this here and let's just go to our page one, okay, where we have few chats already. And instead of having product or name, let's just paste our new chat here. Okay. Did I copy it? Yeah, you can copy it from here, copy it. Okay. Now go to page one and paste it. Okay, let's just create a new one. I mean, it should usually work, but yeah, let's just create a new one. You can always create a new one. It's not really a big deal. States have been added to this one. Okay. So if I reduce this, okay, and if I add states here, okay, now see, if I click on Florida, if I just click on Florida, see, I get data from Florida. And if I just click on Georgia, I get data from Georgia. If I click Connecticut, I'll get no data because there is nothing. And if I click on California, see, Michigan, Massachusetts, nothing. Maryland, nothing. So Florida, yes, the highest. So it can act as a cool filter for you. Okay. So, but there are many other options as well. I mean, there are many other visuals as well, which you can choose to get, I mean, to import it into your Power BI and you can make cool visuals out of it. Thank you. In this session, we are going to see how to play around, I mean, how to set your report or your page in a mobile layout. Okay, and for that you have to come to view tab. Okay, and in view tab you just have to click on mobile layout. Okay, once you click on mobile layout, all the things that are there in that particular page will be popped up, I mean, will be there in your visualizations. Okay, you can choose not to have it, you can choose not to have few things, but yeah, for now I'm just having everything. Okay, so what you have to do here is you just have to drag and drop your visual. Okay, and once you drag and drop your visual, okay, you just have to resize it. Okay, so that it will be good on mobile view. Okay, so see, and you can keep on doing it. Okay, and something like this. I mean, as mobile view is very small, we have to, I mean, it's better to have each and every tile with full size. Okay, I feel that we should have each and every tile with full size. Okay, so if I don't drag and drop something, then on the mobile view that thing will not be visible. Okay, so that is what will happen. So now that we have all the tabs, all the visuals here, let's just move further and just click on save. Okay, so this is saved. Now to go back to the previous desktop view, you just have to toggle this one. It's like toggling. Okay, you just have to click on this one. Okay, but again, if you go to page 2, you haven't done anything, so there is nothing in page 2 on mobile. Okay, so again, drag and drop whatever you want, but it's always better to have, I mean, it's always better to start with KPIs. So let's just start with KPI as usual and come down let's just have this here. Okay, and the next one I'll have it here, and this is the next one, last one. And it's up to you, you can actually change it. You can actually have this one here and you can actually drag this one down. Okay, something like that, it's up to you. And all you have to do is save and then toggle back. That's all. Okay, so that's how you get all your pages done on mobile view. And with Power BI, once you have done reports, okay, you can integrate them to anywhere, like let it be on a website, or let it be on just on, let the report just sit on Power BI service. Okay, and even if your users are using Power BI mobile application to view, okay, then you might want to consider about this mobile layout. And also, if you have got your reports on, let's say, a mobile, okay, if you have got your reports on mobile, okay, then also you need your users, then also you might want to consider this mobile layout. Okay, you might want to get to mobile layout and just play around with it. Okay, so yeah, that's all about mobile layout. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about custom tooltips. If you guys remember, yesterday on a page we have, under page information, we have something called as tooltip, right? So let's just say I want to see this one. Okay, let's just have it on the whole page. Let's just say I want to see this one as a tooltip for a particular report. Okay, so we know what is tooltip, right? I mean, this black thing is a tooltip, but instead of that black color thing, I want a custom tooltip now, and which is this KPI card. Okay, I'm keeping things simple. Okay, so for that, what you have to do is you have to select the page, and under page information there will be a thing called tooltip. You just have to switch it on. Okay, cool. And once you have done that, there is a thing called page size. Okay, and under page size you have to select tooltip. Okay, instead of you having 16 by 9, you should always have tooltip. But with tooltip, my data is not properly aligned. So what I'll do is I'll go back to my previous page size, which is 16 by 9, and from there I'll reduce its size. Okay, and I'll get it somewhere at the middle or something, and then I'll go to my page settings, go to my page size, and then click on tooltip. And even then I am not able to see it. Okay, let's just consider something else, since I mean this is not making, I mean I'm not able to see, we are not able to see this visual properly, right? So let's just change it to something else. What shall we see? What shall we see? Let's see a table. Okay, let's just see a table in which we have total revenue with products name. Okay, let's say we have a total revenue with products name. Okay, and now I'll head back to my page view, and not this one, but I'll click on tooltip. Oh my god, even this one is not working. So let's just head back here. Let's just have it around the whole thing, and just head back, click here, click somewhere, and let's just go back and let's just consider it as tooltip. Now we got the proper tooltip. Okay, so the KPI card is not working properly, whereas we have something like this, a table, which is a proper tooltip. Okay, we got somehow fit into our tooltip. Okay, even your KPI card should be, should be able to fit into it, but I'm not able to work around it. Okay, so to get this tooltip on any of the graph here, okay, let's just try to get it over here. Okay, so to get this tooltip here, you just have to click here and you have to go here. Okay, under this you will be having something called tooltip. Okay, and under tooltip there is a type called report page. Okay, which is fine. But after report page, you have something called as auto. Okay, and if you just click on it, it's a drop down actually, and there is a thing called page 3. And why is there page 3 populated? Because we have considered page 3 as a tooltip now. Okay, so page 3 is a tooltip which we have. Okay, now if I head back to this one, and if I click here, and if I go to my formatting, and I'll just go back to my tooltip, and now instead of auto, I'll just click on page 3. Okay, I'll leave the other things to you, but yeah, let's just click on page 3, and let's just head back to this visual, and let's just hover on it and see you have something like this. But see guys, a tooltip is a tooltip. Okay, so at the end of the day, if my tooltip is a table or something, okay, I can't hover on it and then scroll over it. Okay, something like that. Like see, it's a scrollable table which we have here, but I can't hover on it. See, even if I hover on it, it goes away. Okay, I mean, what the definition of tooltip is, whenever you hover on something, you should get you should get extra information. That's the definition of tooltip. Now if I hover away from this, why will the tooltip will stay? I mean, still stay. It will not stay, right? So that is what is happening. So I mean, it should make sense whatever you are doing. So let's just change it to maybe this pie chart or something, so that we'll have it. But before changing that to a pie chart, let's just head back to our page information, and let's just consider it as 16 to 9, which is fine. Okay, and now let's just have, or even a bar chart should make sense, but bar chart without this shouldn't make sense. So let's just have a pie chart. So let's just head back here, click here, page size, and then click on tooltip, and I'm unable to get it. Why? So what will I do is, but before considering it as a tooltip, I have something else to do as well. Let's just go here. Okay, let's just click on the page. Let's just go back to this one, change the size of it. We don't want this one, right? I mean, there is no point. So there shouldn't be a legend, and there shouldn't be details labels. There should be details labels, it's okay. There shouldn't be a title, there shouldn't be a background, and it's a tooltip. Yes, is it a tooltip? Yes, it's a tooltip. I mean, for this also there is a tooltip again, but you can off it. Okay, now visual headers we have already talked about, but what I'm interested right now is, okay, let's just keep it somewhere here. Let's just drag it like that, and let's just go back to our page. Let's just click on tooltip. Oh my god, still unable to get it. So can I drag it? Yes, I'm actually able to drag it. Okay, not, but yeah, but to drag around something like this, it's pretty tedious. Okay, so what we will do is, we'll go back to our page, and the page size will make it 16 by 9, and we'll get this one at the center. Okay, see, you can see both red lines, from horizontal red line and vertical red line, both meeting at it. So we'll do something like this, and we'll reduce its size. Already it's reduced, but I want to reduce it more further. Okay, and then yeah, now we have it. Now let's just head back to our page size, and let's just make it a tooltip. I'm not able to see it. Oh my god, and why is that? Let's just consider it here and see if we can get our tooltip or not. Yeah, so let's just have it to the leftmost corner, guys. That's how you work around with tooltip. Okay, so then let's just resize it so that it will fit in a tooltip bar. So now I'll just click on tooltip. See, that's all. Okay, so what you should do is, instead of having it at the center, or instead of having it at the corner or something, I mean, instead of covering it the full page, what you have to do is, you have to put it at the corner, leftmost corner, and then just resize it, and then just change the page size to tooltip. And if it fits, fine. If it doesn't fit, just get a new one. Okay, but yeah, we'll head back here and we'll see if we get that one now. See, or maybe you might want to have some other chart as well. It's up to you. So it's like embedding a report inside, embedding a tile on another tile. Okay, something like that. Okay, so this is all about tooltips. Thank you. In the previous class, we have seen how to work around with tooltips and all, right? So guys, we have actually not, I mean, this might not make sense, but you can have whatever you want. Okay, so for example, we did not get KPI cat in our previous class. We couldn't do it, so you can do it right now. So all you have to do is, if I just change my page size, okay, you just have to put it over here. What we did at the start is we got it something like this, but that's not how you do it. Okay, let's just put it to the corner like this and resize it properly, and then go back to your page and click on page size and then click on tooltip and you're good to go. Okay, now you can play around with it. You can have it at the center, and that's all. Now go back to page 1 and you'll be seeing tooltips. Okay, so yeah. So now in this session, I would like to talk about how do you edit interactions between the visuals on your report. Okay, now for this, first what you have to do is you just have to select a visual, okay, and then go to the format tab, which is at the top here. Okay, and on the format tab there is a thing called as edit interactions. Okay, so if I click on this edit interactions, okay, this will give me few buttons, new buttons. Okay, we have seen visual headers, but these are not visual headers. Instead, these are the buttons which we got from edit interactions. Okay, so what will happen with this edit interactions? Okay, now there are, considering this bar chart, there are 3 things which we have with us right now, which is none. There are 3 buttons here. Okay, none, and highlight, and filter. Okay, now what will I do is, before I click on any of these buttons, okay, what I'll do is I'll click on any of the data on the map. Okay, let's say I just selected Florida. Okay, and you can see that there is a change in data. Like, see, 2020 we have 36.27k. okay, but if I click on Florida here, okay, 2020 we have 5.63k now. Okay, I mean, it's getting filtered. So now what will I do is I'll just click on this none button. Okay, and if I click on none, see, it's has changed. I mean, it isn't halo anymore, it is filled with color. Okay, now what will I do is I'll apply a filter, which is Florida. Okay, now even though if I apply a filter, or even if I don't apply a filter, okay, there won't be any filtering done on this chart now. Okay, look at it. 2020 we have 36.27k, and 2019 we have 80.12k. okay, and if I click on, let's say, Florida again, okay, see, we have 36.27k and we also have 80.12k. okay, we don't I mean, it doesn't get changed. Even if I click on Texas, see, this thing will not get changed. Okay, if I click on Colorado, this thing will not get changed, and you can do this on this one as well. See, sorry, I just have to click on this. See, and even if I apply now, this thing is changing, but there is no change in these two. Okay, now I'll choose to have filtering there. So yeah, so now there is a thing called as highlight on our bar graph. So let's just click on highlight now and see what will happen. So if I click on Florida, now it will show me the whole amount, but I mean, here you'll be having the graph for whole amount, but only the Florida part will be highlighted. Okay, sales in Florida, total revenue in Florida will be highlighted. Okay, the same thing has happened here as well, the same thing has happened here as well, and the same thing has happened here as well. Okay, now if I click on Kentucky, okay, yeah, see, only a smaller part of it is highlighted now. Okay, if I click on Arizona, only the smaller part of it is highlighted. Okay, something like that. Now if I click on filter, okay, this is the default thing which we have anyhow. First it's 36.27k, and if I click on Florida again, it will be like 5.63k. okay, it's the default thing which you get. Okay, so all this you do using edit interactions button. Okay, so that's all about edit interactions. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about syncing filters around multiple pages. Okay, and you have something like filters pane in which you can apply filters on all pages and all, which is fine. But what if we create a filter using slicer? Okay, let's just consider a slicer. Oh, not this one, sorry. Yeah, let's just click here and let's just have a slicer. Okay, now that I have a slicer here, I don't want to have it anymore. No, let's have it, but let's just reduce it and let's just have it here. Okay, now that I have a slicer here, I just want to put products in there. Okay, and before anything, I would like to make it as, let's say, drop down. Okay, let's just have a drop down. Okay, so let's just drag it there and let's just align it like this. Okay, so yeah, so we have a slicer here. Okay, which is fine. So if I click on any of the particular thing, okay, see, it's getting changed. But why am I getting dots here? Because there is only one product here. Okay, so we have selected only one product here. Guys, to select multiple products, you have to hold control. Okay, so to select multiple products, you have to hold control. And if I change it, see, my data around everything gets changed. Even my Florida is very small now. See, so in this product, my Florida is not giving me high value. Okay, but let's just deselect everything so that we have select all. Okay, now Florida has the highest. You can also see the circle size. Okay, now this is fine. Now if I go to page 2, okay, I have something similar in the page 2 already set up. Okay, so now I want to sync this particular filter, this particular thing with page 2 as well. And how am I going to do that? So for that, I have to select the slicer which I have here. Okay, and with that, what I'll do is I'll go to format, not format, maybe view. Yeah, I'll go to view, and in view I have a thing called as sync slicers. Okay, and these are all the things which you can which you can click to have, which you can choose to have them populated here. Okay, so if I click on filters, see, I don't have filters anymore, but if I click back on filters, I have filters now. Okay, now I want to have sync slicers here. Okay, now if you can see, there's a thing called as, if you can see, we are getting page numbers and all here, right? Page name, and we have all the 3 pages here. Okay, now if I click on here, what will happen? Nothing is going to happen because it is already set in page 1. Okay, so that is what it is showing. So nothing. But what I would like to do is, I want to apply filters on page 1, which is fine. Okay, I want to sync page 1, which is fine. Now I want to sync page 2 as well. Okay, for that you just have to click this check mark. Okay, page 3 we have used as tooltip, so let's just not consider that, but we have these two. Okay, now let's just apply our filters and see if it works. I have selected Arizona green tea, I have selected beans, I have selected beer, and I have selected cactus, I have selected cakes. Okay, and with that, my total revenue here is 8.97k, which is fine. Now I have selected here page 2 as well, so these filters should be applied on my page 2 as well. So my revenue should be 8.97k there as well, right? So let's just go to page 2 and see, we have got it here, which is cool, right? Now you might have a doubt that I have applied it here. Okay, now if I am syncing it with some, like let's say my report is made of 10 pages now, okay, so I have applied the filter here and I have synced with this, I have synced this filter, this slicer here with the 10th page thing, okay. Now do I have to get back to page 1 to change it, to make the changes and all? No, you don't have to do that, okay. What you have to do is, there is a thing called I like visible, like I like symbol here, okay, which is visible, okay. So you just have to toggle on this one so that you will be able to see this one in page 2 as well, okay. But now if you go to page 2, see, you have it here as well, okay. Now that you have it here, you can place it wherever you want, and maybe you want to, okay, change it something like this, or maybe you want to put this here, okay, and something like this, okay. And you can have some other KPI card here, or what you can do is you can have this one here, okay. The best way to format is get this one here so that we'll get our line chart properly done, and we can resize this one anytime. So this one I'll just have it like this, okay. Now guys, I'm removing everything here, okay. Now I'm removing everything here, okay. So I got 131.71k. Now if I go back to page 1, even that is getting synced, okay. If I go back to page 2, even that is getting synced. And if I apply beer from page 2, that will apply for page 1 as well. See, 1.43k, and I have got the same thing for here as well, okay, 1.43k, okay. So this is how you create filters and sync between pages, okay. Thank you. Now the next thing which I would like to talk about is selection pane, okay. Now if I just click on selection pane, okay, now I have few things here, okay. I have layer order and all, which is fine. We'll see what exactly is layer order first, okay. So what does that mean is, we have the slicer at the top, right? Now if I hover this slicer over here, okay, my slicer will be at the topmost layer, okay. So it will, it will not be like after this layer, okay. It is occupying the topmost layer, so it will be placed in front of any tile. So if I even hover, if I get my slicer over any place, okay, it will be like my slicer will actually occupy it, okay. The space occupied by slicer will be showing here, okay. It will not be like transparent kind of slicer and all, okay. Why? Because it is at the topmost layer. But if I can just drag and drop this and see, now my slicer is at the bottom. If I remove my cursor from there, see, you can see my slicer here, okay. Only if I go there, you'll be able to see it, okay, or else you'll not be able to see it, okay. So that is what this layer is, and I'll just like to have my slicer at the top, which is fine, okay. But you might want to use this layers for something like this. For example, we have this revenue card and we also have total revenue, okay. Now this is on the top of this, right? Now what I'll do is, I'll just grab a hold of it and get it here, and if I click here, see, I'll get my number here. And maybe you might want to put this number to right, or maybe to the bottom, or something like that. It's up to you. But if I just select it, now my number, now the KPI card which I have is actually a part of this now, okay. So that the total also I'll get it from the same way or something like that. I've given you a very small example, but you can, with the help of this layers and all, you can actually make pretty cool visuals and tiles, okay. So I'll leave that up to you. Now I just want to, one second, yeah, give me 1 second, yeah, so that we have it like this, okay. So yeah, so that is what this thing does. And apart from that, okay, you can choose to hide particular visual as well. For example, let's say we have this visual, okay, I can hide it, I can click on hide, okay, and will not be able to see anymore here, okay. And what is the exact advantage of having this hide? We'll see it in our further classes, but for now just understand that there is a thing called I like symbol which is used to toggle show and hide, okay, something like that. But after that you have something like yeah, you have one more thing which I would like to talk about. You can group a set of visuals together. For example, if I click here, okay, I mean if I select this one, and if I hold shift and if I select this one, okay, all these three will be now part of a group. I mean just selecting them will not make them a group, okay. You just have to then right click on it and then under group you have to make it as group. Now what is the advantage? I mean you can change the group name, let's just have page 1 visuals. Let's just name it as 𝒓_visuals, okay. So what is the advantage of having that is you can choose to hide them separately, and also if you keep them selected here, okay, you can have to, I mean you can resize them, you can move around them, I mean you can move around it however you like, okay. But for that you just have to click on the group, okay. So that is the advantage of having groups, okay. Now I have just grouped this one and this one, guys, okay. My KPI card, this one and this one, okay. Now I can just resize it, okay, so that all of them will fall here and I can have new things here, okay, something like that. Or let's just say I want these 3 tiles into my other chart as well, I mean into other page as well. What will I do? I'll just group it and I'll copy it and I'll paste that group in the other page. For example, I'll copy it here and I'll go to my page 2 and I'll just paste it here. See, I've got my group here now. See, maybe I can have it here, okay, something like that, okay. But for the time being I'm not having it here, okay. I'm just deleting it. Oh okay, instead of deleting the group I have deleted the page, guys, my bad, okay, that's fine. But yeah, you can always select, I mean let's just have a new page which is page 2, okay, and let's just select our group, okay, and let's just select the group, okay, let's just copy it, okay, let's just go to page 2, you can paste it here, okay, and now you can resize them as ever you want and you can have new visuals here. It's up to you, okay. Now if I click here, you can always try to ungroup it as well, okay, it's up to you. So but I want to delete it, so I have deleted it, okay. Now the page is not deleted, okay. There should be a shortcut for deleting the whole page. I'm not sure what exactly that is, but yeah, there should be a shortcut, and by mistake I have done that, okay. So anyways, so this is how you, I mean this is the advantage of having selection, okay, so of selection tab and all. But there is one more thing which you have to observe here, which is tab order, okay. Now what exactly is this tab order, okay. If I click on tab, okay, it will give me the order in which I'll go, like see. Now it is only going around 4 and 5 because we have grouped these 3, okay. Now if I ungroup these, let's just click here, let's just right click and let's just try ungroup it, okay. I have ungrouped it, so they are no longer a part of single group. Now if I go to tab group, I mean tab order, and if I select the first one, which is the 4th one here, okay, and now if I click on tab, okay, see, I mean that's how you, I mean 1 2 3 4 5, okay, that is what it is telling you, okay. So you can select multiple visuals using tab, you can go around all the visuals using tab, okay, that is what it is telling you. But if you have groups it will not work, that is what it is giving you, okay. So fine, I'll just close it, yeah. So that's all about selection tab and groups. Thank you. So the next topic which I would like to talk about is bookmarks. Okay, now we have a thing called bookmarks here. Okay, so that is the one which I want to talk about. So guys, this bookmarks will work around with, this bookmarks and this selection tab, they both work together. Okay, now how do they both work together and all that we'll see now. Okay, now for this I would not, I would like not to have my filters pane around. Okay, I can choose to have it or have it, but visualizations and fields are must. Okay, so now I would like to have my bookmarks and selections. Okay, now I have my bookmark and I have my selections. Okay, which is fine. Now but before this, what I would like to do is I like to close this one. I like to close this one so that I can have the maximum view of it. Okay, now guys, the thing which I would like to do is, okay, in the same page I want to see multiple chats. Okay, I want to see multiple tiles in the same page rather than going to multiple pages. Okay, this page might have other chats as well. For example, let's just create some quick chats in this page, some quick tiles. Okay, so I'll make it KPI. I'd always like to have my KPI first. Okay, so then let's just make let's just make another chat. What should we do is we'll have products and we'll have total revenue and we'll also have across states. Okay, and now I would like to convert it into a line chart. Okay, we have a very good line chart. Okay, which is cool. Okay, now at the same time let's just create few more chats so that we'll occupy the space here. Okay, at least one. Okay, so let's just create a pie chart. Okay, and on this pie chart, what I would like to see is I would like to see customer names, and along with those names I would like to see the revenue again. Okay, whoa, it makes a lot of hierarchy. So guys, let's just change all of it to tables. Okay, not matrix, let's just change it to tables. Okay, let's just change this one as tables, because see, now there are many number of customers and it doesn't make sense. Okay, so let's just make it to tables and let's just close it so that we can have a good view. Okay, now I would like to have this table beside this and something like this. Okay, both of them, let's say both of them are occupying pages. Okay, now what I would like to do is in my page 2 there are two tables, right, which is cool, but I want to view these two tables in my page 1 only. Okay, I don't want to go to page 2 and see it. Okay, let's just head back here and delete this one because we don't have anything in page 2 now. So yeah, I want to see them on my page 1 only, guys. Okay, I don't want to see them in my page 2. I don't want to go to page 2. Okay, I somehow want to toggle in this page only. Okay, for that, first what I have to do is I have to get these two things populated in my page 1. Okay, so of course I have to get this into page 1, right? So what I'll do is, instead of individually grabbing these two tables and having them, what I'll do is I'll select these two. Okay guys, once you have your selected pane on, you can select two things using shift here, which is fine. Click on one thing, hold shift, click on the other one. Why is it not working? Okay, even if it doesn't work, what you can do is you can just click here. Okay, hold control and click on the other thing. Now the two are selected, two tables are selected. Okay, now I can right click and then group it. Okay, and I'll call this group as tables. Okay, I'm calling this group as tables. Now what will I do? I'll just select my group, which is tables. It is highlighted, you can see it. And now I'll select Control C. I'll just click on Control C, which is fine. Now I'll go to page 1 and I'll have Control V. Now I have my tables here, which is cool, right? Now Apart from tables, I would like to consider all these four as my, all these four come from my, let's just have our tables at the end so that we can see our, these things from page 1. We can see our tiles from page 1 clearly. Okay. So now we have 4 things here, and these 4 things also, instead of considering it as one, let's just group them. Okay. Select the first one, hold shift, and next group it. Okay. And these are not tables, right? So let's just call them as visualizations. Okay. Table is also a visualization, so let's just call it as non-tables. Okay, something like that. Okay. Now what will I do is, okay, I'll create 2 bookmarks first. Okay. First bookmark, I'll call it as table. Okay. To add a bookmark, you just have to click on add. Okay. And the second bookmark, I'll call it as non-tables. Okay. The first bookmark also will call it as tables. Okay. So we know what is tables now. So what exactly is tables? If I just click on this, these are tables, right? And if I click on this, these are our, this one without tables. Okay. Non-tables. Okay. Something like that. Now guys, for the bookmark table, okay, I would like to have my tables shown, right? I would like to have my tables shown. Okay. But it is not looking good here. So let's just drag it like this so that we'll resize it. Okay. So I've got my, whenever it's my bookmark, tables, I don't want to see non-tables things. So I have hide it. Okay. But after hiding it, what you have to do is you just have to go to your table, your bookmark, select it. Once it's highlighted, then click on this 3 dotted thing, and there you have a thing called as update. Okay. Just click on update. Okay. Done. Now let's just hide, let's just hide tables, and let's just get our non-tables into the scene. We got our non-tables into the scene, which is cool. Now what I would like to do is, I would like to click on non-tables. Okay. And I would like to select this and click on update. Okay. Fine. Now we have created our 2 bookmarks, which is absolutely cool. Now what I would like to do is to toggle around these 2 bookmarks. Okay. What I would like to do is I would like to have a button. So for that, I'll go to insert tab, and under insert tab I have buttons. Okay. And under this buttons, there are many types of buttons which you can choose from, but what I would like to choose is blank, because I want the text to myself. Okay. So if I go to this one, and if I select my button now, this is my button, guys. Okay. This is my first button. Okay. And if I select my button now, and if I head over to visualizations, there are many things which are there inside it. I'll leave it to you to explore it, but what I'm interested right now is in button text. So I'll just click on and I'll give a text called tables for it. Okay. Which is cool. And now what I would like to do is I would like to copy and paste this one. Okay. So that I'll get a new button. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Now I've got a new button, and I'll place this button just beside this button so that, we are cool with it, right? Now if I click on this, then also there will be a thing called table, so I'll just rename it to non-tables. Okay. But the text on it looks very small, so let's just have it like 15 pt or something, which will be good. Okay. We got 15 pt. Okay. Tables and non-tables, there are 2 buttons. So once you have given the button text, okay, what I want to do now is there is a thing called action here. Okay. Action. Okay. So this action, just click, switch it on. Okay. Just switch on the action. Okay. Now go into the action, and there are 3 things. Okay. Like back, bookmark. There is a thing called type. Under that you have many options. Under that, just select bookmark. Okay. And once you have selected bookmark, okay, what you have to do is, what is the bookmark you want for this one? This is tables thing, right? So I'll have tables here. Okay. And that's all. I don't want to do anything else. Do I want any tooltip or not something? No. So now I'll select my second button, which is non-tables, and here I'll turn on my action and I'll drop it, and here I have a thing called back again, so I'll change it to bookmark, and what bookmark I want, non-tables, okay, which is cool. So we have 2 bookmarks now. Now we'll see what happens with it. Okay, now guys, as you are using Power BI on desktop right now, you have to always press Control to click on a button. Okay, you can't see, even it says that you have to, use Control plus click here to follow the link, but once they are published, you don't have to click on Control anymore. Okay, so now I just click on Control and then click on non-tables. Where are my non-tables? Oh, we already have non-tables already, my bad. So let's just click on Control and then select tables. Okay, see, I have my tables now. If I click on Control and then select non-tables, I have my non-tables. Okay, but guys, what I would like to do now is I would like to have only one button. Okay, whenever I select tables, okay, I know that these are already tables, so I don't want to click on tables again. I'll show non-tables directly. No point, right, having tables button again. And also, if I select on non-tables, what's the point of having non-tables again here? No point, right? So let's just hide them as well. How do you do that? So to do them, what you have to do, we have now selected non-tables, and that is this button. Okay, it is highlighted here. Okay, now I'll just hide it, and once we have selected non-tables, okay, once we have selected non-tables, go here and update it. Okay, so in non-tables I'll have only one button, which is tables. Okay, which is fine. So I'll just click on tables and I'll get my tables, but from tables I have to go to non-tables back, right? So what will I do? There is my button for non-tables, right? But see, now what will I do is, if I click on my tables and I like to hide it. Okay, now I have non-tables. Why were you not able to see non-tables here? You were not able to see, right, earlier. If I click on table, you are not able to see. Okay, because it got selected. Okay, now I would like to hide it, and what I would like to do is I'll like to make this button big and clear, and I'll click on tables and I'll click on update. Okay, that's all. So now if I click on non-tables, I'll go to non-tables, but there is no point to have non-tables button here again, so we don't have it, and instead we have only tables button. So I'll click on tables and I'll go to tables. Now there is no point to have tables button here, so we have non-tables. So I'll click on non-tables, we'll go to tables, non-tables. Okay, something like that. Okay, so this is a very cool feature with Power BI, and you do it using selection and bookmark. Okay, so this is all about bookmarks, guys. Thank you. In previous session, we have seen how to create bookmarks and how are they very useful and all, right? So I have created something which is very cool with bookmarks. Let's just go through it. I have done it before class, so I have done using it bookmarks. Okay, so let's just go through it. So before going through it, I'll tell you like what I have done. Okay, I've placed a button here. Okay, if you can see, this is a button. Okay, the arrow mark, this whole thing is a button. Okay, and if I click on it, okay, I get to choose whether I have to go to, whether I want to go to page 1 or page 2. Okay, if I just click on page 2, okay, I'll go to page 2. If I click on page 1, I'll go to page 1. Okay, something like this. So how did I do it? Okay, how did I do it? Okay, this is page 1, right? And if I click here, I'll go to page 2, which has tables. If I click here, I'll go to page 1, which doesn't have any tables. Okay, so how did I do it? So to do that, first here we should have a button. Okay, I have inserted a button. Okay, this button, right arrow button. Okay, and I have just let's just insert one more button so that you'll see. I've inserted a button and I have put it something like this. Okay, And after that, what I have done is the button has various what do you call it, properties, and under that properties I have switched on border of that button, and action is something which we'll do, which we'll see. Then what I have done is icon. Okay, icon has 4 states. So in default state, the icon color I have given it as gray, but when I hover on it, the icon color is getting black. See, when I hover on the button, the icon color will be black. Okay, that is what I have done here. Okay, and even when I press it, it will be black. Okay, so just to give a cool look to it. Okay, interactivity. Okay, just to increase the interactivity to it, I have given something like that. And I've also, there is a thing called fill, and I've switched it on. And under fill, there are again 4 states, and I'm bothered about only the 3 states right now. And under default state, okay, I don't have anything. My color is, fill color is white. Okay, and under hover also my color is white, but when I press it, I'm getting this gray color. Okay, so see, if I press it, this is the gray color which I get. Okay, so yeah, if I don't press Control and click the mouse button, it will not take me there, because you are on Power BI desktop, not on Power BI service. Okay, so this is what I have done with my button. Okay, and if I go to my view pane and view tab, and if I click on bookmarks and selection, okay, now if I click here, this button, okay, has an action, and that action is bookmark, and that bookmark is expand pagination container. Okay, so this is the bookmark, I mean this is the action, this is the action which this button does. Okay, so whenever I click on it, this is the action this button does. Okay, so if I just click on this bookmark, okay, see, this is the action which I get, this is the view which I get. Okay, now let's just go back to our previous view, which is either page 1 or page 2, anything is fine. Okay, let's just go to page 1. Okay, now in page 1, what I have done is I have the button, right? So whenever I click on this, I'm giving the action as bookmark. And what is my bookmark now? In my bookmark, there is a thing called expand pagination container. Okay, and under expand pagination container, okay, I'm hiding everything. I'm hiding my expand pagination, I mean I'm hiding my button. Okay, which is at here, which was here. Okay, and I'm also hiding my page 1 and page 2 group. Okay, in page 1 I have a lot of charts, and in page 2 also I have a lot of visualizations. Okay, so I have just created a group with this many number of visualizations, which we have seen in the previous class. So I'm hiding all of it, and I'm just showing my expand pagination group. And under this group, what do I have? I have an image, okay, which is this image. Okay, to make it proper, you can actually, change the name of it. Like you can put it as left arrow, something like that. Okay, so this is the left arrow, and I have a text box here which says select a page to navigate. Okay, so see, select a page to we are actually not going to separate page, select a page to view, maybe, because we shouldn't call it select a view. Select a view will make sense, because we are not navigating around pages. Okay, so that is what this one is. Okay, and label page navigation. Okay, this is the label. Okay, and also this text box, I'll name it properly. I'll call it as label user info. Okay, I'll put something like that. And here I have put something else, which is page navigation text. Okay, I have put a text which is page navigation. Okay, and after that, what I have got is page 2 and page 1. You can have the order however you want, because we are not overlapping them anyhow. Okay, so I've got page 1 button and I've got page 2 button. Now if you can see on page 1 and page 2, the button, the size of it, the text size is very small, right? So we can just make it 20. Okay, we can just make it 20. Okay, it's up to you. So make it 20, and see, now page 1 and page 2. And under this thing, under this page navigation thing, I have got a container which is also a button, which is this default button, button with blank. Okay, we have used in the previous class to create text on it. We have done something like that, right? So I have created something like this, a button, and have resized it in such a way that it will cover this thing, so that it will look like a canvas or such. And then what I did is I have drag and drop it here, okay, so that it will, so that I'll be able to see my page 1 and page 2 first. And then what I've done is I have just went in there and I have switched on shadows, okay, so that it will look as if it is highlighted. Okay, that is what I have done, and I have named it as container, something that makes sense. Okay, so that is what I have done. So this is my expand page bookmark, okay, where I'm not seeing these three and I'm seeing only this one, expand page bookmark. Now here we have two buttons, which is page 1 and page 2. In page 1 the action is type bookmark again, and it is page 1. Okay, now in page 2 button also the action is type bookmark and also page 2 bookmark. I mean the bookmark name is page 2. Okay, now if I hover to page 1, so what will happen if I click on page 1? I mean if I go here and if I click on page 1, okay, the action is it will load this one, right, this bookmark. So if I click on that page, okay, what I'm doing, I'm hiding my expand pagination group now, I'm hiding my page 2 group now, and I'm showing this button, and I'm showing page 1 because we are in page 1. Okay, and why am I showing this button again here? So that I can click on this, go back here and click on page 2. Okay, and if I click on page 2, this bookmark will get loaded. And if I go to page 2, see, again I'm showing page 2, I'm hiding my expand pagination group. Okay, and then I have a button again, this button I'm showing it here. Okay, and that's how I have created something like this. See, I've gone to page 1, I've went to page 2, page 1, page 2. Okay, something like this. But your chat, I mean your report must be made of many number of pages. Okay, it might not be restricted to a single page, right? It might be many number of pages. So what I'll suggest you is, once you go open this, okay, instead of having a container or such, if you don't want it, okay, what you can do is you can have side headings for like page navigation as a big side heading, and you can also have buttons in a different way. For example, you can change the styles and all. Like for example, I'll convert this to white color, and once I've converted it to white, I can't see it. So what I'll do is I'll click my background as black. See, now doesn't it look cool? Something like that. Okay, so I can always go to page 1, I can go to page 2, which is fine. But what I would like to talk about is your reports might not be of this much. I mean, you might have many number of pages. Okay, so instead of having something like this, okay, I would say you can delete these two and expand this thing whole way and have all the buttons for each page. Okay, and I'll also recommend not to have this container, because see, I mean, if I click on this container, see, my container is getting selected. Okay, and in Power BI right now we don't have something that will to make something unselect. Okay, so we don't have something as such as of now. So use it properly. It might be a container, or it might be a text image, it might be a text, or it might be whatever it is. Okay, so bookmarks are very, very, very powerful. Okay, so this is one of the example to use them properly, but there might be many other examples where you want to use them. Okay, we have seen 2 examples with bookmarks, and today's example is probably one of the good examples which you can get with bookmarks. Okay, so thank you. In our previous session, we have seen how to view different content from different pages in a single page using bookmarks. Okay, that's what we have seen. Okay, but in this session, I want to talk about navigating through pages. Like I should have something here, and with that I should be able to navigate to page 2. Okay, and in page 2 I should have something, and with that I should be able to navigate to page 1 or maybe super bookmarks page. Okay, something like that. So how will I achieve it? Okay, so how will I achieve it? I mean, I don't want to have all my pages in a single view like this, because what if there are like 30 pages on your report? That will make this page load very slow, right? No point. So that's why what I'm actually trying to do is, I want to navigate around these pages, okay, with the click of button and all. So how are we going to do that? Let's just see. For this, I would like to have a button again, for which I'll go to insert, which is cool. And now what I'll do is, let's just have a blank button. Yeah, let's just have a blank button, and this button I'll call it as page 2. Okay, page 2, and make it as 20. Oh, sorry, this is text size only, right? Yeah, so make it as 20, which is fine. And now what I would like to do is, I'll go to action. Okay, I'll switch it on, and upon switching it on, I have type, and under type there is a thing called page navigation. Okay, I'll just click on page navigation, and then we have destination. Which page you want to go to from this page? I want to go to page 2. Okay, so we have set it already, so I'm just going to save it once, and then I'll just click on control. We have on to page 2. Now if we want to go back from page 2 to page 1, what shall we do? We have to have a button here for page 2, page 1, and if I click on page 1, cool, we'll go to page 1, right? Which is very cool. And even if you want super bookmarks, maybe we have 3 pages here now at the moment. Let's not consider tooltips, because I don't even want to show it to people. I just want to show it like this. Okay, I have used tooltip to just show like this. Okay, I don't even want to show it to people, right? So so with the current scenario, with the 3 pages which we have right now, okay, what will happen? At least one page should have 2 buttons, right? And 2 buttons, like page 1 should have page 2 and super bookmarks button. Okay, and super bookmarks should have page 1 and page 2 buttons, and page 2 should have page 1 and super bookmarks button. Now this will work if you have like 2 or 3 pages on your report, but what if you have like 30 to 40 pages on your report? How are you going to navigate between them? I mean, are you going to create like 30 buttons or what? No, right? So to work around it, what you have to do is, let's just go back and let's just delete that button. Okay, cool. Now what we'll do is, I'll just head back to home tab, and I'll click on enter data. Okay, on enter data, I'll have a table saying that, the table name of the table will be page navigator. Okay, and here I'll have a column which is called pages. You can have whatever it is, but the names here should be identical, should be same as your page names. Okay, so I'll have page 1, I'll have page 2, and I'll have super bookmarks. Okay, cool. We have 3 pages. Let's just see if it is right. Yep, and I'm going to load this. Okay, now that, so for this, what you have to do is first create a table. We know how to create a table, and the table name can be anything. I've got the name as page navigator, something that makes sense to the current context, and there we have a thing called as pages. Okay, and under the pages column, what did I do? I have, sorry, let's just go to our page navigator and yeah, click on it. See, we have seen 3 names here, 3 rows, which are our 3 page names. Okay, exactly same. Okay, now let's go back. Now what will I do is, okay, I don't need those 2. So what will I do now is I'll go back to my, no, what I'll do is I'll create a slicer here. Okay, I'll just create a slicer here, and with this slicer what will I do is I'll just drag and drop my pages over on this slicer. I'll just, if I can even click on it, but I don't want my slicer to be something like this. I want it to be a drop down list, and for that there is a thing, there is a down arrow here, and you just have to click on it, and instead of list I want drop down, so just select drop down. Okay, something which is okay for now. Okay, now if I open it, I have pages, but I want to go to only a single page at one time. I mean, this will allow me to go to multiple pages. Okay, so I don't want that to happen, rather I want to go to only a single page. How will I do that? For that, just go back here, and you should have something under titles. No, yeah, selection controls. Under selection controls, switch on single select. Okay, there is a thing called single select, just switch it on, and if I open it now, I can only select one thing, which is page 1, page 2, or super bookmarks. Okay, which is cool. Now what I'll do is, just on clicking on this, I'll not be able to, I mean, go to pages. I'll still need a button. Okay, but right now, I mean, I don't want to have a button which is, which is something like, this, which we had it previously. Maybe let's have a nice button. Okay, button in a very good manner. Okay, for that what I'll do is visually appealing button. What I mean is, okay, so for that what I'll do is I'll go to insert. Okay, and insert, this time I'll not click on buttons, rather I want to load an image, and I've already downloaded an image called Go button, so let's just double click on it, and this image got loaded here. Let's just resize it so that we'll place it right after our pages. Okay, cool. Right, now what will I do is I'll select this Go button. Okay, I'll click on the action and I'll do it, and what I'll do is from here I'll click on page navigation, but destination will not be a particular thing. We want whatever we have selected here, right? So what I'll do is, for that there is a thing called FX here. Okay, I'll just click on FX. Okay, and I'll wait, and it is asking me to give me the field value, and what should be the field value here is my page nature pages. Okay, and summarization can be anything because we have only first name. Okay, which is cool. So let's just click on OK. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll select page 2. Okay, and I'll click on Go. We are in page 2. See, but page 2 doesn't have it. I mean, page 2 doesn't have the slicer, and also page 2 doesn't have the button, which is fine. All we have to do now is copy paste it around multiple pages. Now if I go to page 1, okay, if I click here, now see it. See, we were also able to go to super bookmarks. Okay, now what you have to do, you don't have to do anything. You just have to go back here, and you just have to select both of them. Oh shit, my bad, sorry. So select both of them, select this slicer, go here, paste it. Okay, sync visuals, yes, you want to sync visuals for sure, because you want to have the same page selected across multiple places. But here you can have it in some other way. Maybe you can have button down here, Go button, and you can just drag something like this, and that's all. We are good to go. I'm not doing it on super bookmarks for now, or let's just do it for now. We'll go to page 2 from here. I'll just click on Go. See, we have page 2. I'll click on page 1. I'll just click on Go. I'll click on page 2. I'll click on Go. I'll just click on super bookmarks. I'll click on Go. And in super bookmarks we don't have it. It's up to you. You can have it or you don't I mean, it's up to you. What you have to do is, I don't have any place to have it here. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just go back to my view pane and click on selection pane. And why am I doing it? Because this is my page 1, right? I need a place to put that. So I'm going to reduce it and I'm going to my page 2. Okay. And I'm just selecting the whole group and I'm going to reduce it as well. Fine. We are done. Now what do I want? I just want this one, okay, from here, so that I'll paste it here. Okay. And do you want to sync it? Yes, I definitely would like to sync it. Let's just have it to the corner here so that it will make a good visual. Okay. Now we also need the go button, so let's just select it, Control C, go to our super bookmarks, paste it, drag it, get it here, and on this page by default I would like to see page 1, not page 2. So I'm just, and then save it. That's all. Now we are in super bookmarks. Now let's just click on page 1, click on go. We are on page 1 now. Let's just click on page 2, go. We are on page 2. Let's just click on super bookmarks, go. We are on page super bookmarks. Now we are here, go. We are here, page 1, go. Okay. But now if I go back to super bookmarks, okay, now there is one more thing which I want to discuss now. Whenever I click this one, I'll still be having this, guys. Okay, I'll still be having this. Why? Because let's just click on my bookmarks. Yeah, because I have choose not to hide it, okay, under this one. Let's just go ahead and hide it as well. Okay, let's just name it as go button. Okay, let's just name this as pages slicer. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll hide both of them. I'll click here and I'll click on update. That is what we have to do for bookmarks, right? So now we are good to go. Now I'll select page 2. I'll have this one here, but this is not retaining here. Okay, why? Because what will happen is on every bookmark, if you have a slicer, okay, you have to change it. Okay, like you have to change it to drop down and you have to update it. Which page are we on? Yeah, page 2. So you have to update on page 2. Okay, you have to do that or else you will not get it. So I like to do the same on page 1 as well, so that my slicer will work properly. Okay, I got it. Now just save it the thing once and let's just close bookmarks. Let's just go selection pane. Let's just open it. Let's just go to page 2. See, now we have it. See, again I have to make it single selection as well. Okay, so everything whatever you apply on it, you have to make it. Okay, so it's something like that. That's the problem with bookmarks. So in bookmarks, it's like if you have filters, you have to redo them again. Okay, and it's not really a big deal to redo it again. But always remember, once you redo it, go back to your bookmarks pane. As we are on page 1. Are we on page 1? No, page 2, because we have tables. So always remember to update it as well. Okay. Now if I go back to page 1 from here, again it will be something like this, but I would like to click single select and I would like to update it. Okay, so that's all. And now if I go back to page 2, see, I have it. But if I go to page 1, I have it here as well. Okay, I'll just click on page 2 and I'll click on go. I mean, this is page 2. See, page 2 is selected. I'll click on page 1 and click on go. Okay, so this is how you navigate between pages, guys. Okay, but you can do it using simple button as well. But if you don't have a single button, what you have to do is first you have to enter the data. Okay, and under enter data you have to just create a table, and under the table should have a column, and that column should have all your page names, exact page names. Okay, proper, the same page names which you have, exact page names. And after that you have to create a slicer, and make it single select, because you can't go to multiple pages at one time, which is impossible. So after that you have something like go. Okay, and under this go button, what you have to do is you have to create a function, and you have to select field value, and field value from which table you have got that you have to select, and summarization can be first for this. Okay, doesn't matter. So that's all about navigating between pages using a custom table. Okay, thank you so much. So in this session, I would like to talk about focus and export data from a individual tile, and how are you going to do that. Okay, so for now, let's just click on this total revenue by year. Okay, and here on my visualization header, okay, I have a thing called focus mode. Okay, if I just click on this, okay, I'll be only looking at that particular focus. I'll be only looking at that particular tile now, that particular visualization. Okay, so that is what is focus mode. Okay, so you just have to click on this one. Okay, and you can go. Okay, you can do it for other things as well, for example for map, and you can also do it for this area chart, which is here. See, you can do it for anything. Okay, you can even do it for this. I don't find it. Yeah, here. Okay, see, you can do it for this. You can focus this as well. Okay, which is fine. Okay, so this is all about focus. So you can just look at one particular tile on your visualization, on your set of visualizations, and this can be very useful at times. Okay, so yeah, this can be very useful at times. Okay, so now there is one more thing which I want to talk about, and that is actually exporting data. Okay, if you go to a particular visual, okay, and if you click on this three dotted symbol, more options, there is a thing called export data. Just click on that, and it will ask you for, it will ask you, there will be a CSV file, and it will ask you to give the file name. Okay, let's just give the same file name. We are good. Okay, and it got saved. Now let's just open my file explorer, go to my desktop, and see this one. Okay, this is the one which we got right now, right? So see, so we get total revenue, the data from visualization. Okay, so from that particular visualization, I get the total revenue data now. See, over all the years with months and quarters. Nice, right? Why did I get year, quarter and month? Because I have chosen to have drill down here, guys. Okay, there is a hierarchy here. See, so I got everything. Okay, now let's just see revenue by state. Will we get it or not? Let's just see. So let's just click on export data, and let's just click on revenue by state. We have saved it, and where is my revenue by state? It is here. So see, this is my revenue by state. State name, total revenue. Florida has this much, Texas has this much, Pennsylvania has this much, New York has this much, and so on and so forth. Okay, so something like that. So you can choose to export data from a particular visual. Okay, let's just head back to Power BI, and let's just go through something like this. Okay, let's just see what will happen if we export data from here. Okay, total revenue and quantity by product. Okay, whatever it is. So let's just click here, and total revenue and quantity by product, CSV file, and we have product, total revenue and quantity. Fine, right? Product, total revenue, quantity. For this product, this is the total revenue and this is the quantity. For this product, this is the total revenue and this is the quantity. This is the quantity of the orders placed. So if you also have price here, you can see quantity into price, you'll get total revenue anyhow. So, or you can divide these two and get the price. It's up to you. So that's how it is. Okay, so I'm not going to save it. Let's just head back to Power BI, and yeah, so this is how you look into a particular report and through using focus mode. Or if you want to get data what you are looking at, you can always use export data and get the data. Okay, but how do you, I mean, once you have published it, you don't want people to export the data. So what will you do? You just have to hide these visual headers and publish it. And hiding these visual headers I have already taught you, right? You just have to click here, go here, hide it. That's all. That's all you have to do. Hide it, publish the report. You'll be able to see it on your Power BI desktop, but once you publish it, you'll not be able to see this headers. Okay, so something like that. So sensitive data, you can hide your visual headers, but if you don't choose to hide visual headers, people will be able to use this option, export data. Okay, and they'll be able to see data. Okay, so be careful with who you are sharing your reports and all. Okay, so this is all about focus mode and export data. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about two options that Power BI gives you, which are very powerful, and they are include and exclude. Let's see how it's done. Okay, so if I don't want to include 2020 in my data, in my this chart, okay, what will I do? I just have to right click on it. Okay, and then I just have to click on exclude. Okay, which is fine. But if I want it back, how will I get it back? For that, what I have to do is I have to go to my view pane and click get my reports, get my filter pane back. And on my filter pane for this particular chart, we have excluded 2020 here. Okay, something like that. So I don't have 2020 in the data here. Okay, I've excluded it. And to get it back, you just have to remove the filter. That's all. Now, I can also, there is another option which is called as include. Let's just see what we can do. Okay, now what if I want data from 2018 and 2019 and I don't want 2020 and 2017? What will you do? Okay, press on 2018, press on 2019 with control pressed. Okay, I'll show you again. So press on control first, then click on 2018, then click on 2019. You got both of them, then right click it and then just click on include. Okay, this will also create a filter. Okay, what is happening behind the scenes is it is creating a filter. Okay, so if you want it back, just remove this filter, but if you don't want it, you can do something like this. If you want to work very quick and all, you can do something like this. Okay, and this is the filter which got applied. Okay, so this is all about include and exclude. Thank you. So in this session, I would like to talk about adding and inserting different stuff into Power BI. For this, I would like to create a new page and I would like to call it as, let's say, yeah, page 3 is fine. And I'll go to insert. Okay, and under insert we have these things, right? You can insert a text box by just clicking on text box and you can choose to have whatever text you want. For now, I'll write 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂. Okay, and you can also choose to have whatever font family you can have. Okay, so I'm choosing Tahoma now, and you can have whatever size you want. Okay, the size you want, it's up to you. Okay, and you can make it bold, you can change the color of it. Okay, like just select it and change and apply, let's say blue. Now it is blue. See, apply red, pink. Now it is pink. Okay, now you can also do like something like apply black, and then what you have to do is there is a thing like background color, but which is not visible from here. So what you can do is you can go back to visualizations, and there you'll be having a background color, and there you can select black so that white will show up on black, something like that. And what you can do is you can select the button and you can actually give a link here as well, a website link as well. Okay, now if I click on OK, that is all. Now if I click here, I mean, I'm not able to do it right now, but yeah, you can actually give a link as well. Let's just see how to do it. Okay, 𝑑𝒐𝒂𝒐𝒒.com, and I'm just going to click OK, and yeah, it says that it's a link, but I'm not able to go to that link even if I press and click on control. Maybe you should be able to do it once you publish it. I'm not sure, but yeah, once you have published it, I'm pretty sure that you should be able to go to that link. Okay, anyhow, that's how you add a link. Okay, so now you can always see if that link is working or not, and you can always remove that link as well. Okay, something like that. And then you can choose to have it at a certain position. Okay, middle, center, whatever it is. But there are many other extra options as well, like underline. For underline, you have to select it and click on underline. Okay, you have got underline. Okay, fine. And this is like italic. Okay, let's just have italic. So if you don't want, I mean, if you are not satisfied with the options here, there are more options in visualizations pane. Okay, I'll go through it. It's not a big deal. Now, there are different forms of buttons, guys. Okay, you have seen this right arrow. Okay, in my super bookmarks page, and see, this is how I've done it. Just drag it around. Okay, that's all you have to do. Okay, something like this. But on the contrary, you can also have buttons like reset. Okay, and this, you can also have a button like back. Okay, back button gets created with default action, guys. Okay, and that action is type back. Okay, what does it do? If I just click on back, it will go to my page 1, because from page 1 I have come to page 3. That is what it is saying. If I go to super bookmarks now, and then if I go to page 3, and if I click on back, I'll go to super bookmarks, because my last visited page is super bookmarks. Okay, that is what it will take. But you can always choose to change the action as well. It's up to you. Okay, totally up to you. Okay, so you can choose to have many other buttons as well. Like for example, you can choose to have something like information with I symbol. You can choose to have something like Q&A. You can choose to have, what is this Q&A? Let's just see. And it is not doing anything right now, but see, it is saying that, let's just, yeah, it will open Q&A like this. Okay, cool, right? Something like this. Okay, see, like a pop-up. So if you want it, use it. If you like it, use it somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to delete it, and I'm going to delete this as well. And you can have bookmark as well. So let's just see what this bookmarks does. It has a default type of bookmark, but what bookmark do you want here? That you have to choose. Okay, that is what it is. Okay, but we don't have any other bookmarks in this page, so let's just head back to shapes. So now you can have whatever shape you want. You can have a rectangle, give it, I mean, of its fill, give a beautiful background color like something like purple. Okay, and increase its transparency. Okay, and maybe you would like to have it around your tiles. Okay, something like that. And how would you do that? For that, you just have to have something like, you have to go to selection pane. And why selection pane? Because shape will be standing at the top. You have to get it to the bottom so that it will fall back after this. See, something like that. So it is back of this 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 now. Okay, but the best example will be if I control C here. I mean, if I copy it here, and if I go back to my page, some other page. Okay, and let's just not have filters for now, and if I paste it here, okay, see, shape stands at the top. I'm bringing it down to the hierarchy so that it stands at the back. So, but we have shape there, it has went back, guys. Okay, see, maybe with transparency you might want to have it at the top only, something like that. See, with cool border. You can play around with the border color as well, like go through it. Okay, it's not really a big deal, but always have visual address off, because what's the point of having visual address for a shape, right? So something like that. And there are actually many other shapes as well, like just go back to insert, and there are many other shapes like oval, line. You can just have a line, you can change its color, you can change its size, shape, and you can also do curve, width and all. There should be something, okay, which line color, you can give the transparency of it, weight. Okay, let's just increase its weight. Nothing is happening. See, it is getting bolder. So if I give 20, see, it's a bold line now. Something like that. And there is a funky shape, something like this as well. I don't know where will you use this arrow, but yeah, they have given you this as well. Okay, if you want to use it, use it. So I'm just deleting all my shapes which I don't want right now, and if I click on back, I'll go to this page. Fine. So yeah, now you can also insert images, something like this. We have inserted an image for Go here, okay, and images can have actions as well, and have used it for page navigation, but instead you can use it for bookmark, you can use it for Q&A, you can use it for web URL, you can use it for whatever you want. For default Q&A, you have a button like something like this, right? If you don't like this button, okay, let's just say that you don't like this button, okay, you don't like this button, okay, then you can download some beautiful image for Q&A, and let's just say this is that beautiful image which you have got. It's not good, but let's just consider it, okay. Then you can make this as Q&A as well, and if I click on it, I'll get my Q&A, okay, something like that. So images are very useful, okay. So these are all the inserting, I mean, these are all the things which you can insert into your Power BI desktop, okay, like to make your visuals more beautiful and all, like, okay. So you can do a text box, you can do buttons, you can do shapes, you can do images, okay. Buttons are very useful with, buttons and images are very useful with bookmarks and navigations and all, whereas shapes is useful for something like this. Maybe you want to have something like this, okay. Okay, select it. Where is my background? I can make it to 80% and it'll look something like this. It's up to me, right? So yeah, that's all about how you make styling and how you get your what all you can insert into your Power BI desktop. Thank you. In this session, I would like to talk about the remaining things which are in view pane, okay. Guys, before we explore these options, okay, what I would like to do is see, I can actually resize it, right? I can resize it and get a very beautiful thing as well. I mean, place it very beautifully, right? Now, if I am working on something and I don't want my visualization shape or size to somehow get changed, okay, maybe because of misclicks or something like that, I don't want it to change. Not only this visualization, but any visualization, okay. And to get that functionality, okay, you just have to click on lock objects, okay. This will lock your objects, okay. Now I can't do anything with this. See, even it is not getting highlighted. If I select it, I get the border, but I mean, I'll not be able to drag it much. See, I'll not be able to change its position, or I'll not be able to change its shape, okay, something like that. So that is what is lock objects. And then you have something like grid lines, and these grid lines are actually useful something like this, okay. So you can actually place this to, let's say, 3 grid lines in horizontal, I mean vertical, 1 2 3 grid lines, and it's over 1 grid line, something like this. So it will help you to do things. and Snap will actually snap your visuals to different places. But what it will snap, you can go through it. It will snap automatically, align your objects in your report automatically. Okay, that is what Snap will do. Okay, but what I'm actually interested in right now is, we have seen what is filters, we have seen what is bookmarks, we have seen what is selection, and we have seen what is sync filters and all, but we haven't seen this performance analyzer, right? So let's just go ahead and click on that. Okay, so okay, now if I just click on start recording, I'll not get anything because this visual is already loaded. I'll just click on refresh visuals. Okay, now this is the time taken by each tile. Okay, so total revenue by year, where is that one? This one, total revenue by year. So if you expand it, it has taken 326 milliseconds, and in that we have a DAX query which has taken 38 milliseconds, visual display has taken 22 milliseconds, and the other stuff has taken 266 milliseconds. Okay, something like that. And you can also go through some, you can also go through everything, each and every tile. Okay, slicer, the slicer has taken 69 milliseconds, which is pretty fast. So if you ask me, everything is actually pretty fast. Okay, and this is like asynchronous, like while this is loading, this is also loading, while this is loading, like this is also loading. Okay, so the maximum time taken for your report, for this page to load, is 447 milliseconds. Okay, that you have to keep in your mind. And you can export it to some JSON file and perform, export this performance analyzing to a JSON file and do stuff with that. And you can always clear it and again refresh it and see this, and you can stop it as well. Okay, so something like that. Now if I start recording and if I go to page 2, it will automatically get recorded, and the highest time has taken by these two tables is 1188 and 1187. So something is wrong, or maybe I want to revisit these tables and do something on it. Okay, but 1188 or 1187 milliseconds is not really a big deal if you ask me. It's fine. Okay, and if I go to bookmarks, I get it. See, page changed and my bookmarks page is performing very well. Let's just refresh the visuals. See, this is my bookmarks page. Let's just go to page 2 on my bookmarks. Okay, again we have got loaded. See, this table again, right, has taken 980 milliseconds, and again this table has taken much time. So something like that. Okay, so it will give you the insights again. So if I go back to page 1, again it will record. Okay, so you can clear it and use it. Okay, this is what performance analyzer in ViewPaint does. Okay, and there is one more thing which I would like to talk about. Okay, and that is themes. Okay, now if I just select this theme, this is default theme, that is what he has given us. Okay, see, if I select this theme, okay, see, my background color has been changed. So you can choose to have multiple themes. Okay, you can choose this one as well. See, okay, so you can choose this theme as well, or you can choose this theme as well. It's up to you. Okay, or you can actually create your own theme. Like if you have different colors, you can create your own theme. Okay, or you can actually, you can actually browse, click on browse for themes and load a JSON file with which you can get the themes. Okay, but where do you get this JSON files on all? You will get it from internet. Okay, just search, you will get a lot of JSON files with themes. Okay, so let's just see if we have something there. Okay, so Power BI themes JSON. Okay, so JSON files download. Okay, so yeah, you'll be actually having a lot of themes, but this is saying that you can also import themes and all, which is fine, and you can actually customize your theme and all. That is what it is saying. But see, if you have a JSON file, okay, you can open it as well. Okay, and if you want to write something, see, something like this. I mean, you can always use Power BI community to get good and new themes, but it's not really that hard. Okay, you can create your own themes. Okay, it's very easy. Okay, easy JSON. Okay, so but what you have to understand right now is there are a lot of themes and you can apply any themes whatever you like. Okay, something like that. I'm just sticking to the basic default theme. Okay, so that's all you can do using View tab. Okay, thank you. Now that we have understood what is visualizing data and what is the different ways in which you can visualize your data, we'll see how can you analyze it and make your reports beautiful. Okay, we'll see all the different options of how do you analyze it and make it beautiful. Okay, the first thing which I want to talk about is color changes and applying conditional formatting and all. Okay, so for this what I would like to do is first I would like to drag and drop in my total revenue and I would like to see it over, let's just say, date. Okay, so if I close it now, by default it will be year. Okay, which is fine. Now what I'm interested in right now is going to formatting. Okay, and under formatting we have colors. Okay, and under colors, okay, I can do conditional formatting here. Okay, so and how will I do that is if I click on this FX, okay, a new window will open up. Okay, and you can change the colors. Okay, format by color scheme, rules, field value. There are three things. Let's just consider color scale first. Okay, and let's have total revenue based on what field. Yes, total revenue, that is what we want, and default formatting as 0. Let's just that be like that. And now if you have a lowest value, I mean the lowest value should be small, I mean this color, and it is saying by default the highest value will be like this. Okay, if I just click on OK, see my lowest value is like very light blue and it keeps on increasing with my values. Okay, see this blue is darker compared to this blue, this blue is darker compared to this blue, and also you can see that here, see 5.49k lightest blue to something. Okay, but instead of this there are other options as well. For example, if I go back here, okay, I can always click on diverging and I can choose to have some different color for middle value, and if I click on OK, see these two colors, this is pretty much close to middle value and that's why this is dark yellow, whereas this is a bit far from middle value and that's why this is light yellow. Okay, whereas this one is the least value and that's why it is very light blue, and this is the highest value, which is that's why it is very dark blue. Okay, and if I choose to drill down, okay, and let's just say we go into 2019, there also you will be having something like this. Okay, and what you can actually do is go here and remove years, quarters, days, so that we see it over months. See, if you see it over months, the highest values have blue and the middle values and the values which are close to middle have yellow, something like that. Okay, but what I'm interested in right now is let's just go back to data values and let's just click on this one. Okay, now if you choose to give lowest value, middle value and highest value, Power BI will calculate it for you. Okay, but if you want yourself to calculate it, okay, you can always choose custom. Everywhere you can always choose custom. Okay, and you have to enter the value. And what is your minimum value? Let's just say 100 or maybe 1000. Okay, and my center value will be 5000, not 5000. Let's just give it as 2500, and my maximum value will be 5000. So anything which is 5000 or anything which is greater than 5000 will be dark blue, and also anything near to 5000 should be kind of lightish blue plus yellow kind of mix. Okay, so if I click on OK, see now things are not working. Why? because this is 12, 12, 12. I mean, everything is greater than 10,000, guys. That's why it is not working. So let's just go back and let's just give here 10,000 and let's just give here 12,500 and let's just give here 15,000 and see, nothing is smaller than 10,000, nothing is smaller to 10,000, something like that. Okay, so but yeah, play around with it, you'll be able to get different visuals. Okay, maybe if I give like 12,500 here and if I give like let's say 13,500 here and if I give like 14,500 here, maybe I should be able to see it. Still I'm not able to see because everything is in the range of 12,000. I mean, everything is like near to 12,000 or less than that, so that is why it is happening. Okay, play around with this. Okay, so for now let's just change it back to this and let's just click on OK. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll click on effects and there is one more option which is called as rules. Okay, let's just click on rules. Okay, now if I click on rules, it's like the if else statement again. Okay, so total revenue, I mean, what do you want your rules to apply on? Which field do you want it? Total revenue. Fine. Now if value is greater than or equals to how much? Let's just say 12,000, 1200, 12,000, yeah, number. Okay, and is less than what? Let's just say if the value is 11,000 to 12,000. Okay, then I want it to be in red color, something like this. Okay, and if I click on OK, see, the values which fall between 11,000 and 12,000 are red in color. Okay, so something like that, and you can play around with it. You can add a new rule and greater than 12,000. I mean, here it's less than, right? So you have to give again greater than or equals to, and less than how much? Let's just consider 15,000, and that can have one more value. Maybe you might want to go with purple, something like that. So see, these are purple. So what does this mean? These values are less than 11,000. Okay, and you can do that. You can keep on adding and all. Okay, so yeah, so this is how you actually give different colors. Okay, so this is how you actually create different colors and all. But there is one more thing here, which is field value. Okay, and this is done based on your what do you call it, DAX measure. Okay, so this is done based on your DAX measure. Okay, we'll see it in the further classes, but I'm just telling you because as we have covered these two, I'm just telling you there is another option called as field value. Okay, which we'll cover in the further classes, but this depends on your DAX measure. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so in this session I would like to cover something called dynamic reference lines. Okay, so for this I have set up a tile already, visualization already, which is line chart, which has my total revenue by state. Okay, now if I head over to this third part, which is analytics, okay, which we haven't covered till now, if I go through, I mean if I go to that pane, okay, I'll be able to see a number of lines here. Okay, and if I click on min line, okay, and if I just click on add, okay, see, it is saying this is my minimum line and 0k is my minimum line from the chart. Okay, that is what it is saying. I mean, in your total revenue, the minimum line is 0k, and you can also apply its transparency. You can also make it solid, you can make it zero transparent so that you will get the data, and behind, front, do whatever you want. Okay, so this is minimum line. Okay, but you can also add another minimum line which will be at the same point. Okay, if you have multiple data, then maybe you can add more lines. Okay, So this is minimum line, and then we have something called as maximum line, and if I click on it, I'll get line at maximum data, and these are reference lines, right? So I mean, I get the maximum line now. Okay, so instead of total revenue, I don't think I can add my custom value here, because yeah, I am unable to add my custom value here. Okay, so I'll just head back to the next one. You might want to use min and max line, but maybe the most useful line which I think is this average line. Okay, so that you'll understand what all states have done more than average and what all states have done less than average, something like that. Okay, so this will be very useful, and you can actually change it to spot, dotted, solid, whatever you want. Okay, so it's up to you. Now there is one more line which I want to talk about, is median line. Now if you know the formula of median and all, so that is what is being applied, and then a line is drawn with that, with the value which you get. Okay, and this might be very useful as well, okay, when you are going through analysis of your chats. Okay, now there is next line is percentile line, which is actually interesting. So now guys, if you can see here, we have something called as 90%. Okay, now I can change it to 40%. Okay, so this is my this is where my 40% of my total revenue lies. Okay, so now if I go to 90% back, I'll get there. Okay, something like that. And you can also use the slider here, like you get 53% is something there, 50% is something there, and 50% is something here. We also can do average line instead of this, but yeah, and you can choose the transparency of it. It's up to you. Okay, and it is all about percentile lines. Okay, now the next most important line is constant line. Okay, just click on add, and now the value is 0, so it is there. Okay, but what if you want to know around 10k? Okay, so whatever, I don't consider the states which have which have business less than 10k, I don't consider them anymore. Why? Because even if I manufacture a lot of goods and send to them, my sales are not doing well there. So maybe something is wrong with me and I have to change the way how I am doing my business there. But less than, something which is very much close to 10k also, I'll consider it as okay, I have to improve there. Okay, but again, if something which is giving me more than 10k, like let's say 14k and all, then yeah, I'm fine, I'm very good with that. Okay, so this constant line is very important. You can have wherever you want. You can do it for 5,000 if you want. You can do it for 90,000 if you want. You can do it for 20,000 if you want. Okay, you can do it for 15,000 if you want. It's up to you. Okay, totally up to you. Okay, so this is constant line, and these are all the different types of dynamic reference lines that you can get in your Power BI. But these lines depends, these lines are different depending on your graph, depending on your visualization. Okay, for now we have something like line chart, so let's just convert it into a bar graph. Okay, and in bar graph, if you see, there is only constant line. Okay, so you can only apply a constant line, and I want to apply it over 5,000, and see, this is my line. If you can see, I'll change it color to pink or something. See, this is my line now. Okay, now I can have it in front and I can have it behind that, so it has went behind now. See, something like that. Okay, so but in the same bar chart, okay, this is stacked bar chart. Yeah, so if you go to something called as clustered bar chart, there you have all the lines again. Okay, and it's actually because bar chart, the way data is calculated on bar chart, data point is represented on stacked bar chart, and the way how the data is represented on a clustered bar chart is different. Okay, that is why you have all the options here again. Okay, and if I go back to, if I represent a table or something, there I'll not have anything. Okay, so something like that. And if I represent, if I want to have a pie chart, there also I don't have anything. Hello pie chart, nothing. Area chart, nothing. Okay, scatter chart, yes, you have a lot of stuff. Okay, just go through it. okay. And this one funnel, no, nothing. This one line which is constant line, it's up to you. If you want to use it, use it. And ribbon chart, nothing. Line and clustered column chart, nothing. So depends, okay. So few of your charts might be having this, okay. So add it, put it at, let's say 5000, and we have it, but I don't want to have it as blue, so let's just make it as orange. So orange, fine. And transparency, if I make it 0, I can see it now, okay. So it depends on the chart you use, okay. It depends on the visualization which you use, okay. So be careful. Okay, few visualizations might be having all, and few visualizations will not be having everything, okay. And it depends on how the data is represented over that particular visualization, okay. So this is all about dynamic reference lines. Thank you. In this session, we are going to see an interesting feature given by Power BI called play access, okay. And for this, to explore this, I would like to create a scatter chart, okay. So I'm just going ahead and creating scatter chart, okay. And I would like to have my total revenue in here, which is fine. And my total revenue, I would like to do it with, let's say, quantity, okay. And what I would like to do right now is, yeah, there is a thing called play access here, right? And there I would like to drag and drop in my month from my date hierarchy, okay. I would just like to drag and drop in month from my date hierarchy, okay. Now what is it? November. Let's just get it back to January, and I don't see anything because it asks you for legend as well. So for legend we'll have, maybe we'll make it over state values, okay. Without legend this will not work, okay. That is what it is. So now you can see that there is a video kind of icon here, okay, and by default it is on December, okay. Now if I click to play it, okay, I'll see how my total revenue is performing over, I'll see the chart properly. For each state I'll see the chart plotted on total revenue versus quantity, or you can call quantity versus total revenue, okay. So something like that. But let's just say Florida here is light green color, right, lime color, right. So if I want to see Florida from January to December, I want to see quantity and I also want to see the revenue it made, okay. How would I see it? Okay, I'll just click on this one and it will give me a graph like this, okay. See, it will give me all the lines like this, okay. And you can choose to click on any, if you click on anything it will go away, so you can choose to hover on it. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it, but there are small circles over here, okay. So each and every circle is a point, okay. So this will tell you like how sales have been in Florida, like with the quantity, how were the sales and all. This will tell you how sales and all happened in Florida, okay. See, so something like that, okay. Yeah, so this is all about play access case, okay. You can actually see for other things as well. See, for example, this one is for California, right. See, if I put on any of the plays, I can see that, yeah, California in the month of June across all the years, okay, the commodities which I have produced is 264 and the revenue which I have generated is like 1100.36, okay, something like that. 731.21, quantity is 179, month January. Now next here, California, month March, quantity 169, 708.71. 670.22, 158 quantity, month February, okay. So, and the coolest part is you can actually go through multiple places. I mean, you can play it, and it's very cool, right? You can choose to look your graph on a particular month, like August across all the years, March across all the years, May across all the years. So yeah, so this is all about play access. Thank you. In this session, we will understand what exactly is key influencers. Okay, so for that, what I'll do is I'll go to insert, and there I have a thing called key influencers. I'll just click on it. Okay, this is an AI thing which Microsoft Power BI has given you. Okay, and there you can have multiple fields. Okay, so first you have to drag and drop in which field do you want to analyze. Okay, and I would like to analyze revenue. Okay, guys, I've got revenue generated in this sales table. Okay, now you know how. You just have to multiply these two, quantity into price. Okay, now I want to do it with quantity. Okay, I want to explain it with quantity. Now by default there are two options here. What influences revenue to increase or decrease? Okay, first we have increase by default. Okay, so it says that the average revenue increases by, if quantity is increasing, revenue is also increasing, of course, right? We know that. But the important part of this is you can actually see outliers, data anomalies and all. For example, you have a scatter chart here, right? But at the same time, okay, you have a dot here. See, it says that you have 15 quantity of something and you have an average of revenue is 119.85. okay, and if you see here, okay, so something like that. Maybe this is not proper one. We are not sure, but maybe this is not falling into the play. Maybe it is, there is something fishy in that data, maybe. Okay, so maybe you want to revisit it and do it again. Maybe you want to revisit your steps and do it again. This is one of the way how you find outliers and data anomalies. But apart from that, if you decrease it, it's like complementary of this case. Decrease in the quantities will decrease your revenue. That is what it says. Okay, but increase or decrease, okay, the next thing which I'm interested in is actually top segments. Okay, now if I go to top segments, I have 3 segments here now. Okay, and if I click on any of the segments, okay, I just hover on it, you get it. See, in segment 1 the average revenue is 25.76. This is 14.2 times higher than the overall average, 11.64. that is what it says. Okay, so, and also if you go to segment 2, you get something again, and segment 3. So all my segments are actually performing well. And how are these segments divided? You can see it here. See, quantity is greater than 5, quantity is less than or equals to 5, quantity is greater than 4, so 4 to 5. So quantity is greater than 3 and quantity is less than or equals to 3. So that's how it has been done. So these segments have been calculated something like that. But there might be quantity which is very different as well. Okay, like maybe instead of 3 to 4, maybe people have done below 3 as well, but you don't get it because it's all AI at the end of the day. But there is a thing called when is revenue more likely to be high. You can also click on low. Okay, and then go through your segments. Okay, So quantity is less than or equals to 1. So if the quantity is 0 or 1, but we don't have 0 and we know that. So we have like, if the quantity is 1, we have 3.94, okay, and something like this, okay. So you can actually remove quantity here and place in price, okay. This should make actually sense. Instead of having quantity, we'll go through price, okay. So guys, if you make it low here also it gets changed to decrease, okay. If you make it high here, if you go back here also it gets changed to increase, okay. That thing you have to understand. But apart from that, okay, now this is a scatter chart plotted on your price versus your revenue. So it says that if there is an increase in price, the revenue is also going high. So what does that mean? People are actually buying my commodities even if the price is high. That is what it is saying. See, price is greater than 5.99 and people are buying it. Price is greater than 4.99 and it is 4.9, basically its range 4.99 to 4.29 to 5.99. Still people are buying it, okay. That is what it is saying, okay. So this is how you use key influencers to go through your data. And also maybe this dot maybe is not properly working, maybe the price 7.99, okay, maybe it's not working right, okay. So go through it, okay. Let's just see. There is one more thing called as count of sales, right? So what exactly does that mean? Price 7.99, count of sales is 565. So let's just go here and see. Let's just remove all this and let's just click. Let's click here. See, we have 565 rows filtered, and if you go back, 565. So it says that 565 sales have been happened. So it is not working weird, it is perfectly all right. But how do you check it is something like this, okay. If price is 7.99, okay, count of sales I got 565. So what did I do? I went back to my tables, okay, and under my tables I've seen, I have filtered only 7.99 price and I got 565 rows, okay. See, 565 filtered rows, okay. So that's how you use key influencers, okay. Thank you. In this session we will understand what exactly is decomposition entry, okay. So let's just click on it and we have got something. So similar to key influencer, which we have done in our previous session, but let's just do the same thing. I'll drag and drop in revenue here, which is fine. And now what I would like to do is, let's just have it whole page, okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just drag and drop in my price, okay. And whenever I drag and drop in my price, even your end user will be able to see something like this case, okay. You just have to click here, okay, and then we have included price, right? So I'll just click on price. See, so our total revenue is divided into this many things, okay. Like these are all the price lists which we have, but our total revenue, 1.89. With 1.89 price, I have made money, like I have made a revenue of 916.65, okay. So this is very, very, very useful, okay. So, and you can actually keep on adding. For example, okay, we have added price, right? Now you can do something else as well, like go to products and you can directly get product here and add it here, okay. Now if I just click on 6.99 and if I click on product, okay, so these are all the products which I have with 6.99, okay. My price list with my price list on market, I have this many products with 6.99 price, and you can see which product has made the most money now. For example, my lid coffee cup has made the most revenue. Chinese lemon pork has made the most revenue. This is decent as well, but maybe I'm not interested in tequila and lobster and soup. Okay, maybe I'm not interested in these three because I'll start reducing the commodities. I mean, I'll start reducing the production of these three now. Why? Because they are not making me, I mean, they are not giving me much money now, right? Something like that. And you can also click on something else, okay? And if I click on 3.89 now, okay, see, my cheese is making a lot of money. It has like, see, the bar is like full. It has almost made a lot of money. So something like that. And one more thing which you can actually choose is, for example, if you go to revenue, okay, you just have to click on revenue to, I mean, remove it, or you can also click on price and product. That is also will be able to remove it. Okay. Now, if I just click on here and if I click on high value, okay, I mean, in the hierarchy we have price first, so of course price will be coming, and in all the prices which you have listed, 6.99 is your highest price, so it has directly took me to the highest value of the price. Now if I click here and if I click on the low value, okay, now with 6.99 these are all the products which I am selling in the market, and this is making me the lowest price. Okay, so maybe I would like to reconsider it. Maybe I'll stop the manufacturing, or maybe I'll reduce the manufacturing. Okay, I would like to make more I like to make profit on this as well, right? Even if it doesn't sell in the market, I'll try to reduce the commodities, I mean, produced, and maybe I'll try to make profit on it. Okay, but there is more interesting things which you can do, is you can also add date here, which will be very good. For example, you can add month here. Okay, just, yeah, see, now I got my month, but I want my month to be after, let's just say, after price or something. I mean, let's just, okay, it's okay, let's just have it here, nothing will happen. So now if I click on revenue, okay, now instead of directly going to price, okay, I can directly click on month as well. Okay, so now what will happen? My total revenue is divided into months. Okay, so in January I have made 12,215. In February I have made 11,411, something like that. So I'm actually teaching you how to analyze using this one. Okay, now in January again I want to see all the prices. So in January, out of all the prices listed, okay, these are the performance of all the prices that have been done. Okay, but why do I want to go to price? Maybe I would like to do it on product. Okay, see, so these are all my products in January which have been sold, and in that Arizona green tea has made the most income, something like that. Okay, now you can click on this and you can see the price now. But you know that there will be only one price for one particular product, so that's why you have got 7.99. okay, something like that. But now if I go back, okay, now if I go back, okay, yeah, you can also click on low value, and you can always choose to have high value as well, and by default we are getting product now. Okay, you can choose here, you can remove this and you can expand it again, and you can go to high value, and the highest product which you have is, I mean, now we have got price. Yeah, this is actually our highest price, which is 7.99, which is fine, but the total revenue is made higher on this one. Okay, I mean, is there anything where we have made about 20,000? No, right? So that's why we have got this one as high. Okay, I mean, this is the highest part, right? With 6.9 I had made 22,000. If with 5.49 I have made 25,000, okay, this high part will be something like this. Okay, let's just close it and let's just try to go to low value. Okay, I mean, low value, I don't want this, guys, so let's just remove this one. Okay, and let's just remove date as well, so we'll see the price now. See, now I'll just click on low value. Okay, now Okay, so 1.89 is the lowest value in the price which has been listed out there, but at the same time it has made us the lowest revenue as well. Okay, so that is what is happening. Okay, so this is all about decompositions. Okay, tree decomposition, you call it as tree decomposition. Okay, or maybe decomposition tree. Okay, so this is very useful in getting insights on various things. I'm not really sure if our previous insights, the way how we used to analyze previously really made sense or not, but this is really probably the most useful insights. I mean, with this thing you can actually get the most useful insights from this. Okay, so try to use this as much as you can in your projects, so that your clients, or if you are the owner of the product, you'll be very happy to know like what is making, I mean, you'll get the proper analytics from this case. Okay, you'll know like, okay, what is actually making money and what is not making me money. Okay, so very important decomposition tree. Thank you.